Yun Geng, having awakened to a system at the venerable age of over 80, vowed to bring glory to his sect. Thus began his relentless pursuit of enlightenment and immortality. Chapter 1. The Elderly Man in Decline. At the Luo-Xian sect, atop the towering summit, Yun Geng struggled to ascend the peak due to his frail legs, taking an extensive amount of time to reach the summit. He could not help but lament, "I have truly grown old." As he gazed upward, the vast sky and clouds enveloped him, and he was struck by the silent passage of time. Over 80 years ago, a female classmate had sent him several messages, inviting him to a presidential suite to discuss life aspirations. Upon reading her messages, Yin understood her intent and chose to disregard them. It was not her appearance that deterred him, but rather her haughty demeanor, a consequence of her affliction with a condition that made her insufferably arrogant. Such traits repulsed him deeply. Despite his indifference, she persisted in sending him hundreds of messages daily, which he continued to ignore. Eventually, she resorted to threats, but Yun Geng, a quintessential stubborn mule, remained unfazed. One fateful evening, as he stepped outside for a leisurely stroll, a burlap sack was suddenly thrown over his head. He was forcibly shoved into a vehicle by several burly men and taken to an opulent mansion. There, he discovered it was his wealthy classmate who had been bombarding him with messages, accompanied by a group of unfamiliar women, presumably her friends from high society. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was bound hand and foot by the men and unceremoniously thrown onto a bed. He endured 100 torturous encounters, forced to consume small pills against his will. Despite his pleas for mercy, he ultimately succumbed, foaming at the mouth and collapsing into unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself reincarnated in this new world. In this life, both of his parents were cultivators and had founded the Luo-Xian sect. He had hoped that, unlike his previous solitary existence, he would now enjoy a blissful family life. Alas, misfortune struck when, at the tender age of 20, his parents were slain by a beast during an outing, leaving him orphaned. Upon learning of their demise, a close friend of his mother took it upon herself to exterminate the beasts in the vicinity, but only the position of sect leader remained. A year prior, the strongest elder of the Luo-Xian sect had been poached by rival forces, leaving the sect devoid of skilled guidance. Consequently, everyone abandoned ship, and after decades of leading the sect, Yin Geng found himself a solitary commander. The only remaining companion was a homeless girl named Zhuang Xiaoming, who had lost her father at a young age. Her grandfather, in a desperate bid to continue the family line, had perished in battle, leaving her under Yun Geng's care for many years. He wondered if Zhuang Xiaoming might abandon him once she acquired the ability to thrive independently. Reflecting on this, a profound sense of melancholy washed over Yun Geng. He stared at the desolate halls and shouted, "Will the sect be left to wither away, and shall I await my demise in silence? I refuse to accept this. I demand a harem and descendants." Suddenly, a melodious and enchanting voice resonated within his mind. Ding! Good! The old man's invigorating words have struck a sensitive chord, prompting the system to begin a swift download. Ding! Download complete. Upon hearing this, Yin Geng's murky eyes sparkled with renewed vitality, and he trembled as he inquired, "System, what capabilities do you possess?" Ding! Please remain calm, host, for it would be unfortunate should you meet your end prematurely. Ding! The system offers childbearing rewards, limited to 50 offspring. Beyond that, no additional rewards will be granted. Other functionalities await updates. 50 offspring, he thought, yet could he even achieve such a feat? And even if he could, who would be willing to marry a man of no wealth or cultivation? Yin Geng suddenly realized he was unworthy of such a grandiose title. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a substantial gift. Huan Yin Dan X10, Celestial Grade Technique. Huan In Huan Yang Ju, Tianji IX1. System, dear sister, what are my spiritual roots and cultivation? Why are they absent? Ding! Host, you will acquire spiritual roots through childbearing. If you wish to comprehend the system space, utilize your thoughts to explore. You may store items there. Feel free to communicate any inquiries. Yin Geng closed his eyes and focused inward. Indeed, he beheld a vast screen measuring 3 to 4 meters in width. It displayed, Huan Yin Dan. Consuming one can sustain you for 10 days. Huan In Huan Yang Ju. This technique generates a significant amount of spiritual energy, benefiting both parties and restoring youth, granting longevity. This technique comprises 18 levels. The higher the level, the greater the spiritual energy produced during practice and the faster the absorption. Yet, 18 levels seemed akin to a treacherous abyss. Sighing, he decided not to dwell on it further. Continuing to peruse, he discovered Tianji, which allowed one to glean secrets from others the longer one gazed. Childbearing would yield superior spiritual roots, thus increasing the likelihood of receiving high-quality rewards, depending on fortune. Your remarkable system. Geng could not help but give a thumbs up. However, dear sister, could you assist me in cultivating automatically? Ding. Certainly, Huanyangju is now in automatic cultivation mode. Grandpa Yun, what troubles you? Zhuang Xiaoming approached, grasping Geng's hand with evident concern. Ah, Xiaoming, you have arrived. Geng greeted her with a smile. Observing her sparkling eyes, delicate brows, and elegantly upturned nose, he found her to be a vision of beauty. Her physique was undoubtedly capable of nurturing several children, and her gentle nature made her the epitome of a devoted wife and mother. All these attributes combined indicated she was indeed a beauty. Previously, he had not paid much attention, but with the system now in place, his perspective had shifted. Geng felt increasingly drawn to her and pondered why not take the opportunity to create a warm home together, given their situation as an isolated man and woman. Grandpa Yun, please take care of yourself. I have no one but you. If anything were to happen to you, I would not wish to live. Having lost all her relatives, if Geng were to suffer any misfortune, she would be left utterly alone, and life would seem unbearable. Xiaoming, I am in robust health. You need not worry about me. Come now, let us descend the mountain. Of course, I shall assist you. The peak was magnificent, with the residence situated on a flat area halfway up the mountain. It stretched at least 200 meters by 100 meters wide, featuring 10 courtyards in parallel, with a vast expanse of grassland before it. Countless efforts have been invested here, a testament to the adage that those who plant trees shall enjoy their shade. After helping Geng to a seat, Zhuang Xiaoming prepared a simple bowl of rice porridge. The two focused on their meal, finishing it in no time. Once he had set down his bowl, Geng's gaze fixed intently upon Zhuang Xiaoming. Xiaoming, we are now the only ones left in the sect. You mentioned earlier that if anything were to happen to me, you would not wish to live. Why not consider marrying me, and we can face hardships together as a couple? Grandpa Yun, you are so many years my senior. It is not good for your health. Moreover, you have raised me since childhood, and I have always regarded you as family. Even my name was given by you. This situation is simply inappropriate. Zhuang Xiaoming blushed fiercely as she finished her statement, her rejection fervent. She thought to herself, I view you as a guardian, yet you wish to take me as your wife. Noticing her vehement disapproval, Geng immediately resorted to a more drastic approach. If that is the case, I shall send you off to be cared for by another tomorrow. You will be treated well with good food and provisions, which will be better for you. For my duty is to strengthen the sect, and I intend to take multiple wives in the future. You remaining here is merely an eyesore. It would be far wiser for you to depart early. Dreamer, do not worry. My health is still quite satisfactory, and I shall take good care of myself. Upon hearing these words, Zhuang Xiaoming's eyes glistened with tears, her mind whirling in contemplation. Secretly pondering, it would not suffice to send myself away. Marrying him seems futile as well. At most I would end up soaked by a pig's embrace. Moreover, he had raised her to adulthood, and while he may not have earned accolades, he certainly endured hardships. With such thoughts, she finally gritted her teeth and declared, Very well, I consent, but you must take care of your health. Zhuang Xiaoming repeatedly urged him, genuinely fearing he might inadvertently meet his demise. Chapter 2. Surviving with the Eye of Fate. I swear by the heavens, I, Geng, vow to take Zhuang Xiaoming as my wife, with my words as my bond, unwavering unto death. In the Qianyuan realm, oaths are held in utmost reverence, and one rarely speaks lightly to the skies. It is said that the heavenly Tao oversees such trifles, though the truth of that remains uncertain. After making this proclamation, Geng approached and grasped Zhuang Xiaoming's right hand. Dreamer, let us go and rest for a while. Blushing, Zhuang Xiaoming responded with a nasal tone, yet inwardly scolded. Is this how you treat me? What do you think you can do? Why are you in such a hurry, you old fool? Are you rushing to reincarnate? Alas, my fate is so wretched, living under another's roof with no recourse. Before long, they found themselves on the bed, where Yun Geng swallowed a pill without concern for her thoughts, forcefully pushing her down. The next morning, Zhuang Xiaoming was in the kitchen preparing a meal, perplexed by how Yun Geng appeared on the verge of death, yet seemed so vigorous. Who would have thought he would exhibit such vitality? At over 80 years of age, one wonders how much longer he can endure. If he could live for another 20 years, it would be sufficient. By then, even if she were to pass, she would have no regrets. Yet, he is so full of life. Surely he will be fine? Zhuang Xiaoming pondered, contemplating the future. Meanwhile, Yin Geng entered the courtyard, invigorated and brimming with hope. He had broken through to the first level of body refinement within a single day. The joy of manifesting something from nothing is indescribable. In the Qinyuan realm, the levels of cultivation are as follows: body refinement, qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit transformation, celestial being, integration, great ascension, earthly immortal, half immortal, and true immortal, each divided into 10 tiers. The spiritual roots and cultivation methods are graded into 7 levels: yellow, profound, earth, heaven, saint, divine, and immortal. The higher the grade of the spiritual root, the quicker and more efficiently one can absorb the spiritual energy from the air or spirit stones. Among the 3 highest realms and grades above heaven, such achievements have never been witnessed in the history of the Qinyuan realm. Thus, most cultivators doubt the existence of these 3 grades and realms. Moreover, pills, weapons, and alchemists are classified from 1 to 9 ranks. Beep. The host has successfully sown seeds. Please continue your efforts. Continue my efforts? System. Do you wish for Dreamer to bear a brood? Beep. Host. This refers to marrying again, and then continuing your efforts. Do you understand? Marry again? Where is he to find another? Should he seek a concubine at the 100 Flowers sacred land? Such plans are unfeasible. Yin Geng scratched his head, finding this dilemma utterly unsolvable. Dear husband, come quickly to eat. Zhuang Xiaoming's voice echoed from within the house, the term husband rolling off her tongue so naturally. Soon after, they began their meal. Once Zhuang Xiaoming finished dining, she set down her bowl and softly remarked, "Husband, there are no provisions left in the jar." The meager amount of grain they had was borrowed from the sect, but now, with the lenders gone, they found themselves without recourse. In the Qinyuan realm, one can only forego food with a pill of absence or upon reaching the level of spirit transformation. However, both of them were unrefined mortals, which posed quite a dilemma. Upon hearing this, Yin Geng furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before suddenly recalling the eye of fate he had implanted last night. Dreamer, I shall go to the imperial capital to procure some food. You stay here and wait for my return. After a flurry of reassurances, Yin Geng set off down the mountain. This world is known as the Qinyuan realm, divided into 5 continents by the vast ocean. Much like a mahjong game, it is distributed in 5 directions: southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, and center. Here lies the eastern continent, the Daning dynasty. The Luoxian sect is situated several dozen miles from the imperial city of Daning. After several hours of travel, panting heavily, Yin Geng arrived at the bustling streets of the capital. He had pleaded with the system for several hours before it finally granted him fortune-telling equipment. Thus, a white-haired fortune-teller wandered the streets. After several hours of meandering, he encountered a few young maidens seeking divination regarding their romances. He earned a handsome sum of 40 copper coins, enough for 20 pounds of grain. In the Qinyuan realm, currency is standardized. 1 gold coin equals 10 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 10 copper coins. The denominations multiply by 10 and 100, while spirit stones are exclusively traded among cultivators. As he continued on, Yin Geng arrived at an opulent street. Passing through a grand entrance, he chanced upon 2 women exiting. Their eyes fell upon the sign, divining heaven and earth, predicting all matters, foreseeing the past, present, and reincarnation. What audacity! Yi Qingwu muttered under her breath, noticing the old man was about to leave. She called out, "Sir, please wait." Beside her, Lu Qingyin looked on in surprise at her boldness. Yin Geng had already noticed the two beauties, who wouldn't glance at such alluring figures. Hearing her melodious voice, he turned to look. "Young lady, would you like to have your fortune read?" At his invitation, the several burly men milling about suddenly halted, their gazes sharpened and wary. The two women did not respond, but walked forward with purpose. Though they remained silent, their actions spoke volumes. Gazing at such enchanting beauties stirred Yin Geng's heart. Yi Qingwu, seeing his attire, spoke candidly. "Old sir, if your divinations are accurate, there will be generous rewards. If not, you shall be expelled from the imperial city and barred from entry henceforth." Upon hearing the promise of a generous reward, Yin Geng's eyes sparkled with excitement. As for the threats, he dismissed them entirely. After all, he possessed the eye of fate, which bolstered his confidence. "Young lady, may I inquire what you wish to have divined?" Yi Qingwu pointed inside. "Old sir, could you tell me what I consumed within, or perhaps if I have eaten at all?" She sought to test whether he was a true sage before making further plans. Should he dare deceive her, well, she would teach him a lesson before casting him out. Upon encountering such a challenging question, Yin Geng gazed at her intently. Visions filled his mind. Yi Qingwu, the Empress of Ning. He was slightly taken aback, never expecting to encounter an empress so soon after stepping out. Noticing his prolonged silence, Yi Qingwu grew impatient. "Sir, please reveal what you have divined." Yin Geng stroked his beard and slowly articulated, "Young lady, you consumed half a bowl of porridge, 1 baked pancake, and 3 cups of water." At this revelation, both women were left dumbfounded. They had not kept count, yet he spoke as if recounting cherished memories. Contemplating for a moment, Yi Qingwu felt a rush of intrigue and promptly seized Yin Geng's right hand. "Old sir, let us go inside and discuss further." Regardless of whether the other party consented, she resolutely grasped his hand and began to lead him towards the Lu residence. Chapter 3. Assisting the Empress in calculating fate's miss. "Wait a moment." Yin Geng halted his steps. "I will accompany you, but you must procure a cartload of provisions for me. Otherwise, the secrets of fate may falter." What a farcical notion it is to expect one to handle matters without any form of compensation. It is utterly inconceivable to assist without some form of remuneration. I would rather depart than proceed under such circumstances. What significance does beauty hold if one cannot dare to marry her? I am a man of ambition. Marrying her would only invite trouble. Despite these musings, Yin Geng was acutely aware that no one in reality would wed an old man like him. It was merely a daydream. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingwu pondered for a moment before addressing the street. "Lu Air, please fetch 10 carts of rice." "Yes, miss," replied a burly passerby, respectfully, before swiftly making his way to the pond by the long pavilion. 2 women and an elder gathered around a wooden table, savoring tea. After placing her teacup down, Yi Qingwu fixed her gaze intently upon Yin Geng. "Old gentleman, could you divine whether my wish will come to fruition? Still testing the waters?" Yin Geng took a moment to admire her exquisite visage. Lu Qingyin, noticing his unwavering gaze, felt a surge of curiosity and silently wondered, "Is he examining my fortune?" Meanwhile, Yi Qingwu felt as though she were a bride in a flower palanquin, uncomfortable under such prolonged scrutiny. A cold snort echoed in her heart. "Gaze all you wish. Should your prediction prove inaccurate, I shall have your eyes plucked out." After a considerable pause, Yin Geng finally spoke. "Yi Qingwu, Empress of the Ning dynasty, your greatest aspiration is to cultivate immortality. Alas, you possess no innate talent. Am I correct, Your Majesty?" "Oh, then, old sir, do I have any hope of achieving immortality?" Yi Qingwu's expression remained impassive, yet her heart was tumultuous. She must retain this diviner, for he is a rare talent who could greatly benefit the entire dynasty. Appointing him as the national master would be no misstep. Lu Qingyin observed her, knowing she had once again been accurately assessed by the old man. "Your Majesty, there is still a glimmer of hope, but you must fulfill one condition of mine before I divulge the secrets of cultivation." As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Geng shook his head. After all, no one would willingly disclose the loss of 10 years of their lifespan. "You must understand." "What is your condition, sir? Please share it with me." "Je vingu suppo castidi, het angieti palpable." Despite the multitude of cultivators in the imperial city, the alchemists had long since vanished. Without consuming medicinal pills, one could not awaken their spiritual roots or absorb spiritual energy for cultivation. "Your Majesty, My condition is that you assist me in locating beautiful women aged 18 to 30. There is no rush. Just do your utmost until I no longer wish to continue. Beautiful women? What purpose do you have for them? Yi Qingwu regarded him, aged and feeble, and could hardly fathom what he intended. Surely, was he practicing some nefarious art? Was he? With this thought, her gaze turned unfriendly as she scrutinized the old man. Noting her expression, Yin Geng retorted, "As a distinguished gentleman, my intention is to take them home for the continuation of my lineage. Otherwise, what would be the point of their existence? Just answer yes or no. Do not stammer. I have a wife awaiting my return." The two women nearly choked on their breath, incredulous at the old man's self-proclaimed status as a handsome gentleman. After a moment to compose herself, Yi Qingwu suppressed her ire and replied, "Very well, I agree. Please, old sir, proceed." Yin Geng wasted no time, moving closer to her and whispering softly in her ear. By the shores of Wangshui Lake, atop a mountain, there is a cave housing a yellow box containing a pill for awakening spiritual roots. All right, follow me. Yi Qingwu beckoned, leading the way outside. Before long, the three arrived at the entrance, where 10 horse-drawn carts were lined along the road, laden with bags. 10 drivers sat atop, clearly part of a rice merchant's entourage. Yi Qingwu approached the robust men, quietly conveying her instructions. Turning back, she fixed her gaze upon Yin Geng. "Old sir, the road is fraught with danger. After careful consideration, I believe it prudent to have 4 of them escort you, for safety." That works as well. It will help them recognize the path when sending others next time." Yin Geng nodded slightly, a radiant smile gracing his features. With provisions secured and arrangements for women made, the Empress would undoubtedly keep her word. Yi Qingwu cast a wary glance at the old man, who appeared far from benevolent. His intentions seemed dubious. Perhaps it was best to dismiss the notion of appointing him as the national master. Moments later, the 10 carts set off towards Luo Xian Sect. Lu Qingyan, observing the empty street, stamped her foot and murmured, "Had I known, I would have asked him to divine my marital fate. I must inquire about the address of Luo Xian Sect soon." As the guards and drivers reached the foot of the mountain, they beheld the towering pavilions with astonishment. "So, it is Master Yun. I am honored to meet you." A man in green clasped his fists, seemingly familiar with him. The others wore expressions of disdain, knowing the disciples had long departed, and they themselves lacked cultivation. Meanwhile, the 10 drivers looked around in wonder, thinking this journey had not been in vain. They would have tales to share upon their return. No need for formalities. Yin Geng smiled gently. "Just leave the goods here. I have no tea to offer you, so I shan't entertain you." "Very well. We shall take our leave." The man in green clasped his fists once more before they gracefully departed, gliding away. In a short while, the drivers unloaded their cargo, bid farewell, and departed, leaving behind a considerable amount of goods. Yin Geng mused, "These 4 must be martial experts to glide about in the air. The Empress has indeed chosen well. Yet, why do they not wait for the cart, and instead choose to show off their skills? I doubt they will forego the cart outside. System, quickly store these items in my space." Just as he finished speaking, the small hill before him vanished without a trace. Yin Geng glanced inside, murmuring softly, "How convenient it is to store things, otherwise my back might give out." Singing a tune, he cheerfully ascended the mountain. Since gaining cultivation, he found himself brimming with energy while climbing. After approximately 10 minutes, he reached the mountainside. Alas, not being able to fly makes this climb quite troublesome. He traversed through the courtyard and into the kitchen, depositing a bag of grain before entering his room, where he discovered Meng Er indulging in a lazy slumber. After swallowing a pill, Yin Geng grinned and climbed into bed. Seasons changed, and half a year passed. During these months, Yin Geng's cultivation advanced from body refinement to the second layer of qi refinement. Though Yun Ming benefited little, she had firmly reached the 3rd layer of body refinement. One morning, Yin Geng emerged, his belly protruding, casting his gaze upon someone practicing Tai Chi. The figure displayed impressive form. His hair had regained some of its original color, his complexion vibrant, eyes sparkling with life, resembling a sprightly man of 50. Chapter 4. The Arrival of 2 Brides' Husband. Let us sleep in separate rooms. I am nearing my time, and this arrangement is unseemly. Were you not the one who claimed to have found suitable sisters? Hurry and bring them home. All right, I shall go at once. Yin Geng halted his movements, his thoughts consumed by the female emperor, his teeth clenched in irritation. It had been ages since she promised to send someone, and he was convinced she intended to renege on her word. "My lady, please take a seat on the stool. Do not tire yourself," he urged. "I shall step out briefly, but will return swiftly. Though no one nearby dares to disturb us, do remain vigilant at home." "Yes, my lord, you too must exercise caution," Zhuang Xiaoming advised, not wishing to inquire about his destination. Yingeng nodded slightly, unable to resist planting several kisses on her delicate face before departing. Watching his retreating figure, Zhuang Xiaoming displayed a blissful smile, gently caressing her belly as she reflected on the past few months. To her surprise, what had begun as reluctance had blossomed into an unexpected affection for the older man. A curious transformation indeed. At the foot of the mountain, Yin Geng caught sight of a horse-drawn carriage approaching, piloted by the guard Lu Ming. His eyes brightened instantly, knowing that the bride had arrived. Lu Ming halted the carriage and, leaping down, greeted Yin Geng with astonishment. "I have brought the individuals as commanded by His Majesty, 2 beautiful ladies. I extend my congratulations on your joyous occasion." "Thank you. You have been most helpful," Yin Geng replied, recognizing Lu Ming's sincerity. "It is no trouble at all," Lu Ming responded with a smile, turning to the carriage. "Ladies, please disembark. I must return shortly." As the 2 brides, clad in red and shrouded in red veils, cautiously stepped down, Lu Ming remounted the carriage and urged the horses to gallop back along the path from whence they came. Observing the 2 brides standing motionless, their figures graceful and alluring, Yin Geng felt reassured that, although their faces were hidden, they must be quite enchanting. He had not anticipated that the female emperor would consider matters so thoroughly. Any prior displeasure dissipated like mist. Approaching them, he took one by the hand, beaming broadly. "Ladies, come, let me take you home. Due to the veils." It took them 20 minutes to reach the courtyard. Upon entering the room, they found Zhuang Xiaoming lying on the bed with her eyes closed, likely fatigued from pregnancy. Yin Geng refrained from disturbing her, and, to avoid any disturbances, led the brides to another courtyard, a few dozen meters away from their original abode. In the room, he lifted the red veils, revealing 2 stunning visages, each a paragon of beauty. "From this day forth, you shall both be my wives. Let us retire for the evening." Noticing their silence, Yin Geng began to suspect they might be mute. However, with the moment at hand, he paid little heed and swiftly placed them both upon the bed. "My lord, please be gentle," they implored. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the 2 brides sat in the courtyard. "Sister, I am so hungry," Yining lamented, pressing her hand against her stomach, feeling as though her front might touch her back from hunger. They had not eaten since the morning and had been brought here by the guards, followed by endless activity without a morsel to consume. "Yingya, do not call me miss, call me sister. When that horseman arrives, I shall ask him to fetch us something to eat," Yining remarked, her own stomach grumbling. "It is quite unfortunate that we were not provided with food on our wedding night. Thankfully, we have finally escaped that brothel. Who knows how many men would have come to seek us once we turned 18. "Understood, Sister Ing." Yun Ing elongated her words, rolling her eyes. Outside the gate, Yin Geng overheard their conversation, feeling quite embarrassed as he retreated. It was the first day, and already the brides were starving. He could only imagine the ridicule that would ensue. "Sister Tong, is there a system shop or something similar?" he inquired. "Ding, the host has access, but it will require forfeiting the reward for your first child. However, I can grant you 100 million gold coins for free." "Forfeit a reward?" Yin Geng pondered, realizing the first reward would undoubtedly be substantial. Yet he also recognized the inconvenience of daily purchases for food. He recalled a time in his 50s when he had endured years of eating tree bark due to poor harvests. Moreover, he could not expect the brides to subsist solely on thin porridge. It lacked the nutrition necessary for healthy offspring. Resolute, he declared, "Sister Tong, I agree." Ding, the system shop has been successfully downloaded. All essential items are available. To explore, the host may access the space. The conversion rate was established as 10 copper coins for 1 silver coin and 10 silver coins for 1 gold coin, essentially a 100-fold increase. As for spirit stones, they circulated solely among cultivators, with 1,000 gold coins equating to 1 spirit stone, though they were rare. The prices were as follows: corn, 1 copper coin each; rice, 2 copper coins per pound; sweet potatoes, 2 copper coins per pound; river fish, 10 copper coins per pound; silicone dolls, 100 silver coins. Goodness, even children's toys are available. Yin Geng exclaimed in astonishment. Ding, would the host like to purchase something for your future child? The system will negotiate a fair price, ensuring absolute integrity. Taken aback, Yin Geng coughed. Sister Tong, my child won't be born for several months. Do not speak nonsense. Ding, little Geng, just tell me whether you want it. Sister Tong, please refrain from teasing the host. What if another little system inadvertently appears? After exchanging playful banter, Yin Geng proceeded to the kitchen, purchasing an array of items. With swift efficiency, he completed everything within an hour. As enticing aromas wafted through the air, Zhuang Xiaoming awoke, stretching luxuriously. She entered the hall to find a table laden with dishes, yet the presence of her husband was conspicuously absent. Presuming he had gone to fetch the two sisters, she felt puzzled. Why would he venture out so early to procure food? The timing seemed amiss. Having been pregnant for so long, he has never shown such diligence. That old man is truly biased. No sooner had she spoken than a man and two women entered. After they sat down, Yin Geng cheerfully introduced them. This is your elder sister, Zhuang Xiaoming. Meng they share my surname. The mature one is Yuning, and the one with the playful demeanor is Yuning. The two women promptly bowed. Yuning, we have met Sister Meng. Yes, please eat. Otherwise, the food will grow cold, Zhuang Xiaoming urged, gesturing for them to dig in. In the spring of the following year, Zhuang Xiaoming gave birth to a girl, whom she named Yunro. Shortly thereafter, she became pregnant again, and soon the three expectant mothers united, banishing Yin Geng from their quarters to prevent his proximity. Over the ensuing months, Yin Geng's cultivation reached the 5th level of qi refining, and his appearance reverted to that of a man in his 30s, embodying the archetype of a middle-aged gentleman. As dawn broke on another day, after breakfast, Yin Geng practiced a series of martial movements in the courtyard, puzzled by the prolonged silence of the female emperor. It seemed a visit was necessary, as he suspected she might be attempting to avoid her obligations. While lost in contemplation, Yuning approached the courtyard. Observing him practicing vigorously, she strolled over. My lord, please pause for a moment. We three wish to inquire, why is there white mist when we engage in activities? Since becoming your wives, we feel increasingly vigorous. Additionally, you seem to be growing younger. Be honest, are you cultivating immortality? Upon hearing these words, Yin Geng ceased his actions. The notion of cultivating immortality was not entirely accurate. We were merely engaged in training. Is not cultivation synonymous with the pursuit of immortality? Yuning's eyes sparkled with excitement. Before her father encountered trouble, she too had harbored such dreams. Now, her husband revealed to her that this was indeed the path of immortality, and her heart swelled with joy. Yet, glancing at her round belly, she realized she had 5 more months before liberation. After a moment's contemplation, her gaze turned resolute. Husband, cease your boxing. This splendid time is best spent on our cultivation of immortality. Do not fidget. Focus on nurturing the child. We have an eternity ahead of us, so there is no need for haste. Moreover, I must make a trip to the capital. Please inform them that I shall return swiftly once my matters are settled. Following this, Yin Geng reiterated his instructions before stepping out the door. Husband, do take care. Within the Liu residence in the long pavilion, an elder and a youth sipped tea and engaged in trivial conversation. A maid clad in green approached, addressing the young lady. Miss, there's an old man outside who claims to be a fortune teller seeking your audience. A fortune teller? Lu Qingyan was taken aback, recognizing who had come, and her face immediately brightened. Months prior, she had sought an audience with the empress in the palace, only to be declined. The reason given was that fortune tellers were often unscrupulous, acting solely in their own interests. Xiao Shui, please hasten and invite the old gentleman in. Yes, Mississippi. The maid responded and hurried away. After her departure, Lu Yuan inquired, Qingyan, are you truly inviting someone to tell your fortune? Grandfather, this old gentleman is quite accurate. Even His Majesty has consulted him. Lu Qingyan then recounted the events. A charlatan's trickery. I did not expect even His Majesty to be deceived. This person is not simple, possessing keen observation and eloquence. After speaking, Lu Yuan instructed, Xiao Yan, if you do not believe, place a biscuit that you have bitten into under a bowl. Very well. Lu Qingyan agreed to comply. Not long after, the maid politely ushered the fortune teller in. Lu Qingyan, visibly displeased, questioned, Xiao Shui, where is the old gentleman? How could you bring a stranger inside? Cough, cough. Yin Geng cleared his throat. Lu girl, it has been a while. I am that old gentleman. I had to disguise myself while traversing the world, so I hope for your understanding. A disguise? You are that old gentleman? Lu Qingyan scrutinized him closely, and indeed, he bore a resemblance. Noticing her granddaughter's intense gaze, Lu Yuan coughed lightly, saying, Sir, I have heard from Qingyan that you possess remarkable fortune-telling abilities. Might you ascertain whether there is anything within this bowl? If so, what might it be? Please, do enlighten us. Testing me? Yun Geng glanced at the covered bowl, smiled, and slowly articulated, half like the sun, half like the moon, once bitten by a woman. This is a baked pastry. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was utterly astonished that he even knew about the bite. Huh, I told you the gentleman is quite accurate. You had your doubts, yet now you are left speechless. Lu Qingyan exclaimed with pride. Grandfather, please excuse us. I wish to speak with the gentleman. Understanding his granddaughter's intentions, Lu Yuan graciously departed. After his exit, Lu Qingyan gestured for Yun Geng to sit. Sir, please have a seat. Let us converse more thoroughly. Without hesitation, Yun Geng took a seat and stated his purpose. Lu girl, I seek your assistance in arranging a meeting with the Empress. After pouring him a cup of tea, Lu Qingyan replied, Sir, you must first help me divine my romantic fate, and then I shall take you to her. Very well. Yun Geng agreed and began to observe intently. Numerous images flashed before him, akin to a film unfolding. After a while, he shook his head in resignation. Lu girl, your romantic fate is not auspicious. In a few days, the Grand Commandant will request your hand in marriage for his son, Sulu. On the 10th day, you will be wed, but on your wedding night, your future husband will perish in bed. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyan furrowed her brow. The Empress has betrothed me to this ailing man? That poses a significant dilemma. Sir, I truly do not wish to marry him. Is there any way to avert this fate? If you could provide me guidance, I would be exceedingly grateful. Yun Geng extended a few fingers, indicating there were but 3 solutions. First, marry within a few days. Second, leave home and do not return. Third, directly speak with the Empress. Sir, marrying within a few days is unrealistic. Leaving home is out of the question. As for speaking with Her Majesty, what if she agrees verbally but later retracts? I cannot afford to gamble on that. Lu girl, take me into the palace to see the Empress first, and then we can ponder the matter while you recline. I believe a solution will present itself. Very well, I shall take you. In the palace, within the pavilion over the pond, Yi Qingwu perused an ancient tome. Suddenly, she heard a series of knocks. Closing the book, she glanced up and saw Lu Qingyan approach with a handsome middle-aged man, looking unfamiliar. Before long, the two arrived at the pavilion. Qingyan, why you brought an unrelated person to see me? Yi Qingwu remarked with a hint of displeasure, her tone laden with reproach. Ha, Your Majesty, it seems you have forgotten your own promises. Yun Geng replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. I have come to inquire if your previous assurances still hold true. You promised me something? Yi Qingwu regarded him, a flicker of recognition passing over her features, though she cannot place him. Seeing this, Lu Qingyan promptly introduced, Your Majesty, he is the fortune teller. He was previously in disguise. Upon hearing this explanation, Yi Qingwu's expression shifted to one of realization. Ah, you are the renowned fortune teller. As for your request, it is a challenging matter. Finding a beauty among 100 is no easy task, and I have yet to locate one for you. Please understand, if you do not mind beauty, I can quickly gather a group and arrange for their return. Sir, what do you think? Listening to the Empress's words, Yun Geng immediately discerned her lack of intent to assist. Realizing there was no recourse, he turned his gaze toward Lu Qingyan. Lu girl, let us depart. Yes. Lu Qingyan replied, then turned to the Empress, saying, Your Majesty, we shall take our leave. As the two departed, Yi Qingwu shook her head slightly. She understood the fortune teller's frustration. Seeking his help again would prove difficult. Alas, when the time comes, I shall find others to manage the situation. Within the carriage, Lu Qingyan's anxious voice broke the silence. Sir, I truly cannot conceive of a solution. Could you not assist me? Wu, I do not wish to marry that short-lived wretch. Yun Geng shook his head in exasperation, spreading his hands to convey his inability to provide assistance. Outside, the coachman, hearing her sobs, wore a perplexed expression, pondering. Has the young lady been betrothed to someone, and she is most unwilling? Should I report this to the master? Ah, never mind, it is none of my business. And he whipped the horse's rear. Before long, the carriage halted at the entrance of the Lu residence. Once the two disembarked, the coachman drove away. Lu girl, until we meet again, Yun Geng clasped his hands in a gesture of farewell and turned to leave. Sir, please do not depart. Lu Qingyan hurriedly ran over, grasping his left arm to prevent his departure. Sir, you are so capable. Please assist Qingyan. If I marry him, I do not wish to live. Yun Geng felt the softness of her hand and, seeing her tear-streaked face, truly found her to be a pitiable sight. Initially, I contemplated dismissing her and departing, yet her beauty seemed too precious to waste in despair. Why not offer her a warm home instead? As the cousin of the Prime Minister, how could I act so heartlessly? With this thought in mind, Yun Geng's gaze gradually grew resolute. Miss Lu, please do not weep. There is still one solution. Accompany me to cultivate immortality. After 2 or 3 years, we can return. He would publicly claim to have renounced worldly ties, transcending the 3 realms and stepping beyond the 5 elements, thus ensuring no one would trouble her again. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyan's eyes brightened, though she observed him and noted he did not exude an ethereal aura. A hint of skepticism crossed her features. Noticing her disbelief, Yun Geng extended his hand and pushed against the wall of Lu Manor. With a resounding thud, a palm print instantly appeared on the wall several meters away. Stunned, Lu Qingyan realized that her family's wall, 50 centimeters thick, could withstand a heavy hammer, yet he had effortlessly created a breach. There was no doubt he was indeed a cultivator. Sir, please come inside for a moment. Once I have arranged everything, I will follow you to cultivate properly. As soon as she spoke, Lu Qingyan grasped Yun Geng's hand and hurried into Lu Manor. Upon entering her room, she swiftly picked up a brush and wrote a note, summoning a maid to relay her instructions before hastily exiting the manor. Before long, a carriage made its way towards Luo Xian Sect. Just as they departed, another carriage arrived at the entrance, and a middle-aged couple disembarked and entered Lu Manor. Moments later, the 3 of them were seated in a pavilion, sipping tea. Lu Yuan turned to the middle-aged man. Howard, what brings you back this time? How fares the administration in Jiangyang County? Father, things are well there, do not worry. Lu Hao replied with a furrowed brow. I returned to discuss matters concerning Yenner. Yesterday, Su Taiwei came to see me, proposing a marriage alliance, which I refused. He left in a huff, and I suspect he will not relent easily. Thus, I sought your counsel on how to handle this. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's anger flared. He wishes to marry Yenner off to that sickly wretch? This is utterly outrageous. It appears he has already conferred with His Majesty, complicating matters indeed. While they conversed, a maid approached with a letter. Master, the young lady is not present. She left a letter for Xiao Zhu, which she entrusted to me to deliver to you. The maid handed over a piece of paper and then excused herself to attend to her own duties. As Lu Yuan examined the letter, his astonishment grew, and he repeatedly expressed his admiration. Truly an extraordinary individual. I never anticipated my understanding to be so limited. Haha, Howard, we need not worry about Yenner. She has gone to cultivate immortality. Cultivate immortality? The couple exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting their confusion. No, it must be that she has renounced the world. Lu Yuan stroked his beard and elaborated. At the peak of Tianfeng, Yun Geng led Lu Qingyan into the courtyard, where 3 women, each with notable figures, were engaged in conversation. Observing this, Lu Qingyan began to doubt if she had been deceived. The 3 women turned to greet their new sister, surprised to find her to be a lady of refinement. Ahem, this is the daughter of the Minister Lu, named Lu Qingyan, who has come to our Luo Xian sect to cultivate immortality. Yun Geng cheerfully introduced, then directed his gaze elsewhere. Miss Lu, these 3 are my wives. Please take the time to get acquainted while I prepare a celebratory meal. Not long after he left, the 4 women engaged in lively conversation. After roughly a stick of incense's time, Yun Geng returned with an array of dishes, settling down with a thud. He then conjured several bottles of fruit juice, pouring each a glass. The women looked on with intrigue, curious as to how he had produced them. Zhuang Xiaoming fixed her gaze on Yun Geng's hands. Having seen nothing unusual, her mind swirling with questions. Husband, do you have a space ring concealed within your clothing? No rings. I possess a certain spell that you cannot learn, which works intermittently. Do not inquire further. After a while, praises erupted. This juice is exquisite. After a hearty meal, Yun Geng escorted Lu Qingyan to another courtyard. Miss Lu, you shall reside here from now on. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to inform me. As for the matter of cultivating immortality, if you wish to abstain, You may stay for 2 years and then depart. I will not pressure you. After all, opportunities for cultivation are rare. Truth be told, all my wives are cultivators. Contemplate this well and share your decision with me when you are ready. Listening to his words, Lu Qingyan regarded his mature and composed visage, pondering for a moment before finding it difficult to decide. Although the allure of cultivation was tempting, without a worthy companion, it would be futile. Perhaps spending some time together would allow her to come to a conclusion. Mr. Yin, let me have a little more time to think. Once I have clarity, I will inform you. Excellent. Miss Lu, take your time to rest. Feel free to treat this place as your own. On the 6th day, during a morning assembly in Ning, the Empress sat upon her high seat, observing that the officials had no matters to report. She then turned her gaze to Lu Yuan. Minister Lu, I have heard your granddaughter has reached marriageable age and is exceptionally beautiful. Is this true? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan inwardly lamented. The Empress truly did not consider the hardships endured. With a heavy heart, he replied, Your Majesty, my granddaughter is not yet of marriageable status. And as for her appearance, she pales in comparison to your Majesty. I am ashamed. As his words echoed, the assembly gasped, unable to believe someone would dare to retort against the Empress directly. Minister Lu, are you jesting with me? Je viens vous guetter, had fouti palpable. The officials held their breath, fearful of drawing her ire. The silence in the hall was so profound one could hear a pin drop. Only one middle-aged official squinted at Lu Yuan, seemingly intent on discerning the truth. Lu Yuan shook his head. Your Majesty, I harbor no such intentions. I am merely speaking the truth, not fabricating tales. If you doubt my words, inquire of those present. Who would dare claim that your Majesty is unappealing? I, Lu Yuan, will be the first to refute such an assertion. The assembly fell into silence, each member internally questioning. Even if the Empress were unattractive, would we dare to say so? As for the Empress, she momentarily refrained from casting him out, taking a breath before posing another question. Minister Lu, why does your granddaughter not have a marriage proposal? Do not attempt to deceive me, lest you face charges of treason. Your Majesty, my granddaughter recently renounced the world. Lu Yuan sighed, tears streaming down his face. His expression and actions unmistakably sincere. Seeing his demeanor, the Empress pondered, recalling that Qingyan had visited the palace a few days prior, now claiming otherwise. Noticing the unfolding situation, the middle-aged official narrowed his eyes further, signaling to a portly official nearby. Receiving the cue, the portly official promptly interjected, Your Majesty, Minister Lu's words may be deceitful. I suggest sending someone to verify the truth. Indeed, echoed several officials in agreement, 1/3 of the assembly siding with the portly official. Casting a glance at Su Tai Wei, Lu Yuan internally scoffed. To wed my granddaughter? Even marrying a beggar would be more appropriate than your son. The Empress furrowed her brows, contemplating before commanding. Bring in the guards. Instantly, several attendants entered, kneeling on one knee. Your Majesty, we are here. Go to Lu Fu to verify whether Lu Qingyan is at home or has gone elsewhere. Yes, Your Majesty. As soon as the words were spoken, several guards hurriedly exited. After a brief moment, the guards returned to report. Your Majesty, I have confirmed that Lu Qingyan left home several days ago, leaving behind a letter. This letter was found in her room, and judging by the handwriting, it appears to be that of a woman. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged official knew that the matter could not be resolved easily and muttered to himself. Lu Hao is quite swift in his actions. Trying to escape? It won't be that simple. I will find her. The other officials present were equally astonished. Present it? Yes, Your Majesty. The guard immediately walked over and handed it to a senior eunuch. Yi Qingwu looked at the letter in her hand. The elegant handwriting unmistakably belonged to Lu Qingyan, and she had indeed left Ning. She began to suspect whether Qingyan had heard some rumors and fled to avoid her machinations. But how did she know so quickly? It must be that fortune teller who leaked the secret. That explains everything. Now that she has escaped outside, there is nothing I can do. It is impossible to find her. I can only seek alternatives. After a while, the eunuch shouted at the top of his lungs, Court dismissed. In another room, after summoning Yun Geng, Lu Qingyan lowered her head slightly and spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. I wish to cultivate immortality. Then come. I will teach you how to practice. Yin Geng readily agreed. Day and night, 5 months passed. One noon, after several hours of work, Yun Ing and Yuning finally gave birth to 2 boys. The 2 women, disregarding someone's advice, got out of bed and began to wash their babies in warm water. Their faces filled with joy. Geng shook his head, saying nothing. After all, they were cultivators, and their behavior was not entirely logical, so he walked outside. Lu Qingyin and Zhuang Xiaoming, upon seeing him emerge, exchanged puzzled glances. In response, Yin Feng patted their shoulders. You need not worry. Both mother and children are safe. They're simply washing the babies. The cultivator is strong and will be fine. I will prepare something. If you wish to see the little ones, you may enter by yourselves. The two nodded slightly, gazing at their 20-year-old husband, concerned about whether he would change in the future. Geng, humming with delight, made his way to the kitchen. Ding! Congratulations on the arrival of the two little ones. As it is the first time, you have received abundant rewards. One immortal-grade spiritual root, the ice and snow sacred art, the sacred skill of item movement, 1 million spirit stones, and 10 bottles of 5-grade spirit root pills. The spiritual roots are beginning to be implanted. After a while, Geng sensed a faint spiritual energy in the air, seemingly joyful and quite familiar to him. The ice and snow sacred art, including rain and snow, freezing is effortless. How impressive. The sacred skill of item movement. Anything can be moved, including oneself. Isn't that akin to indirect flight? Huh, how convenient. 1 million spirit stones, 10 bottles of 200 pills, a bountiful harvest indeed. Geng smiled so widely that his lips nearly reached his ears. He cheerfully took out lamb and chicken, grasped a kitchen knife, and began to cook with skillful precision. Chapter 8. The Throwing of the Embroidered Ball. After the meal, Geng named the 3 children. The eldest was named Yunyang, the second Yuntian, and the sister was renamed Yunyan. Arranged in order, it became sunny days, radiating brilliance. A wish for auspicious stars to shine brightly. In the following month, the women consumed pills to awaken their spiritual roots, and soon the other 3 sisters became pregnant. Due to the immortal spiritual roots, Geng's cultivation had already broken through to the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. Alas, it seems I must find a few maidservants to assist. Otherwise, how can I manage them all with their burgeoning bellies? I shall take a trip to the capital to see if there are any maidservants for sale. Without delay, he informed several ladies of his situation and utilized the sacred skill of item movement to transport himself outside of Luoxian's sect. After a few more instances, he arrived in the imperial city. As Geng walked through the streets, he observed the bustling crowds, mostly commoners, with only the occasional cultivator. Inquiring about where to buy maidservants, he discovered a place called the Yunyang Pavilion, which was officially sanctioned by the court. Due to poverty, parents could not afford to raise their children, so they would take them to the pavilion to be cared for and subsequently sold to others. However, it was not a complete purchase. An official certificate had to be signed. Each month, a specified wage was to be paid, and the children were allowed to return home for a few days. The earnings of the maidservants were given to their parents. This was the filial duty in Xianyuan. Following the directions pointed out by passers-by, Geng strolled forward. After 20 minutes of searching without finding it, just as he contemplated asking someone for directions again, he noticed a crowd gathered around a magnificent mansion. Filled with curiosity, he approached the throng. He saw a veiled woman standing on the 2nd floor railing, about 18 years old, with beautiful eyes and a graceful figure. Beside her, a maidservant held a gong, though it was unclear what was happening. The crowd buzzed with speculation. I heard the emperor has betrothed Miss Su to the son of the Grand Minister, Su Lo, and she's to be married in 3 months. I wonder if it is true. Such beauty! It is a pity she is not marrying me. But wait, why is she throwing embroidered balls now? Her father is the esteemed Minister of Rights. Surely, he would not fear the imperial edict. I know. It is because the imperial edict has not yet been issued. She is looking for a suitable husband to spend the wedding night with, thereby avoiding marriage to that one. Alas, this has nothing to do with us. Who can withstand poetry and martial arts? She will soon marry me. I cannot afford that. The crowd continued to chatter, each voice adding to the din. Sulo? Isn't that? Geng, familiar with the situation, shook his head slightly. He had matters to attend to and was disinclined to join the fray. So, he turned and walked away. On the upper floor, Suyu, noticing that the man she fancied was about to leave, felt a surge of urgency. Without a second thought, she gathered her internal energy, took the embroidered ball, and threw it. At that moment, as Geng took 10 steps forward, he suddenly sensed something. Without looking back, He waved his hand backward, and the flying embroidered ball returned along its original path, landing back in the owner's hand. The crowd witnessed this scene with mouths agape and eyes wide, inwardly exclaiming, "Powerful!" Suyu gazed at the figure continuing forward, slightly astonished. She had not anticipated encountering such a master, one whose prowess surpassed a mere wave of the hand. Disregarding her image as a demure lady, she leaped into the air, performing a step in mid-air, swiftly intercepting him. "This young man," Suyu saluted politely. "Sumis, you block my path. May I ask what you wish to convey? Please speak plainly." Geng was direct, never indulging in subterfuge. He mused to himself. Was it possible that throwing the embroidered ball and blocking my path meant I was experiencing a stroke of good fortune, and she had taken a liking to me? "Young master, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Do you have a moment?" "Sorry, I do not have the time." Geng shook his head in refusal, suddenly struck by an idea. "I wonder if Miss Su knows where Yunyang Pavilion is. I wish to purchase a batch of maidservants to assist with household chores." "Purchasing maidservants? I have plenty at home. This is simple. Young master, follow me, and I guarantee you will not regret it." After saying this, Suyu headed toward her residence. "Many maidservants?" Geng pondered for a moment. It would be best to buy outright. Otherwise, the monthly visits home would indeed be troublesome. Thus, he followed closely behind her. The crowd, witnessing this scene, felt no surprise. After all, Miss Su often behaved this way, and they were accustomed to it. Suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice echoed. "There is no more excitement to witness. Everyone disperse." Inside the Su residence, dozens of maidens stood quietly in line, awaiting instructions. Unaware of the situation, Suyu suddenly waved her hand, instructing everyone, "Scatter and attend to your own duties." "Yes, miss," they replied in unison, still bewildered before departing. Young Master Yun observed that these maidens were all beauties, gifted to his father from various suitors. However, he found himself at a disadvantage due to his age, often sighing in disappointment. His mother had repeatedly suggested selling them off upon discovering this. Coughing lightly, Yun felt a pang of interest. If beauty were rated on a scale of 10, these maidens would certainly score no less than 8, with some even surpassing 9. Even if he were to purchase them for menial tasks, they would be a delightful sight. "Miss Su, let us discuss the price, if it is reasonable." "I shall buy them all." "Certainly, follow me," Suyu responded readily, leading him to a room. Inside, Yin noticed a painting depicting a woman gazing at a mountain, surrounded by numerous scribbles, indicating that many had left their marks there. "Miss Su, you do not intend for me to compose poetry about this painting, do you?" "Indeed, as long as young Master Yun can inscribe a poem that satisfies me, all the maidens will be yours at no cost." Sui means so herself, thinking that if he penned something remarkable, she would immediately enter the bridal chamber, and all the maidens of the Lu residence would belong to him. "Is there anything else you desire? Should I create something to your liking?" Yun asked, seeking clarity. "No, if I say it is a gift, it is a gift. My word is my bond. Please proceed." Upon hearing this, Yin picked up the brush, squinting as he pondered deeply. After much contemplation, he suddenly recalled a couplet, but lamented that it was insufficient to meet the requirement. Well, if it must be, then so be it. With renewed vigor, he began to write with a flourish. However, Suyu, observing his awkward grip on the brush, furrowed her brow. Once he set down the brush, she examined the painting and found his writing utterly unsightly, taking a moment to decipher it before reading aloud. "I see the green mountains, most enchanting. Surely the green mountains see me as such." Upon finishing, Suyu's heart brightened, though it was merely a couplet. It perfectly captured the essence of the scene without the need for embellishment. "You, young Master Yun, come with me. We shall discuss matters thoroughly." With that, Suyu removed her veil, turned, and walked away. Yun followed her to the bedside, perplexed as to what more there was to discuss. However, he soon sensed something amiss. She likely wished to discuss the prospect of him becoming a son-in-law. Claiming there were no conditions seemed dubious. Determined not to acquiesce, he thought to himself, what could she possibly do to compel me? In an unexpected turn, Suyu suddenly embraced him, and with a thud, they both fell onto the bed, leaving him astonished. Before he could react, she clung to him like an octopus, tilting her head to kiss him. Yun's eyes widened in disbelief, internally exclaiming, "What is she doing? Is she playing with fire? Does she not fear the consequences? I am a foundational cultivator. How could I fear this young lady?" Later that afternoon, they sat across from each other at a table, heartily consuming their meal. Just then, a notification chimed. The host has successfully sown the seeds. Please continue your efforts. At that moment, Suyu lifted her head, her cheeks flushed, gazing at him. Young Master Yin, we have already shared a marital bond. With my parents away, visiting relatives, you must take me away. Hearing this, Yin halted his actions. Miss Su, I must confess, I already have several wives. You should abandon this notion. Suyu shook her head. It matters not. You are aware of my circumstances. Marrying anyone else would be better than that person. Should you abandon me, I shall not survive. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin commanded, Then what are we waiting for? Quickly prepare the carriage and take all the maidens. We shall depart at once. Understood. I shall make the arrangements, Suyu exclaimed, immediately rising to leave. Once she was gone, Yin couldn't help but smile. Who would have thought that a simple outing would yield such rewards without spending a single coin? Maidens and even a wife had come into his possession. Indeed, it was a fruitful venture. An hour later, Suyu returned. Yin, I have made all the arrangements. The rented carriage is parked a few hundred meters away, and we are ready to set off. Very well, let us depart. Before long, they arrived at a gathering of 11 carriages, climbing aboard as they set off toward their destination. Approximately an hour later, a group of 20 individuals arrived at the courtyard. For maidens were still engaged in conversation when they noticed the newcomers, each possessing extraordinary beauty. Are these truly all maidens? Clearing his throat, Yin announced, Allow me to introduce. This is the daughter of the Minister of Rites, named Suyu. As for the others, they are all maidens. Please make each other's acquaintance while I take a nap. After he left, the courtyard erupted in lively chatter among the maidens. The following day, 2 middle-aged individuals entered the Su residence, followed by a handsome young man. At that moment, an elderly man with gray hair approached respectfully, addressing them, Master, Madam, Young Master. Subo nodded slightly. Fubo, where's that reckless girl? Why is she not outside, throwing embroidered balls? Master, the young lady mentioned she was going to visit a friend's house for a few days and entrusted me with a letter. She has yet to return. Fubo replied, handing over the envelope. He dared not mention that Suyu had brought a man into the residence and spent several hours in a room with him, fearing that his master might explode in anger. Visiting a friend? What friends does she have? Subo pondered, swiftly tearing open the envelope to read. Absurd. This is sheer folly. A young girl should not act so rebelliously, forsaking her parents. Seeing his outburst, Li Qinglan snatched the letter from him, reading it intently and feeling a mix of astonishment and pride. Who would have thought my daughter possessed my former spirit? Truly, she is my flesh and blood. My dear husband, let her run if she wishes. This way, she will not have to marry that Sulu. If you abandons us, it is your own fault for being incompetent. Madam, what does this have to do with me? Is it not you who spoiled her, leading her to run away? Subo retorted, his face darkening. Before Li Qinglan could respond, he ordered, Fu Bo, send someone to bring her back. Do not go. Li Qinglan interjecta firmly, placing her hands on her hips and pointing at him. Su Bo, hurry to the palace and explain to the Empress that you is unworthy of that sickly man. Otherwise, do not expect to share my bed. With that, she stormed off, leaving Su Bo feeling awkward, Su Jun speechless, and Fu Bo observing ants on the ground, all rendered mute. In the pavilion, Yi Qingwu had just broken through to the first level of body refinement, feeling quite elated. She instructed someone to prepare a feast to celebrate. Suddenly, an old eunuch approached, crossing the wooden bridge with a thump. Your Majesty, Minister Su requests an audience in the main hall. So well, what business does he have? Does he intend to defy the decree and call off the engagement? Yi Qingwu pondered for a moment, a flicker of discernible severity flashing in her eyes. Wang Gonggong, bring him here. Yes, Your Majesty. Shortly thereafter, Subo arrived at the pavilion, witnessing the Empress indulging in food. He immediately knelt on both knees, calling out in despair, Your Majesty. I returned from visiting relatives with my family, and the steward informed me that my daughter attempted suicide and then secretly ran away. I still do not know whether she is alive or dead. I implore you to send someone to search for her. With this, he laid his entire head on the wooden board. Suicide, ran away? Yi Qingwu furrowed her brow in surprise, not expecting that even as the Empress, it would be so difficult to help. One after another, they fled their homes. Had she known it would come to this, she would never have consented to such a dreadful affair. Alas, there is no remedy for regret. Very well, I shall send someone to the Su residence to gather details. Now, begone. as I find your presence quite unappetizing. Yes, your majesty, this old minister takes his leave. Su boasted up, wiped away his tears, and promptly departed. Chapter 10. Are you the son of Yin Zhongzhu? A few days later, outside the courtyard on the grass by the cliff, Yin Geng had purchased a chair from the system shop and reclined upon it, having also acquired several bags of sunflower seeds, munching away gleefully. Young master, what are you eating? Su Xiaoman approached, her eyes fixated on him with curiosity. Xiaoman, these are sunflower seeds, a snack. Feel free to take some, Yin Geng said, handing her all the bags he held. Thank you, young master. Su Xiaoman joyfully accepted them and scampered off. Being the youngest in the group, she possessed a slight baby fat, her personality lively and endearing, often having her cheeks pinched by Yin Geng during their interactions. Over time, they naturally grew familiar with each other. Suddenly, the sound of galloping horses approached. Within moments, a dozen armed guards arrived at the foot of the mountain. Have they come here looking for someone? Yin Geng murmured to himself, instantly springing to his feet and leaping down from the cliff. The crowd below watched as a shadow flickered, and when they looked again, the figure had safely landed on the ground, unscathed. The group, taken aback by this extraordinary welcome, understood that they were in the presence of a formidable expert. You have trespassed upon my Luo Xian sect. Given it is your first offense, I shall not pursue it. Should there be a next time, heads will fall. Depart. Yin Geng issued the eviction order with a calm demeanor. A middle-aged man dismounted, solemnly stating, Young brother, we are here under the orders of the Empress to thoroughly investigate Luo Xian sect. Should you dare obstruct our official business, we shall not hesitate to eliminate you. The Empress? She still owes me a considerable debt. Do you dare come here? Yin Geng retorted, extending 3 fingers. I will give you one last chance. Every family has its struggles. I will count to 3, and if you do not leave, I shall personally see you off. 3, 2, attack. Kill him. The middle-aged man shouted, showing no fear of the expert before him. He charged forward as if murder were as routine as daily chores. As the command rang out, the guards leaped from their horses, all striking towards their target with blades drawn. Faced with the glint of swords, Yin Geng remained unfazed and uttered, Holy work transfer. As the words left his mouth, all the armed guards vanished without a trace. Ignoring the wisdom of the elders leads to suffering, Yin Geng chided, and in an instant, both man and horse returned to their previous position, 10 miles away. On the mountain, a woodcutter, having just finished chopping wood, heard a series of thuds from ahead. Then, before him lay over a dozen corpses, each bleeding from 7 orifices. Startled, he cried out, Dead people. On the 5th day, within the imperial palace, Empress He Qingwu was in the garden, swallowing several spirit stones for cultivation. Due to her poor spiritual root, the effects were subpar, wasting many spirit stones without any breakthroughs, leaving her somewhat irritable. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from afar. Yi Qingwu glared, spotting the old eunuch approaching swiftly. Wang Gonggong, I have instructed you not to disturb me. Do you wish to die? Shall I immediately order your execution by dismemberment? Seeing the Empress's furious expression and ominous tone, the old eunuch knelt, trembling uncontrollably. Your Majesty, I dare not. It is just that Tai Wei Su urgently seeks your presence, so I hurried here. Tai Wei Su, Yi Qingwu murmured, casting a glance at him. Speak honestly. How much did he provide you? He pressed some gold coins into my hands. Not much, but mainly because he mentioned an urgent matter, I accepted them out of courtesy. Yi Qingwu's tone turned serious. Do not let this happen again. Henceforth, do not disturb me unless it is a matter of state. You know the consequences. Bring Tai Wei Su here. Yes, your Majesty, this old servant takes his leave. The old eunuch said, then hastily exited. After a while, Su Wei arrived in the garden. Respectfully bowing, I pay my respects to your Majesty. Tai Wei Su, what urgent matter do you have? Yi Qingwu elevated her tone, her expression severe. Su Wei immediately spoke. Your Majesty, I have found the whereabouts of Su Yu. She is within Luo Xian sect. However, the experts I dispatched have perished on the mountain, each bleeding from 7 orifices. I inquired with nearby woodcutters, who witnessed them descending from the sky. I suspect there are cultivators within Luo Xian sect. Hence I came to inform you. Cultivators? Yi Qingwu recalled someone mentioning that her aunt was a saint. Tai Wei Su, how far is the location where the guards fell from Luo Xian sect? Your Majesty, approximately 10 miles. Ye Vingwu, Rubit Hertemplis. Do not act against Luo Xian sect for now. The consequences could be dire. Even if your daughter's sect arrives, it would be unwise. Do not blame me for not warning you. Should your family be destroyed, I cannot take responsibility. Could it be that Luoxian sect truly has a great cultivator? Su Wei Muset Alao. Yi Qingwu contemplated for a moment and waved her hand. You may withdraw for now. I shall visit Luoxian sect in due time. Yes, Your Majesty. Su Wei left, puzzled and contemplative. At Ding Tian Peak, during this period, Yin Geng spent his days fishing and his nights teaching the ladies' cultivation, simultaneously advancing his own cultivation to the 5th layer of foundation establishment. Living a life of ease, it was truly delightful. The next morning, Yin Geng arrived at the grassland in front of the courtyard, estimating its size to be about 80 by 180 meters. He wished to create a pond. Husband, I can now produce ice. Su Yu exclaimed excitedly, resembling a joyful child as she rushed over, leaping into his arms. You err, at your age. Do you still behave like a little child? Yin Geng teased, pinching her adorable little nose. Oh, don't pinch me, Su Yu protested, shaking her head in disdain. Just then, a faint sound approached from a distance. Yin Geng realized that someone was coming to Luo Xian's sect, and he promptly instructed, continue practicing the sacred ice technique diligently. Su Yu pecked him on the cheek, obediently descending to the ground before turning to leave. Once she was gone, Yin Geng instantly descended the mountain await. Before long, a luxurious carriage approached, driven by an elderly man, upright and appearing to be a martial arts master. The carriage halted with a sound, and 2 women peeked out. It was none other than Empress Yi Qingwu, accompanied by a middle-aged woman, presumably a bodyguard. Yi Qingwu gazed at the familiar face before her, astonished as she inquired, This young master, are you the son of Yin Zongzhu? Chapter 11. A Ghost. Yin Geng shook his head. No, this is my true appearance. Your Majesty, may I ask the purpose of your visit? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yi Qingwu immediately recognized him without a doubt. Yin Zongzhu. It seems you are indeed a cultivator. I believe you're already aware of the purpose of my visit. Upon mentioning the cultivator, the elderly man and the middle-aged woman beside her became visibly tense. There is no need for such anxiety. If Yin Zongzhu intended to kill me, he would not have wasted time conversing. After calming her 2 guards, Yi Qingwu fixed her gaze upon him, eager to observe his reaction and response. So His Majesty wishes to discuss matters regarding women. Yin Geng exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. I wonder where the beauty is now. I shall go fetch her. Observing his demeanor, Yi Qingwu began to harbor doubts. She pondered whether he was genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance. A smile crept on her lips. The beauty is scarce. I have yet to find her. Perhaps I should offer myself to you instead. What do you think? Yin Geng waved his hand dismissively. Your Majesty, you should leave quickly. I will not escort you. I find your presence rather bothersome. At these words, Yi Qingwu's face flushed crimson. She had intended to tease him, but instead, he expressed disdain and hastily dismissed her. Taking a deep breath, she immediately confronted him. Yin Zongzhu, why did you kill those dozen guards? What nonsense is this? If you do not leave, I shall bind you and take you up the mountain to be my captive husband, and then you know what will ensue. With that, Yin Geng feigned a fierce demeanor, stepping closer as if to seize her. Stop right there. Both guards shouted in unison. Yin Geng paid them no heed, casually waving his hand. The elderly man and the middle-aged woman suddenly felt a jolt of paralysis and collapsed to the ground, their eyes wide with shock. Witnessing this scene, Yi Qingwu was momentarily stunned, and before she could react, she was grasped by the back of her head and kissed. After a few moments, she succumbed to the embrace, her body softening in surrender. The 2 on the ground, hearing the commotion, glanced sideways but could not see them, left only to lie there in helpless anxiety. After a brief interval, Yin Geng attempted to push her away, yet she stubbornly refused to let go, leaving him utterly speechless. He suddenly realized that he was the one at a disadvantage. At that moment, Yi Qingwu regained her composure, too shy to meet his gaze, burying her face in his embrace. Yin Zongzhu, I lack the strength to move. Please carry me to the carriage and release their acupoints as well. You hold on so tightly and claim to lack strength? Yin Geng mused inwardly, doubting her sincerity. Nevertheless, to expedite their departure, he had no choice but to carry her to the carriage. With a casual wave, he swiftly released the acupoints of the 2 on the ground. Once they regained mobility, the elderly man and the middle-aged woman dared not linger or speak, hastily leaping onto the carriage and departing in a flurry. Once the carriage vanished from sight, Yin Geng returned to his previous position, noticing several women at the mountain's edge, with the timid maid curious yet too afraid to approach. Suddenly, Yin Ying's trembling voice broke the silence. "Oh no, my husband has vanished. Could it be that a ghost has been living with us? How terrifying!" Yin Geng's expression darkened upon hearing this. "Inger, do you wish to face severe punishment?" The women turned in unison, shrieking in fright. "A ghost! A ghost!" They scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives, their courage shattered. "Do you still wish to run?" Yin Geng said, and in an instant, Yining found herself in his embrace as he carried her towards the courtyard. "Sisters, help!" she cried, but her pleas fell on deaf ears at the cliff's edge. Once they disappeared, the others sighed in relief. Zhuang Xiaoming snorted. "Yining is quite the scaremonger. If my husband were a ghost, then her earlier disappearance would make her a ghostly woman as well." "Sumei, go calm the maids." "Understood," Su Yu replied, stepping towards the room. "Mengjia, Inger is still young and naive. Could you not help her?" Yining pleaded out of compassion. "She is nearly 2 children old. Still young? Do not interfere. Let her lie for a month or 2 to learn her lesson." Zhuang Xiaoming continued. "Do you think my words hold any weight? Go charm that horseman. There might still be hope." "No." Yining shook her head vigorously. "Return. Perfect the Bingshui Gong, and we shall demand that immortal technique from him." At the mention of this, Zhuang Xiaoming's face lit up with anticipation. The 3 women's eyes brightened at the prospect. Months later, Zhuang Xiaoming was on the verge of giving birth, and everyone awaited outside. During this time, Yin Geng imparted all his clinical knowledge to the maids, announcing his withdrawal from the world of cultivation. Soon, the sound of a newborn's cries filled the air. "Sister has given birth." Cheers erupted. Lu Qingyan issued orders. "Let's go see the little one." "Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the first holy root child." Rewards: Jidan card X1, 1,000,000 spirit stones. Hidden immortal technique X1, 1,000 cubic space rings. Jidan card. Yin Geng was overjoyed, promptly checking the system space. Jidan card. Cultivation level uncertain. Ranging from 1 to 9 layers, entirely reliant on luck. Hidden immortal technique. Even immortals cannot discern the cultivation level, akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing. How delightful! Ding! Does the host wish to use the Jidan card? System, not yet. Yin Geng entered the room, just in time to see several maids cleaning the child, who was a boy. He approached the bedside, beaming. "Menger, you have worked hard. Husband, I have given birth to 2 children, yet I have not seen any reward from you." Zhuang Xiaoming blinked at him. Upon hearing this, the 4 expectant mothers' eyes gleamed with excitement. "What do you desire? Gold coins, spirit stones, rings, or spirit root pills?" "Husband, we want space rings," they exclaimed in unison, urgency evident as if fearing he might change his mind. They all recognized that he often conjured items, and though he kept silent, they were certain he possessed space rings. Yin Geng nodded. "Very well. For each child born, I shall reward you with 100 spirit stones and 1 spirit root pill." He then produced 5 rings, saying, "Everyone gets 1. "Thank you, husband." They beamed, each wearing a radiant smile. The maids, who were playing with the baby, looked on enviously. At the mountain peak, Yin Geng hurriedly arrived, excitedly exclaiming, "Sister Tong, quickly use the Jidan card." Ding! Jidan card is being used. Moments later, spiritual energy enveloped the peak, flooding into Yin Geng's body as if it were free for the taking. His cultivation soared, reaching the 6th layer of foundation establishment, then the 8th, and finally the 1st to 6th layers of Jidan before it ceased. His luck had reached unprecedented heights, and he reveled in the experience. Yin Geng contemplated how difficult it would have been to achieve such heights through self-cultivation alone. If he were to acquire more cards, even immortals would be within his grasp. Ding! Please, host, dispel your fantasies. Do not dwell on daydreams. The higher the cultivation level, the rarer the cards. The probability is 1 in a billion. There are plenty of beds in the shop. Strive harder, young man. Upon hearing this, Yin Geng nearly spat blood in frustration. Chapter 12. A memory to remember on the 5th day. Yin Geng casually named the child Yun Hai, as pondering names seriously was a taxing endeavor, and many more awaited in the future. In the morning, after breakfast, everyone gathered in the courtyard to witness a display of his prowess. Yin Geng gazed at the vast lawn, mentally inquiring, "Sister Tong, can you create a crescent lake 100 meters long and 50 meters wide at its widest point, complete with pavilions? How many spirit stones would that require?" Ding! The system estimates that 100,000 lingshur and 100 million gold coins are required, all to be paid in bricks, along with the addition of lotus flowers around the banks for 10 meters. Would the host like to embark on this grand endeavor? It seems rather expensive, Yin muttered softly, yet he recalled that he possessed a fortune of 10 million. Wasn't this merely a trivial sum? Besides, once the child arrives, he might acquire even more. System, commence construction immediately. Ding! The host's 100,000 lingshur has been deducted, and the project is underway. As the onlookers wondered why Yun was not taking action, suddenly, sand flew and stones scattered, startling most of them. Yun, with a serious demeanor, commanded, "You all stay in your rooms." At his words, the women and their maids hastily retreated to the courtyard, witnessing a certain individual lying in bed for 2 months. Who would dare linger? Hours passed, and the construction was completed. Gazing at the 60-meter-long pavilion before him, a crescent-shaped moon pit emerged, surrounded by standing lotus stems, sporadically adorned with red blossoms. Yin moved into the pavilion, observing the sloped banks of the pit, where yellow-gray bricks were beautifully assembled. System, where is the water? Why leave half done? Ding! The store cannot waste water resources. The host must fill the 4-meter lake with water, which will require 100 lingshur. The system can transport it from elsewhere. Does the host wish to proceed? System, the water's depth should just reveal the lotus flowers and leaves. Ding! 100 lingshur has been deducted. Nature is in the process of transporting. Shortly after, the lake was suddenly filled with water. Hearing the commotion, the women rushed out to take a look. They beheld a scene reminiscent of a dream, rubbing their eyes repeatedly, fully convinced it was not an illusion. A group of them hurried to the pavilion, arriving at Yun's side. "Husband, tell me, are you a deity?" Zhuang Xiaoming inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Yun. Everyone present turned their eyes toward him, their expressions transformed. "Is there any need to ask? You can guess for yourself." Yun replied ambiguously. He then approached the railing, removed his clothing, and with a splash, leaped into the water. The women, eager to join him, hesitated as they could not swim, merely watching the large fish frolic in the lake. At that moment, a voice emerged from the water. "Xiaoman, go fetch something for the pavilion. We shall have our lunch here." "All right, young master, I will go do that," Zhao Xiaoman responded before promptly departing. On a mountaintop, beside the heavenly pool, a beautiful woman stood on a beached small boat, gazing at the diminished water level, murmuring to herself. As the waters recede from the heavenly pool, clouds and rain gather atop the peak. Great opportunities arise, and in the realm of yin and yang, one cultivates to become immortal. "Master, you say I know of the peak, and the rain is known as well, but is that cloud a person's name or a place?" At that moment, 2 young men approached the shore, observing the significantly dried water, their expressions filled with confusion. The young man addressed the figure on the boat, stating, "Master, those dispatched have returned, and the invitations have been sent to the major powers across the land. They should arrive in a few days. Yuan-he, there is no need to report to me. Soon you will be the leader of the Wendoxian sect. When dealing with matters, you must possess your own perspective," the woman said, instantly flying to their side. "After the Wendoxian conference, I will seek the traces of immortals. This journey may take years. I do not know when I shall return. After I depart, you must work in unity to elevate the Wendoxian sect, for that is what I expect." "Yes, master," the siblings replied, their gazes resolute. 10 days later, at the Moon Lake during this time, Yin had taken on the role of instructor, teaching the others to swim with great diligence, though regrettably, there was no rooster to signal the start. Once they became proficient, the women, leaving their children with the maids, engaged in diving competitions in the lake. Perhaps it was the lack of entertainment in this world that kept them from growing weary. In the morning, as Yin savored his tea, listening to the cheerful sounds from the lake, a gentle breeze occasionally brought refreshing coolness. Suddenly, he glanced to his right, startled by the arrival of a visitor. Soon, a beautiful woman sat beside him at the table. "Aunt Qing, you have come." Yin greeted her with a smile. He promptly filled a cup of tea and offered it to her. "Please enjoy." Jiang Wanqing sat silently, her gaze fixated on Yun, her hand reaching out to his face, confirming the reality of what she touched. "Xiaogeng, what has happened to you? Now that I can cultivate, it's only natural I appear a bit younger." "Aunt Qing, do not be so surprised." As he finished speaking, Yin noticed a hand reaching for his ear, and he swiftly moved to the opposite side, evading the attempted grasp. "Aunt Qing, do not be so aggressive. I am nearly 100 years old. Treating an elder in such a manner is quite unbecoming. Is this a form of evasion technique? Jiang Wanqing exclaimed in surprise, attempting another grasp, only to have Yun dodge effortlessly once more. A mere novice in body refinement could evade her grasp. Could it be a heavenly level evasion technique? Her eyes sparkled with intrigue. All right, I shall not tease you further. Comme si beside aunt king. It has been a long time since we last met. We must have a good chat. That would not be appropriate. As the saying goes, men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Yun vehemently shook his head in refusal, thinking to himself that he would be foolish to seek out trouble. He was truly at a loss for words. He was over 80 years old, yet she still wished to treat him as in his youth. Recalling the days when he was playfully flicked. But men and women should maintain a respectful distance? Are those in the water all public property? Speak up. Jiang Wanqing teased, her expression revealing that she saw through him. At that moment, Zhuang Xiaoming approached, dripping wet, politely greeting Aunt Qing. Jiang Wanqing nodded. It has been years since we last met. Xiao Ming has grown into a fine young lady. Do you have a suitor? Would you like Aunt Qing to introduce someone? Upon hearing this, both women felt a wave of awkwardness. Ahem. Yin cleared his throat, calling out, Aunt Qing, let's go to the courtyard to chat. With that, he vanished from sight. Seeing this, Jiang Wanqing followed suit. After they left, only Zhuang Xiaoming remained, her face a picture of embarrassment. After pondering for a moment, she decided it was best not to follow. Chapter 13. Young lady, why must you take such a drastic step? In the hall, they sat across from each other. Yin cut straight to the point. May I ask what brings you here, Aunt Qing? I intended to take you to the Windoxian conference, but it seems that is no longer necessary, Jiang Wanqing replied, shaking her head. Xiao Geng, that evasion technique of yours is quite advanced. Let me see it. Ding host. I forgot to mention, system rewards can only be bestowed upon wives and children. They cannot be shared with outsiders, nor can outsiders learn it, lest they become foolish. Yin was taken aback, contemplating for a moment before responding seriously. Aunt Qing, this technique cannot be shown to you, for those who have witnessed it have gone mad. There are already 3 evident examples. Thus, I've yet to pass it on to Meng'er, and I do not fear telling you. This is a sacred level technique. Sacred level? Are you certain? Jiang Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, she had never encountered even an earthly level technique, let alone heavenly or sacred levels. Aunt Qing, I am quite certain. I dare not speak of it to others. Should it leak out, various powers will come to seize it. Seeing that he appeared sincere, Jiang Wanqing was convinced. In that case, I shall take my leave. Knowing that you can cultivate brings me great relief. Should you face any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Indeed, I will, Yin assured as he escorted her outside, waving goodbye. The 9th layer of transformation is already remarkable in the sacred lands. I wonder when I will break through to such a realm. A year later, Yuning, Su Yu, and Lu Qingyan had already given birth to 4 children, 3 boys and 1 girl. Their names were Yun Sheng, Yun Ming, Yun Yu, and Yun Ruo. The system rewarded them with 100 bottles of 5th grade enhancement pills for sacred techniques of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, 10 billion spirit stones, and 100 billion gold coins. Consequently, the cultivation levels of all the women reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, which left Yun in awe, as he had only reached this stage after more than a year. He originally intended to have more children, but all 5 women went on strike, stating that if they continued to bear children, their figures would resemble that of sows. Yin reflected on this reasoning and decided to let them rest well. Thus, he focused solely on cultivating the Tao of immortality at night, and, as for the issue of offspring, he thought that if necessary, he could raise the 6 sons and marry them off eventually. One morning after breakfast, Yin, as usual, practiced a set of chaotic fist techniques before heading to the pristine lake to fish. After consuming 5 or 6 bags of sunflower seeds, he noticed no signs of fish. Habitually, he understood that there would be no fish biting today. Just as he was about to pack up and leave, he heard a splash from the opposite bank. Following the sound, he saw 2 hands splashing the water as if in distress. Was this a suicide attempt or merely a disguise for swimming? Yin mused, recalling that he had once played in the water similarly. In a moment of urgency, he invoked the sacred technique of telekinesis and called out, "Come here." Soon after, a drenched young woman collapsed on the ground, her face flushed, coughing and retching incessantly. Upon closer inspection, Yin recognized her as Mu Wan'er, who had been abandoned by her mother at birth and raised by her father. Since her father's recent death, she had been mistreated by her stepmother, receiving only one meal a day and often being beaten. Yesterday, she overheard a conversation about selling her to a brothel, as she was deemed more beautiful than her sister and suited for entertaining clients. After learning of this, Mu Wan'er had escaped over the wall under the cover of night. As she wandered, she arrived at this beautiful place, and in her sorrow, she chose to end her life. Understanding the situation, Yin realized that her father had doted on her during his lifetime, and her stepmother's resentment had emerged following his demise. At this moment, Mu Wan'er regained her composure and glanced sideways, noticing a handsome young man, realizing that he was her savior. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed. "Why did you save me? I am an ill-fated person." Seeing her despair, Yin felt a deep urge to save her and offer her a warm home. He gently advised, "My dear girl, you are in the prime of your youth and possess such beauty. Why entertain thoughts of ending your life? Even if you feel alone now, you can still bear children in the future and create a new family. Happiness can come to you, so why complicate your thoughts? Life is short. It is not worth such drastic actions. Death will not solve your problems, and even as a ghost, you would go hungry. But I have no means to start a family. I lack money and status, and I can only be bullied." After saying this, she hung her head in silence. Hearing this, Yin approached her directly, bent down, and lifted her effortlessly, turning to walk away. Mu Wan'er protested, "Young master, you cannot do this. Let me go." However, due to her weakened state from the water, she was soft and powerless. After a brief struggle, she ultimately ceased her resistance. In the blink of an eye, she found herself inside a room. But how could there be a room in such a desolate place? She suspected she had died and transformed into a spirit, and thus encountered this young master, which would explain everything. "Wait here. I will call someone to bring you some clothes," Yin said before stepping outside. Shortly after, a maid rushed in with clothing. "Miss, I am here to help you change out of your wet clothes." No, I can manage myself." Mu Wan'er shook her head in refusal. "Sister, may I ask where this place is?" "This is Luo Xianzong. Did the young master not tell you?" Suhan asked curiously, her face filled with confusion. "Luo Xianzong?" Mu Wan'er was perplexed. Could there really be a cultivation sect in the underworld? She could not fathom it. "So, does this mean I'm a water ghost now?" "No, you were saved by the young master. You are not dead," Suhan replied. "Do not mention ghosts to the young master, or there will be severe consequences. The third madam once said someone lay in bed for over 2 months. I'm not dead." Mu Wan'er was now at a loss whether to be happy or puzzled. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, a group of maids gathered, with 6 standing in front. "Ahem." Yun's voice echoed softly. "You have all been here for over a year, working diligently and without complaint. I remember this well, and thus I have called you here to distribute rewards. Those who wish to join Luo Xianzong, stand on the left. Those who want gold coins, stand on the right. Do not be afraid. Just follow your heart." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xiaoman unhesitatingly walked to the left. Following her, everyone else soon joined her on the left side. What need did they have for gold coins when they could cultivate here? They were not foolish. Seeing this, Yin nodded in satisfaction. "Since that is the case, this will be your home from now on. Let us work together to make Luo Xianzong flourish." "Yes, young master." All the maids shouted in unison. In Chapter 14, relatives come knocking. Inside the room at noon, Yin summoned the 5 women and solemnly presented a book, stating, "This is a sacred technique of telekinesis, capable of manipulating all things in the world. Except for us and the children, no outsiders must see it, otherwise the consequences could range from madness to death. Do not take any chances." Upon hearing this, the women displayed astonishment, unable to comprehend why this was the case. Yet they did not doubt the truth of his words. As for why this was so, the 5 women were not eager to inquire further. As long as they could learn, they were not concerned about anything else. Su Yu excitedly responded, "Husband, you can rest assured, we will absolutely not show it to outsiders." The other 4 echoed in agreement, "Yes, we will not show it to anyone." Seeing their commitment, Yin handed the book to Menger. "Take this and discuss cultivation together. Someone is coming from the foot of the mountain. I will go take a look." After he left, the 5 women eagerly opened the book. At the foot of the mountain, Yin waited for a while as 2 horse-drawn carriages slowly approached, accompanied by more than 30 guards on either side. He also saw Lu Yuan draw back the carriage curtain, revealing a middle-aged woman from the other carriage. He pondered, could it be Yin or S parents have come? At that moment, the carriages arrived, and 3 individuals descended. A middle-aged couple and, of course, Lu Yuan. "Old Master Lu, long time no see." Yin greeted with a broad smile. "Young brother, who are you?" Lu Yuan remarked, recognizing the face, but unable to place it. "Oh, 2 years ago, I disguised myself to visit Lu's residence as a fortune teller, the one who used a bowl to cover half a biscuit." Yin replied, continuing, "You 3 have come from afar. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please come up with me. Your guards can stay here." So is the head of the Yun clan. "My apologies." Lu Yuan returned a bow, acknowledging that Yun was of a higher generation. Hearing this, Su Bo and his wife were taken aback, surprised that a man in his 80s could appear so youthful. Consequently, they also offered a bow of respect. "We are all family. No need for formality." Yun Geng felt an acute sense of embarrassment as he addressed the 2 individuals who were his father-in-law and mother-in-law, along with Yinner's grandfather. "Let us ascend and converse above," he suggested, and with those words, the 4 vanished from sight, leaving the guards in a state of utter astonishment. Inside the long pavilion, the group felt a sudden darkness envelop them, and they found themselves transported to this new location. Their faces bore expressions of shock as they beheld the ladies swimming gracefully in the water. "Please, take a seat," Yin Geng gestured invitingly. Once they were seated, he called out to the water, "Xiao Man, we have esteemed guests. Kindly prepare an assortment of delicacies in the kitchen and summon Qing Yin and Su Yu as well." "Understood, young master," replied Su Xiao Man, and hurriedly the ladies departed. Lu Yuan placed his teacup down and inquired with concern, "Master Yin, how fares Qing Yin in her cultivation at the Luoxian sect?" Noticing the couple's eagerness to speak, Yin Geng candidly responded, "The 2 are doing well. You can discuss matters further shortly." Before long, the 2 ladies arrived, their footsteps echoing on the wooden planks. Grandfather greeted Lu Qing Yin, while Su Yu added, "Father, mother." Observing the scene, Yin Geng promptly suggested, "Why not take a stroll? I will call for you once the food arrives." Lu Yuan nodded slightly. "That sounds agreeable." Su Bo clasped his hands together, saying, "I must take my leave, Master Yun." At the Su residence, 3 individuals sat around table. An irate young woman exclaimed, "How dare someone steal my brother's wife? Tomorrow, I shall bring my sister-in-law back." Su Wei shook his head, cautioning, "Yinner, do not act impulsively. Think carefully before acting. We cannot afford to provoke the sacred land of the 100 flowers. Even if I lose my wife, I can find another, but if a life is lost, nothing can be restored," he added solemnly. "Father, distant waters cannot quench a nearby fire. I refuse to believe the sacred land would send experts to guard the Luoxian sect." Su Yan's expression was defiant. "Besides, I am now at the 5th level of foundation establishment. You need not worry about my safety. I will bring my sister-in-law back tomorrow." Seeing that she was unyielding, Su Wei could only advise, "Yinner, do not harbor thoughts of violence. It will be difficult to account for the wrath of the sacred land. If it comes to that, let be." Su Lu shook his head, saying, "Sister, I appreciate your good intentions, but forcing the issue will yield no sweetness. Even if you bring her back, what then? There will only be tears and chaos. It's better to seek a gentle soul instead. Do not dissuade me. I cannot swallow this resentment," Su Yin declared, turning to leave. Meanwhile, Yin Geng extracted 400,000 gold coins, sending off the 3 individuals whose words had been ungracious. He returned to the long pavilion, casting a glance at the girl by the lake's edge, and smiled. "Wang rise, remove your outer garments. This young master shall teach you how to swim." "No, I fear the water." Mu Wang vehemently shook her head, resolutely refusing. In response, Yin Geng scooped her up and leapt into the water with a splash, leaving 2 piles of clothing on the shore. "Help! Help!" Mu Wang cried out desperately, attracting the attention of over 20 pairs of eyes from the water. "What are you shouting for? If you aren't afraid to jump in, why fear the water?" Yin Geng retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice. "Why cling so tightly? Release me. I won't let go. I fear the water." Mu Wang trembled as if facing a great beast. With a new day dawning, Yin Geng celebrated his breakthrough to the 2nd level of the Yuan Ying stage with a modest drink in the pavilion. "System, is this spiritual root truly genuine? I work so hard, yet only elevate 2 levels in a year. Is that not rather slow?" A notification chimed. Due to the host cultivation being hindered by several vampires nearby, the progress is slower but compared to others, it is already several times faster. So the notion of slowness does not apply. Vampires? Alas, everyone must exert themselves, mustn't they? It seems time to instruct the maidens on cultivation, he mused. At that moment, Su Xiaoman approached with 2 bowls of porridge, plopping down onto a stool. Young master, when will you teach me to cultivate? Yin Geng sampled the meat porridge and found it quite palatable. Glancing at her, he produced around 20 awakening spirit root pills. Xiaoman, distribute these pills to everyone. Let each person swallow one. I shall teach you how to cultivate tonight. Finish your porridge first, lest it cools. Understood, young master. Su Xiaoman eagerly accepted the pills and carefully stowed them away. Immediately after, she gulped down several mouthfuls and dashed off. Witnessing her behavior, Yin Geng was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the seemingly sweet girl's abrupt rudeness. Chapter 15. A delivery of dishes? At this moment, a young woman quietly approached the square of the Luo Sect, noticing that no one came to greet or obstruct her, which piqued her curiosity. After searching several mountains and pavilions without encountering a soul, she decided to ascend to the peak. Within the pavilion, Yin Geng had just set down his bowl when he noticed an unfamiliar woman appear, her purpose unclear. Moments later, she entered the pavilion. Observing him, a strikingly handsome young man at the first level of qi refinement, likely a disciple of the sect. "Excuse me, is the sect master present? I wish to pay my respects," she inquired. Yin Geng regarded her with surprise, realizing she was Su Taiwei's daughter, Su Yin, the younger sister of Su Lu. A mere foundation establishment practitioner, here to claim his wife? He shook his head slightly, gesturing for her to sit. "Miss Su, please have a seat." Su Yin was taken aback, scrutinizing his face, certain she did not recognize him. With a mind full of questions, she sat down without reservation. "Young master, have we met?" "Not in person, but I am aware of what you wear," Yin Geng replied, his gaze fixated on her alluring figure, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. "Miss Su, it is inappropriate to come to the Luo Sect for such purposes. I advise you to abandon this thought, or you may find it difficult to leave." You are despicable," Su Yin retorted, crossing her arms, fearful he would see through her. After all, his perceptiveness was quite formidable. "What is despicable? That is called flirtation." Yin Geng scoffed. "Finish your tea and be on your way. Your small foundation level does not pique my interest. You are Yin Geng, the sect master of Luo. Su Yin could hardly believe it, but in the next moment, her face flushed with anger. "Return my sister-in-law at once, or you shall pay for this." With that, she slammed her palm down on the table, which shattered into splinters along with the teacups. Yin Geng's expression darkened instantly. Without a word, he teleported beside her, pressed down on her shoulder, and in an instant, she vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the ladies in the hall, engaged in conversation, heard the commotion and rushed outside. Witnessing the scene unfold, their fury palpable. After the two disappeared, the remaining women exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling into subtle smiles. Yinning burst into laughter. "Ha! She is finished. How dare she come here with such arrogance? Now she shall face the consequences." Hearing her glee, the other women exchanged incredulous looks. "What are you staring at? Get back to your tasks." Yining, unable to vent her frustrations on her sisters, directed her irritation at the maids, who hurriedly dispersed. Days later, at the Su residence, in the garden, the father and son were in a state of frantic agitation, pacing restlessly. Su Lu suggested, "Father, since my sister has not returned for several days, something must have happened. We should send someone to the Yuxian sect. Sending someone might take an eternity, and it may not yield results." Su Wei replied, shaking his head. "I shall visit the imperial palace to request assistance from His Majesty. We will devise a plan upon my return." "Very well. You go, father." Su Lu smiled, feigning a relaxed demeanor. In the imperial palace by the pond, the empress was tossing food to the fish. Su Wei approached, kneeling before her. "Your Majesty, I beseech you to save my daughter." Yi Qingwu turned around and, upon seeing his tear-streaked face, furrowed her brow instantly. "Su Shangshu, Yinner is a cultivator. If she encounters trouble, what use is it to beseech me? Have you mistaken your target?" "Your Majesty, the events unfolded as follows." Su Wei recounted the entire incident. "Alas, I warned you last time not to act foolishly. Yet you refused to listen." Yi Qingwu sighed, feeling helpless. Remembering how Su Yin had previously assisted her, she pondered for a moment before speaking again. "I cannot aid you. If Yenner has not yet come to harm, seek out Su Bo and Lu Yuan to discuss matters. Convey my intentions. Then, Your Majesty, I shall take my leave. Su Wei said hastily, aware that this was his last glimmer of hope, and he could only plead for assistance. In the room, a maid brought in food. Yin Geng approached the bed, scooping her up and sitting on a stool. Ding. The host has successfully sown seeds twice. Please continue your efforts. 2. Yin Geng's face broke into a broad smile. Yenner, come. Quickly eat something. It would be unwise to let your stomach go hungry. I won't eat. The sight of you makes me nauseous, Su Yin replied, pouting and irritated, tears welling in her eyes. Yin Geng spoke in a low voice. Do you wish for me to feed you? I'll eat right away, Su Yin stammered, hastily grabbing chopsticks, her hands trembling and unable to grasp anything. Gulme, let me feed you, Yin Geng said, one hand around her waist, the other offering food. After a while, they finished their meal. Su Yin gazed at the handsome face before her, feeling both love and fear. Cautiously, she asked, when will you let me go? Staying here too long might worry my father, and I have realized my mistakes. I assure you, I will not cause trouble again. Very well, then you may leave. Yin Geng waved his hand dismissively. Hearing this, Su Yin felt a surge of joy, propping herself up on the table to stand, but as she took a step, she stumbled and fell. Yin Geng reacted swiftly, catching her and placing her back on the bed, reassuring her, do not rush. Rest well before returning. The next day, Ding, congratulations to the host for successful planting. Please continue your efforts. Yin Geng looked at Su Xiaoman on the bed and instructed Xiaoman from today onward. You must teach them cooking skills. Otherwise, if they grow plump, no one will be able to cook. Young master, I'm unable to prepare breakfast today. What should I do? No worries, I will bring out some pastries, Yin Geng replied, and soon a variety of snacks and pastries appeared on the bed. He then gently said, Xiaoman, eat well and rest. I will take food to them. With that, Yin Geng gracefully departed. As she watched his retreating figure, Su Xiaoman's face lit up with a sweet smile. Shortly after, having distributed the food, Yin Geng heard the sound of hoofbeats outside the sect and wondered if the Su family had sent someone again. With a hint of curiosity, he vanished from his spot. At the foot of the mountain, in the square, after a brief wait, 3 carriages appeared before him. Dozens of guards approached in a grand procession and soon stood before him. 3 men dismounted from their carriages. Su Wei immediately bowed. Greetings, Sect Master Yin. Lu Yuan and Su Bo nodded slightly, recognizing that Yin Geng was their son-in-law. Acknowledging their greetings, Yin Geng's gaze fell upon Su Wei, expressing indignation. Su Tai Wei, your guards are behaving tyrannically here, and I have yet to pursue the matter. Now, Su Yin has broken something belonging to the Luo Xian sect. She must be detained for 3 months before being released. Nothing will change that, so you had better leave quickly, or she will be confined for a year. He did not mention the matter of taking another's promised bride. Su Wei let out a sigh of relief and inquired, Sect Master Yun, may I ask what item Yenner has broken and its value? She shattered a white jade table that I purchased for 10,000 spirit stones. Su Tai Wei, if you compensate for the damages, I will release her immediately. Otherwise, she will remain imprisoned for 3 months. Yin Geng's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. 10,000 spirit stones? Su Wei's eyes widened. Even items crafted from spirit stones did not reach such exorbitance. Where could he possibly acquire that many spirit stones? Killing him would not even cover the price. Just then, Su Yan's voice came from the cliff. Father, you should go back. I wish to stay here for a few months. Do not worry about me. Hearing this, Su Wei looked up to see his daughter sitting at the edge of the cliff, seemingly unharmed. Tears of relief flowed down his face as he shouted, Yenner, it's good that you are well. I lack the ability to rescue you. Forgive me for your suffering. After saying this, he turned back to Yin Geng, asking, Sect Master Yin, may I go up to speak with Yenna? No, Yin Geng flatly rejected him, waving his hand. Leave quickly, or it'll be your daughter who suffers. Father, please go back. I'm doing well here. Do not worry, Su Yin urged, genuinely afraid of further punishment. Very well, I shall return to fetch you later, Su Wei said helplessly, glancing at her before getting into the carriage. Lu Yuan and Su Bo exchanged a few more pleasantries with Yin Geng before departing. 3 months later, Su Yin advanced to the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, a discovery that left her feeling bittersweet. She thought of her sect and master, but ultimately decided to leave. During this time, Yin Geng progressed from the 2nd to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage, and several of his wives were not far behind, all reaching the core formation stage. Through his relentless efforts, 10 maidens, including Mu Wanner, had become pregnant. As for the remaining 10, they would be arranged for the following year, as everyone was quite visibly expecting and unable to manage household chores. Standing in the long pavilion, Geng rested his hands on the railing, watching the women frolic in the water, smiles illuminating their faces. He could not help but muse. Those who are easily satisfied lead the happiest lives. From the water, Ying's voice broke in. Husband, the lake feels too stagnant without any fish. Why not buy some and keep here? Upon hearing this, the other's eyes gleamed with excitement, all staring at him, awaiting his response. Keeping fish in the lake? Geng nodded. Certainly, let us proceed as you suggest. It is said that fish droppings can have medicinal properties. Moreover, if one desires fish in the future, they can simply reach into their trousers to catch them, which is quite convenient. The women cried out in alarm, no, seeing their frightened expressions. Geng could not help but chuckle. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to several elderly men approaching from the mountain. They were the 3 elders from the former Luo Xian sect, Lu Qingxian, Li Kuan, and Su Jinxiu. Among them, Lu Qingxian had reached the core formation stage and had been poached by another sect, while the other 2 follow behind, both at the 9th level of foundation establishment. It appeared they had already mingled. After a moment's thought, he promptly approached them, as the 3 elders climbed the mountain and beheld the grand spectacle before them. They were astonished. Such a project could not be accomplished with 1,000,000 gold coins. They wondered if the former sect leader had left behind some astonishing treasure. They then gazed at the women playing in the water and the approaching figure, struck by a sense of bewilderment. Gentlemen, what brings you to my Luo Xian sect? Geng spoke in a neutral tone, as if he did not recognize them. The 3 old men stammered. Why, you are Xiaogeng? No, I am the sect master of Luo Xian, Geng. Please leave. This place does not welcome strangers. Li Kuan's expression turned fierce. To think you could return to youth. You must have acquired quite a fortune. Hand over all your treasures. Considering our decades of acquaintance, we will not make things difficult for you. Lu Qingxian also joined in, saying, Indeed, indeed, hand over everything you possess, and I shall grant you a path to survival. Otherwise, with your meager cultivation, I could extinguish you with a mere flick of my finger. Observing the audacity of the trio, Yunga inquired with curiosity, what if I refuse? Are you not afraid of the Baihua Xingdi? Xu Jinxiu laughed heartily. Our Qingyun Xingdi will soon obliterate Baihua Xingdi. Why should we fear that woman Jiang Wanqing? Should you dare to refuse, this day next year will mark your death anniversary. Do not test our patience, or your demise will be swift. Then allow me to offer you a block of ice. Yunga declared, waving his hand. Ice? The 3 were momentarily puzzled, wondering if it was some treasure, when suddenly a piercing chill enveloped them, rendering them unconscious. Upon closer inspection, several ice coffins had materialized, emanating a frigid aura, yet devoid of any movement, indicating they had perished. What stroke of bad luck, be gone, Yunga uttered, and, as his words faded, a flash of crystalline light appeared, and the ice forms vanished as if they had never existed. He murmured to himself, the villain perishes by excessive chatter. It must be thus. Qingyun Xingdi? I have not heard of it. It seems the place is no longer safe. I must devote myself to cultivation without delay. Chapter 17. Absurd Fortune Defying Heaven. 15 days later, a momentous event shook the realm of cultivation. It was reported that Qingyun Xingdi and Baihua Xingdi clashed over a spirit stone mine, resulting in an all-out conflict. Ultimately, Qingyun Xingdi emerged victorious, leading to the downfall of Baihua Xingdi. The Baihua Xingzhu managed to escape the encirclement, whereabouts unknown. Shortly thereafter, the Assassin Guild announced a bounty of 10,000 spirit stones for Jiang Wanqing. As the saying goes, under a generous reward, brave men will emerge. Thus, numerous cultivators flocked to the guild to claim portraits, hoping for a stroke of luck and the chance to attain great wealth. The response was overwhelming. Undoubtedly a bounty issued by Qingyun Xingdi, yet 10,000 spirit stones were no easy prize, especially since Baihua Xinghui could fly. A year passed. At the summit of Tingtian Peak, 3 months prior, 10 maidens had given birth in succession, all to male offspring, resulting in a significant increase in resources. Today, the cries of a newborn echoed once more, announcing the arrival of another child. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the addition of a heavenly grade child. Reward: 10 bottles of 6th grade spirit-enhancing pills, 10 bottles of 6th grade spirit root pills, 1 celestial sword, and 100 million spirit stones. A celestial sword? Yunga held little interest in weaponry. After 11 children, he had not received anything to enhance his own cultivation. Despite his diligent efforts, he had only narrowly broken through to the 9th layer of yuaning, and now 6th grade pills had arrived, destined to incite envy among the ladies. With a fortune of over 100 billion spirit stones, countless gold coins, and an abundance of 5th and 6th grade pills, along with numerous manuals, Yunga entered the room where only a few maidens remained. After days of childbirth, the others had lost interest in watching and had resumed their usual activities. He gazed at the pudgy little one, smiling as he approached the bedside. Due to her low cultivation, Muwaner was also exhausted, unlike certain others who cared for their children immediately after birth. Waner, you have worked hard. Rest well. I shall call for some nourishment, and you can rise shortly. Husband, it's fine. A brief rest will suffice. You are blocking my view. Very well, I shall make the arrangements. With that, Yunga promptly exited. Within the Shi residence, Shi Wei and his son paced anxiously outside. Suddenly, the sound of a baby's cries reverberated throughout the estate. Has she given birth? Both men rejoiced, their eyes fixed on the entrance, knowing another child remained. After about an incense stick's worth of time, the cries resounded once more, and the door swung open as a middle-aged woman entered to deliver the joyful news. Master, congratulations. The young lady has given birth to 2 boys. Excellent. Rewards are in order. Shi Wei shouted triumphantly, his spirits soaring. After all, having a son was a matter of concern. He had intended to wait until his son married before seeking a seed donor, but now that worry was alleviated. Meanwhile, Shula grinned widely. In the Luoxian zone, Yunga played with the 3 to 4-year-old children for a while before stepping outside. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the addition of 2 Saint grade spirit root children. Your fortune has soared. Reward, 1 Tianren card, and the myriad goods store has been updated. Would you like to use the card? Not yet. Yunga was overjoyed. He knew Xiu Yin must have given birth. He then perused the system store, noting that the highest grade for pills and weapons was only 6th grade, each costing 100,000 spirit stones, while a variety of other items were available. A short while later, Yunga arrived at the lakeside, observing the women enjoying their leisure. He called out to the water, Xiaomon, come forth. All right. As soon as Su Xiaomon's words fell, she vanished from her spot and reappeared on the shore. Yunga immediately produced over 50 pills and handed them to her. These are spirit root pills, and these are spirit-enhancing pills. Once they arrive, distribute 2 of each to them. I shall take my leave now. Manage it as you see fit. Understood, my lord. Su Xiaomon replied cheerfully. After he departed, the women emerged from the water. Thus began the pill distribution event, with each recipient wearing expressions of joy as they made their way back to the courtyard. Yining noticed Su Xiaomon still had a considerable number of pills and complained. Simon, why do you take so many? Share some with the main ladies. After all, you cannot possibly use them all. No way. The others inside haven't received theirs yet. If you want some, go find the lord yourself. I have no extras. With that, Su Xiaomon left them with a charming retreat. Yuning felt exasperated, her chest heaving in frustration. Seeing her in this state, Yuning immediately seized her ear and twisted it playfully. What is this? Do you wish to lounge around for another few months? Ouch, sister, that hurts. The others nearby shook their heads at the sight. Meanwhile, Yunga made his way to a nearby mountain, his heart racing with anticipation as he shouted, System, quickly use the Tianren card. Ding! The Tianren card is in use. As the system's voice faded, a gust of spiritual wind surged toward Yunga, propelling his cultivation to the 6th layer of Yuaning, the 3rd layer of Huashen, and up to the 8th layer of Huashen, finally halting at the 9th layer of Tianren. Ha! No longer must I toil so fiercely in my cultivation. At the 9th layer of Tianren, I should be invincible within the sacred grounds. After uttering these words, Yunga circulated his spiritual energy, feeling warmth enveloping him. And in an instant, he soared several hundred meters into the sky. Goodness, this is akin to a hot air balloon. He then made minor adjustments internally and descended gracefully to a height of 100 meters. Once he mastered the maneuver, he began to fly slowly toward Tingtian Peak, the surrounding mountains and rivers unfolding beneath him. Before long, he crossed the Moon Lake, discovering it devoid of any presence. It was evident that the others had returned to consume pills and cultivate. He alighted on a pavilion, seated upon a bench, and procured several bottles of wine to celebrate. As he drank, 2 incense sticks worth of time passed. Just as he contemplated jumping into the water to sober up, he heard footsteps approaching. Remembering that Hua Shun could separate the spirit from the body, he closed his eyes. His spirit swiftly detached from his body, arriving at the foot of the mountain in the blink of an eye. Soon after, a luxurious carriage approached, and the elder aboard was familiar to him. It was the same guard from the last encounter with the Empress. Before long, 2 beautiful women emerged from the carriage, one being the Empress, while the other, Ye Qingyu, was her biological sister. Ye Qingwu wore a troubled expression, the cause of which was unknown, while her sister, Ye Qingyu, was lively and observant, her gaze wandering. What could be the purpose of bringing her sister to Laotian zone? Yunga pondered, perplexed. He approached the 2, waving his hand. Greetings, fair ladies, how do you fare? As a result, a few individuals exhibited no reaction, their expressions indicating they were likely unable to see. At that moment, the elder gazed quietly at the mountain's edge and spoke. Your Majesty, could it be that the Luo Xianzong has already been annihilated by the Holy Land? Whether it has been destroyed will soon be revealed, replied Yi Qingwu, subsequently instructing, let us ascend. The possibility of annihilation by the Holy Land suggests that the Baiwa Holy Land is in turmoil. Yin contemplated for a moment before instantly returning to his true form. After climbing for about 10 minutes, the 3 arrived at the mountainside. Their eyes were drawn to a long, winding lake, where a figure could be seen within the pavilion. Upon recognizing Yun, Yi Qingwu excitedly bounded over. Observing this scene, the other 2 employed their lightness skills to follow. In no time, they found themselves inside the pavilion. Why the haste? What if you fall? Yun reproached, feigning concern. Yi Qingwu was momentarily at a loss for words, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Let us sit and enjoy some tea, Yun suggested, swiftly producing tea utensils and artfully pouring 4 cups. Thus, the 3 settled comfortably onto the stools. After taking her seat, Yi Qingyu frequently stole glances at a certain individual. Little princess, do you find me handsome? Yin asked with a sidelong glance and a smile. Indeed, Yi Qingyu realized she had spoken too openly and quickly covered her mouth, her head drooping in shyness. Ahem. Ye Vingwu Kilyut Hartarot. Master Yin, we have come with no other choice. Hence I implore you to assist us in saving the people of Daning. Due to this year's drought, the harvest has been poor, and the grain has been purchased by the Deshing dynasty, with various factions competing for it at high prices. Our granaries can no longer sustain us until the next harvest, so I beseech you to consider a solution. Upon hearing the request for help, Yun's tone turned indignant. Not a chance. You have yet to fulfill your previous promise, and now you come seeking my aid. Is there such a thing as a free lunch in this world? With so many dynasties across 5 continents, cannot you devise a solution yourself? How brazen of you to ask. Yi Qingwu shook her head. It is futile. The eastern continent is entirely parched, and no one will sell a large quantity of grain. As for the other continents, they are separated by vast oceans, rendering trade impossible. Master Yun, I trust you do not wish to see the people starve, she continued. I shall certainly uphold my previous promise. Name your price. First, let us fulfill the prior commitment. Otherwise, trust will be hard to establish. As for the price, we shall discuss that later. With that, Yun resumed sipping his tea, confident that the number of women at his disposal was already sufficient, and that strengthening his sect was merely a matter of time. The transaction was optional. If he lacked servants, he could simply request them from the Sioux residence. He had already been informed by his mother-in-law that he had not visited. Hearing this, Yi Qingwu contemplated for a moment and inquired, Master Yun, do you believe my imperial sister could fulfill the previous promise? Sister, how could you sell me? I am your beloved younger sister. Ye vingu protestet, visibly displacit. What do you take yourself for? A mere item for trade? She realized the implications of their previous outing had been premeditated. Kanju, I'm doing this for your own good. Have you not been yearning for the path of cultivation? Now is your chance. Yi Qingwu continued, if you are unwilling, I shall offer this opportunity to another. Do not regret it later. Moreover, Master Yun is a kind person with profound cultivation. Make your choice wisely. I shall not coerce you. Seeing her earnest expression, akin to deceiving a child, Yin could not help but burst into laughter, inadvertently spraying tea onto the ground. Ahem. Please continue. I merely had an uncontrollable urge to sneeze. The 3 turned their gazes toward him, not questioning his statement. Yi Qingyu pondered briefly before nodding. Sister, I agree. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwu turned to Yun. Master Yun, what is your opinion? Yun nodded slightly. For the sake of the common people, I shall agree to your request. Should this occur again, the consequences will be severe. My words end here. As for the food issue, it can be easily resolved. In the market, a servant costs 100,000 copper coins. Bring one to me, and I shall provide you with 5,000 gene of grain. Remember, she must be clean, beautiful, and willing. Master Yun, are you certain? Yi Qingwu's expression brightened, though a hint of skepticism lingered. This was no small sum. How could he possess such an abundance of grain? Do you think I would make promises I cannot keep? Yun waved his hand dismissively. If you do not believe me, then you may leave. I shall forego my previous promise. Consider your next steps carefully. Master Yun, I believe in you. I shall return in a few days after I prepare. With that, Yi Qingwu turned to converse with her sister before departing. Observing the naive young girl before him, Yun felt a surge of curiosity. Qingyu, why do you trust her words? Staying here is akin to walking into a tiger's den. Master Yun, I am well aware. But you can teach me the path of cultivation, correct? Indeed, Yun confirmed, but suddenly recalled he had forgotten to inquire about the situation of the Baiwa Holy Land from the Empress. He looked at the young princess and attempted to gather information. Are you aware of any recent significant events regarding the Baiwa Holy Land? Yi Qingwu nodded vigorously. I know, the Baiwa Holy Land has been destroyed by the Qingyun Holy Land. It is said that the Holy Lord broke through the siege and escaped, but has yet to be located. Upon hearing this, Yin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Young master, who is she? Su Xiaoman arrived and inquired, gazing at the cluster of women, each either in the foundation establishment or nascent soul stage. Yin felt quite pleased and promptly introduced. This is Yi Qingyu, our new arrival. Xiaoman, please show her to her quarters. Certainly, Su Xiaoman respondeth, leading Yi Qingyu away as they vanished from sight. After their departure, several maidservants planted enthusiastic kisses on Yun before leaping into the water with a splash. Yin muttered under his breath, though life may be somewhat arduous, it is truly delightful. I would not trade it for the throne. On a distant mountain, 11 women appeared disheveled and in disarray. At that moment, a tall woman spoke. Master, we are being hunted wherever we go. How can we continue like this? Another woman echoed. Indeed, even while wiping mud from our faces, we are pursued. If this continues, we shall starve. Jiang Wanqing contemplated for a moment before resignedly stating, let us return to the Ning dynasty. As the saying goes, the most dangerous places are often the safest. Let us hasten. If all goes well upon our arrival, we shall be treated to good food and drink and can enjoy a restful sleep. Upon hearing this, the eyes of all lit up, as if they were quenching their thirst by gazing at plums, their mouths watering. On the fourth day, Yun stood atop a cliff, gazing down, and saw that the Empress had returned. However, she was accompanied only by the same elder guard from before, with no others in sight. He could not help but wonder what scheme she was concocting this time. Before long, Yi Qingwu approached Yun. Master Yun, your conditions are too difficult. I cannot find a suitable candidate. What if I were to bear you several children? Yun frowned slightly, contemplating sending her away, yet considering her status as the Empress. He wondered about the potential rewards that could arise from such an endeavor. After a moment's thought, he replied, very well, accompany me for a stroll across the way. Yi Qingwu responded in a faint voice. In an instant, the two vanished from their location. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully cultivated. Please continue your efforts. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have successfully cultivated. Please continue your efforts. As the sun set, at the entrance of the courtyard, a woman clasped a man's hand as they exited the loft. Suddenly, a series of cooing sounds erupted, causing Yi Qingwu's face to flush even deeper than before. Yun Geng was reminded that he had already become a celestial being, a practitioner who no longer required sustenance and felt no hunger, thus neglecting her presence. Subsequently, he produced some biscuits and offered them, saying, Your Majesty, please make do with this. Thank you. Yi Qingwu replied without hesitation, indulging in the treat. In less than a day, she had ascended from the second to the third level of body refinement, acutely aware of the other's remarkable abilities, realizing she had gained a significant advantage. Though reluctant to part ways, as the ruler of a nation, she had no choice. It seemed she would have to visit her sister more often. After all, it was a justified reason. Noticing she had finished eating, Yin Geng presented her with a ring, stating, Inside are 10 million gene of grain. If that is insufficient, do not hesitate to approach me again. You may keep the ring for now. Once you collect 4, it will be your reward. He added 2 medicinal pills, saying, "This one is a Ling Jin Dan, and the other will aid in enhancing your cultivation. Do not let me down." "Thank you," Yi Qingwu exclaimed, peering into the ring to find grains piled high, and in her excitement, she planted a significant kiss on him. Gazing at the 3 items, her affection was palpable. Chapter 19. An arrival upon the carriage. An elder awoke from his slumber, noticing the absence of the empress and wondering if something had gone awry. He could not afford to remain idle and decided to investigate. Acting promptly, he leapt from the carriage, only to be met by 2 figures appearing suddenly. "Your Majesty." "I was concerned." "There is no need for worry, Hilao. I became engrossed in conversation with Yun Zhongzhu, which caused a slight delay." Yi Qingwu smiled brightly as she boarded the carriage, and the elder immediately took the reins, departing with a clatter. Watching the carriage disappear, Yun Geng murmured to himself, "If one invests effort, great rewards will surely follow. With Yi Qingyu still up there, I must ensure a double safeguard. This will expedite my returns. Truly, I am quite clever." 5 days later, Yun Geng instructed someone on the ways of cultivation, while the system successfully sowed its seeds twice. That morning, a torrential downpour began, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. Soon, the yard echoed with the cries of numerous children. At that moment, Yun Geng entered the pavilion, inexplicably drawn to the sight of rain since childhood. Gazing across the lake, he felt a profound tranquility as if he had merged with the rainwater, unable to extricate himself for quite some time. Just then, 11 women approached the mountain, drenched and in a rather disheveled state. Upon seeing Yun Geng safe and sound in the pavilion, Jiang Wanqing was overcome with joy and relief, her long-held worries dissipating at last. "Quickly, my disciples, come to the pavilion. There will be food." Hearing such delightful news, the women weakly responded, "Oh." After days of travel, they were utterly exhausted, having resorted to foraging among the flora for sustenance, nearly collapsing from fatigue. As they drew near, Yun Geng snapped back to reality, turning his head to see 10 drenched figures. They were emitting steam, clearly using their spiritual energy to dry off. Just as he was about to speak, one figure lunged towards him. "Wu Wu, Xiao Geng, I thought I would never see you again." Jiang Wanqing sobbed softly, having endured great hardships over the past year. With her sect destroyed and being hunted for so long, she had lived in fear, struggling to sleep. At this moment, she could no longer contain her tears. The other disciples, witnessing their master in such a state, felt their eyes welling up as well. Raindrops hung beneath their eyes, indistinguishable from tears. "Alright, Xingyi, you shall stay here at the Luoxian Sect from now on. Do not worry about the Qingyun sacred land coming after you." Yun Geng patted her back, comforting her as one would a child. She was at a loss for words. How could someone of such age still cry like this? "Fine, you said it yourself. But if you get dragged into trouble, do not blame me." After saying this, Jiang Wanqing's face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly released him, playfully scolding, "You rascal. Are you harboring ill intentions towards your aunt? Do you want to be punished?" "Cough, cough." "Just a natural reaction," Yun Geng replied with an awkward smile, then conjured a large table and chairs, gesturing for everyone to sit. Once they were settled, he produced several plates of steaming dumplings. Since the store had been updated, everything was readily available. The 10 disciples, upon seeing the food, fell silent, forgoing chopsticks and diving in with both hands, devouring the offerings ravenously. Observing this, Yun Geng recognized their hunger and smiled, saying, "Do not rush, take your time. If it is insufficient, there is more." Perhaps due to the prolonged drought, the rain intensified. The thunder rumbled incessantly, suggesting it might rain for several days. Subsequently, Yun Geng produced a few more plates of dumplings, and only then did the women relent. Soon, he led them to the opposite Ing Tian Peak to arrange their accommodations. The Luoxian sect boasted 4 great mountains. Ing Tian Peak lay opposite of Ding Tian Peak, with Jin Tian Peak on the left and Shou Tian Peak on the right. The heights of the 3 mountains were comparable, though slightly shorter than Ding Tian Peak. In the center was a spacious square, with a main road leading to the base of Shou Tian Peak. Surrounding them were desolate mountains, often frequented by wild beasts where paths were scarce. The buildings atop the 3 mountains vastly outnumbered those at the halfway point of Ding Tian Peak. After arranging for everyone, Yin Geng turned to leave, but was called back. Xiao Geng, come here for a moment. A gentle, melodious voice beckoned him. Inside the room, Jiang Wanqing fixed her gaze on him and inquired, Xiao Geng, tell me, how can I learn that sacred technique you just demonstrated? After all, she had grown accustomed to being hunted and felt uneasy without such skills. Alas, Qingyi, it is not that I do not wish to teach you. It is simply impossible. This was a gift of fortune bestowed upon me, and it is inscribed that it can only be passed on to those close to me. Reluctantly, Yin Geng spun a tale, knowing full well the system would not allow him to alter the truth. Hearing this, Jiang Wanqing realized he had no reason to deceive her. Observing his handsome visage, she ultimately shook her head, saying, Go about your business. If there is anything, I will seek you out. Yin Geng promptly made his exit. 10 months later, in the morning, Yin Geng stood by the railing, watching as the women splashed into the water, then repeatedly jumped back in after swimming ashore. Over this time, the women of Yingtian Peak had become quite familiar with the ladies, even visiting at night, which hindered their breakthroughs. He was truly at a loss, wishing to shout at them, urging them not to disrupt their cultivation if they did not wish to participate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for adding 2 celestial-grade babies. Reward, 200 million spiritual stones, 3 transformation cards, 20 bottles of 6th-grade spirit-enhancing pills, and 30 Ling Gen pills. Due to your unique status, rewards are multiplied by 10, totaling 2 billion spiritual stones and 20 transformation cards. Haha, this is undoubtedly a lucrative venture. Yin Geng laughed heartily, contemplating sending a card to the Empress. The women in the water heard the commotion and turned their gazes towards the pavilion. He bore a grin that stretched from ear to ear, oblivious to the reason for his mirth. Noticing the many eyes upon him, he shouted, What are you staring at? Do you wish to enter the little black room for punishment? As soon as he finished speaking, the others averted their gazes. Jiang Wanqing approached, catching him in the act of displaying his prowess, and retorted, What skill is there in frightening women? Qingyi, do you not understand the spice of life? Yin Geng glanced at her ample figure, pondering how splendid she truly was. Over 100 years old and still standing tall. It's no wonder women were electrified at the prospect of cultivating immortality, akin to being invigorated by a shot of adrenaline. Am I beautiful, Xiao Geng? Jiang Wanqing inquired with a smile that concealed a blade. Beautiful. One glance at your lovely visage and elegant form, one might mistake you for an 18-year-old maiden. Just as Yin Geng spoke, he suddenly heard a faint sound emanating from below the mountain, indicating that someone had entered the Luo Xian sect. He then remarked, Aunt Qing, someone is here. I must excuse myself. Without waiting for a response, he vanished from sight. Observing this, Jiang Wanqing did not hesitate to rush forward. At the foot of the mountain, 2 elderly men, seemingly in their 50s, were preparing to ascend. Yin Geng silently appeared behind them, his tone unperturbed. You may leave. The Luo Xian sect does not welcome strangers. Startled by the sudden voice, the 2 men turned in shock, only to see a young man of the Qi refining stage. How could one appear silently behind them? He must be a hidden expert, and they dared not underestimate him. One elderly man in gray chuckled amiably and respectfully said, Esteemed senior, we are here to inquire about someone from the Qingyan sacred ground. We heard that a former elder of your Luo Xian sect disappeared after coming to Ning 2 years ago. We came to see if the 3 of them have passed through here. The other elder echoed, Indeed. We kindly request that you inform us whether they have visited the Luo Xian sect. A former elder of the Luo Xian sect? Yin Geng's anger flared. Humph. The mere mention of that traitor, Lu Qingxian, infuriates me. If he dares to come, I shall ensure his demise. Since you are associated with him, you should leave quickly while I am still in control of my temper, lest I be compelled to eliminate both of you. Esteemed senior, we apologize for the disturbance. The gray-clad elder clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and the 2 turned to leave. Observing their retreat, Yin Geng issued another warning. As a reminder to your sacred ground, should you dare to come again, regardless of your status, none shall depart unscathed. Do not presume that the destruction of the Baiwa sacred ground grants you invincibility. With a mere gesture, I could obliterate your entire Qingyun sacred ground. Upon hearing this, the elders hastened their departure, fully aware of their own vulnerabilities. Once they were out of sight, Jiang Wanqing descended, perplexed. Xiao Geng, why did you not eliminate them? What shall we do if experts from the Qingyun sacred ground come next? Yin Geng shook his head. Aunt Qing, there is no need for concern. I have my own plans. I hope that experts come so that I may deal with them, but if they do not, then the matter of vengeance shall rest upon your own hands. Hearing his confident words, Jiang Wanqing inquired with curiosity, Xiao Geng, what is your current cultivation level? Yin Geng pondered briefly and replied candidly, below the integration stage, I am invincible in the world. Above that, I dare not claim the same. Integration stage 1? Jiang Wanqing was taken aback. Could it be that he possesses a method of yin-yang cultivation? That seems unlikely, as every practitioner is vibrant and full of life. Xiaogong, what about Xiaoming and the others? Those few I mentioned earlier are at the first level of the transformation stage, while the majority are at the nascent soul stage. With few at the core formation level, Yin Geng answered honestly, feeling no need for concealment. 20 years old and at the transformation stage, Jiang Wanqing's eyes widened. They had only practiced for a few years, and she suddenly felt as if her own efforts were in vain. She mused, each of them is rapidly advancing in cultivation. While medicinal pills have long since become extinct, it can only be attributed to the legendary yin-yang techniques. Seeing Jiang Wanqing deep in thought, Yin Geng shook his head and, without a word, vanished from sight, leaving her to ponder. Several days later, the room was filled with the cries of a baby, soon followed by the sounds of 2 children. Ding! Congratulations to the host for welcoming 2 new children. Rewards: Tianshi card X1, Yuan Ying card X20, Zhu Ling Pearl X1. An immortal grade Tun Tian Hulu X1. A Tianshi card? Yin Geng rejoiced, then looked into his storage space. Zhu Ling Pearl. When placed, it can gather spiritual energy, allowing practitioners to cultivate at double their capacity with an optimal range of 100 meters. Tun Tian Hulu can swallow and refine anything below the immortal level, with the only drawback being that it can only be used once a year. Wow, even semi-immortals would kneel before it. With a grin, Yin Geng entered the room. Witnessing 4 women washing the children, all boys, he approached the bed, gazing at the smiling little princess, and offered comfort. Qingyu, you've worked hard. It's nothing. Yi Qingyu replied, shaking her head. Brother Yin, am I now your wife? At this, the 4 women halted their actions abruptly. Yin Geng playfully patted her head. Why ask such a foolish question? Aside from the folks at Ding Tian Peak, who isnt, once you've rested well, I will assist you in breaking through to the transformation stage. Really? Yi Qingyu stood up in excitement, looking at the person beside her for confirmation. Seeing her enthusiasm, Yin Geng nodded slightly. Indeed, I would never deceive you. Not just you, but I will assist everyone at Ding Tian Peak. However, your rewards are comparatively greater, which I will have Meng distribute shortly. Beside them, so you anxiously inquired, Young master, what about us? As long as you all behave, I shall not treat anyone unfairly, Yin Geng assured. Qingyu, take good care of yourself. I must be off. You all focus on your tasks, and rewards will follow. After he left, the room erupted in joyful chatter. Suyu chuckled. I knew the young master treats everyone equally and does not care about rank. Next year, it will be our turn, and each of us will have a child. I wonder if there will be anyone left to assist us. Seeing the worried expressions on their faces, Yi Qingyu promptly reassured them. What are you all worried about? If it comes to it, I'll go to the palace and recruit help. Nearby, Su Xian echoed. Exactly, we needn't to worry. At the mountain peak, Yin Geng looked at Zhuang Xiaoming and instructed, Ming, sit cross-legged here. As for how far you progress, that depends on your luck. Zhuang Xiaoming obediently complied, curious about how her husband would help her ascend to the Tianshi level. As she contemplated, suddenly, a gust of spiritual wind swept across the mountaintop, carrying a celestial aura. Startled, Zhuang Xiaoming wondered why such a phenomenon occurred without warning. Could it be that her husband truly is an immortal? Instantly, she began to breathe deeply. Several hours later, with great effort, Zhuang Xiaoming broke through to the 9th level of the Tianshi stage. Approaching the smiling figure, she immediately showered him with affection. Adelicht, Meng Ia, go and summon the others. We must attend to the children, so let us divide into 2 groups of 13. Here, this ring contains 2,006 grade medicinal pills and 10 billion spirit stones. You shall decide how many rewards there will be for future births. Yes, my lord. Zhuang Xiaoming blinked her eyes adorably. Ding! The host has reached the same realm as his wife. This is not permitted by the system. A special card has been issued. Integration card. How rebellious. I like it. Yin Geng laughed heartily, his voice echoing throughout the Luo Xian sect. Next, he would assist everyone in enhancing their cultivation levels. He then moved to another location to use the card, but perhaps due to not washing his hands, his luck was poor, and he only advanced to integration level 3. A few days later, as many women broke through to the transformation stage, 10 or so individuals could be seen flying above the Luo Xian sect, accompanied by shrieks. Observing this scene, Jiang Wanqing felt deeply resentful. Yet there was little she could do. Sigh. She believed that soon everyone would surpass her. This cannot be allowed. I must firmly grasp that young man. Xiao Di. Forgive me, but for the sake of vengeance, I must take aim at your son. Chapter 21. Warmth arrives on this particular morning. Yin Geng arrived outside the palace gates. Just as he was about to approach, before the palace gates stood a formidable group of soldiers, their presence imposing. One soldier bellowed, sternly, "Halt! This is the imperial palace, and no unauthorized individuals are permitted to approach. Otherwise, we shall not spare you. Go and inform Her Majesty the Empress that Yun Zongzhu has arrived," he commanded. As he spoke, Yin Geng extended his hand, and in an instant, flames erupted fiercely. The soldiers felt their faces flush with heat and instinctively recoiled. They had never encountered such a spectacle, leaving them momentarily dumbfounded. Another soldier quickly regained his composure and bowed, saying, "Immortal, please wait a moment while I notify her." He dared not provoke a cultivator. The consequences of inciting their wrath would be dire. Before long, the soldier returned with an elderly eunuch, Wang Gonggong, with a cheerful demeanor. Gestured, "Immortal, please follow me." Yin Geng nodded slightly, and together they ventured into the palace. A few minutes later, they arrived at a grassy area beside a pond, where Yi Qingwu and Su Yin were engaged in conversation. Several palace maids cradled infants nearby. Both women turned their gazes towards Yin Geng, their expressions revealing a mix of emotions, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied their minds. Yin Geng approached the maids with a smile. "Let me see if they resemble me." The maids were momentarily taken aback, forgetting to intervene. Wang Gonggong, utterly bewildered, pondered, "Is this man the father of the children? Why do all four look alike? Could it be possible?" Yi Qingwu and Su Yin were equally perplexed, contemplating, is it acceptable to examine one's own children? But what about someone else's? After observing the last child, Yin Geng muttered softly, "Alas, it seems they all resemble their mother more. Am I not handsome enough to inherit some traits?" After a few idle remarks, he settled onto a bench, grabbing a piece of fruit and munching noisily. "Why are you two so silent? Am I not welcome?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwu and Su Yin pointed at each other, both exclaiming, "Are her two children yours? What's so strange about it? Is it abnormal for them to be mine?" Yin Geng rolled his eyes, displaying a look of disbelief as if they had never encountered such a scenario. The maids were left in utter shock, while Wang Gonggong maintained a composed demeanor, as if he had not heard anything at all. Observing this situation, Yi Qingwu swiftly commanded, "Take care of the children and watch your mouths. You may leave now." The maids responded affirmatively and departed. Su Yin, regaining her composure, candidly stated, "Yun Zongzhu, both children currently bear the surname Su and will not be changed in the future. I hope you will not make things difficult for me. Moreover, my master, the leader of the Yuxian sect, has declared that upon reaching maturity, they will be designated as holy sons. Since that is the case, I will not press further," Yin Geng replied, shifting his gaze to the side. "And what about you? Do you also wish to distance yourself from this matter?" Yi Qingwu pondered for a moment before responding softly, "I desire one child to inherit the throne with my surname, while the other can follow you." "Very well. Just the other day, the family rules were established. For every child born, a reward of 10,000 spirit stones and 2 fifth-grade elixirs will be granted." With that, Yin Geng produced a ring and handed it to her. "Take this. If you have another child with the surname Yun, go to the sect and ask Xiaomeng for the reward." Su Yin, taken aback, thought it to be a jest, only to realize the sincerity behind his words. Has the Luo Xian sect unearthed a spirit stone mine? She fixed her gaze on Yin Geng and clarified, "Yun Zongzhu, I do not wish to sever ties with you. Due to my brother's health issues, he cannot have children, so we adopted the surname Su to ensure our lineage continues." As she spoke, Su Yin stepped closer, grasping his hand and pressing it against her heart. "Feel this. I am not deceiving you. The rapid heartbeat signifies your nervousness. And I understand. I will trust you for now." After this exchange, Yin Geng turned to Yi Qingwu. "Your Majesty, I can assist in enhancing your cultivation level. Is there an open and quiet place around here?" Indeed, the back garden will suffice. Let us proceed. Yi Qingwu exclaimed joyfully, rising to lead the way. Observing her graceful stride, Yin Geng smiled broadly and hurried to catch up with her. You walk too slowly. Allow me to carry you, he declared, lifting her effortlessly amidst her surprised gasps. After contemplating for a moment, Su Yin quickly chased after them. In the garden, the Empress seated herself cross-legged, eager to see how the enhancement would be conducted. Once preparations were complete, Yin Geng called out inwardly, Tongzi, use a transformation card on her. Bing, transformation card in use. Soon, the garden was enveloped in a misty white aura, suffused with ethereal energy reminiscent of the celestial realm. Su Yin stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene, utterly shocked. Seizing the moment, she did not hesitate to sit cross-legged herself. Just as she began to cultivate, a sudden sharp rap resounded, causing her to yelp in pain. Fuming, she glared at Yin Geng, baffled by his actions. What are you staring at? This energy does not belong to you. Do not absorb it recklessly, he retorted, his face adopting a fierce expression. The memory of their earlier conversation about severing ties lingered in his mind, leaving him rather displeased. He then retrieved a table, snacks, and fruits, plopping down with a sigh. Su Yin was momentarily speechless, tears welling in her eyes as she felt a wave of grievance wash over her. You big-headed fool, Yin Geng exclaimed, drawing her close to sit on his lap, his expression turning serious. Answer me honestly. Do you wish to distance yourself from this? After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Yin remained silent, leaning in towards him. Several hours later, Yi Qingwu opened her eyes, having successfully advanced to the 8th level of transformation. Ecstatic, she sprang to her feet and hurried over to Yin Geng, showering him with grateful kisses. My husband, thank you. Sister Wu, what level have you attained now? Su Yin inquired curiously, her gaze fixed intently on her. Me? I am at the 8th level of transformation. Yi Qingwu replied with a smile, softly muttering, aside from the celestial beings of the Holy Land, I should be considered a formidable figure. What? The 8th level of transformation? Su Yin was flabbergasted. The strongest in the Yuxian sect barely reached the 9th level. She turned away, pouting with a look of utter discontent. Husband, I want that too. You must be fair. No preferential treatment. Yin Geng shook his head, refusing, not at this moment. The family rules cannot be broken. You must either change your surname or have another child. The first rule of the Yun clan states, any woman who gives birth and changes her surname will be rejected by the Luoxian sect and will receive no rewards. Any previously granted rewards must be reclaimed. Consider this seriously. Once you have made your decision, go to the summit of Tianfeng. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. You two may continue your conversation. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished without a trace. Yanya, if you wish to break through to a higher level, return and discuss it thoroughly with your father. Perhaps having a little one like me would be beneficial. Sister Wu, I will head back now. Chapter 22. The cultivator of agriculture. Upon leaving the palace, Yin Geng found himself on a bustling street. It was noon, and the thoroughfare was alive with the hustle and bustle of passers-by. Strolling along, he noticed an inn named Kaiyuan rolling in. Pondering the meaning behind the name, he approached it. Although he did not feel hungry and had no need for sustenance, he realized that altering this habit would diminish the joy of life. Entering the inn's main hall, he found it brimming with patrons, leaving no available seats, much to his dismay. At this moment, the waiter came bustling over with a beaming smile, helplessly saying, Esteemed guest, I regret to inform you that there are no available seats here. I sincerely apologize. Waiter, I shall share a table with that gentleman in white attire. Please bring the menu, so I may order, Yin Geng replied, heading towards the designated spot. Esteemed guest. That individual is rather difficult to converse with. Just earlier, a young master attempted to sit at that table and was swiftly picked up and tossed outside like a chick. His cries were quite tragic, the waiter advised in a hushed tone, fearing a potential calamity. Fear not, just bring the menu. Yin Geng waved his hand dismissively, not taking the matter to heart. With a sigh, the waiter shook his head. Heed not the words of Xiao Lu, or you may find yourself at a loss. The other patrons observed with bated breath as yet another person approached the formidable figure. When Yin Geng reached the table, he beheld a striking profile. The man's skin was like smooth jade, and while he could be deemed handsome, the natural beard and eyebrows added an intriguing contrast. Taken aback for a moment, Yin Geng pulled out a chair and sat down without ceremony. his gaze scrutinizing the individual. Luo Qiuyu, aged 200, yet appearing 20, possesses a sacred root and has attained the 9th level of integration, formerly the sect leader of the Xian sect. Is he not handsome? Luo Qiuyu raised his head and was met with the sight of a dashing young man, his left hand darting out like lightning. In response, Yin Geng swiftly swatted away the hand and remarked, "My dear brother, it is quite natural to admire beauty, but if you feel wronged, why not just take a look back? Why such extremes?" Realizing he was in the presence of a skilled individual, Luo Qiuyu was slightly taken aback, unable to discern the other's cultivation level. Could he be a transcendent practitioner? "I am Lu Yu, Lu from the land, and you from fish. You, my good sir, are quite elusive. May I inquire your esteemed name?" The woman's expression changed rapidly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yin Geng introduced himself, Yin Ding Tian. Yin as in the clouds, Ding Tian as in standing tall against the heavens, often referred to as the cultivator of labor. Upon concluding his introduction, he turned away and called out, "Waiter, please bring the menu." Coming right up, the previous waiter responded. In the hall, patrons exchanged glances, their hearts echoing 5 words: a master confronts a master. The name Yin Ding Tian, or more commonly known as Yin Geng, puzzled Luo Qiuyu, as she had never heard of such a name or title. Was he perhaps a recluse? As she pondered, the waiter approached, presenting a wooden plaque. "Esteemed guest, please take a look." Yin Geng took it and perused the selections, finally settling on 7 or 8 dishes. Once the waiter departed, the two fell into silence. After about half a stick of incense, the waiter returned with the dishes. Yin Geng promptly produced a bottle of wine and began to savor it, concluding that its flavor was rather mediocre. Glancing sideways, he noticed the other was watching him intently, so he playfully winked and teased, "Brother Yu, would you care for a drink?" "I do not drink," Luo Qiuyu replied, shaking her head. 20 minutes later, Yin Geng summoned the waiter to settle the bill, stood up, stretched lazily, and bid farewell as he departed. Upon reaching the entrance, Luo Qiuyu muttered softly, "What a peculiar individual. Yin Ding Tian, or rather, should it not be Yin Geng Jusher? No, Ding Tian Yin Geng, like the rain upon the summit of Ding Tian. Could it possibly be him? Is this mere coincidence? But how could such coincidences exist in this world?" Suddenly struck with astonishment, she transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting outside. In an instant, an inexplicable gust swept through the inn's hall. The patrons were bewildered, casting their gazes around in search of the source. Outside on the street, Luo Qiuyu searched high and low, but found no trace of the esteemed brother Ding Tian. Frustrated, she smacked her head, chiding herself for her delayed reaction. Most individuals here were likely locals, while the recluse should be sequestered in the mountains. It seemed she would need to visit the royal palace for inquiries. Meanwhile, at the Shui Li of the Xian sect, the women were frolicking in the water, chattering incessantly. Suddenly, Zhuang Xiaoming shouted, "Quick, put on your clothes, there are outsiders approaching." Shortly after they had emerged, 2 venerable elders landed on the lakeshore. The elder in red solemnly declared, "Jiang Shangzhu, you are quite adept at hiding. Had it not been for my disciple's report, I would not have discovered your whereabouts. This time, let us see where you can escape to, surrender, and meet your demise." Several female disciples cried out, "Master, you must flee. We shall hold them off." Jiang Wanqing disregarded their pleas, swiftly unsheathing a sword, declaring, "If we work together, we may yet have a chance to vanquish them. Do not engage. I shall confront these 2 old fogies," Zhuang Xiaoming commanded, dismissing them entirely. Overestimating yourself." The elder in red scoffed, and they both launched their attack. In an instant, thousands of flying swords materialized above, buzzing ominously, before raining down upon the women like a torrential downpour. Just as the swords were about to strike, Zhuang Xiaoming bellowed, "Such trifling skills. Dare you flaunt them before me?" As her words fell, all the white light vanished abruptly. When the others looked again, a heap of swords lay upon the grass by the shore. The members of Ding Tianfeng were left in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend what had transpired. The 2 elders were equally stunned, pondering what kind of technique this was. "Let us depart and discuss this elsewhere," Zhuang Xiaoming said, and in an instant, the 3 vanished from sight. "This technique can transport celestial practitioners." Jiang Wanqing was taken aback. Having seen it a few times before, she thought it was merely a teleportation escape technique. But now she realized it possessed additional capabilities. Observing the women of Ding Tianfeng, she noticed their faces bore no signs of worry. She approached Yuning and inquired, Xiaoying, what cultivation level does Xiaoming possess? I'm not sure. My husband said he could go out as long as Sister Ing was present. Yuning replied candidly, before turning to the others, instructing, you all count how many flying swords we have gathered. Yes, Sister Ing, they responded eagerly, rushing towards the pile of iron. With Xiaoying here, we can feel at ease. Her level must be comparable to his, Jiang Wanqing murmured, both astonished and envious. While she contemplated, Yin Geng appeared before the mountain of flying swords, inquiring briefly and grasping the entire situation. Truly audacious. I shall pay a visit to Qingyun Shengdi and give them a taste of extermination. Not long after, Zhuang Xiaoming returned, holding 2 rings that clearly indicated plunder. Upon counting, the group discovered they had acquired a total of 5,600 flying swords. Thus, they commenced the distribution of the weapons. Chapter 23. Contribution by the Cliff's Edge. Yin Geng reclined on a chair, dozing. Suddenly, a voice drew near, and he knew who it was. He feigned deep slumber, producing soft snores. Jiang Wanqing, arriving, lifted her skirt and sat down beside him. Upon noticing this, Yin Geng couldn't help but exclaim, Oh Mei Chuan. At that moment, Su Xiaoman bounced over. Hearing their conversation and softly calling, Young master, it's mealtime. Hearing this, Yin Geng nodded. Understood. You all eat first. We shall discuss matters and join you shortly. Discuss matters? Su Xiaoman shot a sidelong glance at the two, her expression seemingly questioning their intelligence. Subsequently, she vanished from sight. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yin Geng murmured, The sun is truly scorching. It has me drenched in sweat. Let's go wash up, change clothes, and eat. Jiang Wanqing responded with a soft voice. In a grand hall, a dozen individuals were engaged in a meeting. At this moment, a middle-aged man clad in green spoke up. The 2 elders have not returned for several days, and it appears that the situation is dire. It is highly probable that the Luo Xian sect possesses formidable celestial experts, while 3 of our elders are injured and 2 are in seclusion, engrossed in their cultivation. Thus, we convene today to deliberate on how to address the current predicament. A middle-aged woman furrowed her brow. Sect master, it must be that Jiang Wanqing fled, and the elders pursued her relentlessly, causing a delay. After all, her ability to escape is remarkable. She has always managed to turn peril into safety, so eluding capture once more is not inconceivable. Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement. Indeed, a middle-aged man analyzed. Time was undoubtedly wasted. If the adversaries had slain her, could our Qingyun sacred land find peace? Upon listening, the tension in the room dissipated instantly. Observing the unfolding situation, the sect master shook his head. While your words hold merit, can a mere transformation stage cultivator evade the flying swords of 2 elders? I find it hard to believe, yet I am perplexed as to why they have not sought vengeance. Each held their own reasoning, leaving the assembly in a state of confusion. Noticing the silence, a handsome young man confidently declared, Father, let us send someone to the Luo Xian sect to investigate the situation. If there is concern for personal safety, we can hire civilians to infiltrate under the guise of seeking apprenticeship. Upon hearing this, the crowd expressed subtle surprise, internally exclaiming, Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Very well, let's proceed with this plan. The sect master felt a profound sense of pride in his son. He then looked towards an elder dressed in gray, instructing, Elder Zhao, I entrust this matter to you. Understood, sect master. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Elder Zhao responded affirmatively and hurriedly departed. The next day, after Jiang Wanqing uncovered secrets of cultivation, she engaged in a lengthy discussion with someone, leading to a breakthrough in her skills, advancing to the 1st level of celestial beings. By the cliff's edge, Yin Geng habitually completed a set of Tai Chi forms. Suddenly, he spotted a young man in white soaring towards the Luo Xian sect. In a short while, the figure landed gracefully on the lawn. It was Luo Qiyu. Yin Geng was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend her purpose for visiting. But upon seeing her joyful expression, he felt reassured that she was not there to cause trouble. Luo, a day apart feels like 3 seasons. Please take a seat. As he spoke, 2 tables and chairs materialized before him, followed by a spread of delectable dishes. Upon sitting down, Luo Qiyu was astonished to find steaming roasted meat on the table. She opened her mouth to inquire, Yin brother, I have become homeless and have come to seek to join the Luo Xian sect. What do you think? Join the Luoxian sect? What is your intention? Yin Geng pondered, unable to grasp her motives. After filling her glass with juice, he shook his head in refusal. Luo, the Luoxian sect is indeed a prominent family and will not accommodate outsiders. I hope you can understand. If you wish to share a drink with my younger brother, you're always welcome. Is the Luoxian sect part of the Yin family? Luo Qiuyu was hearing this for the first time, bewildered, and was about to speak again when Yin Geng swiftly offered her a chicken leg. Here, enjoy a chicken leg. Let's not discuss this matter. You appear quite thin. A fine man like you should not look so frail. Thank you. Luo Qiuyu accepted the chicken leg, savoring its taste along with the juice, finding it utterly delightful and unable to stop. Before long, over 20 women finished their meals and entered the pavilion. Upon seeing Yin Geng with a stranger, they were quite curious but refrained from interrupting, as approaching would be considered improper. In the customs of the Qian Yuan realm, only women for brothels entertain guests. Moments later, they all jumped into the water. Luo Qiuyu noticed they were all strikingly beautiful and turned to ask, Yin brother, are they all your wives? Not entirely. 10 of them are my wives' disciples, Yin Geng candidly replied, feeling no sense of impropriety. Yin brother, I am actually a woman. If I were to become your wife, could I still join the Luoxian sect? Upon saying this, Luo Qiuyu's thick brows and facial hair vanished, revealing a face of exquisite beauty. Quite lovely indeed. Nature is truly remarkable, Yin Geng remarked blandly while giving her a thumbs up. He then shook his head. However, it is not so simple. The family law of the Yin clan's third stipulation states that one must make a significant contribution to become my wife. Hearing this, Luo Qiuyu nearly spat blood. She had already put herself on the line, yet he still could not agree. Having lived for so long, she had never encountered such a peculiar family. Taking a deep breath, she inquired, Yin brother, what constitutes a contribution? Yin Geng cleared his throat and slowly explained. Recently, 2 elders of the Qingyun's sacred land came here and committed acts of slaughter. If you can eliminate the elders of the Qingyun's sacred land, you will fulfill your family contribution. Only then may you marry into the family. I do not intend to make this difficult for you. After all, joining the Luoxian sect requires assisting you in achieving the path of immortality. Losing one woman is inconsequential. Given our connection, I offer you this opportunity. Please consider it carefully. Achieving the path of immortality? Luo Qiuyu's eyes brightened. She would not doubt her master's prophetic words. Yet how could one kill without enmity? Such actions contradict the way. No, once she joined the Luoxian sect, she would be at odds with them. Contemplating this, she nodded. Very well. I will go at once. With that, Luo Qiuyu prepared to leave. Yin Geng grasped her clothing. Wait a moment. I shall summon others to accompany you. Otherwise, you cannot carry so many spirit stones. After speaking, he swiftly arrived at the lakeshore, called upon 11 individuals, gave them instructions, and waved them off. In no time, 12 people departed. Yin Geng had initially planned to wait a few days before collecting spirit stones, but unexpectedly, an opportunity arose. Having someone run errands and act as a facilitator was indeed a welcome reprieve. Days later, news spread like wildfire. The Qingyun sacred land had been annihilated, leaving no disciples behind and employing exceptionally cruel methods. Some claimed it was revenge from the Baiwa sacred land. Others speculated it was due to offending powerful factions. While opinions varied widely, 12 individuals arrived at the Baiwa sacred land. Yin Geng looked at the group of disciples. I am leaving now. Should any unresolved matters arise, do not hesitate to seek me out. Xiao Geng, why is it that my disciples forget the saintly art of object movement after learning it? Jiang Wanqing asked in confusion, having never encountered such peculiar behavior. One person forgetting is one thing, but for each of them to do so is quite abnormal. They must learn this technique to escape in case of another massacre. Since they are not related to me, it is fortunate that nothing has happened. With that, Yin Geng waved his hand to depart. Jiang Wanqing grasped his arm, pulling him forward while calling out, Disciples, hurry and follow me. Upon hearing this, the 10 individuals were momentarily stunned, but once they regained their composure, they hurriedly pursued. On the 10th day, all the women had broken through to the 9th level of the Yuaning stage, each wearing radiant smiles. After a brief chat, Yin Geng bid farewell. The issue of seeds would be addressed later, as there were many tasks to undertake in rebuilding the sacred land. He slowly soared high into the sky, admiring the scenery beneath him. Upon crossing a long river, he noticed a bride rowing a small boat, with a woman seemingly asleep atop, unresponsive to the boat's rocking. Yin Geng felt a sense of curiosity and, after a moment of contemplation, vanished from sight. Subsequently, a small boat appeared 10 meters behind the one on the river. At this moment, Luo Xian'er, weary and with dark circles under her eyes, felt utterly exhausted. Yet, she knew she must distance herself from her recent encounter with her fiancé, the sixth prince, who turned out to be a ruffian she had once stumbled upon. The memory of that encounter at the inn's second floor, where she witnessed him brutally assaulting a woman for her excessive bosom, filled her with dread, fearing for her own safety. And after fruitlessly pleading with her father to call off the engagement, she fled 10 days before the wedding, escaping the central continent and crossing the seas to reach the eastern continent, enduring countless hardships along the way. As she paddled several meters away, she suddenly heard an unusual melody drifting from behind. Ha ha he, the beauty of West Lake in March. Oh, the spring rain like wine, the willows like smoke. Oh, fate brings us together from 1,000 miles. The song was captivating, prompting Luo Xian'er to turn her head. She saw a young man on a boat, rowing with a pair of oars, his head adorned with a straw hat and his body draped in a raincoat. She paused her paddling and turned to listen to his enchanting voice, which resonated beautifully, leaving her momentarily in awe. As the boat drifted closer, she discerned that the young man was indeed handsome, his complexion smooth and unblemished, entirely unlike a fisherman by the river. His extraordinary demeanor set him apart, and upon glancing at her, he quickly averted his gaze. He appeared to harbor no ill will, which eased her anxiety. When she saw him preparing to leave, she called out urgently, "Young master, please wait." Hearing her melodious voice, the young man paused and turned his head, unsure of her intentions. Luo Xian'er spoke sincerely, "Young master, we have not eaten for several days. Do you have any food? I would like to purchase some with money." As she spoke, she paddled closer to his boat. "There is plenty of food, and I have more than enough money, provided you can persuade me." The young man smiled, his gaze fixed intently on her. Luo Xian'er, the daughter of the minister of the New Moon dynasty, running away from marriage. What a dramatic escape indeed. Luo Xian'er of the Luoxian sect, is this fate? She continued, just as you sang. Fate brings us together from 1,000 miles. Our meeting here must signify a strong connection, does it not? Therefore, you should sell me some food instead of giving away for free. The young man pondered her words, recognizing her cleverness, a true reflection of her noble upbringing. At that moment, a woman who had been resting sat up, rubbed her eyes, and pointed at the young man, inquiring, "Miss, who is he?" Upon hearing the question, Luo Xian'er introduced him. "Xiao He, this young master is merely passing by, and I wish to buy some food from him." "Food?" Xiao He exclaimed, her stomach growling. A voice emanated from the ring. "Warning, disciple, that man is eyeing the phone ring. He may have noticed its extraordinary nature. Be cautious, for he might be concealing his true powers." "I understand, master," Xiao He replied, concealing her hands behind her back. On the opposite side, the young man was slightly taken aback, realizing there was a ring with remarkable abilities, indicating that this girl was destined for greatness. Yet, her cultivation was only at the first layer of qi refining, suggesting her development was rather slow. Noticing his silence as he continued to gaze elsewhere, Luo Xian'er mused to herself, "Am I not as captivating as Xiao He? Young master, you have yet to respond to me. Oh, how about this? You can accompany me to fetch some food. My home is not far from here." The young man proposed, considering it a chance to make a friend, which could prove useful in the future. After all, as a man with a system, he had no reason to concern himself with a mere ring-bearer's fate. "Miss, I cannot go." Xiao He vehemently shook her head, signaling danger. Luo Xian'er found herself in a dilemma. For Xiao He was quite sensitive to danger, often helping her evade peril. However, enduring hunger was untenable, and the prospect of catching a few fish was unbearable, while venturing into town posed the risk of being caught. Observing the situation, the young man remained silent, grasping the oars, preparing to depart. "Young master, wait. I will go with you," Luo Xian'er quickly replied. She then instructed Xiao He, "Stay here and wait for my return. This young master is handsome and will not harm me." Xiao He frowned, reluctantly agreeing, "Fine. I will accompany you." "Disciple, there is no need to worry excessively. It seems he possesses no formidable powers, otherwise he would have acted by now." The voice from the ring reassured. "Then let us depart," the young man declared, and as soon as he spoke, the three vanished without a trace, leaving behind 2 small boats and a few sets of drying women-esque garments. In the pavilion, the trio materialized silently. The 2 women felt disoriented as the surroundings transformed into a long pavilion by a vast lake, where people chatted merrily in the water. They blinked in disbelief, questioning whether they were dreaming. The voice from the ring awkwardly remarked, "Disciple, he is a great practitioner, his powers undoubtedly surpassing the celestial realm." Upon hearing this, Xiaohe nearly shouted in frustration, "You did not say that earlier. Do not linger. Sit down and eat something," the young man suggested as he produced 3 bowls of steaming dumplings and several plates of roasted meat. Noticing the 2 still in shock, he began to eat without hesitation. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting Luo Xian'er and Xiaohe to swallow hard. Without further ado, they plopped down onto the chairs and devoured the food. Within 10 minutes, everything was consumed, leaving the 2 with a look of lingering desire, gazing expectantly at the young man. Seeing their expressions, he shook his head. "If you are too hungry, you cannot eat so much at once. Your stomach will not be able to handle it. This is the Luo Xian sect. You may stay here for a few days before departing." After speaking, he called out to a distant figure, "Xiao man, please take the guest to bathe." "Understood." A voice replied from the water, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared in the pavilion. Moments later, the 3 vanished once again. 10 days later, by the cliff's edge, the young man reclined in a chair with his eyes closed. The 2 women approached slowly, their hearts filled with apprehension. Luo Xian'er composed herself and quietly asked, "Young Master Yun, may I inquire why you have summoned us?" Opening his eyes, the young man gazed upon their lovely faces and remarked, "After so many days, it is time for you both to depart. The Luo Xian sect allows outsiders to stay for only 7 days, and you have already exceeded 3. This statement left the 2 in silence. During their time there, they had either been shopping in the royal city or indulging in leisure atop the peak, reluctant to leave. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Xian'er whispered, "Young Master Yin, what if we were to join the Luo Xian sect?" Upon hearing this, both pairs of eyes fixed on him, brimming with anticipation for his response. The young man nodded. "That is acceptable. You may speak with Xiao Meng about it." Luo Xian'er replied, her lips curving into a smile filled with joy. They then dashed away in excitement. Amidst an increase in troubles, Yun Geng chuckled lightly. The New Moon dynasty should pose no significant threats. After all, anyone who dares to cause trouble will meet an untimely demise, which is of little consequence. As months swiftly passed, during this period, the 10 maidens who had yet to bear children each welcomed a son into the world. They were rewarded with 2 Tianren cards, a batch of 6 great elixirs, and an astronomical sum of gold and spirit stones. Consequently, 10 more maidens were summoned from Su Mansion to assist with household chores. Meanwhile, Luo Xian'er, Xiaoe, Luo Qiu, and Yi Qingwu found themselves with child. Notably, Zhuang Xiaoming advanced to the first layer of the harmonization stage, while Luo Qiu broke through to the Great Ascension stage. Thanks to the presence of the esteemed cultivator Luo Qiu, Yun Geng himself ascended to the 9th layer of the harmonization stage, leading to a jubilant celebration that lasted for 10 continuous days. After this event, Yun Geng ultimately decided to allocate the 2 Tianren cards to Yi Qingwu and Jiang Wanqing, as they were often in need of extra support to ensure their safety while outside. In the palace gardens, Yi Qingwu was joyfully entertaining her 2 children. Since her sudden elevation to the transformation stage, she had seldom practiced, fearing that her hard-earned progress might be lost if someone took undue delight in her success. At that moment, Yun Geng appeared quietly, and upon seeing his family, he stood still, a faint smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, Yi Qingwu turned her head abruptly, recognizing her children's father and letting out a sigh of relief. She then exclaimed to her children, "Fenger, Qi'er, look who has come." The 2 little ones gazed with innocent wonder, extending their arms and babbling, "Father." Yun Geng smiled in response, hastening over to scoop up each child in his arms and showering their faces with playful kisses. After a brief interval of merriment, he set the 2 brothers down and produced 2 lollipops, eliciting wide smiles from the children. Witnessing this, Yi Qingwu's face also radiated with sweet joy. Since the arrival of their children, life had been immensely fulfilling and delightful. Yun Geng lifted his gaze to Yi Qingwu's round belly and remarked, "I have come to help elevate your cultivation." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwu's eyes brightened, and she instructed the maidens nearby, "Come, take the princess to play." In no time, 2 maidens had taken the children away. Subsequently, the garden brimmed with spiritual energy. Hours later, Yi Qingwu's cultivation ascended to the 9th layer of the Tianren stage. Elated, she grasped Yin Geng's hand and urged, "Come, let us discuss in our chamber." Yin Geng halted, saying, "I have matters to attend to. We shall converse later." "Do not dawdle. Let us go," Yi Qingwu insisted, with an expression that suggested she had made up her mind. Reluctantly, Yin Geng acquiesced. The following morning, after breakfast and a bit of playful interaction with the children, Yin Geng bid farewell to the 3 and quietly departed from Yunxian Sect. Standing atop a building, he observed the bustling square below, astonished at how much had changed in a year. "Who dares to intrude upon my Yunxian Sect?" a woman shouted, brandishing a short sword, ready to act. Her voice drew every gaze. The speaker was a round-faced girl in her teens, whose appearance was unremarkable yet somewhat endearing. Yin Geng chuckled softly. "Little girl, there is no need for such tension. I have come to seek your esteemed leader, Qing Yi." Upon hearing this, disbelief spread among the crowd, as his arrival had been rather clandestine and appeared suspicious. A young man spoke up. "How dare a mere Qi practitioner come here with ill intentions? Let's seize him." "Indeed, brother," responded the others, drawing their swords in unison. "Halt!" Jiang Wanqing appeared before them. Seeing her, the crowd sheathed their swords and bowed respectfully. "Saint Lord." Jiang Wanqing nodded. "This is my friend, the leader of Luoxian Sect. You may return to your duties." The crowd dispersed, filled with curiosity as they had never heard of Luoxian Sect. "Let's go," Jiang Wanqing beckoned. In a fruit and flower garden, the 2 settled at a table, only to be joined by 10 maidens. Thus, they gathered around the table like the 12 zodiac signs. Noticing that Yin Geng was preoccupied with fruit, Jiang Wanqing inquired with some discontent, "Xiao Geng, what brings you here?" "Nothing of import. It has been a long time, and I simply miss you," he replied, before resuming his feast. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing promptly commanded, "Xiao Yu, see him off." Li Yu, caught off guard, stood up and approached, waving her hand, "Please, my lord. I was merely jesting. As the saying goes, one does not visit the 3 treasure hall without reason. How could I come without something to share?" He then produced 22 elixirs, explaining their benefits as he presented them to the 11 maidens, who received them with great joy. "Xiao Geng, let us retreat to a room to discuss recent major events in the Qianyuan realm that have left the people of the eastern continent in a state of alarm," Jiang Wanqing proposed, rising to lead the way, followed closely by her 10 companions. A month later, 11 of them had broken through to the transformation stage, and 1 had advanced to the 9th layer of the Tianren stage. Meanwhile, Yin Geng departed, leaving behind his 11 seeds. And the Qianyuan realm buzzed with rumors of impending spiritual rain set for a year later, prompting many hidden sects and sacred lands to emerge. Atop the pinnacle peak, Yin Geng suddenly appeared by the lakeshore, catching sight of Yuning preparing to leap into the water. Without hesitation, he scooped her up and tossed her into the lake. She had yet to register what had happened when she plunged into the water with a loud splash, sending waves cascading high into the air. The maidens nearby were instantly drenched. Moments later, after gulping down some water, Yuning surfaced and swam to Yin Geng, pummeling him with her fists as she cried. "Woe is me! You bully! Why are you crying? I was merely teaching you how to have fun. Why strike me?" Yin Geng feigned innocence, as if he had done no wrong. Perhaps I should throw you in as well for a more exhilarating experience." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuning attempted to lift him. "Stop right there," he said, sealing her cultivation with a gesture and hoisting her onto his shoulder, vanishing from sight. After they had left, Yin Ying's voice inquired, "Sister Meng, do you think my husband is angry?" Zhuang Xiaoming shook her head. "Not at all. Do not worry. They are merely expressing their affection." Chapter 26. A phoenix appears several months later. Yi Qingwu gave birth to a daughter, followed by Luo Xian'er and Xia Xiaohe, each delivering a son, all blessed with Holy Spirit roots. The 2 women were awarded 2 volumes of sacred techniques, along with a holy grade spirit instrument, a guqin and a shao, spirit stones, gold, 6 great elixirs, and a multitude of rewards. Xia Xiaohe, the fortunate one, received a great ascension card, a longevity immortal technique, and 10 7th grade spirit-enhancing elixirs and root elixirs. In no time, everyone was granted a 7th grade spirit-enhancing elixir and 2 root elixirs. Within a short span, All the women had reached at least the first layer of the Tianren stage, with their roots firmly established as Holy Spirit roots, filling them with joy. After utilizing the cards, Geng ascended to the 9th layer of the Great Ascension stage. He eagerly anticipated the rewards for the child of the esteemed cultivator, Luo Chuyu. One morning, with dew dampening the ground, Geng relished the sensation of walking barefoot on the grass. He conjured a table and chair, and in high spirits. He brought forth a bottle of wine, peanuts, and several plates of roasted meat to enjoy a splendid breakfast. Just then, 2 heads peeked through the courtyard gate, catching sight of him indulging in food, and they couldn't help but smile. In an instant, they were at the table beside him. Geng observed Su Yu and Lu Qingyan emerging in their nightgowns, presumably roused from slumber by the wails of a child. He promptly produced 2 stools, extending an invitation. "Ladies, please take a seat." In response, Lu Qingyan moved her stool closer and settled down beside him. Su Yu, however, opted for a more intimate approach, plopping herself onto his lap, wrapping her arms around his waist, and promptly dozing off. Only Lu Qingyan remained wide awake, indulging in snacks with a look of pure delight. The clingy little girl in Geng's embrace soon succumbed to sleep, leaving him in a state of amusement, contemplating how he could possibly enjoy his meal under such circumstances. "Dearest, my grandfather inquires if you possess any elixirs. My father, serving in an official capacity, desires one for himself," Lu Qingyan mumbled, her words muffled by the morsels in her mouth. "Elixirs? What are the rewards you have earned yourself? Why not bestow them?" Geng gazed at her, perplexed. "My rewards are reserved for Shou," she replied with an air of certainty, embodying the essence of a devoted mother who prioritizes her child above all else. Leaving her relatives to fend for themselves, perhaps resorting to some charm if necessary. "Very well. However, I can only offer you 3rd-tier elixirs," Geng asserted with a serious tone, for it was rather illogical to part with 5th-tier elixirs when it had taken 10 months of gestation to earn them. He would prefer to provide a substantial amount of gold coins rather than compromise fairness, as it would be unjust to others. "Regardless, as long as my parents and grandfather can cultivate, the tier is of little consequence. You may decide." Lu Qingyan beamed upon receiving his consent. "I want one too." Su Yu suddenly straightened up, exclaiming, "To be fair, who wouldn't he wish for their loved ones to embark on the path of immortality? You must come down." Geng replied blandly, conveying a sense of finality. Moments later, both girls reached out their tiny hands, their intentions clear. Observing their beggar-like demeanor, Geng playfully smacked their hands, producing 2 sharp sounds. While the 2 girls were puzzled by his actions, 6 elixirs miraculously appeared before them. Looking at the innocent Su Yu and Lu Qingyan, Geng sternly warned, "Should you next extend your hands like beggars without me producing anything, you shall face the consequences." "Oh," both girls replied in unison, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from sight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a child with divine roots. Reward obtained. Fusion card X100, 1 billion spirit stones, 7-tier spirit enhancement elixir X100, root elixir X100. Ding! System shop updating. Ha! A child with divine roots. Splendid. This fusion card shall serve as a reward. Geng concluded and promptly disappeared. In the Denning Imperial Palace, Yi Qingwu cradled a girl in a pavilion, showering her with affection. At that moment, Su Yin approached with 2 young children, ambling leisurely. Upon spotting the Empress holding another child, she paused in surprise. As she entered the pavilion, she inquired, "Sister Wu, who is this?" "This is my daughter," Yi Qingwu replied with a smile, addressing the 2 little ones, Xiao Changsheng. "Xiao Jiaxing, why do you not greet Aunt Wu?" "Aunt Wu," the brothers chimed in with sweet voices. "Oh, how obedient." Yi Qingwu knelt down, showering them with kisses. "Hee hee. These little ones grow more like someone with each passing day. Once they mature, who knows how many hearts they will captivate." Afterward, they settled at a table. "Yania, you seem troubled. If you wish to share your concerns, I shall see if I can assist." "Sister Wu, many hidden sects have recently emerged, quietly absorbing numerous powers. Just 2 days ago, the Yuxian sect was annihilated. Only my master escaped, claiming those responsible possess at least the cultivation of the transformation god realm, which is quite formidable. I believe they will soon arrive in Denning, hence my visit to inform you to prepare." The Yuxian sect was destroyed, with the lowest cultivation being transformation god realm. Yi Qingwu murmured, pondering deeply. If they were merely at the celestial realm, she could manage. but anything beyond that posed a challenge, as hidden powers likely existed. It seems imperative to visit the Luo-Xian sect soon to claim her rewards. Even should the Great Ascension come, her husband should be able to handle it. He easily assists others in reaching the celestial realm, far beyond mere fusion cultivation, possibly even ascending to immortality. Why should he fear the Great Ascension? Yenner, fret not. Even should the Great Ascension arrive, I have my methods to confront them, let alone those minor figures at the Transformation God realm. What? Minor figures? Su Yin exclaimed in astonishment, bewildered by her confidence, as even the Luo-Xian sect lacked such capability. Sister Wu, do not underestimate the situation. 4 significant hidden sects have infiltrated Ning, the Demon Sect, the Xianying Holy Land, the Xianjian Sect, and the Yinyang Holy Land, which obliterated my Yuxian Sect. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwu replied impatiently, I understand. Now, let us take the children to the garden for some play. The following morning, Yin Geng was practicing Tai Chi when a small red-tailed bird approached. It landed on the ground, tilting its head curiously at him. Yin Geng paused his movements, observing it for a moment, and realized it was a red phoenix, a creature of considerable age and power. No wonder it was unafraid of humans and watched him with interest. He was astounded. This was the first time he had encountered such an impressive bird. On the grass, a man and a bird exchanged glances, neither willing to yield. Ultimately, Yin Geng chuckled and tossed a piece of fragrant meat toward it. Here, enjoy this. The red phoenix caught in its beak and swallowed it whole, then raised its claws and waved them down. Seeing this gesture, Yin Geng tossed several more pieces, all of which were consumed with apparent relish. Unsure whether the bird would transform into a superhero, he fetched a table and several roasted meats, extending an invitation, Little Phoenix, come sit here and eat. Chapter 27. The transformation of the Little Phoenix. The Little Phoenix regarded him thoughtfully for a moment before transforming into an adorable 8-year-old girl, approaching to partake in the feast. She grabbed the meat with both hands, stuffing it into her mouth with gusto. Yin Geng was astonished. She truly could transform. He picked up chopsticks and demonstrated, Little Phoenix, this is how to eat. After a while, she mimicked him, quickly mastering the technique, showcasing her intelligence. Once she finished all the food, her eyes turned to him, inquiring, is there more? She could speak. Yin Geng pondered, producing some chicken and duck, curious to see if the Little Phoenix would consume winged creatures. To his delight, she devoured them even more enthusiastically. From now on, I shall call you Xiaohong. Would you like to come live with me? There are plenty of delicacies to enjoy. Yet the Little Phoenix remained silent, and after finishing her meal, she turned and flew away. As the women emerged, they witnessed a little girl soaring into the sky, sparking suspicions that she might be Yin Geng's daughter. They collectively lamented the unfairness, as their own children lacked such prowess, while his daughter could fly. Thus, they approached him, filled with discontent. Yin Geng stood there for a moment, grumbling in frustration. What a typical case of someone enjoying a free meal. When she returns, I guarantee there will be nothing left to savor. At that moment, the women revealed themselves, their gazes fixed on a particular spot, their expressions a mix of resentment. What expressions are those? Yin Geng felt uneasy under the piercing gazes directed at him, and, with a stiff neck, called out loudly, Husband, who was that little girl just now? Zhuang Xiaoming immediately inquired. If she truly were his daughter, it would be unreasonable not to assist her in enhancing her cultivation. The crowd turned their eyes toward him in unison, awaiting his response. That? A nearby demon beast, a phoenix, indulging in a free meal. Should it dare to act like that again, I shall subdue it and make it my steed, Yin Geng replied, somewhat irritated, pondering whether it could soar high if he stood atop it. A nearby demon beast? A phoenix? The women were somewhat incredulous, as the transformation of demon beasts was only spoken of in legends. They scrutinized his expression, searching for signs of deceit. Noticing the multitude of skeptical gazes upon him, Yin Geng retorted, if you don't believe me, wait for the next occasion and ask it yourself, but it's best not to provoke it, as its cultivation far surpasses yours. Xiaoman, inform everyone that anyone who does not aspire to transcend to the He stage should refrain from having another child, or I shall reward them. Understood, young master, Su Xiaoman replied cheerfully before departing. The other women, their eyes sparkling, also slipped away with delighted smiles. Xia Xiaohe walked to the lakeside, puzzled by the notion that after just giving birth, one would need to bear another child to receive a reward. At that moment, a voice emanated from her ring. Disciple, Your choice is commendable. I am certain your husband is a celestial being. He may have recognized me on the ship, but chose to ignore it. There is no need for you to learn alchemy now. Focus on having children. When you achieve the realm of a celestial, do remember to assist me in sculpting my body. Understood, master. Meanwhile, Yun Geng reached the edge of a cliff and found the empress had arrived. Husband, Yi Qingwu called out, approaching him for an embrace. Yun Geng inhaled her faint fragrance, remaining silent. After a brief moment, they took a seat together. Yi Qingwu began to recount the events in detail. After a moment's contemplation, Yun Geng softly replied, let us proceed this way. Bring the 3 little ones to Qingyu. Should any significant events arise, they can escape swiftly. Upon finishing, he glanced skyward and spotted Jiang Wanning appearing beside him. Having heard his earlier account, he deduced she must have come for the same reason. Come, follow me, he commanded. And as his words fell, the 3 vanished simultaneously. On a mountain, the 2 women sat cross-legged on the ground. After a while, their cultivation unexpectedly broke through to the 9th level of the He stage, a stroke of fortune. In their joy, the trio recounted tales of springtime. Subsequently, the women atop the peak of heaven all possessed at least the 5th level of the He stage. He had intended to use this opportunity for procreation rewards. Yet the circumstances had shifted dramatically. The next day, Jiang Wanning returned with her disciples, and within half a day, they all departed joyfully. Upon returning to the meadow, Yun Geng noticed a group of women surrounding a little girl, feeding her. Who else could it be but the phoenix? Indifferent, he summoned Luo Qiuyu, Xia Xiaohe, and Zhuang Xiaoming to one side. Producing a sword, a guqin, and a shao, he introduced them and allowed them to distribute as they saw fit. Ultimately, Luo Qiuyu took the sword, Zhuang Xiaoming the guqin, and Xia Xiaohe the shao. Days later, Yi Qingyu and Luo Xiener acted as mentors. One taught the guqin, while the other instructed the shao. Surprisingly, the little phoenix enjoyed playing with Yun Yin and the other children. Thus, Yun Geng provided Zhuang Xiaoming with a bounty of food, instructing her to help the little phoenix with its cultivation and find a way to keep it around. He then conferred with Su Yu and Luo Xiener on how to educate the children, as the older ones were already 7 or 8 years of age. Yun Geng initially contemplated a grand endeavor of procreation, but reconsidered due to the inconvenience of a large belly. Moreover, the Lingyu rain was set to fall in a few months in the Qianyuan realm, leading him to decide to postpone such plans until the following year. Time is long. There is no need to rush. In the Daming Imperial Palace, the court was in session when the Empress glanced outside the palace. After a moment, a black-robed elder sauntered in. Casting a glance over the assembled company, he smiled and declared, Your Majesty, from now on, the Daming dynasty shall be under the jurisdiction of my sacred land. Recognizing the man as a figure of the Tianren realm, Yi Qingwu commanded, dismiss the court. All of you may leave. The palace steward, Wang Gonggong, then shouted, court dismissed. Many were taken aback, murmuring, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Yet Yi Qingwu sternly admonished, do not make me repeat myself. Anyone who dares to step out of this hall shall meet their end. The elder's countenance turned dark, his gaze razor-sharp as it swept across the crowd. Some of the more timid individuals trembled in fear, nearly losing control of themselves, while others remained silent, understanding that no one wished to court death. Yi Qingwu spoke gravely, since it has come to this, do not blame me. With that, she abruptly reached her right hand into the air. In an instant, the elder's figure flickered, and when he reappeared, his neck was already ensnared in Yi Qingwu's grasp. Unable to react, with a sharp crack, his neck was broken. The sudden turn of events left the elder horrified, cursing his fate in his subconscious while realizing he had reached the end of his life. His eyes widened in disbelief, his head tilted, and he breathed his last. Yi Qingwu unceremoniously discarded his lifeless body onto the ground and instructed nearby, Wang Gonggong, drag him outside and have someone burn the body. Then arrange for the guards to be roused. You may depart. Yes, Your Majesty, Wang Gonggong responded, both awestruck and admiring, hastily dragging the body outside. Only then did the officials recover from their shock, promptly prostrating themselves and exclaiming, Your Majesty is mighty. Retain the second-tier officials. The rest may withdraw. Yes. Chapter 28. The successful purchase of a luxurious residence 5 days later. Yun Geng quietly arrived in the imperial capital, bustling as ever. Over the past few days, He had either been fishing or engaging in profound discussions with Luo Qiuyu about life's ideals. As for the others, after assisting them in enhancing their cultivation twice, they had grown lazy in their training. Soon, he arrived at the Su residence, just as an elderly man opened the door, followed by a freckled young girl. Upon seeing Yun Geng standing at the entrance, Fu Bo momentarily paused before warmly inviting, "Son-in-law, please come in." Yun Geng smiled and stepped inside leisurely. Once they entered, only the curious girl remained outside, her face full of wonder. Inside the Su residence, upon learning of their esteemed son-in-law's visit, Su Bo and his wife, along with their son, hurriedly came over. After exchanging pleasantries, they settled in a pavilion by a small pond. Yun Geng admired the picturesque surroundings. With the fragrance of flowers wafting from a pond, the earth and wood appeared fresh, indicating the place had been recently completed. "Haha, Xiaogong. The scenery here is quite pleasant. I assent it." Su Bo smiled slightly, seemingly very pleased with the location. "Indeed, very nice," Yun Geng affirmed. Observing the three with their Huangpin spiritual roots, all at the first level of qi cultivation, undoubtedly a testament to their diligent practice. No sooner had he spoken than a beautiful maid approached with tea. Her gaze fixated on Yun Geng, momentarily lost in thought. "Xiaoying, put that down." Li Qinglan reprimanda. Noticing her lack of decorum. "Yes, madam." The maid blushed and hurriedly set down the tea before fleeing. Su Jun poured several cups of tea and handed them over. "Brother-in-law, here, have some tea." "Thank you." Yun Geng accepted the cups with both hands, taking a gentle sip before softly inquiring, "I came here this time to purchase a grand residence in the royal city. Might I ask if my esteemed father-in-law has any acquaintances in that regard?" Upon hearing this, Su Bo shook his head. Although he lacked acquaintances, he was aware of a grand mansion that was up for sale. The owner, a wealthy merchant, was rumored to be selling it due to a business failure, hoping to recoup his losses. "If you truly desire to purchase it, I can arrange for someone to take you for a discussion later." He then mentioned that several days ago, the Empress had single-handedly eradicated the Yin-Yang sacred ground, a feat accomplished by sheer luck. This woman certainly exhibits a penchant for risk, but the rewards should be substantial. Yun Geng murmured quietly as he procured 6 volumes of cultivation methods from the store, placing them meticulously on the table. "This one is the spirit swallowing technique. This one is the instantaneous movement technique, and this one is the wood spirit technique, all of which are celestial grade methodologies. You should first cultivate the spirit swallowing technique, as it will yield significant effects when the spiritual rain descends in a few months. The other 3 volumes should be entrusted to old Master Lu. I shall refrain from visiting. Remember, do not casually reveal these techniques, lest you invite calamity upon yourselves." "Very well, I shall send someone to summon him shortly." Su Bo was instantly filled with excitement. Celestial grade techniques are indeed priceless treasures. Meanwhile, the mother and son duo wore expressions of delight. Having enjoyed their tea, "I shall go and inspect the mansion now," Yun Geng stated as he stood up, realizing there was little else to discuss. "Su Bo nodded. Jis. Then please follow me." After they departed, Su Jun immediately brought all the manuals before him, chuckling, "Mother, the marriage of Yu Mei is truly worthwhile. As the saying goes, when one person ascends, even the dogs and chickens rise with them." Without another word, Li Qinglan delivered a sharp slap to his head. The sound was resounding. "How dare you imply that your mother is akin to a dog or a chicken? Are you courting death?" Su Jun rubbed his head, looking aggrieved. And after a prolonged silence, he found himself at a loss for words. Inside the grand mansion, Yun Geng followed the middle-aged man into the inner courtyard, assessing the surroundings. He saw a large pond with exceptionally clear water, surrounded by verdant lawns, creating an atmosphere of serenity. At that moment, 2 beautiful women were in a boat, feeding the fish. They bore striking resemblance to one another, dressed similarly, making it difficult to discern who was the elder sister and who was the younger. Their melodious voices floated through the air. "Sister, look at that little gray fish, how annoying. Its belly is round from eating, and yet it still tries to steal food from the little red ones. Sister, use the net to scoop it up, tap its head, and toss it to the other side. Let us see if it dares to cause trouble again." Yun Geng was quite pleased with this place and halted to inquire, "Mr. Zhao, may I ask how much you wish to sell it for?" Upon hearing the mention of price, Zhao Sanxian instantly perked up. He recalled how previous guests were frightened away by the 2 million price tag. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and stated, 1 million gold coins. Firm price. 1 million gold coins for such a vast and splendid property is indeed quite a bargain. Without a moment's hesitation, Geng responded with alacrity. Very well. No sooner had he spoken than a pile of gold coins appeared on the grass. Mr. Zhao, please count them and see if it suffices. If not, do let me know. Zhao Sanqian was slightly taken aback, astonished to discover that the other party was a cultivator. Young Master Yin, please wait here while I fetch the deed. I shall return shortly. After he departed, the two daughters rowed ashore and were taken aback by the sight of the coins. Zhao Xian pouted and cried out to Geng, hurry and leave. This is my home, and it will never be sold. Don't even think about it. She chattered incessantly like a parrot for quite some time. Yet, Geng remained reclined on the grass, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, as if he had not heard her words. Seeing this, Zhao Xian turned around and grabbed a wooden paddle from the boat, preparing to strike. Zai, witnessing her sister's actions, intended to intervene but hesitated, ultimately swallowing her words. At that moment, several burly men rushed in, witnessing the scene and growing alarmed. After all, cultivators are unpredictable, and it is not uncommon for them to act in anger. Xiner, stop this at once. Zhao Sanqian shouted as he rushed forward, snatching the paddle, and, in a fit of anger, smacked his daughters on their backsides. You have both been spoiled by me. Return to your rooms at once. Accompanied by their cries, the two girls fled, disappearing from sight. Zhao Sanqian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned to Geng. Young master, I apologize for my failure in disciplining my daughters. Please do not take offense. He secretly sighed in relief, thinking that if anything were to happen to his daughters, he would regret it for the rest of his life. It is of no concern, do not dwell on it. Geng replied calmly, unfazed. What a jest it would be for a man of 90 years to hold a grudge against a young girl. Zhao Sanqian, without responding, directed his gaze toward one of the burly men. Seeing the man nod, he smiled. Young Master Yun, I trust you. With that, he handed over the deed. Young Master Yun, please accept this. Geng received the deed with a nod. At that moment, another burly man approached, pushing a small cart. Subsequently, 8 individuals began the task of packing the gold coins into bags. Within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the million gold coins were completely packed. Zhao Sanqian noticed that Geng remained on the grass with his eyes closed. He approached to inform him, Young Master, I neglected to mention that there is a large round stone in the center of the pond, from which a stream of water flows continuously through the crevices. After a brief exchange, Zhao Sanqian bid farewell and departed to prepare for his relocation endeavors. Chapter 29. The Enchantress. At this moment, a chorus of cries echoed in the air. Geng understood that they were preparing to leave. He had strolled around for quite some time, estimating the area to be approximately 250 by 300 meters in size. Behind the pond was a row of 2-story houses that were uninhabited, while independent garden courtyards flanked both sides of the mansion. The layout formed a tranquil enclave around the pond, exuding an air of peace. This property is undoubtedly worth at least 6 million gold coins, yet I have only spent 1 million to acquire it. The seller must have incurred a significant loss. Had it not been for their financial predicament, I suspect they would not have sold it for less than 8 million. Just then, a middle-aged man accompanied by 4 maidservants approached. The man was none other than Su San, who had previously guided him. He respectfully stated, Son-in-law, the madam mentioned that the mansion is uninhabited, so... My esteemed mother-in-law is truly thoughtful. Geng chuckled, producing a handful of gold coins and offering them. Here, this is a small token of appreciation for you. Please accept it. Thank you, son-in-law. Su San gratefully accepted the coins, then bid farewell and departed. After his departure, Geng turned his attention to the 4 maidservants, one of whom he recognized from the pavilion, named Xiao Ying. All 4 were of exceptional beauty. One could only wonder how long it took for the bride's family to select them. Please introduce yourselves. The maidservants replied, Young master, we are called Su Ying, Su Yu, Su Suang, An Su Sue. Beautiful names indeed. Geng nodded, pondering for a moment before instructing, Follow me. 3 days later, under Geng's generous guidance, the 4 maidens awakened their celestial grade spiritual roots, each attaining the level of integration, their very demeanor transformed. He then assumed the role of their mentor, imparting various techniques and bestowing upon them a substantial quantity of spirit stones and gold coins, ensuring they were well equipped before taking his leave. As Yin Geng strolled through the bustling streets, he sought out the Sioux residents, eager to see the two young ones who had changed their surname, for they were, after all, his progeny. While lost in thought, a woman suddenly rushed into him, enveloping him in a soft embrace. Stunned by this unexpected encounter, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Before he could react, a man's voice boomed. "My beloved, are you trying to provoke me?" Upon hearing this, Yin Geng turned his gaze towards the source of the voice and beheld a figure clad in white, glaring at him with a fierce intensity, as if intent on devouring him whole. With a cultivation level at the 8th tier of transformation, this individual was nearly on par with the person he held in his arms. In an instant, the words Dong Jianpai flashed through his mind. Enraged, Yin Geng reached out to push the woman away, yet she clung to him tenaciously like a vine, unwilling to release her grip. Witnessing this, his temper flared uncontrollably. He swiftly cupped the woman's face and, with a surge of determination, pressed his lips against hers. A few muffled sounds escaped Yin Fei's nostrils, and she soon realized she was utterly immobilized. Understanding that she had encountered a formidable opponent, she ceased her resistance as it became futile. "I will kill you." Wu Jian's face contorted with rage, his body shaking with anger. In a flash, he drew a sword and lunged at Yin Geng. "Get away from me!" Yin Geng shouted with an impassive expression. Almost as soon as the words left his lips, Wu Jian, along with his sword, vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. "To think you could attempt to kill me without even employing your techniques. Who do you think you are?" With that, Yin Geng turned to survey the empty street, devoid of any shadow of a person. Beside him, Yin Fei looked on in disbelief, her eyes wide with confusion. She muttered to herself, "Where did he go? Has he fled using a teleportation technique? That would make sense. Otherwise, how could it be explained? Does this young master serve as a shield for your sword?" Yin Geng scoffed, then hoisted her onto his shoulder and retraced his steps. "I'll put me down quickly. If my master, the leader of the demon sect, finds out, you're finished." Yin Fei's voice was frantic, completely shedding her previous calm and arrogance, invoking the name of her master in desperation. "Your master? Let me make it clear. Even an immortal would be of no use," Yin Geng replied with a stoic expression, his figure vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already at the grassy bank of the pond in Yun Mansion, where he unceremoniously dropped her onto the ground. At that moment, the four individuals seated on the opposite side of the lawn watched in astonishment as Yin Geng returned with a woman in tow. "Young master, who is she?" "Ah, she is the one who conspired against me. If it weren't for my formidable cultivation, I would have never seen you all again," Yin Geng replied, lowering his gaze to examine her closely. "Ah, so this is the demon sect's enchanting consort. Such a captivating visage and figure." A wicked smile curled on his lips, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf spotting a tender lamb. He then raised his hands claw-like, causing Yin Fei to realize why Wu Jian had vanished. Terrified by his demeanor, she instinctively recoiled, realizing his intent. "No, please, I was wrong. Grant me another chance to amend my ways." Upon hearing her words, the four women understood that Yin Geng spoke the truth. Their gazes turned vehemently toward her, wishing they could trample her underfoot. Ultimately, they averted their eyes, choosing not to witness any further. 2 hours later, on the streets of the imperial city, two elderly men were pacing anxiously. Their young master had promised to return shortly, yet he had not come back. The news they received caused their hearts to plummet. Realizing that trouble had arisen, they understood that returning now would likely spell doom. As this thought crossed their minds, cold sweat broke out on their brows. After a brief discussion, they took their leave in haste. The following dawn, after breakfast, Yin Geng instructed the four women one last time before vanishing with the demoness into the bustling street. He proceeded in a particular direction, seemingly indifferent to those around him. "Stop!" Yin Fei cried out, rushing to grasp his hand. "What? Now that the fun is over, you wish to abandon me?" Her words drew the attention of numerous onlookers, who regarded Yin Geng with the disdainful gaze reserved for a scoundrel. In response, Yin Geng, without hesitation, swept her up in his arms and made a hasty retreat, leaving a crowd of gossipers pondering whether a reconciliation was on the horizon. Beneath a grand tree, two middle-aged men were reminiscing over their childhood bravado when an elderly man rushed in, panic-stricken. "Master, something terrible has happened. The life token of a young master has shattered." "What? Jinner's life token has broken?" The man addressed as Master gasped, as if struck by lightning. The other man furrowed his brow and quickly inquired, "Old Su, when did this occur?" The elder, appearing ashamed, replied in a low voice, "I had a bit too much to drink. When I awoke, this was the situation. It likely happened in the past few days. Elder Duan, investigate this immediately. Whoever harmed Jinner will face a fate worse than death." The master of the Xianjian sect declared, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Master, could it have been the demon sect's consort? After all, the young master was fond of her, perhaps in a moment of passion." Before the elder could finish, he noticed the master's face darken and quickly turned away. Hastening his departure, the elder followed closely behind. In a narrow alley, Yin Geng set Yin Fei down and spoke gently. "We are now even. May fate allow us to meet again. Which faction do you belong to? What is your name?" Yin Fei, recognizing she could not impede him, inquired about his identity. Surmising he hailed from a significant power due to his ability to harness spiritual energy. "I am Yun Geng, the master of the Laotian zone. Should you seek vengeance, feel free to summon your master," he replied nonchalantly, confident in his invincibility. Moreover, with a celestial gourd at his disposal, even a semi-immortal would be rendered inconsequential. "Lao Xin Zet no." Yin Fei pondered momentarily, realizing she had never heard of such a sect. It must be one from ancient times. With that thought, she quickly produced a ring and presented it to him. "Little one, you are worth this sum. Should I wish to return, prepare for my favor." After saying this, she approached him, forcefully pressed the ring into his hand, and bestowed a kiss before gracefully departing. Yin Geng stood stunned for a moment, then shouted, "What in the world?" No wonder she was so compliant. He examined the ring, initially intending to toss it aside, but upon seeing it contained a fortune of 100 million spiritual stones, he hesitated to part with it. "Alas, I am no longer pure." With that, he vanished without a trace. In the Su family garden, two women conversed while two 4-year-old boys chased butterflies nearby. Yin Geng appeared behind them, softly asking, "Little friends, what are you up to?" The brothers turned to find a smiling young man in green attire, and simultaneously asked, "Who are you? I kissed you both when you were young." "I am, of course, family." With a smile, Yin Geng approached and scooped up each child, planting a kiss on their cheeks, which prompted 4 small hands to push against him in protest. At that moment, as the brothers spotted Su Yin and her companion approaching, they cried out, "Mother! Master Ancestor! Help!" Hearing this, Su Yin chuckled. "He is your father. What do you need saving from?" She then introduced her master by row. "Father?" The brothers gazed curiously at Yin Geng, eager to witness his reaction, only to find him grinning. Realizing the truth, they immediately pouted and began to cry. Observing this, Yin Geng quickly set them down and produced several lollipops, successfully soothing their tears. They licked at something, disregarding their parents, and scampered away with small steps. Su Yin approached, wrapping her arms around Yin Geng, and softly said, "I wish to have 2 more children to be included in the Yun family genealogy. Let us discuss it again after a few months when Ling Yu arrives." Yin Geng nodded slightly, understanding her urgency. Su Yin pouted, "But I can't wait." As she watched the two depart, Bai Rou realized she had been treated as if she were invisible. Meanwhile, Yin Fei had just returned to the demon sect when she was summoned to the Grand Hall. There, she saw Zhao Yin engaged in conversation with an unfamiliar man. She approached and inquired softly, "Master, did you call for me? Tell me, who dares to treat you this way?" Zhao Yin's expression darkened upon seeing her disciple had lost her purity. After nurturing her for so long, it was disheartening to learn that she had been sullied so easily. Rage surged within her, and she wished for nothing more than to tear that person to shreds. Hearing this, Yin Fei lowered her head, remaining silent, as if she had done something wrong. "Is our young master dead by your hand?" Duan Fei Yu asked, furrowing his brow. "Faya, unsvea totfully. With me here, no one dares to bully you." "Yes, master," Yin Fei replied softly, recounting the entire incident. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Yin turned to the side and said, "Elder Duan, this matter has nothing to do with my disciple. You may leave." Duan Fei Yu opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words and departed. 3 days later, Yin Geng planted 2 seeds and returned to Luoxian sect. He saw the women by the lake soaring into the air, only to plunge into the water with a splash. Perhaps inspired by the last time he had thrown Yuning into the water, a group of little ones, along with a small phoenix, rushed over to greet him. Calling out, "Daddy!" Yin Geng chuckled in response, immediately producing a large stash of candy for his eldest, Yin Yin, to distribute. He found it rather absurd that a 1,000-year-old demon beast referred to him as father. Before long, one child approached the lake, holding 2 lollipops and grinning widely as he showcased them to the water. This gesture reminded Yin Geng of his own innocent childhood. Luo Qiuyu suddenly appeared beside him, grasping his hand, and said, "Husband, let us practice." With that, they vanished in an instant. Time flew by and months passed. One day, the sky was thick with clouds, and thunder rumbled incessantly, leaving many common folk bewildered. However, numerous cultivators, upon witnessing this celestial phenomenon, were filled with exhilaration. Inside the long pavilion, Yin Geng gazed at the sky, knowing that Ling would soon arrive. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have added a divine child. Receiving system rewards. 100 to Chung cards. 10 9-grade spirit root pills, and a wisp of immortal energy. Ding! System store is updating." Hearing this grand reward, Yin Geng was filled with joy, realizing it must be Qing Yi who had given birth, and he glanced into the space. The immortal energy. After absorption at the 9th level of De Chung, one can break through to the terrestrial immortal realm. A simple introduction. He calculated that he now had 39 children, with 13 yet to be born. He wondered what new functions would emerge once he reached 50. If each son were to marry 10 wives, each bearing 10 children, that would amount to 500 or 600 grandchildren, barely enough to establish a sect. His brothers needed to work hard. The future glory of Luo Xian's sect depended on them. While he was lost in thought, the women entered the pavilion in unison. Luo Qiuyu looked at him and said, "Husband, the once-in-a-millennium spiritual rain is coming. Do you have enough gathering pearls? Why do you need so many? If you cannot break through to the 9th level of De Chung, I will assist you," Yin Geng confidently declared, patting his chest. "All right, that is what you said." The women cheered in unison, their faces glowing with joy as they hurried away. After they left, Yin Geng swiftly appeared atop the mountain, sitting cross-legged without hesitation. "System, use the immortal energy for me. I will absorb it quickly before it escapes." Ding! Immortal energy in use. As the system's voice faded, an invisible wisp of energy entered Yin Geng's body. Shortly thereafter, his cultivation swiftly ascended to the 8th level of De Chung, the 5th level of Tian Run, the 9th level of Yuan Ying, the 6th level of Lian Qi, and the 1st level of Terrestrial Immortal. Upon completing his breakthrough, Yin Geng stood up, muttering, "That startled me. I thought it was the reversal of the heavenly cycle." He attempted to fly into the sky, and with a whoosh, found himself at the cloud's edge, the speed astonishing. He then controlled his descent back to Luo Xian's sect. In the following 2 days, the system continuously chimed, adding 10 more children. The rewards of spirit stones and gold were plentiful, along with various spells, weapons, and elixirs. 100 cards for combining celestial beings, and another 200 for refining qi. Yin Geng was at a loss for words, realizing that the higher one's status or cultivation, the greater the likelihood of receiving valuable rewards. Chapter 31. The arrival of the spiritual rain a few nights later. The sky rumbled for 2 hours before a gentle white rain began to fall. As lightning flashed, the entire night sky glowed white. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged. Consequently, the mountain beasts rejoiced, and the flora and fauna thrived, displaying vigorous vitality. The unaware populace continued to sleep soundly despite the thunder, while those who had heard the news but could not cultivate resorted to imitating frogs to breathe deeply. Most cultivators sought boats upon the rivers, quietly practicing their arts. Those without boats simply purchased large wooden boards to sit upon, a clever alternative. Atop the peak, amidst dim lights, a group of children were tending to their 1-year-old siblings. Across the pavilion, the women sat cross-legged on the grass, practicing the sacred-level spirit swallowing technique. In their midst lay a large white pearl, drawing rainwater within a 100-meter radius to coalesce into spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Yin Geng sat at a table, leisurely sipping wine, occasionally glancing at the women in training, only to see a hazy white mist. Had it not been for the reports, he would have been unaware of the spiritual rain's occurrence. Now, witnessing it, he felt it bore no relevance to him. As night passed and dawn broke, the spiritual rain ceased. Many cultivators experienced breakthroughs, their spirits soaring. Even a fish in the water leaped joyfully. At Luo Xian's sect, as everyone had broken through to the 9th level of De Chung the previous night, a grand feast commenced on the lawn. Nearly 100 people gathered, adults and children alike, filling 10 tables to the brim. Among them were Su Yan, her master, and the Empress. The three had arrived 2 days prior. And following their training, Bai Rou had reached the 6th level of Tian Run, while Su Yan was now at the 3rd level of Yuaning. Before long, the dishes were served, and the children, upon seeing the food, unleashed their dragon claw hands to snatch at it. An uproar of reprimands echoed in response. Several days later, Yin Geng awoke early to stroll about. Since reaching the terrestrial realm, he hardly needed sleep and felt invigorated. As he walked, he noticed Su Yan's master approaching him. "Good morning, Sect Master," Bai Rou greeted politely, her demeanor respectful. Observing her ethereal presence, she speculated that she must be of the immortal realm. Up so early? Did you not sleep while here?" Yin Geng cast a fleeting glance at her and noticed that the woman was clad in thin garments. The towering peaks loomed into the clouds, evoking a sense of perspective that made all other mountains appear diminutive. At night, a chorus of mice disturbed the stillness, a rather unsettling occurrence. Bai Rou spoke with a hint of sarcasm, lacking any accusatory tone. Hee. Yin Geng offered an awkward smile, choosing not to engage further, and continued his leisurely stroll. Though she possessed striking beauty, their unfamiliarity left little topic for conversation. However, after merely 10 paces, she followed him once more. In this moment, Yin Geng was reminded of the idiom "In Hun Biu San," haunting spirit. "Zhongzhu, I have resided here for a few days and have grown fond of this place. I wish to stay." Bai Rou finally mustered the courage to express. To be honest, she had little desire to remain at Su's residence. After all, no matter where one stays, prolonged presence breeds aversion. Ever since the sect's downfall, she felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. Here, however, joining the Yun clan would make it feel like home, and it was a sect that pursued the path of immortality, truly a tailor-made opportunity. Yin Geng regarded her for a moment and replied in a neutral tone, "You should consult Xiaomeng. As long as she consents, it will be settled." "Ja, understood," Bai Rou responded before turning to leave. After her departure, Yi Qingwu suddenly appeared, presenting a piece of paper and stating, "Husband, this is an image that has surfaced within the Assassin's Guild." Yin Geng took it and glanced at it, finding it utterly unappealing and a poor likeness. He looked up and inquired wooer, "How did you recognize it was me?" "Look, these eyebrows, these eyes, this face shape." Yi Qingwu meticulously pointed out the details, articulating her observations with precision. Upon hearing this, Yin Geng wore an expression of profound admiration. He had been wanted, likely due to the influence of that foolish young man. "Wooer, did you come all this way just to tell me this?" "Yes, I recognize your formidable prowess, but as the ancients say, a clear shot is easy to evade. But a hidden arrow is hard to guard against. It is wise to remain cautious," Yi Qingwu earnestly advised, her tone laced with concern. "Your Majesty, I understand." Yin Geng clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. "Are you looking for a fight?" Yi Qingwu, feigning anger, raised her right hand and playfully slapped him. Seeing this, Yin Geng quickly dodged, calling out, "Your Majesty, spare me. I have sinned." "You seek a fight," Yi Qingwu exclaimed, chasing after him, utterly exasperated by his jest. Despite her genuine concern, he responded with humor, leading to a playful chase reminiscent of children at play. After half a stick of incense, Yin Geng noticed her on the verge of tears and decided to halt, allowing a few playful slaps to land. Observing Yi Qingwu's determination to continue, he quickly interjected, "All right. Why so serious? Come, let me escort you back." As soon as he spoke, they both vanished without a trace. At Yun Manor, four young women gazed at the two slothful figures sprawled on the grass. A few days prior, they had knocked on the door, claiming to have left something behind. Yet, even now, they refused to leave, insisting they had forgotten the way home. Were it not for their pitiable appearance, they would have been sent to the mountains long ago. Just then, Yin Geng quietly revealed himself, and the two sisters appeared. They were momentarily bewildered. The four women, hearing footsteps, turned in unison and sighed in relief upon recognizing Yin Geng, exclaiming, "Young master, what is going on here?" Yin Geng inquired, nodding as he spoke. The four women promptly recounted the events. After listening, Yin Geng crouched down to observe the two feigning slumber. "If you do not leave, I shall bind you and take you to see the authorities. You will spend several years in prison, where mice and cockroaches will crawl upon you as you sleep, nibbling at your tender flesh. You think we are children to be fooled by such tricks? Zhao Exine scoffed, opening her eyes dismissively. In response, Yin Geng produced 4 ropes and commanded, bind their hands and feet and take them outside. Yes, young master, the 4 women replied, promptly getting to work. Stop. My grandfather is the current prime minister. The sisters shouted in unison, attempting to assert their influence. However, their protestations fell on deaf ears as the other women continued their task without hesitation. Before long, 2 of the 4 were carrying one out towards a door. As their screams gradually faded away, silence enveloped the area. Yin Geng hopped onto a small boat, paddling to the center of the pond, where he retrieved fish food and began to feed the fish, contemplating that they would be the key to future barbecues. In less than a few minutes, the 4 women returned. Upon seeing Yin Geng scattering food to the fish, they were instantly intrigued. In the blink of an eye, they were aboard the boat. Noticing their keen interest, Yin Geng entrusted the task to them while he reclined on the grass, donning a green hat and drifting into slumber. Outside the gate, Zhao Yi and Zhao Xin had procured bamboo poles from an unknown source and leaned them against the wall. Gradually, the sisters climbed up. Moments later, they found themselves in the front courtyard. Like thieves with guilty consciences, they stealthily approached the right courtyard. Suddenly, Yin Geng materialized behind them, placing his hands on their shoulders. You 2 possess quite the skills. Even your wall climbing technique is impressive. The sisters jumped in fright, having believed they were sufficiently stealthy. They patted their chests to calm their racing hearts. After half a stick of incense, they regained their composure. Zhao Exen, hands on her hips, declared angrily, You scared the wits out of us. We are not leaving. Seeing this, Zhao Yi echoed her sentiments. Indeed, we will not leave. If you choose not to leave, then let us play a game. If you win, I shall return the house to you, Yin Geng proposed, outlining the game rules. Upon hearing this, the sisters were intrigued by the opportunity. They tentatively asked, Is what you say true? Absolutely, Yin Geng affirmed with a nod, smiling at the 2 adorable figures. He then produced a deed to the house, waving it slightly to demonstrate his sincerity. Zhao Exen, elated, urged, Then let us go. But if we lose, you must not cheat. I would never, Yin Geng reassured them. After some time, the 3 emerged from the small courtyard, their expressions markedly different. One appeared refreshed, while the other 2 wore glum faces. We did not lose. Shall we play again? Zhao Yi pouted, clearly dissatisfied. Indeed, let us play again. I assure you will lose miserably, Zhao Xin declared, shaking her fist. Observing their serious expressions, Yin Geng recognized their innocence. Very well. Since there was no clear victory or defeat, we shall consider it a draw. Thus, we shall all reside together. Come, my little darlings. At his words, the sisters excitedly followed, their faces lighting up with joy, as if regaining something they had lost. Before long, the 3 arrived by the pond, where they found the others seated on the grass, indulging in a plethora of snacks, the source of which remained a mystery. The 4 women noticed the trio's arrival, but seemed unfazed. Su Shui smiled and invited, Young master, come and eat with us. Yeah, indeed. Shuer, you are quite sweet-tongued. Come here, let me give you a kiss. After planting a hearty kiss on her cheek, Yin Geng instructed the 2 sisters to sit and enjoy the food. He then conjured a variety of snacks, which left the sisters wide-eyed in astonishment as they rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Their gazes towards Yin Geng transformed, filled with admiration. I am quite curious about how he achieved that transformation, yet I feel too shy to inquire. Before long, everyone was singing praises of the items presented by Yin Geng. As time passed, the 2 sisters experienced a remarkable change. After utilizing the Da Gui card, their cultivation levels surged to the 9th layer of Dacheng. Consequently, the 2 innocent and naive girls flitted about the courtyard every day. Under the attentive guidance of several women, the sisters became aware of many matters. One day, when Yin Geng bid farewell, the sisters clung to him, insisting on accompanying him. Reluctantly, he persuaded them to stay behind before departing. Once he was gone, Zhao Yi and Zhao Xin shed tears. The 4 onlookers were rendered speechless, as the young master had merely taken his leave, not abandoned them. Walking down the street, Yungang suddenly sensed numerous watchful eyes upon him. A cold smirk crept across his face. If they sought to seize a fortune of 1,000,000 spirit stones, they must be prepared for the consequences. He feigned ignorance, leisurely making his way toward the outskirts of the imperial city. After wandering for a while, he reached the city gate and presented a token to the guards. upon seeing the token inscribed with the words, "As if I were personally present." The soldiers respectfully escorted Yundaran beyond the city walls. As Yungung traversed the official road for quite some distance, he noticed that the group of pursuers had yet to take action. Thus, he stepped into a narrow path and arrived at a certain valley. At that moment, an elderly voice called out, "Stop right there, young man." Upon hearing this, all the pursuing rats hurriedly revealed themselves. Turning around, Yungang glanced at the 6 middle-aged men and 2 elders, all cultivators at the 3rd or 4th layer of Hati, a gathering of scattered practitioners. Yungang, feigning ignorance, asked, "Gentlemen, may I inquire what your command is?" "You have 2 choices. Come with us, or be captured," stated a middle-aged man in a crimson robe, his expression devoid of emotion and his tone uncompromising. The others cast predatory glances, as if ready to strike should he refuse. "If you wish to claim the spirit stones, come and take them yourself." Yungung responded nonchalantly, even waving dismissively at them in a manner most insulting. Upon realizing he acknowledged their presence, their eyes glimmered with excitement. 1,000,000 spirit stones were within reach. They disregarded his provocation, initially skeptical of the reports claiming Wu Xiaozhu lacked any cultivation. Now, witnessing Yungung's mere qi refining stage, they believed capturing him would be a simple task. At that moment, a short middle-aged man sauntered forward, his features crammed together, grinning like a wildflower. Seeing Yungung standing still, he assumed the young man lacked the courage to fight back. Confidently, he sealed Yungung's cultivation, preparing to hoist him onto his shoulder. Suddenly, a flash of red filled his vision, and flames erupted from his body. The searing pain caused him to scream, and in mere seconds, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke. The event transpired so swiftly that the 7 pursuers were caught off guard. Just as they were about to intervene, he vanished entirely. Stunned, they stood in silence until one elder regained his wits and shouted, "Yes, a crafty one. Let us all attack together." Following his command, the 7 soared into the air, distancing themselves from danger. They drew their flying swords, and with a unified effort, they aimed them at their target below. The swords sped toward Yungung at an incredible rate, reaching him in mere seconds. Yet, Yungung remained unmoved, observing the spectacle. The 7 couldn't help but smirk. No one dared to confront their 5th-rank spirit swords head-on. Their arrogance was akin to lighting a lamp in a toilet, a sure invitation to disaster. Just as the swords were about to pierce through him, they wore cruel smiles. However, the swords inexplicably halted mere centimeters from Yungung, suddenly devoid of movement. In an instant, he raised his hand and struck forward, causing the swords to snap in 2 and clatter to the ground. The pursuers were rendered speechless. One middle-aged man, sensing the dire situation, panicked and shouted, "Run!" No sooner had he spoken than the 7 fled in 3 different directions. "Oh no! You think you can escape before I've even made my move?" Yungung exclaimed, stamping his foot. The broken sword shot off in 3 directions. At that moment, the 7 desperately fled, while simultaneously using their spiritual sense to check if they were being pursued. After flying several dozen meters, they suddenly heard a whimpering sound, and a shadow zipped past them. Pain erupted in their heads, and they lost consciousness. Chapter 33. 6 little crispy skins. Yinxian Holy Land. Yungung approached the heavily guarded mountain gate, his presence scrutinized by 10 pairs of watchful eyes. As he drew closer, several voices boomed. "Who goes there? State your name and purpose." "Luo Xianzong. Yinzongzhu seeks to meet with Jiang Xingzhu," Yungung replied, aware that taking the front entrance would pose complications, yet unable to defy Qingyi's request. "Luo Xianzong. What proof do you have?" a tall young man inquired, his gaze laced with skepticism. The delicate-looking figure hardly seemed fitting for a sect leader, as those in such positions were typically middle-aged or elderly. "Proof?" Yungung murmured softly, discreetly invoking the Holy Spirit technique. Unseen, a wave of ethereal energy surged into the young man's body. Instantly, the tall man felt an intense heat coursing through his feet. Before he could react, he screamed as he found himself upside down, suspended 10 meters above the ground. The remaining 9 were taken aback by this spectacle, their eyes turning to Yungung, now comprehending his malicious intent. In unison, they shouted, "Stop! Put him down!" As their words fell, more startled cries erupted as all 9 found themselves dangling in the air. At this moment, the 10 disciples of the Holy Land dared not utter another word, fearing that even a single remark might lead to their demise. They could only pray that Yungang truly was the Zhongzhu, hoping fervently for the elders to arrive soon. Having concluded his display, Yungang was about to step forward when Jiang Wanqing appeared, glancing at him and then at the 10 suspended individuals, momentarily bewildered. However, recalling his mysterious nature, she quickly regained her composure. Saint Master, the 10 shouted in excitement, as if they had caught hold of a lifeline. The tense atmosphere that had gripped them finally relaxed. Jiang Wanqing nodded slightly, then turned to the grinning Yungang, shooting him a fierce glare as she admonished. Release them at once. Just kidding, Yungang replied, snapping his fingers. Instantly, the group found themselves safely on the ground, each one gasping for breath, their faces flushed. Jiang Wanqing turned her gaze toward the 10 disciples, solemnly declaring, "Remember this well. He is my husband." "Yes, Saint Master," they responded respectfully, their hearts brimming with astonishment. As they looked back at Yungang, admiration radiated from their eyes. He was indeed an extraordinary individual. The master and disciple had gathered all their students, and astonishingly, they had simultaneously given birth. The scene at that moment was simply unimaginable. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived in the garden, where 11 children were nestled in small carts, while 10 women sat around a table. It appeared that they had just concluded a meeting. Yungang waved to greet the ladies and approached to play with the children for a while before taking a seat at the table. Upon seeing him settle down, Jiang Wanqing immediately spoke up. "Xiaogeng, not long ago, the Yinyang Sacred Land sent someone to conquer the Yunxian Sacred Land. After our refusal, a conflict arose, and in an unfortunate turn of events, they were killed. I promptly dispatched people to investigate. They have 9 cultivators at the 9th level of the Great Ascension. A few more met their demise yesterday, leaving their lives behind. They may soon arrive here to settle scores. This matter could lead to trouble." "Oh, is that so?" Yungang absent-mindedly traced circles on the table, seemingly indifferent to her words. He estimated that after the next spiritual reign, his cultivation would soar, fueling his ambition to become invincible and dominate the world. Observing his demeanor, the ladies gradually relaxed their furrowed brows. Jiang Wanqing, noticing his nonchalance, curiously inquired, "Xiaogeng, what is your current cultivation level?" "I can barely handle 20 cultivators at the 9th level of the Great Ascension," Yungang casually replied, omitting the full truth. After all, stepping into the realm of immortals was not something that could be compared with merely achieving the Great Ascension. He believed it better to maintain an air of mystery. Regardless of their guesses, he was the indomitable presence. At that moment, the ladies pondered what level of cultivation was necessary to defeat 20 cultivators at the 9th level of the Great Ascension. Unable to comprehend, Jiang Wanqing gave Yungang a fierce glare and asked, "So, is there something you haven't told us about your visit? I initially intended to assist you in breaking through to the 9th level of the Great Ascension, but upon arriving, I didn't even see a cup of tea." Yungang shook his head. "I think it's best to forego it. Wasting resources isn't-wise. Besides, you are already at the Great Ascension. A few levels won't make a difference." At this, Jiang Wanqing immediately commanded, "Xiaoyan, go fetch someone to prepare some dishes." "Understood." Su Guanjian softly replied, standing to make arrangements. After she left, Jiang Wanqing fixed her gaze on Yungang and spoke, "Xiaogeng, I would like to request the rewards for the 11 children. After all, I fear that Xiaoming might be unhappy if I acquire too many resources." "Certainly," Yungang nodded, as Xiaoming was essentially no different from himself. He took out a ring containing elixirs and divided them into 11 portions on the table. Each person took a share, joy illuminating their faces as they accepted the elixirs and returned the rings. Subsequently, he assisted the women in elevating their cultivation to the 9th level of the Great Ascension. The following morning, after finishing breakfast and spending some time playing with the little ones, Yungang strolled through the sacred land. Suddenly, he glanced up at the sky and noticed 6 small black dots gradually descending. Immediately, several striking figures surged from the sacred land, soaring to a height of 200 meters to confront several elderly men. One elder, upon seeing this, burst into laughter. "Has your sacred land no men left? Why is it that all I see are women?" Jiang Wanqing promptly issued the order, "Attack." Thus, the women began to channel the ice and snow sacred art, unleashing countless icy blades that swiftly hurtled towards the 6 men. The elders, alarmed, exclaimed internally, "This is outrageous." Realizing the gravity of the situation, they hastily employed their techniques. In an instant, massive hands, heavenly fire, and melting techniques surged forth to counter the attack. Yet, under equal cultivation levels, their sacred arts proved futile. The icy blades momentarily slowed before launching forth anew. With time running short, the elders attempted to flee, but felt a sudden chill envelop them, and they collapsed. As the 6 elders descended to 10 meters, their figures vanished without a trace. Is this the prowess of the 9th level of the Great Ascension? Jiang Wanqing realized she had overestimated them. They were defeated in a single exchange, leading her to believe she could easily take down a dozen such foes. It seemed evident that Geng had been lying. If she could defeat so many, how could he claim to barely manage 20? The one who could effortlessly elevate them to the pinnacle could not possibly be at the 9th level of the Great Ascension. What level of cultivation did this young man possess? Could it be that there truly were immortals in Qinyuan? The more Jiang Wanqing pondered, the more resentment she felt towards Geng. At that moment, the 10 women regained their composure, realizing how fragile the 6 men had been. You 6 go to the Yin Yang's sacred land, eliminate them, and bring back all the good things. You go take care of the children. After Jiang Wanqing assigned the tasks, she vanished in an instant. The 10 women quickly disappeared as well. Meanwhile, in the sacred land, everyone looked up at the sky, shouting, "Long live the master! Long live the elders!" Just as Geng arrived in the garden, 5 women appeared beside him. "Xiaogeng, come with me," Jiang Wanqing said. Her expression filled with charm as she pulled him along. Suddenly noticing the 4 disciples following her, she expressed her discontent. "Why are you following us? Shouldn't you be taking care of the children? The disciples can handle it. We don't need you," the others chimed in, firmly opposing the idea of monopolizing him. Jiang Wanqing opened her mouth to respond, but fell silent. Several days later, a significant event transpired in the Qinyuan realm. As it was rumored that the Yin Yang's sacred land had been obliterated, reactions varied between joy and sorrow. The next morning, after playfully teasing the adorable Su Guanyin, they bid farewell to one another. On the other side, Zhao Sanqian received a letter from his sister-in-law, stating that his 2 daughters were missing. In a panic, he hurried back to the imperial capital with several sworn brothers. Upon arriving at the Su residence and learning the truth, he recalled their former residence at the Zhao Manor. Consequently, a carriage halted before a grand entrance. Zhao Sanqian knocked repeatedly on the door, producing a series of loud thuds. Soon, the door opened to reveal a beautiful woman, who paused in surprise at the sight of 8 unfamiliar men. "Who are you?" she inquired. Realizing the situation, Zhao Sanqian smiled. "Miss, I am the previous owner of this place, having sold it not long ago. My 2 daughters have gone missing, and I came here to inquire if they have been here." "Oh, you are the father of Zhao Yi and Zhao Xin. They are here. Come in." Su Ying gestured for him to enter. Hearing that his daughters were inside, Zhao Sanqian felt a wave of relief wash over him. After a while, the 9 of them entered the inner courtyard, where 3 young women were enjoying snacks on the lawn, while Zhao Xin and Zhao Yi playfully fed fish from a boat on the pond. Since selling the grand residence, Zhao Sanqian had not witnessed the innocent smiles of his daughters. Seeing them again filled him with regret for having sold it. At that moment, the carefree sisters noticed the 8 men on the shore. Zhao Xin and Zhao Yi simultaneously called out, "Father, 7 uncles, you're back." Before they could react, the 2 girls leaped onto the shore. The 8 men were taken aback. This was certainly not lightness of foot. In the Qinyuan realm, only those at the transformation stage could fly. What could this mean? One of the burly men quickly asked, "Xin, tell your second uncle, what is your current cultivation level?" At the first level of transformation, the sisters replied in unison, their voices bright and cheerful. Though they had anticipated this, the 8 men still found it hard to believe. Having had no cultivation before leaving, they were now so formidable that no one would believe it if told. Good. My daughters have finally made progress." Zhao Sanqian erupted into hearty laughter, his face brimming with satisfaction. The 7 others shared in his joy, having watched the 2 grow up. At that moment, Su Ying conjured tables, chairs, and tea, warmly inviting everyone, "Please come over for tea." After exchanging pleasantries, they all settled down. During their conversation, Zhao Sanqian learned that Geng was assisting his daughter in enhancing her cultivation. He felt immense gratitude and considered the decision to sell the house to be exceedingly wise. After about an incense stick's worth of time, the 8 of them bid farewell respectfully. "Xin, here, let us go and purchase another house. You can visit here again when you have the time, Zhao Sanqian said helplessly, acknowledging that it was now someone else's home and that it would be inappropriate to stay long-term. Shaking her head, Zhao Xian softly replied, Father, this place is my home now, very safe. You handle your matters. Seeing that Su Ying displayed no signs of displeasure, Zhao Sanqian ultimately departed with his sworn brothers. Months passed, and on a particular day, Yin Geng leisurely sipped tea in the long pavilion. Ding! Congratulations, the number of offspring has reached 50. A reward of a level 9 Earthrealm card has been issued. The baby reward function has been discontinued. System sister, please don't jest. Without rewards, how can I break through to immortality? Ding! Host, it is impossible to break through. This world is a 5-colored pearl. Beyond it lies the immortal realm. Once the semi-immortal realm is reached, the Qian Yuan realm will undoubtedly explode into nothingness. Ding! Only by entering the immortal realm can the system be updated. 5-colored pearl? It wouldn't be in someone else's possession, would it? Yin Geng furrowed his brow in contemplation, suddenly feeling quite insecure. Ding, indeed. This pearl resides within the bracelet of the Empress Feng Yao. The remaining faint immortal energy in Qian Yuan is solely due to her accidentally swallowing it while sleeping within her mouth. System, is there any way to leave here? Ding. The host can spend 10 billion spirit stones to undertake a mission. Upon completion, the system will naturally transport you away. Reflecting for a moment, Yin Geng recalled that he had around 20 billion in the system space, which he had not utilized. With this thought, he shouted inwardly, System, I'll buy it. Ding! 10 billion spirit stones have been deducted. The system space has been equipped with a lucky spin wheel, now in motion. Upon hearing this, he glanced into the space and saw a gigantic wheel resembling a clock, its hour hand spinning vigorously. Soon the hand slowed, ultimately stopping at a spot marked a brief tour of Qian Yuan. Is this a travel opportunity? Yin Geng murmured before vanishing from his location. In the following 3 months, Zhuang Xiaoming's cultivation rose to level 9 of the Earth Realm. Subsequently, Yin Geng visited the Imperial City and spent 10 days at the Yun Xian Sacred Land. One morning, after bidding farewell to everyone, he departed. In a small courtyard, Yin Feier cradled a baby, rocking gently, baby be good, time for sleep. On the roof, Yin Geng observed this scene, momentarily stunned, astonished by how adept the formidable demon empress was at childcare. Clearing his throat, he coughed lightly. Yin Feier abruptly turned her gaze toward the sound, and upon seeing the father of her child, she sighed in relief and teased, Little one, what brings you here? I'm short on spirit stones, so I thought I'd come to ask this wealthy lady for some. Yin Geng jested, swiftly appearing beside her. Noticing the child sleeping sweetly, a slight smile gracing the tiny face, he remarked, I came to ask if you would like to join the Yin family. Membership grants access to level 6 and 7 elixirs, so think it over. Level 7 elixirs? Yin Feier was taken aback, urgently inquiring, Are there any that can awaken spiritual roots? Not only level 7, but even level 9 is available, though you must wait until the child can cultivate to claim them. The decision is yours. Yin Geng spoke with a calm demeanor, indifferent to her choice. Joining is acceptable, but I already have a master and 1T reside at the Luo Xian Sect daily. Do you think that works? As she spoke, Yin Feier blinked at him. Yin Geng nodded slightly. That works. Find someone to take care of the child, and I will help elevate your cultivation to the great ascension stage. Afterward, you can find Zhuang Xiaoming to claim your rewards. Upon hearing this, Yin Feier was once again astonished. The great ascension stage? Are you certain? Feier, is he that person? Zhao Yan approached and asked directly. Seeing her disciple remain silent, the answer was painfully obvious. Zhao Yan's fury ignited, and without a second thought, she attempted to seize the opponent by the neck, intending to lift him off the ground. Yet, just as she believed she would succeed, Yin Geng swiftly brushed her hand away, simultaneously emitting a faint force that sent Zhao Yan flying 10 meters away. Yin Geng's voice resonated. Dare to act again. And do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to summon your sex experts to seek counsel. Yin Feier was about to call for her master to cease, but as she finished her thought, she witnessed the scene unfold. In shock, she swallowed her words. It was known that her master possessed a cultivation level of the Great Ascension 5th layer, yet was so easily dispatched. It goes without saying that Yin Geng's cultivation was certainly above that level. At under 100 years of age, he was already so formidable. Thus, his earlier statements were evidently not mere jest. On the other side, Zhao Yin stood frozen in place, disbelief etched across her face, seemingly still processing the chaos. Chapter 35. Years gone by. Observing this, Yin Feier immediately approached Zhao Yin, handing over the child. Master, please take care of the baby for me. After entrusting the child to her, Yin Feier returned to her original position. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished without a trace. Zhao Yin murmured. To be able to teleport, this person must surely exceed the Great Ascension realm. Could it be that there truly exists an immortal realm? In a secluded grove, Yin Feier sat cross-legged on the ground amidst the leaves, eyes closed. Several hours later, her cultivation ascended to the Great Ascension 9th layer. Overjoyed, she leaped up as if having won a monumental prize. Subsequently, Yin Jie rushed to Yun Geng, leaping into his embrace, kissing him on the cheek. Her head tilted as she gazed at his handsome face. After a prolonged moment, the two departed, sharing laughter as they left the area, leaving behind trees with branches torn apart. In the courtyard, Zhao Yin cradled the wailing child, unable to soothe him no matter what she tried. Frustrated, she huffed, Your mother has run off with some wild man, and yet you, little rascal, are opposing me. Just as she finished speaking, a figure landed in the courtyard, singing merrily, evidently in high spirits. It was none other than Yin Feier. Noting her demeanor, Zhao Yin, brimming with ire, exclaimed, And you dare sing? Do you wish to be hit? Master, I just struck a lucrative deal. If we eliminate the Xianjian sect, we can acquire a sacred technique. Saying this, Yin Feier produced a tome. Flipping to the first page to show her. Sacred technique? Zhao Yin, intrigued, glanced at it, her eyes widening in astonishment. Just as she became engrossed in it, her disciple swiftly tucked the tome away. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yin attempted to maintain her composure, saying, Disciple, show it to me, so I can see if it's suitable for your cultivation. I will, but you must promise me that once you achieve success, you will destroy the Xianjian sect. Yin Feier insisted seriously, adopting a look that indicated she wouldn't part with it without a promise. Very well, I shall answer you. A year later, Yun Geng traversed the 5 continents, encountering numerous individuals along the way. He saved lives and fought against injustices, having accomplished much. At this moment, he arrived at the power-dominated central continent. Into Dao City, Yin Geng inquired with several passers-by before reaching the one Dao Xian zone. A year prior, when he took his leave, Luo Qiuyu departed alongside him. Now, a year had passed, and he wondered if she had returned to the Xian zone. At the mountain gate, Yin Geng appeared in an instant. The disciple guarding the gate rubbed his eyes, astonished and respectful as he asked, What brings you here, esteemed immortal? I heard that your former sect leader has returned, and I, Yun Zhongzhu, have come to pay my respects. Yin Geng plainly stated his purpose, noting that these 2 disciples were far superior to those from certain holy land. Yin Zhongzhu? The 2 disciples exchanged glances, seemingly unfamiliar with the name. Finally, the smaller disciple asked him to wait a moment while he went to report. In a garden, 2 women and 1 man sat around a table. Master, how did you slay a 9th level Decheng as if you were merely chopping vegetables? What cultivation level do you possess? Please tell me. Yuan divined, causing a nearby man to shudder involuntarily. Seeing this, Luo Qiuyu smacked her head gently. Little girl, that tactic is outdated. Just then, a disciple approached respectfully, reporting, Sect leader, there is someone outside claiming to be Yun Zhongzhu seeking the former sect leader. Yun Zhongzhu? Yuani pondered, struggling to recall the title. Is he very handsome? Luo Qiuyu immediately inquired. The disciple, unaware of who the girl was, replied, He appeared at the gate, resembling an immortal. Quickly, invite him in. Luo Qiuyu commanded with a smile, her heart filled with joy at the thought of a certain playful Yun. The disciple hesitated, glancing at Yuan He, waiting for his decision. Yuan He finally spoke, Go ahead. Yes. The disciple responded and departed. After he left, Yuan Dai squinted her eyes, teasingly remarking, Master is so happy. Could it be your beloved has arrived? Luo Qiuyu did not respond, her eyes narrowing as she warned, Behave yourself, or beware of repercussions. Still serious? Even your beloved has come, Yuan Dai muttered under her breath, as if speaking to herself. Consequently, a sharp slap echoed as she glared angrily at Yuan He. Brother, why did you hit me? At that moment, the disciple returned with a guest, leading him in. Yin Geng sat beside Luo Qiuyu and smiled at the duo. Qiuyu, are these your disciples? Indeed. Luo Qiuyu nodded slightly and directed them. You two should greet Yin Zhongzhu. The siblings clasped their hands in salute. Yuan He, Yuan Dai, pay respects to Yin Zhongzhu. Yin Geng produced 2 spirit-enhancing pills, which instantly hovered before them. Here, a small token of our meeting. Seeing the high-grade pills, the siblings were astonished, wondering if he was foolish to give away such precious items. Hesitating, they looked to Luo Qiuyu, who encouraged, accept it. He has plenty. Reassured, they accepted the gifts and expressed their gratitude. Pouring a cup of tea, Yin Geng spoke softly, I have traveled across the 5 continents, and my journey here has concluded. I came specifically to visit you before seeking further enlightenment. After this, I may not return for many years, perhaps a decade or more. A decade? But haven't you already ascended? Luo Qiuyu questioned, perplexed. How could someone who easily elevated others to the 9th level of the Cheng still be in search of the immortal path? Yin Geng chuckled. Ascension is merely the beginning of the immortal journey. I suspect there are many unknown realms beyond. The beginning of the immortal path. The siblings widened their eyes, realizing the depth of his essence, understanding that he was indeed an immortal. Follow me, Luo Qiuyu beckoned, rising to depart. Yin Geng stood and followed closely. As they vanished, Yuan He and Yuan Dai examined the pills before leaving, clearly eager to try them. Days later, Luo Qiuyu broke through to the 8th level of the mortal realm, elated. Her aspirations for the immortal path were finally realized, and she turned to inquire, husband, your cultivation should be at the 9th level, correct? I remain at the 1st level of the mortal realm, Yin Geng replied with a smile. Currently, I am no match for you and Xiaomeng, so please refrain from attacking me, or I may have nowhere to weep. Seeing that he was not jesting, Luo Qiuyu embraced him. How could that be? I cherish you too much. Why not elevate your own cultivation instead of aiding us? I have exhausted my abilities, and fearing for your safety after I depart, this is the only way I can leave with peace of mind. With that, Yin Geng kissed her gently. You must be cautious. If I do not see you return within a century, I shall construct a new grave and visit annually to curse it. Luo Qiuyu spoke in a calm tone, as if discussing a trivial matter. However, Yin Geng shuddered at her words, realizing her ruthlessness. He quickly assured her that he would return. Chapter 36. Rescued from drowning? The following morning, after bidding farewell to Luo Qiuyu, Yin Geng ventured into a dense forest. Tongzi, teleport me out. As soon as he finished speaking, radiant light enveloped him. Tong de Jie, stop. I feel dizzy. But before he could receive a reply, he vanished from his spot. At a lake, 3 women stood on a boat. One beautiful woman was intently painting on a canvas, while 2 sword-bearing guards flanked her, their eyes fixed intently on her. Before long, the woman completed her painting of a pair of mandarin ducks and set down her brush. Gazing at her masterpiece, she sighed. What use is a good painting? There is no suitable person to compose a poem to accompany it. Noticing her melancholic mood, the 2 guards comforted her in unison. Miss, you are so kind and beautiful. It will come. It's just that fate has yet to arrive. Perhaps, the woman replied blandly, contemplating that in 20 years, she would be aged and faded. Suddenly, both guards simultaneously turned their gaze to a figure falling from the sky, splashing into the water. They looked up but saw no one fighting above. The woman, following the sound, noticed only a few ripples returning to the surface. Xiao Ging, Xiao Lan, did you see anything emerge from the water? Miss, it wasn't an object. A person fell from the sky, one guard replied, shaking her head, equally perplexed. Upon hearing this, the woman exclaimed anxiously, then we must hurry and rescue them. Miss, it may be a conflict between cultivators. We should leave. It isn't safe here. The other guard urged, suspecting it was certainly a battle between powerful beings. If a powerful figure arrives and sees us 3 seeking help, we could be in trouble. At this moment, the man in white who had fallen into the water had resurfaced. Quickly rescue him, commanded the woman, her face darkened with urgency. The guard known as Xiaoqing, witnessing this, immediately extended his hand towards the body. Soon after, a white figure soared onto the boat, gently landing. It was a young man who, despite his eyes being closed, appeared quite handsome, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Observing the 2 guards remaining motionless, the woman grew somewhat irritated. For time was of the essence, and she had no desire to waste words. Thus, she sat atop the abdomen of the man from the weak water, forcefully blowing air into his mouth. The sight left the 2 female guards utterly dumbfounded. At this juncture, Yin Geng, still in a dreamlike state. Felt as though something was pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. As he gradually awakened, he sensed someone on top of him, blowing air into his mouth. Instantly, he opened his eyes to see a remarkably beautiful woman leaning over him. "What is happening?" he exclaimed. "Miss, please stop blowing. You're suffocating me." The woman, startled, let out a series of shrieks before springing to her feet and retreating, hiding behind the two guards, her hand pressed against her chest as she cautiously peered out. The two women exchanged glances, bemused by her timidity. Geng, now acutely aware of his drenched state and the water surrounding him, quickly connected the dots, realizing he had been rescued after falling into the water. "System, what have you done?" he inquired. "Ding, the system has encountered a minor malfunction, which has now been successfully resolved. The host may use it with confidence. Even without rescue, you will not perish," the system replied. "Am I in the realm of immortals?" Geng asked. "Ding, the host is indeed situated in the realm of immortals." With that, Geng sprang to his feet, water vapor rising from his body. Once his clothes had dried, he surveyed the three silent figures before him. The woman who had blown air into him was named Gui, a fourth-grade painter and the daughter of a prime minister. The other two were named Gu Shaoqing and Gu Shaolon, maids and guards of the Gu family, both possessing cultivation at the 5th level of the Tianxian realm. Fourth-grade painter, such a position exists? Geng mused, slightly astonished, before bowing his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, ladies, for your rescue. Once I have the ability, I shall return to repay your kindness." Upon hearing him speak, Gu realized he was not the rumored corpse turned into a monster. She stepped forward, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she pointed to the painting board. "Young sir, if you possess talent, inscribe a poem upon it, and there will be no need for repayment. What do you think? Compose poetry?" Geng followed her to the painting board, where he beheld the depiction of the lake's surface. Two mandarin ducks frolicked in the water, while the grass along the shore was blanketed in white frost. In a clear space, the words Shirley Ping who were inscribed, evidently the subject of the piece. Instantly inspired, he seized the brush beneath the board and began to write, as if guided by divine intervention. The three behind him stood silently, waiting patiently. Minutes passed, and upon completing his work, Geng admired his handwriting, which he deemed satisfactory. He turned to Gu, "Miss, it is finished. If it does not meet your expectations, there is little I can do." Upon hearing this, Gu approached him. "Young sir, may I have a look?" "Of course," Geng replied, stepping aside. Gu examined the board, her eyes scanning the ordinary characters as she softly recited. 10 miles of calm lake, frost fills the sky. Every strand of silk evokes a sorrowful year. We gaze at our reflections, wishing to protect one another, envious only of the mandarin ducks, not the immortals. Indeed, it is heartbreaking to age before mastering cultivation. Who could remain untroubled? All one hopes for is to find a companion to share the remainder of life with, and that alone suffices. This poem is excellently crafted. I find it immensely pleasing, Gu declared. She then inquired, "I am Gu May I ask for your esteemed name?" "I am Geng. Courtesy name Ding Tian. Yin as in white clouds, Geng as in the middle of the night," he introduced himself. Gu Shaoqing and Gu Shaolon exchanged surprised glances, realizing their mistress had willingly revealed her name, clearly taken by him. Their gazes fixated on Geng, and indeed, he possessed a strikingly handsome visage, a rarity to behold. "Such a fine name," Gu praised, then warmly invited, "We must not let this meet be in vain. You must stay at my Gu residence for a few days. Would that not be fitting?" Geng initially intended to decline, but considering his novice status, he pondered whether to wait until the system updated before departing. Resolving this, he nodded, "Very well, though it may be an inconvenience." "Not at all, not at all." Gui fervently shook her head, a radiant simile illuminating her face. She then turned to the two women and instructed, "Shaoqing, Shaolon, return home." Before long, the boat approached the shore, and the group disembarked, the entire vessel being stored within Shaoqing's spatial ring. Geng marveled inwardly, incredible. Storing a boat within a spatial ring is truly remarkable. Subsequently, Shaoqing and Shaolon each took hold of one of Geng's arms, and in a flash, they were gone. Chapter 37. What function does she provide? Within the Gu residence, Geng enjoyed a delightful breakfast in the realm of immortals. courtesy of Gu Ee's warm hospitality. Following this, he accompanied Xiao Lan to a chamber and collapsed onto the bed. Ding! The system is currently updating. Ding! The She Provides function has been launched. The system store has ceased updating. For further details, please refer to the spatial introduction. She Provides function? Yin Geng murmured, turning his attention to the system space. She Provides function. Items given by women, excluding daughters, can be doubled in return, with a multiplier undisclosed and entirely determined by the system. Upon reading this, he glanced aside. The cultivation levels in the realm of immortals are divided into 10 tiers. D-Xian, Rin-Xian, Tian-Xian, Xin-Xian, Jin-Xian, Xian-Jun, Xian-Zun, Xian-Wang, Xian-Huang, and Xian-Di. Each tier further subdivided into 10 layers. Weapons, elixirs, alchemists, and artifact craftsmen are all ranked from 1 to 10. Cultivation methods are categorized as mortal, saint, divine, and immortal. Physiques are distinguished as mortal body, saint body, divine body, and immortal body. Those with a mortal body can generally break through to the 9th layer of the 3rd tier, while those with a saint body can reach the 9th layer of the 6th tier, and so forth. However, exceptions do exist. Whichever physique one awakens will dictate their abilities, with superior physiques allowing for swifter cultivation. Upon seeing this, Yin Geng frowned and asked, "System, do my immortal roots signify it is of little use?" Ding. After reaching the 9th layer of the Qian Yuan realm, it is essentially of no use, aside from immortal concealment. Those techniques are considered low-level in the realm of immortals. Upon hearing this, Yin Geng contemplated silently. It appears I must obtain the pearl swiftly. The fate of my family rests in the hands of the Empress Feng Yao. System, where is Empress Feng Yao currently? Ding. This is the Feng Tian dynasty. She is the Empress of the Feng Tian dynasty, residing in the palace, not far from the Prime Minister's residence. Knock, knock, knock. A voice echoed from the door. Young sir, after seeing your 10 miles of calm lake, the Lord and Lady wish to meet you. Upon hearing this, Yin Geng stepped outside. In the garden, he arrived to find Gu Yi seated at a table alongside a middle-aged couple. Though they had reached middle age, their youthful appearance suggested they were once strikingly handsome. With such parents, it was no wonder their daughter was so beautiful. He approached, bowing in greetings, esteemed Prime Minister, greetings, madam. The couple turned to face him. And indeed, he was a remarkably handsome young man. Gu Shan smiled, gesturing for him to sit. Yin Gongzi, please take a seat. Sun Yuxiang nodded enthusiastically, her welcoming demeanor evident. Thank you. Yin Geng sat down without hesitation. He also discovered that the Prime Minister was a 5th-rank painter, and the Prime Minister's wife was a 4th-rank musician. 3 masters of the arts indeed resonate with the saying, those who are not of the same family do not enter the same door. At that moment, Gu Shan pulled out a painting and, with both hands, presented it to Yin Geng, candidly stating, Young Master Yun, could you compose a poem for this painting? If it proves too difficult, it is of no consequence. Yin Geng found it hard to decline and took the painting to examine it closely. The artwork depicted an elderly man clad in a raincoat and hat, fishing alone in a boat amidst falling snowflakes on the river. The surrounding flora and fauna were blanketed in white, as if draped in garments of purity. The scene was devoid of any human presence or animal traces, evoking a profound sense of loneliness and desolation. Yin Geng grasped the prepared brush and ink on the table, feigning contemplation, and then wielded the brush with an inspired stroke. The 3 onlookers watched Yin Geng's earnest expression with bated breath. 2 minutes later, Yin Geng paused, blew gently on the painting, and returned it to its owner. Gu Shan joyfully accepted the artwork and began to scrutinize it. Before long, Gu appeared behind him, and Sun Yuxiang was not far behind, and together they began to admire the poem. What a splendid line. Where birds do not fly across the mountains, a solitary fisherman braves the cold river snow. Such is the essence. Such is the feeling. Gu Shan leaped with excitement, then sighed. Alas, if only I could grasp the principles, I would witness this very scene. Yin Geng, would you like me to introduce a master to you? No. Thank you for your kindness, Prime Minister, but I am not inclined in that direction. After saying this, Yin Geng savored a sip of tea, contemplating, why should a plagiarist of poetry seek to learn? It would only expose him. Each person has their own aspirations. And Gu Shan said nothing more, tucking the painting away with a hint of reluctance. At that moment, the 2 ladies returned to their seats. Sun Yuxiang suddenly inquired. Yin Geng, from where do you hail? Are your parents cultivators? Upon hearing this, both father and daughter paused their actions, one feeling awkward and the other counting ants on the ground. A mere country bumpkin, his parents absent, wandering far and wide, never to return. Yin Geng casually brushed off the inquiry, indifferent to whether they believed him or not. Upon hearing his words, the couple's eyes sparkled. They soon claimed to have urgent matters and departed. Observing this, Gu Yi realized they were leaving them to converse. Only Yin Geng was too apathetic to ponder such details and paid them no mind. The two continued to chat and laugh. 10 days later, Yin Geng visited Gu Yi's room and found her painting. After watching for a while, he finally spoke. Yi, having stayed here for so long, I am grateful for your hospitality, but I must take my leave. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi abruptly stood up, turned around, and with reddened eyes asked, Do you dislike me? Not at all. I merely wish to seek resources for cultivation. I will return and visit you when I have the time. Yin Geng shook his head in denial. He truly wished to find a wealthy patron to quickly enhance his cultivation and seize the pearls. Resources? Wait for me a moment, Gu Yi said and walked to her bed. Soon, she returned with a box and handed it to him, saying, Please accept this and stay with me for 2 more months. Overwhelmed by her kindness, Yin Geng had no choice but to accept it. Upon opening the box, he found 4 first-rank awakening pills. Puzzled, he asked, why are you giving these to me? Why not keep them for yourself? Just take them. I have swallowed several, but they did not help me awaken. As she spoke, her expression dimmed slightly. All right, I will accept them. Yin Geng felt no shame, savoring the delightful taste of soft rice. Ding! Upon receiving the 4 first-rank pills, the system rewards 4 3-rank awakening pills and 1 10-rank pill. Starting with the jackpot. I adore you, system. Yin Geng's heart blossomed with joy, curious about what he would awaken from consuming them. Ding! The host teases the system. No items will be collected next time. Last time, the system teased the host several times, yet no rewards appeared. Complaining slightly, Yin Geng placed the pills into his space for the system to collect. At that moment, Gu Yi noticed him putting away the pills and felt a surge of joy, realizing he would not be leaving anytime soon. Chapter 38. The Adorable Little Sister. 5 days later, Yin Geng had already awakened his yin-yang immortal body. Since acquiring this physique, he had cultivated for 2 or 3 days and swiftly broke through to the first layer of human immortal. However, consuming 3 pills felt slightly wasteful. At this time, Gu Yi peeked into the room from the doorway and saw he had stopped cultivating. Feeling delighted, she pushed the door open and entered. Approaching the bedside, her gaze was filled with affection. The more she looked, the more she liked him, as if he were a light in the darkness. Are you happy? You seem so joyful. Observing her innocent demeanor, Yin Geng couldn't resist teasing her. To be honest, after only half a month together, he found himself quite fond of this girl. You're the one who is happy. Gu Yi playfully swung her little fists at him as if scratching an itch. Ha! Yin Geng chuckled, pulling her onto the bed and falling backward. Gu Yi screamed in surprise at the sudden action. Sun Yuxiang intended to call them for a meal, but stopped in her tracks upon hearing her daughter's voice, retreating in fright. On the bed, Yin Geng had already noticed someone outside, but chose to ignore it, grinning as he gazed at the face above him. It is improper for men and women to be so close. Release me. Gu Yi, blushing, struggled to stand up. Yet he would not let go, and in her irritation, she bit down on his mouth. Unable to muster the resolve to bite him hard, she found herself in a playful tug-of-war. After a while, they got off the bed and made their way outside. Gu Yi suddenly halted, then grabbed his hand and asked, Now that you have kissed me, when will you marry me? To be frank, I already have 3,000 beauties and countless children. It will be quite unfair to you. Yin Geng spoke half-jokingly, then tentatively suggested, How about we become true friends, the kind who understand each other? No matter how many, you must marry me. Gui insisted, Shotin, refusing to believe his tales of 3,000 beauties. Having kissed my lady, you think you can escape? I will have Uncle Zhong keep watch. All right. Let's go. Yin Geng pinched her cheek playfully and, sensing her rising anger, quickly made his escape. Teasing her and then running away made Gu Yi exceedingly furious. She promptly lifted her skirt and chased after him. In the palace by the pond, the Empress Feng Yao playfully dipped her pristine feet into the water, laughing with the fish. At that moment, a middle-aged woman approached quietly. Observing the 5 or 6-year-old girl before her, she felt utterly speechless. The illustrious empress, reduced to the guise of a little girl. Then, she respectfully said, "Ancestor, Lin Heir has reached the marrying age. Which young lady does he favor?" Feng Yao, her tone languid, continued to play with the water, as if all earthly matters were of no concern to her. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman promptly handed her a piece of paper. Upon receiving it and glancing at the names inscribed, Feng Yao furrowed her brow. "Leave me. I shall pay a visit." "Yes, thank you, ancestor." The middle-aged woman beamed with joy, swaying as she departed. "Please present me with challenging questions." The following morning, after a stroll with Zhong Shu, Yin Geng has come to realize that the realm of immortals is vast, with humanity having only cultivated a mere tenth of the land. The territory inhabited by humans also mirrors the Qian Yuan Jie, being divided into east, south, west, north, and center, albeit one is a continent while the other is termed a region. Each major sect and royal dynasty occupies its own domain, with numerous clans and families flourishing in abundance. Various races abound, including elves, giants, and dwarves, creating a world remarkably different from that depicted in novels, indeed a splendid reality. Observing Gui engrosit in herartork, Yin Geng spontaneously penned a poem. Shortly thereafter, he exited the room, taking only a few steps when he encountered a charming little girl, around 5 or 6 years old. Exquisitely beautiful and adorable. Uncertain of her origins, Yin Geng refrained from employing his Tianji yin, as its frequent use would diminish its allure. He approached, crouched down, and inquired, "Little sister, where are you headed?" At this, Feng Yao's heart brightened, and she opened her arms, exclaiming, "Brother, hold me." Without hesitation, Yin Geng lifted her up, unable to resist planting a kiss on her cheek, smiling gently, "Let us go play." Meanwhile, Gu Shan, intending to join their conversation, was taken aback by the unfolding scene. Sweating profusely, this fellow dares to kiss even the empress. Adhering to the principle of respect the dead and avoid the living, he quietly retreated, repeatedly muttering, "You cannot see me." On another note, Feng Yao stood momentarily dazed, touching her face, as if just realizing she had been kissed, contemplating whether to retaliate. She found herself devoid of any resentment, instead feeling a twinge of delight, leading her to waver. Meanwhile, the naive Yin Geng, holding the little girl, arrived by the lotus pond, blissfully unaware of the precarious situation he had just traversed. He set up a table and various items, seating himself as he softly said, "Come, let us eat." With that, he took out a roasted chicken, gently tearing it apart to feed the child in his arms, reminiscent of his own little one. At first, Feng Yao intended to decline the offered morsel, but the aroma was irresistible, as she soon found herself indulging. It had been years since anyone had held her like this. After a time, having devoured a piece of steak, Feng Yao turned her head and tentatively asked, "Big brother, why have I never seen you at the Gu residence?" "Brother is merely a guest at the Gu residence. Thus, you would not have seen me." Yin Geng responded with a warm smile, growing fond of the little girl. If her parents were to part with her, he would genuinely consider bringing her home. "Ah, that explains it," Feng Yao exclaimed in realization, then stood on her tiptoes, leaning in to kiss Yin Geng. Expecting a kiss on the cheek, he was surprised when her lips met his mouth instead. Stunned for a moment, he recognized the innocence of children and gently pushed her away. "Little sister, what is your name?" Feeling slightly disheartened by the push, Feng Yao pondered before introducing herself. "Feng Yao Yao, a relative of the Gu family." "Big brother, are you married? May I introduce my sister to you? She is beautiful, graceful, and knows how to take care of others." "Ha. I have not yet participated in the wedding ceremony, nor have I considered marriage. Your sister sounds lovely, but I must decline." Yin Geng teased, pinching her little face. "You are quite the clever one." At that moment, Feng Yao suddenly remembered her purpose for coming. She promptly hopped off the ground, bid farewell to Yin Geng, and bounced away, leaving him to enjoy his meal alone. In the room, Gu Yi had just completed her painting when Feng Yao entered. "Xiao Yi, are you painting?" Feng Yao inquired as she approached. "Sister Yao," Gu Yi greeted respectfully, understanding that the empress preferred youthful appellations. With no trivial matters to discuss, she wondered what business had brought her here. "Well done, come. Let's sit on the bed and chat," Feng Yao beckoned. In the drawing room, Feng Yao's cherubic hands tapped rhythmically on the table in discontent. "Chancellor, how dare your daughter reject me? What punishment should you face? Your Majesty, matters of love cannot be forced. They require mutual affection to flourish. Gu Shan chuckled. Unperturbed, having spent a decade by the Empress's side and knowing her temperament well. Besides, his daughter had already captured someone as heart. Seeking a new love seemed implausible. Forcing her into marriage could lead to dire consequences, given her disposition. As a father, Gu Shan preferred not to witness such an outcome. A position can be replaced, but losing a daughter would leave him bereft. After a while, Feng Yao ceased her tapping and softly asked, Chancellor, who is the young gentleman visiting your residence? He is named Geng. Some time ago, my daughter was painting by the 10-mile lake and witnessed him descending from the sky. Gu Shan candidly shared the tale without a hint of reservation. Geng? What a peculiar name, Feng Yao murmured, then commanded, Bring me his masterpiece to inspect. Your Majesty, shall I recite it? 10-mile tranquil lake? Stop. It sounds dreadful. Quickly bring it to me. Feng Yao interrupted loudly, her small face suffused with disdain. With no other choice, Gu Shan retrieved the piece from his robes, fearing someone might pilfer it if left unattended. Feng Yao scrutinized it for a moment before her small hand slammed onto the table. One exquisite piece. What a solitary angler in the snow. Gu Ai King. This poem is profound. I shall take it back for further study. Farewell. Before Gu Shan could utter a word, she had vanished. Frustrated, he stomped his feet, cursing, Study what? If she desires my work, she should simply state so instead of concocting excuses. Sighing, he mused that he would have to create another piece for Geng to rewrite. In the following 10 days, Geng gifted Gu an 9th grade medicinal pill, instructing her not to disclose it to her parents. Consequently, she awakened her water saint body, albeit with less fortune than others. Unlike someone who achieved a divine body with a single pill, she required 3 to attain the immortal body. Despite the lackluster results, she was immensely pleased. In her excitement, she kissed Geng, leaving his lips tingling, and had it not been for someone calling her, she might have continued. From that day forward, whenever Gu was absorbed in her painting, the little girl would seek out her big brother, eagerly accepting food before leaving in delight. One morning, after practicing Tai Chi, Geng stepped out of the Gu residence. The bustling street was alive with energy. Big brother, wait for me, Feng Yao called, sprinting towards him. Upon hearing her, Geng turned to see Xiao Yao and paused, surprised. What brings you up so early? Aren't your parents with you? In no time, Feng Yao reached him, arms outstretched for a hug. Geng playfully pinched her nose and lifted her up. You enjoy clinging to your brother so much. I should discuss with your parents about bringing you home, where you would affectionately call me father. I refuse. You are taking advantage of me. Soon after, Feng Yao's hands were filled with various treats, her joyous smile illuminating the street. Geng glanced at the little one in his arms, noticing her face covered in crumbs. A quintessential foodie, and couldn't he help but chuckle. As they strolled, an elderly man holding a sign glanced at them, proclaiming, young lad, you are truly fortunate. This child radiates a royal aura, destined for greatness. Upon hearing such professional words, Geng halted his steps and regarded the elder with earnest attention, quickly discerning his esteemed identity. It turned out to be Liu Yibin, a respected predecessor. He felt a sense of awe. Do you recognize me? Liu Yibin exclaimed, his face a portrait of astonishment, for he was known to change his appearance daily, making it difficult even for familiar faces to recognize him. The fact that someone could directly name him while he remained oblivious to their identity left him utterly astounded. Feng Yao scrutinized the old man with quiet contemplation. Liu Yibin, the half-diviner known for his foresight and insight? Geng shook his head. I do not know you, but I have briefly worked in this profession, so I possess some knowledge. Senior Liu, I am unable to accompany you as I am with a child. Should fate allow, we shall meet again. Farewell. With that, he waved his hand and carried the child away. Liu Yibin stood rooted, watching the pair depart, muttering to himself, Indeed, there are realms beyond realms and people beyond people. This young girl is quite extraordinary. Typically, purple chi is a sign of an emperor, yet it manifests in a child. Puzzled, he shook his head and left. Meanwhile, Feng Yao kept her gaze fixed on Geng, pondering that he likely did not know her true identity. Otherwise, he would not have remained so composed while holding her. Yet, why did he know Liu Yibin? It was truly peculiar. With a mind full of questions, she blinked her eyes and asked, Brother, Will Yao Yao truly become an emperor? Upon hearing this, Yin Geng fixated on her cherubic face, his heart racing, nearly dropping her to the ground. He quickly composed himself and said with gravity, Yao Yao, you must never utter the word emperor again. Why, brother? Because if it reaches the ears of the empress, your little head may be severed. Upon finishing, a look of dread crossed Yin Geng's face. Feng Yao shook her head, her expression innocent. Oomph, Yao Yao is so adorable. She would never harm me. After wandering for a while, Yin Geng found himself in a secluded corner, only to discover 4 individuals trailing him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as members of the royal house and recalled what Gu Yi had mentioned. If his suspicions were correct, they were likely there to eliminate him. Young man, come with us, one burly man said with a grin as the group encircled him. 7 or 8 passers-by, sensing danger, swiftly fled the scene. Witnessing this, Yin Geng wore a face more forlorn than that of a weeping child, attempting to reassure the little one in his arms, his voice trembling. Big brother, Miss Gu has refused to marry the prince. You ought to apprehend her instead. I am of no consequence. As one companion opened his mouth to respond, another portly figure interjected, do not waste time with him. Take him to an isolated mountain and eliminate him. Boss, I want to keep that girl for my own amusement. At these words, Feng Yao's expression darkened ominously. Yin Geng inwardly cursed these beasts. Seizing the opportunity while they were distracted, he focused his thoughts, and in the blink of an eye, the two had vanished. The men were taken aback, their faces paling. The rotund man slapped his thigh and shouted, what the hell? He can use teleportation. Quick, pursue them. They cannot be far. Thus, the 4 burly men soared into the sky. In the garden, Yin Geng consoled the empress and carefully set her down. Big brother, I want to go home. I will come back to play next time. With that, Feng Yao bounced away. Realizing that Her Majesty was off to settle a score, Yin Geng felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, they could not catch me. Otherwise, the empress would surely have resorted to violence. If my identity were to be revealed, I could no longer deceive them for the colored beads. That fellow was indeed audacious to suggest playing with the empress. System, did you not mention that the techniques in Qian Yuan Jia are rudimentary? How is it that they cannot even capture a novice like me? Ding. Indeed, they are rudimentary, but those 4 practice only mortal-level techniques and without a barrier. Teleportation is difficult to intercept. Very well. Chapter 40 acquired. That night, within the prince's residence, a chamber was filled with 2 maidservants accompanying a young man of around 20. Indulging in wine, concubine Gu Yi, Qian Li Shui, toasted the prince. Cheers! Feng Lin called out joyfully, accepting the cup and downing it in one gulp. Just as he set the cup down, he bellowed at the 2 maidservants. How dare you refuse me? You've tarnished my reputation in Feng Tian City, and now everyone mocks me. I shall flay you alive. The maidservants gasped in horror, exclaiming in unison, Your Highness, Gu Yi and Qian Li Shui have never refused you. After speaking, they hurried to the bedside, shedding their garments. Your Highness, hurry, we agree. Seeing this, Feng Lin rushed over in a frenzy, shouting, Kill, kill, kill. Wipe them out completely. 20 minutes later, the 3 were fast asleep. At that moment, the door swung open. 4 cloaked figures entered, each carrying a body over their shoulder. Stealthily approaching the bed, one of them waved towards the slumbering trio. Then, they laid the bodies down and brandished their weapons, swiftly dispatching them, tossing the blades atop the bed. Subsequently, the figures closed the door and departed quietly. The following morning, the 2 maidservants awoke early due to their routines and simultaneously opened their eyes. Their first sensation was a dampness enveloping them, as if grasping a head. The chamber was stained crimson. Upon examining what they held, their eyes widened in horror, revealing a ghastly sight of unblinking faces. The 2 maidservants screamed in terror, subsequently fainting. What is all this commotion? Feng Lin awoke, displeased, only to discover 2 heads atop his stomach, while he clutched 2 headless bodies in his arms. Overcome with fright, he lay helplessly on the bed, shouting, anyone come quickly. Outside, several maidservants heard the cries and rushed to the door, only to join in the chorus of exclamations. Within the palace, after attending court, the empress returned to her dressing table. She removed her Feng robe and gazed into the mirror at her enchanting reflection. Unable to restrain herself, she praised, Feng Yao, you are simply too perfect, which is why you have yet to find a partner after all these years. Big brother, will you always be with Yao Yao? Just then, 2 androgynous voices called from outside, Your Majesty, the Yu Wangfei requests an audience. They are quite prompt. Feng Yao mumbled softly, changing into a fresh outfit before stepping out. In a grand hall, a middle-aged woman entered and, upon seeing the dignified empress, cried out, "Ancestral matriarch, this morning Liner arose. Please help him, for he has made a laughingstock of himself by failing to marry, and now this has happened." Upon hearing this, Feng Yao's anger flared. How utterly audacious. Very well. Depart now. I shall have someone investigate and inform you of the results. The Yu Wangfei opened her mouth to say more, but, upon seeing the empress's stern countenance, ultimately fell silent and took her leave. Calling me ancestral matriarch all day long. At this rate, I shall be aged before my time. Feng Yao felt indignant yet powerless. In the Gu residence, Gu Yi embraced Yun Geng, inquiring, "I heard from friends that when a man holds a woman, he often thinks of certain matters. Yet why do I see no signs from you? Should we consult a divine physician?" Ahem. Yun Geng cleared his throat. "Nonsense. Would you like me to demonstrate right now?" With that, he swiftly lifted her, a mischievous grin on his face as he made his way toward the bed. "You rogue. I'm not ready yet." Gu Yi struggled and jumped down, swiftly exiting the door as her voice echoed, "I'm off to my friend's house to cultivate." If you dare to say there's been no progress next time, I would rather kill than let go of my suspicions. After her tirade, Yun Geng stepped outside, pondering how he could deceive the empress into handing over the precious beads. An idea struck him, playing billiards. Once the empress arrived and became engrossed in the game, he would find a way to coax her into revealing them. He called upon the system, inquiring whether the empress knew the secret of the 5-color beads. The response was swift. She found them hundreds of years ago and remains unaware of their significance, merely finding them aesthetically pleasing and often playing with them. Reassured, Yin Geng purchased billiard equipment from a shop. Moments later, with a loud crack, the cue ball ricocheted wildly, failing to sink any shots. After an hour's practice, Feng Yao approached leisurely. With a series of sharp strikes, Yin Geng managed to pocket a few balls. Seeing this novel method for the first time, Feng Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Big brother, may I have a turn?" "Alas, I cannot. I exchanged 2 of the 5-color beads for this." Yin Geng shook his head in refusal, then continued, "Do you possess any beads? If you can present me with something satisfactory, I might gift you these." "All right," Feng Yao responded, her small hands retreating behind her as she produced a dozen beads and placed them on the table. The beads shimmered beautifully, captivating Yin Geng, who was momentarily dazzled and unsure which one he needed. "System, which one is the bead of the Qinyuan realm?" Scanning indicates none are present. Hearing this, Yin Geng turned to Feng Yao. "Do you have no others? If this is all, then so be it." Noting his disappointment, Feng Yao presented a few more vividly colored beads, confessing, "These are all I have." As he examined them, one bead caught his eye. It was lighter in hue and bore 5 colors: azure, crimson, white, black, and yellow. Although his Qianji, I couldn't penetrate it. He felt certain it was the one he sought. Nonetheless, he decided to confirm with the system first. Host need not worry. This bead is indeed the one from the Qinyuan realm. Upon learning this, Yin Geng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He gazed at the adorable little face and smiled broadly. "Little Yao, I shall accept this bead. Now it belongs to you. Cool me. Let big brother teach you how to play." "Okay." Feng Yao gleefully picked up the cue and began to learn. Before long, her enthusiasm for the game intensified, and hours slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, she asked, "Big brother, do you have any more beads?" "Indeed, I have 2 beads which I exchanged for 2 sets. I shall give you 1 set, while I keep the other." Yin Geng's smile broadened, his heart brimming with joy. "But I can't take them with me. What should I do?" Feng Yao feigned distress. "What a little actress," Yin Geng mused, pointing to her wrist. "Isn't that white bracelet of yours a storage device? You can simply place them inside. Or shall I assist you? Right? I almost forgot about it." Without hesitation, Feng Yao stored the beads away. Then, waving her tiny hand, she said, "Big brother, I forgot to mention, I'm a little cultivator. I must take my leave." As she departed, Yin Geng murmured to himself, "What a fine adult. Reduced to playing like a child. I wonder how long you can maintain this charade." In Chapter 41, Do Not Deceive the Innocent, within the confines of his room, Yin Geng reclined on the bed, toying with the 5-color beads. He delved his consciousness into them, but discovered nothing. "System, how does one enter the Qinyuan realm?" To do so, you need 100 million immortal stones to create a personal teleportation array in the system space, allowing you to enter and exit freely. Created in the space? How do I access it? Once the teleportation array is established, a portal will appear 1 meter from the host upon activation. Simply walk through it to enter the Qinyuan realm. 100 million immortal stones is neither an insignificant nor excessive amount, yet he currently lacked the means. It seemed he would have to rely on little Yao Yao. Geng chuckled, thinking, who would believe the Empress has nothing of value? Before long, he succumbed to slumber. Several hours later, Gushan arrived to summon Geng for a meal, but upon opening the door, he found him fast asleep. After a moment's thought, he retreated. He was thoroughly pleased with the couple. Their talents and looks were commendable. As a cultivator, he had even assisted his daughter in awakening her sacred body. Had it not been for Xiao Lan's report, they would have remained oblivious. Not long after he departed, a small figure stealthily opened the door. Cautiously, she approached the bedside, propping her chin on her hands as she gazed at Geng. Then, she produced a feather and began to tickle his nose, grinning widely. Is the Empress being mischievous? Geng pondered, turning his head to the side. Yet even then, she continued her playful assault, now tickling his neck. In a fit of frustration, he embraced the Empress, pretending to be asleep. This action startled Feng Yao Yao, almost eliciting a scream. After steadying herself, she realized he seemed to remain in slumber. A thought crossed her mind, and she transformed back into her original form, cautiously tilting her head and planting a gentle kiss. Geng sensed the shift and, recognizing her true identity, decided to seize the moment. It had been too long since they had shared such intimacy, so he opted to play along. The Empress struggled briefly before relenting. Hours later, Gushan discovered the door firmly shut and, with a sigh, departed. Late at night, the room was brightly lit as Geng regarded the blushing Empress, frowning as he inquired, "Who are you, young lady? Why have you entered my chamber?" "I am Yao Yao's sister. I heard you were skilled at billiards, so I came to see." But who would have thought? Feng Yao Yao began, tears streaming down her cheeks as her performance reached new heights of sadness. Seeing her display, Geng couldn't help but scoff inwardly. She was more excited than anyone yet dared to weep. "Keep acting. I encourage you to continue." After regaining his composure, a realization struck him. "Ah, so you are Yao Yao's sister. No wonder you are so beautiful and graceful. My apologies, but I have a tendency to kill in dreams after falling asleep. You are fortunate not to have met that fate." Dream killing? Feng Yao Yao was astounded. In all her years, she had never encountered such a concept. "It is late now. You should return. We can discuss matters tomorrow." With that, Geng lay back down, closing his eyes once more. It was too late for her to return home. The doors were locked. Resting her head against his chest, Feng Yao Yao sweetly closed her eyes. The following day, before dawn, a shadowy figure quietly opened the door, ensuring no one noticed before slipping away. Once she had left, Geng opened his eyes, realizing the Empress had a fondness for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't allow such liberties. System, if I hint to women for gifts, could that yield a return? Negative. The host may only suggest, not explicitly state intentions. Then I might never enhance my cultivation at this rate. Perhaps you could restore that function for having children. After all, without making it known, no woman would willingly offer gifts. An astute observation. The system is currently searching for a lucky wheel of fortune, granting the host a chance to acquire its function. The system will bestow rewards accordingly. Upon hearing this, Geng immediately turned his attention to the space. The spinning wheel revealed 2 large needles, each symbolizing various functions: investment, recruiting disciples, signing in, fortune, villains, and heroes, among others. Seeing this, he felt a surge of excitement and shouted, "Tong Dajia, let it spin." As soon as the words left his lips, the 2 needles began to whirl vigorously. He silently wished, may the needles not overlap. Soon, the needles gradually slowed down, just as they seemed poised to overlap and land on bestow upon wife and child. Geng anxiously shouted, "Get away, move aside." Perhaps startled by his outburst, one needle shifted just enough to land next to the word task. Ding! The host has acquired 2 new functions, replacing the previous ones. Geng immediately checked his spatial inventory. Bestow upon concubine. Gifts for the concubine's child will double, though the multiplier remains uncertain. Task. The system will issue tasks at irregular intervals. System. What does it mean by uncertain multiplier? Ding. It means the multiplier will not be disclosed to you. It will simply be issued. Ah, Yin Geng breathed a sigh of relief. This was still acceptable. When Xiao Yaoyao returns, he would inquire if her sister Yaoyao has any elixirs or the like. At this thought, he couldn't help but chuckle. With the items in hand, it would mean Yi could become his bride. The next day, within the imperial palace, Feng Yaoyao held a letter in her hand, her expression darkening the more she read. With a swift motion, she crumpled the paper into dust that fell to the ground. Oof. That old fool still thinks he can marry me. This is utterly preposterous. So what if he is a celestial venerable? I'm not afraid of you, Lu Leaguai. Feng Yaoyao pondered. This man surely does not genuinely wish to marry her. His primary aim appears to be the annexation of the Feng Tian dynasty. With a month's deadline, how should she, a nine-layered celestial lord, respond? Alas, where there is a will, there is a way. It matters not. I shall seek out my Xiao Geng. Before long, Feng Yaoyao arrived at the Gu residence. She found someone sitting on the grass in the garden. Surrounded by a plethora of food, she plopped down beside him and asked, puzzled, "Big brother, why do you have so much food? Eat as much as you like. Excessive curiosity is not a good habit," Yin Geng replied with a grin, shoving a piece of meat into her mouth. The two of them continued to feed each other, reveling in the delightful exchange. "Xiao Yaoyao, where's your sister?" Yin Geng casually inquired, a smile playing on his lips. "What do you want with my sister?" "She is quite busy." Feng Yaoyao shot him a glare, her expression revealing her displeasure. "I was hoping to borrow some spells or elixirs. I wonder if she has any." He continued, looking at her intently. "Don't worry, Big Brother will provide ample rewards. Last year, a friend borrowed a first-grade elixir from me, and I returned it with a ninth-grade one." "Return a ninth-grade elixir? You better not be deceiving a child," Feng Yaoyao exclaimed, her face filled with disbelief. Even third-grade elixirs were precious, let alone the others. Moreover, who would be foolish enough to borrow a first-grade elixir and return it with a ninth-grade one? Deceiving a child? Who has ever seen a 1,000-year-old child? Yin Geng internally scoffed, then casually replied, "If you don't believe it, fine. I'm not borrowing from you. Just tell me, does your sister have any?" "She is as poor as a church mouse. Of course, she doesn't." Feng Yaoyao shook her head and then pulled out 2 elixirs, handing them over. "Here, Big Brother, these are 2 first-grade Jin Xiandan. I don't want your ninth-grade elixir. I'll just return 2 to Yaoyao later." "Jin Xiandan?" Yin Geng examined them with a slight smile, then handed them back. "Xiao Yaoyao, these 2 are gifts from your brother. Accept them and do not refuse." Staring at the 2 elixirs in her hand, Feng Yaoyao was utterly bewildered. She could not comprehend this peculiar maneuver. Borrowing her own things only to give them back seemed quite illogical. Chapter 42, Resource Gathering Ding. Upon receiving 2 elixirs, you have obtained 1 6th-grade Jin Xiandan and 3 4th-grade Jin Xiandan. Note, the same elixir can only be used once, and items acquired from the system task shop do not count. Yin Geng was rendered speechless. He then took out 2 elixirs. "Xiao Yaoyao, here are your elixirs back." Upon inspection, Feng Yaoyao discovered that the 2 were actually 4th-grade Jin Xiandan. Such precious items were freely given to her. The notion of returning others a 9th-grade elixir began to seem credible. Yet, even as an alchemist, one would not waste resources so frivolously. Was he perhaps out his mind? She couldn't help but ask, "Big Brother, are you unwell? If not, should I take you to see a divine physician?" But just as she finished speaking, a sharp slap rang out. "Ouch!" Feng Yaoyao rubbed her head, staring at him with a look of sheer grievance. "Next time you spout nonsense, I'll spank you." Yin Geng shot her a fierce glare and then said, "Do you have any more? Elixirs, techniques, or celestial stones? Bring them all out." "Oh." Feng Yaoyao complied, thinking that she must not allow Xiao Geng to distribute things recklessly. She needed to take everything he had. With that in mind, she quickly retrieved a pile of items. 6 third-grade elixirs, 100 celestial stones, several hundred gold coins, and a book of techniques. Feng Yaoyao smiled at him, saying, "Big Brother, I've lent you everything." "Indeed, very obedient," Yin Geng exclaimed joyfully, continuing with the previous operation. "Ding, obtained. 10 6th-grade Jin Xiandan, 10 awakening elixirs, 1 million celestial stones, and the yin-yang technique upgraded to celestial level. Celestial yin-yang technique way?" Yin Geng was overjoyed. Without a doubt, the Empress had provided him with a powerful technique. He took out 2 6th-grade elixirs, 10,000 celestial stones, and 100,000 gold coins. placing them on the grass, and gently said, "Xiao Yao Yao, accept these for now. I'll owe you the technique, and when I have more, I will return it." Feng Yao Yao didn't respond immediately, staring at the 2 6th-grade elixirs and the heap of celestial stones and gold coins, utterly stunned. Coming to her senses, she quickly declared, "Big brother, I'll lend you these too. I want to borrow back what I've given you. The things you have now are far too low level. Go back and fetch your sister." With that, Yin Geng waved his hand, signaling for her to leave. Left with no choice, Feng Yao Yao had to gather the items from the ground, her mind filled with confusion as she quietly departed. Watching her small figure disappear, Yin Geng promptly sat cross-legged and swallowed a Jin Xiandan. Before long, tranquility enveloped him. Yet, he sensed an intangible energy infiltrating his body, which, through the transformation of his celestial physique, became celestial power. Subsequently, his cultivation soared from the first layer of human celestial to the 10th layer, then to the 5th layer of heavenly celestial, and finally to the 10th layer of profound celestial, only coming to a halt thereafter. Afterward, he consumed 2 more Jin Xiandan. It took several hours for his cultivation to rise to the 10th layer of golden celestial. Yin Geng stood up and dusted off his clothes. Suddenly remembering something, he curiously inquired, "System, why can elixirs attract celestial energy?" Ding! Elixirs are refined from celestial spiritual substances, inherently resonating with celestial energy and reacting through various ingredients. He instantly understood. No wonder it surged into his body. "Ding, host! Please be advised that a hidden individual is approaching near the perimeter wall. Promptly activate the heavenly eye to respond." Yin Geng was taken aback and concentrated his gaze. He soon spotted a somewhat handsome young man approaching with a dagger in hand. Husan, a common body, 9th layer of heavenly celestial, dark guard of the Yu Wangfu. Another person from Yu Wangfu. Yin Geng felt a surge of anger. As Husan drew within a few meters, he solemnly declared, "Sneaking around, follow me." The moment the words left his mouth, both of them vanished from sight. In a forest, with a sudden flash, Husan found himself transported to this place. Alarmed, he realized that the person before him was a formidable opponent. No longer daring to act, Husan immediately fled for his life. "Want to escape? Did I consent to that?" With these words, Yin Geng reached out and grasped him in an instant. He sealed Husan's cultivation, produced a spatial ring, and tossed it forward. Instantly, flames erupted around Husan. A scream echoed, and in a fleeting moment, silence returned. Soon, a pile of black ash lay where he had been. With a flicker of his figure, Yin Geng vanished from sight. That night, Feng Yao entered the room and found Yin Geng talking to himself on the bed. She approached the bedside, removed her shoes, and climbed up. "Yao Yao, has Xiao Yao Yao spoken to you?" Yin Geng inquired gently, eager to see what he might reveal. "I know. Just borrow it from her tomorrow," Feng Yao responded, already shedding her outer garments, soon entwining herself around him. "My dear, shall we rest? Why sleep so early? How about a bite to eat?" Yin Geng pinched her chin, utterly oblivious to her intentions. "You're doing this on purpose," Feng Yao pouted, pointing to the night pearl, and the room was enveloped in darkness. Days passed, and Yin Geng borrowed resources from Xiao Yao Yao several times, accumulating a wealth of materials. Among them was an 8th-grade enhancement pill, a stroke of good fortune. Consequently, his cultivation skyrocketed to the 10th level of Xianzun. Meanwhile, the Empress received several 7th-grade pills, her joy uncontainable. After 2 or 3 days without sight of her, Yin Geng surmised she must be engrossed in her training. One morning, after breakfast with a Gu couple, Yin Geng ventured out onto the street. After inquiring, he learned the location of the Yu Wangfu. Soon, he stood before its opulent gates, musing, "If you wish to assassinate me, what of it? Enjoy your brief respite. Once he returns, I shall deal with you." Having refrained from venturing out for a long time, Yin Geng strolled for several hours before retracing his steps. In the garden, 4 individuals sat around a table, engaging in cheerful banter. Gu Shan, Sun Yuxiang, Gu Yi, and an unfamiliar woman. Suddenly, Gu Yi expressed concern. "Father, do you think Yin Geng has left? Why has he not returned yet?" Gu Shan shook his head. "Impossible. If he intended to leave, he would have bid farewell." Sun Yuxiang chimed in, "You must learn from your mother and take the initiative." A brief cough from Gu Shan served as a reminder. Nearby, Su Yusin observed the trio with a faint smile, finding this family dynamic quite entertaining. At that moment, Yin Geng entered the garden and spotted the four seated at the table, noticing the unfamiliar woman among them. As he watched, they noticed him as well. Gu Yi sprang to her feet, racing towards him and leaping into his embrace, her face alight with joy. Surprised by her actions, Yin Geng exclaimed, "Yi, have you been eating courage lately?" "Eating courage? No," Gu Yi replied, bewildered by his odd question. "No way. If you weren't, how could you be so bold in broad daylight?" Yin Geng's expression conveyed disbelief, as if to say she was lying. "I'll hit you." Gu Yi playfully punched him softly. The Gu couple beamed at the sight, while Su Yusin watched their playful exchange with envy. After a moment, they took their seats. Gu Yi gestured to the side, introducing Yin Geng. "This is Su Yusin, the daughter of the Minister of Justice, my good friend, and a cultivator." "Hello, Misu." Yin Geng greeted politely with a slight nod. At 18, she is at the first level of Tian Xian, a decent foundation. "Hello, young Master Yun," Su Yusin replied softly, her cheeks tinged with shyness. Unaccustomed to interacting with males, she felt somewhat uneasy. "You young ones chat. We'll excuse ourselves." Gu Shan smiled as he and his wife stood to leave. Once her parents departed, Gu Yi immediately perched herself on Yin Geng's lap. Observing her lack of decorum, he gently urged, "Get up, what are you doing? What would your friends think?" "Oh," Gu Yi responded. Realizing her misstep, she stood and sheepishly said, "Yusin, I'm sorry." "No worries." Su Yusin shook her head, surprised that such a handsome young man could be so considerate of others' feelings. Isn't that the kind of partner she dreams of? Alas, fate seems unkind. "I knew you wouldn't mind," Gu Yi laughed joyfully. Soon, they engaged in light conversation. This is for you," Yin Geng said, producing a tattered manual and placing it on the table. It was the invisibility technique he had obtained from Husan's ring. "Do you have any pills? I want to give some to my parents," Gu Yi asked softly after taking the manual, hoping her parents could awaken their cultivation and live for thousands of years. "I do have some." After a moment of contemplation, Yin Geng sent 3 pills soaring toward them, 2 landing before Gu Yi and 1 before Su Yusin. "A small token of my regard. Please accept it. I'll take a nap now." Once he left, Su Yusin handed the pills to Gu Yi. "These should be for you. Perhaps young Master Yun made a mistake." "Not a mistake. Take them quickly," Gu Yi insisted, shaking her head. "Wait here. I'll be right back." Looking at the pills in her hand, Su Yusin pondered, "Could it be that young Master Yin has taken an interest in me? Why else would he give me pills?" He was handsome and well-mannered. Being his partner seemed delightful. "No, no, no. Su Yudin besensible." In his room, Yin Geng shouted internally, "System, where's the return? Stop dawdling." Ding. The rewards are null, as the host did not provide a wife or child. Why doesn't that count as a wife? Must I break that barrier for it to matter? Yin Geng pounded the bed in frustration. "Hurry up. She has long been designated as my lady." Ding. Acquired. God-level invisibility technique. System is automatically cultivating. Host, do not repeat this. Understood. Cultivate quickly, under the cover of darkness. I still have to deal with that despicable Wang Ba. With that, Yin Geng closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Gu Shan and his wife, having awakened their mortal bodies, greeted Yin Geng with affectionate familiarity, calling him Little Geng as if he were their own son. This made Yin Geng feel a sudden warmth, as if he were the center of affection. At noon, after dining, he wandered through the Gu residence when suddenly a voice echoed, "Ding." As per the host's request, the invisibility technique has been successfully cultivated. Please prepare for the spell to be infused. Before long, Yin Geng's mind was filled with knowledge on the subject, and he understood how to wield it. This was truly a technique for stealth. However, when he attempted to apply it, he could still see his body. System. Why can I still see myself? What's going on? Is this a failure? Ding. Host, please refrain from asking foolish questions. If the practitioner cannot even perceive themselves, it will be termed as blind sorcery. Yin Geng then quietly approached Gu Yi's room, where he found the two lying on the bed, engaged in conversation. Su Yusin curiously inquired, have you two experienced that?" Gu Yi looked bemused, asking, "What do you mean by that?" Su Yusin, growing impatient, replied, "You know that thing?" Gu Yi, still confused, asked, "Which that are you referring to?" At this point, Su Yusin was utterly defeated, too afraid to continue, fearing she might lose her sanity. Hearing the classic exchange between Xiao Ming and Xiao Bai, Yin Geng struggled to suppress his laughter, his stomach shaking with mirth. Once his emotions stabilized, He waved his hand in front of their faces. Confirming they were oblivious to his presence, he vanished in an instant. Later that night, within the Yuwangfu, the lamps burned brightly. Yun Geng arrived, observing the guards patrolling diligently, creating an atmosphere of impenetrable vigilance. He strolled leisurely, searching for his objective. After several guards passed without noticing him, he continued his search until he reached an opulent chamber. Discovering a middle-aged woman asleep, he realized he had taken a wrong turn and retraced his steps. After a brief while, he spotted a door guarded by several celestial realm sentinels. Given the elaborate precautions, it was undoubtedly the prince's chamber. He promptly entered, finding the sleeping Yu Prince Feng Lin, the very individual who had attempted to take his life on multiple occasions. With a cold glint in his eyes, Yun Geng struck him down with a single blow, subsequently shattering his garments. He then stepped outside the door, unknowingly sealing the powers of several guards. The four nurses stared wide-eyed, unable to move or make a sound, finally realizing that a powerful entity was concealed in their midst. Their faces reflected sheer terror, as their abilities were restricted to the point of invisibility. Yin Geng immediately produced a handful of dark pills, wearing a mischievous grin. The four burly men, seeing the pills, were left speechless, powerless to resist. After one of them was fed a pill, Yin Geng moved them into the room. Before long, their faces flushed crimson, eyes ablaze with desire. Witnessing this, Yin Geng swiftly released all seals on the guards. Without a backward glance, he made his swift exit. The following morning, screams echoed through the Yuwangfu. Soon after, a group of guards stormed into the room, binding the four guards in preparation for consequences. Before long, the Yuwangfei hurriedly arrived. Upon discovering her son had perished, a cacophony of wailing ensued. Within the Gu residence, Yin Geng strolled into the garden, stretched lazily, gazing at the sky, reciting, "Who awakens from the great dream first? In life, I alone possess the knowledge." After a long slumber in the spring of the grass hall, the sun outside lingers. Just as Gushan emerged, he heard the poetic recitation and, regardless of the content, clapped enthusiastically, exclaiming, "What a wonderful poem! Little Geng, come, let us have something to eat." "All right," Yin Geng replied with a smile, following behind. Chapter 44. A grand feast within the palace. The Yu Wangfei knelt, lamenting, "Ancestor, you must avenge Liner. His death was so tragic." It was undoubtedly someone from the Gu residence. Liner only aimed to teach a lesson to a young man, yet he fell victim to foul play. "Is it truly the Gu residence? Do you possess any evidence?" Feng Yao questioned loudly, her anger palpable. The previous lesson had not been sufficient. His stubbornness had led to his demise, merely a self-inflicted fate. It is so obvious. Who else could it be? Liner had no enemies, and his murder is self-evident. The Yu Wangfei muttered, her voice barely audible. The Prime Minister's long, androgynous scream pierced the air. Soon, Gushan strode in with confidence, bowing, "Minister, I greet your majesty." Rise." Feng Yao's voice, though calm, carried an air of authority. "Yes, your majesty," Gushan replied, standing straight, perplexed about the Empress's summons. Feng Yao began, "Minister Gu, the Yu Wangfei claims that Feng Lin came to your residence to teach someone a lesson, and the person sent was killed. Last night, the young prince was also murdered, and she is certain it was someone from your residence. Is this true? My household would commit such an act against the young prince?" Gushan retorted angrily, "Your majesty, this is pure nonsense. No one from my residence has gone to teach anyone a lesson, and besides, can the Gu residence match the royal house in strength? Furthermore, who would kill the prince without reason? Is this not absurd? If you wish to slander us, you should bring forth solid proof. Otherwise, we have lost a precious gem, and I'm certain it was stolen by the Yu Wangfu." The Yu Wangfei, trembling with rage, pointed at him. "You dare deny it? Wait for me. I will undoubtedly avenge my son." Witnessing her frantic demeanor, Feng Yao's tone turned icy. "The Prime Minister speaks the truth. You may leave and reflect. As for the perpetrator, I shall send someone to investigate thoroughly. Do not act rashly, or you will bear the consequences." Hearing this, the Yu Wangfei shot a venomous glare at Gushan before storming away. "Your Majesty, I shall take my leave," Gushan stated. "Minister Gu, do you think Yin Geng could be involved?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Gushan turned back, shaking his head. "Impossible. Little Geng has no enmity with the young prince." Feng Yao waved her hand dismissively. "Leave." Gushan complied, entering swiftly and exiting just as quickly. Watching him depart, Feng Yao pondered, It must be him. That fellow is exceedingly mysterious, casually distributing 6th grade pills, and, at the very least, his cultivation reaches the Xianxian realm. If he is killed, so be it. I can always find a scapegoat. Regardless, I will have the final say. It has been a while since I last sought my elder brother for cultivation. I miss it dearly. Meanwhile, Gu Shan hurried back to his residence and quickly made his way to the garden. He spotted 3 individuals seated on the grass, enjoying food, and waved, "Little Geng, come here for a moment." Oh, Yin Geng immediately stood, curiosity piqued, and followed Gu Shan to a secluded courtyard. Noticing Gu Shan's worried expression, it seemed he had encountered some trouble. "Little Geng, how is your friendship with Xiao Yaoyao?" Yin Geng confidently responded, "Our friendship is quite good." "Why? Has something happened to her?" "No." Gu Shan shook his head before recounting the events that transpired in the palace. Upon hearing this, Yin Geng readily admitted, "The Empress is correct. It was indeed my doing. He attempted to kill me repeatedly, and keeping him alive serves no purpose. If he dares to attack again, I will not hesitate to send both him and his mother to reunite. Uncle Gu, you need not worry. Once Yi's cultivation reaches the Xianjun level, she need not fear even in my absence." "Xianjun? Is that true?" Gu Shan's spirits surged, as if rejuvenated. Yin Geng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Wonderful. You may return to your tasks." Gu Shan declared happily before departing. If his daughter were to achieve the Xianjun rank, her future prospects would be inconsequential. Once they had a few children, the couple could assist in raising them as well. Days swiftly passed, and after Gu Yi consumed 3 7th grade pills, her cultivation broke through to the 4th tier of Xianjun. Meanwhile, Gu Shan and his wife each ingested 2 6th grade pills, elevating their levels to the 9th tier of Xianxian. Thus, the Gu residence hosted banquets for 2 consecutive days. Numerous dignitaries and common folk gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. After a sumptuous feast, Su Yusin had to leave for a matter. That evening, in the room, Yin Geng lay on the bed and inquired, "System, why has the task not been released?" The system replied, "Because the release time has not yet arrived. Please be patient, host." It seemed that she must venture out to seek resources, as settling here was not a viable path. The Empress had not been seen for several days, likely indulging in billiards with companions. Just then, the door swung open, and Gu Yi entered, softly stating, "Yin Gu, I am ready. Come here. I will teach you how to cultivate." Yin Geng gestured for her to approach. Gu Yi promptly removed her shoes and climbed onto the bed. Soon after, a figure emerged in the room. The following morning, Yin Geng awoke to find someone nestled in his arms and called out repeatedly, "Little lazy bug, rise and shine. Dare to be noisy again, and I shall annihilate your entire clan." Feng Yao did not even open her eyes, responding, "Do I really have to?" Hearing such a professional remark, Yin Geng lost interest in calling her again. Instantly, he appeared in the garden, preparing a delightful dinner. 10 minutes later, the 2 women approached, chatting and laughing. Witnessing this scene, Yin Geng felt bewildered. Just last night they were ready to fight. What had transpired? Gu Yi and Feng Yao sat down at the table. Observing this, Yin Geng produced a pile of items and casually asked, "Your Majesty, will you not attend court today?" Feng Yao fixed her gaze upon him, realizing he did not regard her status with concern, and felt a sigh of relief. "Not today. How did you know?" Yin Geng retorted, "How would I know? I called you to rise just now, warning that if you made a fuss, I would annihilate your clan." "Did I? I don't recall." Feng Yao pondered, seeming to have never uttered such words. Perhaps it was a figment of her dream. She chose not to dwell on it. After sipping a bit of wine, Yin Geng spoke slowly. "I plan to travel far in a few days to find resources. Upon my return, I will assist you both in enhancing your cultivation." Feng Yao shook her head. "No. In 10 days, old ancestor Lu wishes to marry me. You must wait until this matter passes. He is a cultivator of the 1st tier of Xianzuan, and I cannot contend with him. What plan do you have? What is your current cultivation level?" "Oh, in that case, I shall wait a few more days. As for old ancestor Lu of the 1st tier of Xianzuan, I should be able to manage him after all." Upon finishing this statement, Yin Geng hoped for more resources from the Lu family. Hearing that he might barely manage, Feng Yao's worries dissipated instantly. Chapter 45. Struck by lightning? Epilepsy? 10 days swiftly passed. The murderer of the young prince had been apprehended, a 30-year-old man skilled in concealment techniques, who had frequently entered homes at night to kill, seeking mere thrill. Subsequently, Feng Wei handed the murderer over to the royal residence. Initially, the Yu Wangfei harbored doubts, but upon hearing details of where she had slept and her sleeping posture, she could not help but believe as she changed rooms daily, and the details were too precise to dismiss. On this day, four individuals carried a bridal sedan through the streets of Fengtian City. Beside the sedan, a 60-year-old man adorned with red flowers rode a white horse. Following behind were a dozen horse-drawn carriages, creating an imposing procession that attracted the attention of passers-by. In the palace, a man and a woman sat side by side by a small pond, engaged in conversation. At that moment, a middle-aged woman approached the empress to report, "Your Majesty, old ancestor Lu should arrive in 20 minutes." Upon hearing of the Lu family's marriage procession, Feng Yao ordered without looking back, "Feng Yi, take 10 people and hurry to the Lu residence. Leave none behind, and remember to bring back all resources." "Yes," the middle-aged woman replied and swiftly departed. Feng Yao touched her abdomen, furrowing her brow as she inquired, "Xiao Geng, why is there no movement in my belly?" Hearing this, Yin Geng pinched her nose and said, "Fool, it has not even been a month. How could it be so quick? Feel if you have gained a bit of weight." "Oh, it does seem like it. So this means I'm expecting, right?" Feng Yao exclaimed with delight, incessantly caressing her belly, her demeanor radiating excitement as if she adored children. Seeing her joy, Yin Geng chuckled, "Who knows, perhaps you gained weight from indulging in my snacks. You love children so much. Why not have a whole nest of them in the future? Just imagine, dozens of children calling you mother all at once. What a lively scene that would be." Feng Yao's eyes sparkled at the thought. Then she coldly huffed, "A whole nest? Do you take me for a sow?" Speechless. About half a stick of incense later, a eunuch escorted old ancestor Lu to the empress and then made a hasty exit. Upon seeing the handsome couple standing 20 meters away, Lu Peng's expression darkened. He spoke in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, it appears that you do not wish to marry me, Lu." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Peng suddenly lunged forward, extending his hand. In an instant, a white dragon shadow opened its mouth and lunged towards Yin Geng. Just as the situation grew dire, Yin Geng spat towards the dragon shadow, accompanied by a surge of power that met it head-on. The white dragon shadow dissipated in an instant. Before Lu Peng could react, Yin Geng sneezed loudly. At the sound, a bolt of lightning flashed. Simultaneously, as Lu Peng prepared to strike again, he felt a surge of numbness throughout his body, trembling uncontrollably, his consciousness blurring. And he began to dance a strange spiritual dance on the spot. The gentle currents of electricity crackled around him, and suddenly he caught fire. Moments later, he collapsed to the ground. His clothes and hair vanished, surrounded by billowing black smoke while his body continued to convulse. Feng Yao, having just emerged from a reverie, was puzzled by Lu Peng's bizarre behavior as lightning crackled around him. She wondered what was happening. Had he been struck by lightning while she was distracted? Or was he having an epileptic seizure? Yin Geng observed this spectacle, equally astonished, thinking, a dignified Shinzon expert is reduced to this? His cultivation seems utterly feeble. He then grabbed a ring that fell into his hand and turned to call out, "What are you staring at? Hurry and go outside to greet your marriage procession." "Oh." Feng Yao responded, as if awakening from a dream, and hurriedly departed. After she left, Lu Peng was engulfed in flames, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yin Geng looked into the ring and discovered over 1 billion Xian stones, a dozen 5th-tier elixirs, and several hundred items below the 5th tier. There were also numerous scrolls of spells and an abundance of gold coins. This fellow must have engaged in pillaging and silencing witnesses. How else could he possess such riches? Yin Geng contemplated, his heart filled with joy. He had struck gold. Old ancestor Lu truly had treasures. After a stick of incense, Feng Yao returned to find Yin Geng sitting contentedly at the table, sipping wine. She quietly approached and asked Xiao Geng, "What spell was that lightning used on old ancestor Lu?" "It's called the lightning technique," Yin Geng replied as he set down his cup and produced a ring, saying, "Here, all the contents inside are for you." "Old ancestor Lu's ring?" Feng Yao murmured, taking it and examining its contents, which were overwhelmingly abundant. She, somewhat incredulous, asked, "Are you truly giving all of this to me? What about Yi? Do you not plan to give her something as well? Please return it quickly. I will give it to her directly." Yin Geng's gaze remained fixed on the ring in her hand, ready to snatch it back. Upon seeing this, Feng Yao hurriedly concealed it, rising to leave with the words, "I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Watching her depart, Yin Geng could not help but murmur, "Why is she in such a hurry? I would never truly snatch the ring back." Having said this, he put away his belongings and, in an instant, vanished without a trace. At the Gu residence on the bed, the system relayed, "Ding, you have obtained 100 billion Xian stones, 100 billion gold coins, 700 7th grade Gene Xian pills, 1000 7th grade awakening pills, 58th grade awakening pills, 58th grade Gene Xian pills, 1 9th grade Gene Xian pill, and a volume of unrestricted magic that elevates the techniques of Qian Yuan realm to divine level." Ding. Due to the excessive number of items returned, the function of granting to the spouse has been disabled, and the system has been forced offline. Please be cautious next time. Upon hearing this, Yin Geng nearly spat blood in frustration and then anxiously inquired, "System, the returned items are still here, right?" Ding. The rewards are still present and have just been allocated to your space. Hearing that they remained, Yin Geng let out a slight sigh of relief. Possessing a 9th grade Gene Xian pill ensured his safety as a Xian Wang. With the granting function disabled, the task function remained active, and there might be other functions available later, so he was not in a hurry at all. System, spend 100 million Xian stones to create a teleportation array. Ding. The system is currently constructing it within the Qian Yuan realm. Please be patient. Yin Geng promptly took out the 9th grade Gene Xian pill from the system space and swallowed it. At the Su residence, due to Su Yusin's breakthrough to the Xian Xian first layer, her father went out to boast, attracting numerous guests who came to present gifts, creating a vibrant atmosphere throughout the entire Su residence. At this moment, in a pavilion, 2 women were engaged in conversation. A beautiful woman in white inquired, "Yusin, quickly tell Aunt Xian, where did you buy the pills?" "Aunt Xian, do not believe my father's exaggerated tales. I did not purchase the pills. They were given to me by a friend." The friend did not mention anything, and she had no idea what kind of pill it was. In a muddle-headed manner, she had achieved her breakthrough. Su Yusin expressed her frustration in one breath, feeling quite indignant. Her father's rampant gossip had made her restless during this period. Dozens of matchmakers had come, buzzing around like flies, driving her to distraction. While others were plagued by fathers, hers had a penchant for targeting his own daughter. Upon hearing this, Ning Xian pondered, "This friend must be extraordinary, casually gifting 5th grade pills. He must be an alchemist." Thinking of this, she softly said, "Yusin, take me to visit him." Sujuxin fed travel. Seeing her distress, Ning Xian sadly remarked, "I traveled thousands of miles to see you, and you are unwilling to take me along?" After contemplating, Su Yusin eventually nodded, "Very well, I will take you there." Chapter 46. Departure in the morning. Triangular rays of sunlight bathed the earth. Yin Geng left the 2 women behind and arose early to practice Tai Chi Ding. Task 1. Have 1,000 children. Reward. Max level shop. Have 10,000 children. Reward. Free shop, unlimited time. Ding. Task 2. Recruit 12 disciples through legitimate means and establish a new Luo Xian sect. Reward. 10 10th grade Gene Xian pills x10. 10 10th grade awakening pills x10. Failure to complete the task within a month will result in a deduction of 100 billion Xian stones. Will the host accept all tasks? System, I accept. Yin Geng was elated. After all, it was better to accept them first. As for the 12 disciples, weren't they essentially gifted to him? The first task of having 1,000 or 10,000 children seemed daunting, a matter that would require centuries, far too distant for contemplation. Ding! Task commenced, countdown begins. Before long, Gushan arrived, braving the howling winds. Upon closer inspection, he saw Yin Geng performing slow movements, with 2 fish swirling overhead. The flowers that had fallen to the ground were drawn into the vortex below. As he continued his movements, the 2 fish began to spin increasingly rapidly. Gushan squinted as he approached Yin Geng, intrigued by his actions. Observing this, Yin Geng paused and produced a volume of the sacred level Mu Ling Ju, offering it to him. "Uncle Gu, take this." Gushan accepted the manual without hesitation, patting Yin Geng's shoulder, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, everything conveyed without words. He then turned to leave. Is this what love from a father-in-law feels like? Yin Geng stood there, grinning foolishly. Suddenly, he noticed Su Yusin approaching with an unfamiliar woman. Soon, the 2 were near. Yin Geng politely greeted, "Miss Su, good morning." "Good morning to you as well, young Master Yun," Su Yusin replied cheerfully. Then waved to introduce, "Young Master Yun, this is my Aunt Xian. We chanced upon each other on the road." and she heard about my breakthrough due to your pills and wished to visit you. Ning Xian smiled and nodded. Young Master Yin, hello. I am Ning Xian. I heard from Yusin that you gifted her pills, so I came to inquire if I could purchase some from you. I am currently lacking nothing. What do you wish to use to buy my pills? Yin Geng replied, his gaze fixed upon her. Ning Xian, aged 80, a sacred body, Xian Xian first layer, and the junior master of Tai Xian Sect, was momentarily taken aback. Regaining her composure, she slowly spoke. Young Master Yin, since you can freely give them away, surely you could sell me a few? Yin Geng shook his head. I do not wish to sell. Is that you, Xiao Xian? Feng Yao exclaimed in surprise, walking over shoulder to shoulder with Gu Yi. Yes, it is Sister Yao, Ning Xian replied with a smile, taken aback to see Feng Yao here. Upon seeing the Empress approach, Su Yusin respectfully greeted. Yusin pays her respects to your majesty. There is no need for such formalities here. No need to be polite with me. Feng Yao chuckled, engaging in conversation with Ning Xian. Seeing it did not concern him, Yin Geng turned to leave, making his way to a patch of grass 10 meters away to enjoy his meal. Not long after, the four approach him again. Noticing Yin Geng seemingly ignoring them, Feng Yao softly asked, Xiao Geng, could you sell Aunt Xian a 6th grade pill? If you have one, why not just give it to her directly? Mine have all been used up, which is why I thought to venture out for resources. As soon as she finished speaking, Yin Geng continued to eat. Observing this, Feng Yao nudged Gu Yi with her hand, casting a glance at Yin Geng, signaling her to persuade him. Gu Yi shook head, heed in refusad. She would not engage in a fruitless endeavor. Why are you all standing? Come sit down and have some food, Yin Geng announced. And soon an array of delicacies appeared on the grass. Before long, the four seated themselves on the grass, quietly enjoying the delightful meal. Yin Geng halted his actions, gazing earnestly at Su Yusin. Miss Su, would you have any interest in joining my Luoxian sect? Upon hearing this, all four pairs of eyes turned towards him. The Luoxian sect? Su Yusin pondered for a moment, realizing she had never heard of it, and curiously inquired, Young Master Yin, where is the Luoxian sect located? In response, Yin Geng confidently replied, the exact location has yet to be determined. However, if you wish to enhance your cultivation, consider joining my Luoxian sect. It would be a wise choice. In the future, the sect will undoubtedly gain renown within the Xian realm, with disciples aplenty being formidable. Think it over. I will not force you, as it is indeed a rare opportunity that others may seek but cannot attain. Ning Xian, feeling her blood surge with excitement, immediately asked, Young Master Yin, may I join as well? Certainly, at the onset, the Luoxian sect had lenient requirements for accepting disciples, but once the numbers were sufficient, a rigorous selection process would ensue. After speaking, Yin Geng gazed at them with profound significance. Very well, I, Ning Xian, shall join the Luoxian sect. Ning Xian readily agreed, believing in Yin Geng's prowess as a high-ranking alchemist. If he were indeed capable of crafting 7th or 8th grade elixirs, it would be a tremendous gain. As for the fact that he possessed only the cultivation of a 2nd-tier human immortal, she was utterly skeptical. Young Master Yin, I too wish to join the Luoxian sect, Su Yusin responded without a hint of hesitation. If even Aunt Xian, so astute, desired to join, only a fool would refuse. Upon hearing their agreement, Yin Geng nodded approvingly. Excellent. Ning Xian will be the eldest senior sister, and Su Yusin shall be the 2nd junior sister. To be honest, the moment you agreed, I felt an overwhelming envy. For you both are destined to become formidable figures in the future. Here, take an elixir each. As his words fell, an elixir appeared before each girl. Thank you, Master. Ning Tuan exclaimed. Thank you, Master, echoed Su Yusin, their voices filled with joy. No need for thanks, Yin Geng replied, shaking his head, then turned his gaze to the other two. Your Majesty the Empress, do you wish to join? Gu Yi and Feng Yao both shook their heads, pondering that being a lady would surely be more appealing than being a disciple. Suit yourselves. After saying this, Yin Geng stood, and 2 rings flew before them. I must take my leave now. It may be over a year before I return. I will inform you of the chosen location later. Yes, Master. Ning Xian and Su Yusin responded in unison, obediently. Shortly thereafter, they conversed for quite a while before reluctantly bidding farewell. In the following 10 days, Yin Geng traversed the entirety of Dongzhou but failed to find a suitable territory or gather any disciples. Thus, he made his way to the Xiandi city in Zhongzhou. Upon arrival, He was taken aback to find the streets filled exclusively with women, with not a single man in sight. It felt as though he had entered a realm entirely inhabited by females. As passers-by spotted Geng, they paused, scrutinizing him with curious eyes. After a brief stroll, Geng approached a fruit stall. The middle-aged woman behind the counter immediately began to promote her goods. "Young man, would you like to buy some red fruits? 3 copper coins per pound, quite a bargain." With a smile, Geng opened his palm. "Madam, I would like 5 pounds, please." "Certainly," she responded cheerfully, busying herself with the task. Before long, she had weighed the fruits and placed them into a cloth bag. Geng then produced a gold coin and handed it over. "No need for change. I would like to inquire, to which faction does this territory belong? And why are there no men around?" The woman gleefully accepted the gold coin. "This is the holy land of the 7 fairies. The Holy Master despises men and thus forbids their entry. Young man, you should leave quickly. Otherwise, if caught, you might face castration at best or death at worst." "Oh, thank you for the warning," Geng replied, turning to leave. Just then, several women in red approached, blocking his path. 2 of them held ropes, their eyes glinting with predatory intent. One of them spoke, "Come with us willingly, or resist to the end." "Hee. Ladies, I was previously unaware of the local customs, but now I understand. I shall take my leave immediately," Geng said, attempting to sidestep them. "Find him." With that command, all 4 sprang into action. Seeing this, Geng quickly declared, "Do not move, raise your hands." As soon as he spoke, the 4 women found their bodies immobilized, their arms raised in surrender, unable to move. They were filled with disbelief, their hearts racing with fear and unease. They could not comprehend the sorcery that had seized control of their bodies, realizing that the individual before them was a concealed powerhouse. Geng observed the scene with satisfaction at his own prowess, then continued onward, his voice echoing, "In 1 hour, I shall release you." Until his departure, the fruit seller and other onlookers remained in shock. After leaving CND City, Geng soared into the sky, surveying the terrain. He flew for an undetermined distance before noticing someone approaching him. Turning, he saw a woman teleporting from several hundred meters away, reappearing just 10 meters from him. "Gao Si," she smiled, "you run quite fast." "Miss, you have mistaken me for someone else," Geng denied, a sense of suspicion brewing within him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her. Chao Shi, 6th tier of the Xian Wang, Taiyin Xiantian, Holy Master of the 7 Fairies. Goodness, a Xiantian, a Xian Wang powerhouse, has chased me over such a distance. I have truly landed in trouble and must prepare for an escape. It matters not if you deny it. I will capture you regardless, Chao Shi said, extending her hand. Instantly, countless vines materialized before her, lunging toward Geng. Sensing the urgency, Geng vanished from his spot. Just as he slipped away, the vines struck the ground, missing him entirely. Chao Shi paused, closing her eyes as her formidable spiritual sense expanded. Yet within 100 miles, there was no sign of Geng. She smacked her thigh, muttering to herself, "What kind of teleportation technique is this? How could he flee so swiftly and so far? Had I known, I should have captured him directly. Now, I'm sure I cannot catch up. Next time if I catch you, I will first deal with you before we have a proper conversation." Meanwhile, Geng had teleported 3 times before cautiously looking back. Upon realizing he was not being pursued, he sighed in relief. "Ding, host, what are you afraid of with the system at your side? Just proceed." "I am not afraid. I merely have a slight aversion to being severed," Geng replied, observing his surroundings. He beheld flat-topped mountains, one of which housed a celestial pond, its waters cascading down to form a waterfall at the mountain's base. The foot of the mountain brimmed with streams, encircled by a vast lake. From above, the scenery was enchanting. "This place is splendid, ideal for establishing a sect. Truly, I have traveled far and wide in search of such a locale. System, how many Xian stones are required to establish a sect here?" "Approximately 10 billion Xian stones. Would you like to proceed?" 10 billion? That seems quite reasonable. But what of it afterward? Who will guard the home?" Contemplating this, Geng inquired, "System, do you possess any spiritual guardians? Host may spend 100 billion Xian stones to acquire a powerful puppet." 100 billion Xian stones? A powerful puppet? Geng mused for a moment. Realizing he possessed 100 million Xian stones, a mere drop in the bucket. But how strong is it? The puppet's strength is entirely determined by the luck wheel. It could potentially reach the CND realm, all depending on the host's fortune. Upon hearing CND, Yin Gung's eyes sparkled. System, let the wheel spin. Ding. Space installation complete, commencing activation. Without delay, Yin Gung peered into the system space. At that moment, he observed a needle spinning incessantly. Surrounded by labels such as First Tier Earth Immortal, Ninth Tier C&D, and so forth. Yin Gung felt a surge of frustration at the thought of landing on an Earth Immortal. It would surely make him want to spit blood. Soon, the needle began to slow, finally coming to rest on the realm of human immortal. Yin Gung's heart surged with intense emotion as he shouted fiercely, "Leave me alone. Just go away." Ultimately, he halted between the formidable beings of the third layer of Rin Xian and the fifth layer of Xian Wang. Tongzi, I see the one at the fifth layer of Xian Wang. Hurry and bring it out. Ding. The pointer rested in the center, suggesting that the host should spin again. Perhaps it would land on the 10th layer of Xian Emperor and become invincible. First, give me the puppet of the 5th layer of Xian Wang. I will spend another 100 billion to spin again. Ding. The Xian Wang puppet has been placed into the space and can be retrieved at any moment. Such benefits can only be enjoyed once and cannot be repeated. Upon hearing this, Yin Gung peered inward and saw an elderly man with a head full of white hair. Eyes closed, lying within the space. He stepped out and landed beside the heavenly pool in an instant. The heavenly pool appeared round, measuring at least 100 meters in width. The water at the edge was crystal clear, while the depths grew slightly darker. Behind the pool stood a 10-meter-high stone wall, resembling a knife's edge, with water gushing forth from the crevices, akin to a small waterfall. To the left and right were open spaces, and ahead, the water flowed toward the source of the waterfall. The entire scene was remarkably precise and orderly, as if crafted by human hands. Yin Gung then soared to the stone wall, calling out in his heart, "Tongzi, let us begin constructing with 10 billion Xian stones." Ding! 10 billion Xian stones deducted, construction commenced. Suddenly, flowers, trees, and grass sprang forth from the ground, dirt flying, and stones being laid. Countless fish leaped panic-stricken from the water. Chapter 48. Setting up a stall time passed, and Yin Gung gazed at the two-layered lofts on either side of the heavenly pool, with a stone bridge extending ahead. The scene evoked imagery of withered vines, aged trees, and crows at dusk, with only the small bridge and flowing water suggesting a quaint village. Muttering softly, Yin Gung summoned the puppet. In an instant, an elderly man appeared before him, bowing respectfully. Old servant Wu Ming seized the master. Observing the kindly old man, Yin Gung nodded slightly. More children bring more fortune. I shall call you Fu Bo from now on. It sounds auspicious. The safety of Luoxian Sect is entrusted to you while I go recruit disciples outside. Yes, Master, Fu Bo responded, still reverent. After managing the sect affairs, Yin Gung swiftly ascended into the skies, casting a glance at the loft-laden sect before flying onward. An hour later, after gathering information in a small town, Yin Gung arrived at Kanglan City of the Kanglan Dynasty. The bustling streets were filled mostly with Xian cultivators, creating a lively atmosphere. He set up a stall on the street with a sign that read, "The hidden sect, Luoxian Sect, is recruiting disciples. Those with cultivation above Tianxian may apply." Before long, several passers-by approached curiously, but upon noticing Yin Gung was merely at the first layer of Rin Xian, they turned away. Hours passed with no inquiries, prompting Yin Gung to don a hat and close his eyes to rest. A 13-year-old girl approached, opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately could not find the words. Lingering for a moment before departing, as the sun set in the west, a carriage slowly approached. A woman leaned out of the window, glancing around before spotting a figure seated on a chair, hat covering the head, soundly asleep by the roadside. The sign read, "The hidden sect, Luoxian Sect, is recruiting disciples." The woman felt a stir in her heart and called out softly, "Shao Si, stop the carriage quickly." A man's voice responded, and the carriage came to a smooth halt. Before long, the woman arrived at the stall, observing that the person remained asleep. She began to tap her fingers rhythmically on the table. Yin Gung lifted his hat to see a quirky young woman with lively, expressive eyes that seemed to speak. She was tall, voluptuous, and exceptionally beautiful. Jiang Minjing, 18 years old, a saint body at the 9th layer of Tianxian. Noticing her silence, Yin Gung cleared his throat. "Ahem, would you like to join my Luoxian sect?" Jiang Minjing clenched her fists, declaring, "If you can defeat me, I will join Luoxian sect." Hearing this, Yin Gung shook his head. Miss, sparring like this seems cumbersome. How about I call out, and if you can still move, it counts as your victory. What do you think? Are you joking or looking down on me? Jiang Minjing frowned, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. Yin Geng remained silent, smiling at her, and slowly spoke. You cannot move. As soon as the words left his lips, Jiang Minjing attempted to retort, but found herself unable to speak, realizing she was also unable to move. Shock coursed through her, and she softly uttered, "This is settled," undeniably aware that he was a formidable opponent. After a moment, Yin Geng called out, "Time's up. You are free now." Jiang Minjing discovered she could move again, feeling an exhilarating novelty. Delighted, she exclaimed, "Senior brother, I wish to join Luosian's sect immediately." Then please inform your family first. I will wait for you here." With that, Yin Geng resumed, covering his head with the hat. Seeing this, Jiang Minjing boarded the carriage and departed. Shortly after, the little girl returned. She softly called, "Gidge." Yin Geng removed his hat once more, gazing at the little girl, whose splendid attire bore several patches, and her timid expression spoke of hardship. Zhongling Xiao, 13 years old, lacking noteworthy cultivation, had lost her father and her mother remarried, accompanying her to her stepfather's home. After her mother bore several siblings, she faced disdain from her parents, struggling in life, and had even contemplated selling her off several times. What a tragic childhood, Yin Geng sighed inwardly. "Little sister, do you wish to join my Luosian sect?" Zhong Lingxiu nodded, lowering her head in silence. "Then I hereby announce that you have become a disciple of Luosian sect." Yin Geng readily agreed, assuring her that lacking physique could be remedied with a few medicinal pills. "Thank you, Gidge," Zhong Lingxiu said, a hint of a smile illuminating her face. "You're welcome. Please stand here." Yin Geng gestured to the space beside him. The two stood in silence, one sitting and the other standing. At that moment, a young nobleman, accompanied by several guards, strolled by and, upon seeing the sign, sauntered over. He looked at the large and small figures before him and scoffed. TSK, a hidden sect. Huh, are you trying to sell this little girl? Though the little girl appeared a bit dirty, she was quite charming. I'll buy her for 100 gold coins. Otherwise, you won't be leaving Kanglan City. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lingxiu, frightened, shrank behind Yin Geng. Leave, don't cause trouble. Yin Geng fixed his gaze on the nobleman, his tone unperturbed. At his words, the young nobleman immediately grew furious. Dare to rob a girl in broad daylight? Seize him. Several guards, upon receiving the command, rushed to act. At the same time, Yin Geng extended his hand, suddenly conjuring a swirling vortex in his palm, which he swiftly thrust forward. The vortex expanded instantly, engulfing them before they could react. The assailants froze momentarily, hastily attempting to break free from the technique with their fists. However, as soon as the thought crossed their minds, they were all sucked in, vanishing without a trace. Onlookers, witnessing this scene, fled in terror. Yin Geng murmured softly, "The mountain beasts are hungry. Let us feed them." Realizing this place was no longer safe, he quickly began to pack up his belongings. At that moment, Zhong Lingxiu peeked out, only to find no one left. Just as Yin Geng finished gathering his things, a carriage slowly approached and halted beside him. Jiang Minjing jumped down, glancing at Zhong Lingxiu, and joyfully declared, "Senior brother, I have arrived." "Ah, perfect timing, let us depart." As Yin Geng's voice faded, the three individuals vanished into the bustling street. The trio from Luo, Xian, Zong suddenly materialized beside the heavenly pool. Their astonished gazes swept the surroundings, revealing a vast, circular lake, flanked by pavilions and crossed by quaint bridges over flowing waters, while stone fountains gushed nearby. Yin Geng promptly produced a table, a pen, and a ledger, inscribing the names Ning Xian and Su Yusen. He instructed the two, "Please write your names here. This ledger will serve as our sect's registry." "Yes, senior brother," Jiang Minjing responded, picking up the peculiar pen. "What's senior brother? Call me master." Yin Geng replied with a slight smirk, his expression earnest. "Master?" Jiang Minjing was taken aback, then called out, "Master." The two sisters began to inscribe their names with enthusiasm. After a brief moment, Jiang Minjing curiously inquired, "Master, why are there only 2 names above? Including you, Uncle Fu, and myself, there should be 6 of us." After introducing each member, Yin Geng continued, "Follow me for a moment." Before he finished speaking, he turned and walked away. The following morning, after each had consumed 2 7th-grade pills, They awakened their sacred bodies. Jiang Minjing's cultivation surged to the 8th layer of Xianjun, while Zhong Lingxiu reached the 5th layer. The two sisters, brimming with excitement, soared through the skies several times before finally descending. Yin Geng observed them with a smile and then produced the ledger, declaring, "I have a task for you. Collect 8 disciples on my behalf." "Absolutely," Jiang Minjing exclaimed, taking the ledger and pulling her sister along to set off. "Wait a moment," Yin Geng called after them, retrieving a ring and handing it over. "Take this. It contains some gold coins." "Oh," Jiang Minjing responded, swiftly embracing Yin Geng and planting a quick kiss on his cheek before dragging her bewildered sister away. "A sneak attack?" Yin Geng was momentarily stunned, then wiped his face, muttering softly, "This girl possesses the potential for rebelliousness against her master. System, why is the teleportation array taking so long to build? Can it be expedited? I need to complete that 1,000 task. Ding, it may require considerable time, as it is an array connecting 2 worlds. If the host wishes to fulfill the task, materials can be sourced locally. With so many resources in the Xian realm, why seek distant ones? All right, once I complete the task, I'll return with 1,000, one for each person. Then the task won't seem so far-fetched," he mused. Ding, the host is quite ambitious. The more children, more blessings pregnancy function has been launched. For details, please check the space. Is boasting allowed? Yin Geng opened his mouth and laughed heartily, thinking to himself that he needed to boast more in the future. He then glanced into the space. The pregnancy function. 1 reward for each successful conception. The rewards dependent on the pregnancy itself. This is excellent. The rewards come swiftly. Yin Geng murmured a few words before soaring into the sky, arriving at the boundary of Kanglan City, within the territory of the 7 Immortals' Holy Land. As he strolled through the throngs of people, he noted that the vibrancy here rivaled that of Kanglan City. Passing by a street stall, numerous vendors eagerly called out, "Come take a look. Buy something." He pondered whether there were any brothels nearby, contemplating the purchase of a courtesan to bring back. As he wandered, he stumbled upon a tofu shop. Suddenly, a melodious voice called out, "Young master, would you like a bowl of tofu pudding?" Turning towards the sound, he beheld a 22-year-old woman. Her long hair was elegantly styled. Her large, sparkling eyes framed a beautiful face, complemented by a voluptuous figure. Jiang Xing, 24 years old, possessed no cultivation or special physique. She had been married 5 times, each husband meeting a mysterious demise. And even the 10 or so men who tried to climb in her bed at night had all perished. No wonder the shop had such an icy atmosphere. The reason was now clear. Tofu pudding, the tofu shisher. Noticing her momentary distraction, Jiang Xing inquired again, "Young master, would you like a bowl of tofu pudding?" "Oh yes. I will have 3 bowls," Yin Geng replied, stepping into the shop. "All right, young master, please wait a moment," Jiang Xing exclaimed, then busied herself. After she left, Yin Geng glanced around. The shop was about 10 meters wide and deep, with an inner door likely serving as living quarters. Such a place would be worth at least 500 or 600 gold coins. System, why didn't the Heavenly Eye reveal how her husbands died? Tell me what happened. Ding, she saved a spirit, which, in gratitude, placed a 6th grade curse upon her. Anyone who harbors ill intent towards her will surely perish. The curse? How unjust for those husbands to die so unfairly. Yin Geng reflected, envisioning the phrase "draw a blade and die" in his mind. How absurd. At that moment, Jiang Xing returned with several bowls of tofu pudding. "Young master, please enjoy." "Boss, don't leave yet. Sit down. I will treat you to a bowl of tofu pudding." Yin Geng beckoned, patting the table. "Treat me?" Jiang Xing was taken aback and shook her head. "Young master, that's not appropriate. It could bring you harm." "Is that so?" Yin Geng replied, producing 3 gold coins and placing them on the table. He then spoke slowly, "Boss, let us settle the bill first." "Oh," Jiang Xing approached, taking only 1 gold coin, whispering, "Young master, please wait. I will get you your change." But just as she spoke, she found herself being embraced around the waist. "Young master, let go. This will harm you." She struggled. "Stop squirming," Yin Geng commanded firmly, allowing her to calm down, then gently said, "Come, let us enjoy the tofu pudding together. Do not fret about harm. Such things cannot happen." Realizing he was truly unharmed, Jiang Xing felt bewildered. How could someone who plots against me be unscathed? Could he be my destined partner? As she pondered this, her gaze fixed intently on Yin Geng, suddenly finding him far more handsome than before. She shyly closed her eyes, her cheeks flushing crimson. Noticing her demeanor, Geng could not resist leaning down to plant a kiss on her lips. Come, eat. If you do not open your eyes soon, I shall have to feed you myself. At his words, Jiang gasped and opened her eyes, though she dared not meet his gaze. She thought of the several husbands she had lost. If she did not seize this opportunity, she would be destined for solitude. Before long, Geng took on the role of a nurturing father, gently feeding the sweet girl in his arms. My name is Geng, the Sect master of Luo Xianzong, which is not far from here. Would you care to accompany me back to Luo Xianzong? Sect master? Jiang was momentarily astonished, then shook her head. I have grown accustomed to this place and do not wish to leave just yet. However, if you do not mind, I could become your wife. But you must not abandon me. Otherwise, I would not wish to live. There is no need for such dire thoughts. I would never forsake you, Geng assured her. Producing 2 8th-grade pills. Close the shop and consume these 2 pills inside. You will gain cultivation. All right, I will go and close it, Jiang replied excitedly. Alighting from the ground, after taking a few steps, she paused to introduce herself. I am Jiang. Before long, the two made their way toward the back door. After a few hours, Jiang awakened her water-ice divine body, her cultivation soaring to the 5th layer of Xianzun. She slowly opened her eyes, walked over, and embraced Geng, weeping softly. In recent years, I have endured considerable grievances, with only one true friend who has not turned away from me. Even when opening a shop, only outsiders dared to step inside, while locals would flee at the sight of her. At this moment, I have finally found solace. And with such kindness directed towards me, I could not help but express my emotions. All right, darling, do not cry, Geng comforted as he gently patted her back. I'm not a baby, Jiang replied, chuckling through her tears, wiping her nose on his shoulder and whispering, carry me to the room. Of course. Geng responded cheerfully, lifting her effortlessly and making his way to the room. Chapter 50 Geng. Tongzi help. The next day, a notification chimed. Pregnancy value 1. Rewards, 8th-grade ascension pills X6. Hearing the sound, Geng opened his eyes and murmured to himself, I sent 2 and received 6, a profit of 4. Not too shabby. Tongzi, what is the use of the pregnancy value? The notification replied, upon reaching 10,000 in pregnancy value, one can ascend to the immortal emperor, while pills only allow progression to the 10th layer of the immortal sovereign. With a sigh, Geng remarked, it seems that taking shortcuts is not an option. He promptly got out of bed and headed outside. Upon stepping outside, he saw 3 women gathered around a table enjoying tofu pudding. He approached an empty seat and sat down. 2 women caught his eye. One was stout while the other possessed a slender figure. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be a mistress and her maid. In terms of appearance, one resided in the heavens while the other dwelled on the earth. It seemed one had chosen a plump and unattractive servant to accentuate her own beauty. Seeing this, Jiang immediately stood up and softly said, wait a moment. Geng nodded slightly and turned his head towards the pair, greeting them with a smile. It is a pleasure to meet you both. Yu Ziwei, 19 years old. Mortal body, 3rd layer of Earth Immortal. Fang Zhuo, 38 years old. Mortal body, 5th layer of Celestial Immortal. Pleasure to meet you, Yu Ziwei replied curiously. What is your relationship to Sister Ing? What relationship? Perhaps bedfellows? Geng chuckled, answering quite honestly. Bedfellows? How novel. Yu Ziwei pondered, wondering if he was one of those adventurers from the Task Guild. At that moment, Jiang approached with a bowl of tofu pudding, spooning some into Geng's mouth and admonishing, eat and stop talking nonsense. After swallowing, he opened his mouth again. Don't you have hands? Can't you feed yourself? Jiang shot him a glare, her cheeks flushing red. This guy actually had the audacity to let her feed him in public. How shameless. Sister Ing, Yu Ziwei pointed between the two, utterly perplexed. Witnessing the closeness between the two, it seemed like they were longtime companions. But since even a 5th-level demon beast would spell doom for anyone who approached, why was he unharmed? Upon hearing this, Jiang contemplated for a moment before candidly stating, Ziwei, he is my Dao companion, named Geng, the Sect master of Luo Xianzong. Luo Xianzong? Yu Ziwei suddenly recalled, realizing she had never heard that name before. Thus, she confusedly inquired, Sister Ing, why is he unharmed then? Regarding this matter, Jiang chose to shake her head. I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps it is simply fate. As long as we can live well, the reasons are no longer important. Well said. I'm truly gratified to hear such wisdom from my beloved seeing, Yin Geng exclaimed, his voice filled with enthusiasm as the table was soon laden with exquisite food and drink. He then warmly invited, "Come, let us celebrate together." Upon seeing this, Feng Zhuo's eyes lit up, and she eagerly grabbed a duck leg, devouring it ravenously. Is she a hungry tiger? Yin Geng mused internally, observing her manner. Yu Ziwei's face flushed, and she cleared her throat twice as a subtle reminder. Ahem. Hearing the sound, Feng Zhuo noticed the curious gazes directed at her, and reluctantly set the plate down. No worries, eat up. There's plenty more, Yin Geng said with a friendly smile. Consequently, Feng Zhuo hesitated but then withdrew her hand, casting a flirtatious glance at Yin Geng, her voice softening. Young Master Yin, you are truly kind. Caught off guard by her charm, Yin Geng shivered as goosebumps covered his body. He could not help but wonder, what kind of enchantress is this? The two women beside him were also dumbfounded, never expecting him to be such a gem. After a while, Yu Ziwei softly spoke, "Sistering, you continue with your business. I shall take my leave." "Ziwei, wait a moment," Jiang Xing called out, turning to Yin Geng. "Gidge, thanks to Xing's care, I have been able to establish myself in the cultivation city. Do you have any extra pills?" "I do, but not many." Yin Geng pondered briefly before producing a pill and handing it to Yu Ziwei, explaining, "This is a 4th grade ascension pill, one you discovered in a certain cave." "A 4th grade ascension pill?" Yu Ziwei joyfully accepted it, eyeing his handsome visage without hesitation as she stored it in her ring. She then expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Ing, and thank you, young Master Yin, for this pill. In truth, I am merely repaying a life-saving favor." "It is nothing significant," he replied. "Ziwei, it is of no consequence. Regardless, we are all good sisters." Jiang Xing smiled and embraced her warmly. "Young Master Yin, I want one too." Suddenly, a shy voice interrupted the moment. Upon hearing this, Yin Geng nearly stumbled, immediately offering her a pill without a second thought, fearing what this enchantress might do if denied. Feng Zhuo shot him another flirtatious glance. "Young Master Yin, you are simply too kind." "I'm not kind. Remember, you found this," Yin Geng reminded her once more. He had no fear of flies coveting his pills, but he certainly did not want to be bothered by incessant chatter. Understood, it was found in the cave. They both smiled, waving goodbye. After they departed, Jiang Xing smiled, about to speak when she suddenly noticed a woman entering from the doorway. Seeing business come in, she quickly approached. Yin Geng shook his head slightly, puzzled by her fervent dedication to this trade when he had both money and celestial stones at his disposal. He glanced at the empty plates on the table, no longer wishing to partake. Thus, he approached her, exchanged a few words, and turned to leave. On the street, Yin Geng wandered for quite some time, but still could not find an establishment of ill repute. At that moment, he noticed a young gentleman approaching, fanning himself with a peculiar appearance marked by bulging eyes. He greeted the man, "Greetings, esteemed sir. You possess a striking countenance, with an aura of vitality reaching the heavens. Without a doubt, you are a knowledgeable and charming scholar. I seek to inquire if there exists an establishment of elegance, such as a brothel, in this vicinity?" With pride, the young man raised his head, exposing a row of yellowed and crooked teeth. He chuckled. "Indeed, I am the one to ask. Given your discerning eye, I shall waive your information fee. The establishment of elegance is in that direction. The most renowned is Yuhua Lu, though entry requires 10 celestial stones." He rambled on, then turned to Yin Geng, flashing a knowing smile that only men understand. "Thank you, kind sir. May we meet again by chance." Yin Geng grinned as he bid farewell and headed toward the direction indicated by the man. A notification chimed. "Caution, host. Danger approche." Startled, Yin Geng intended to teleport away. But just as the thought crossed his mind, a hand slapped against his back, and he was hoisted onto someone's shoulder. "Little one, where do you think you can escape to this time?" Chao Shi remarked with a smirk, hoisting Yin Geng over her shoulder as she strode forward. Upon hearing her voice, Yin Geng, in a state of panic, shouted, "Sister, help! Quick, save me!" Ding. "Host, I regret to inform you that the system currently lacks a life-saving function. Just endure a little longer." Yin Geng cursed under his breath, "Sister, for heaven's sake, hurry up." At this utterance, the system fell eerily silent. Bystanders witnessing this scene speculated amongst themselves. It must be that the husband is disobedient. She intends to take him back for a proper reprimand and guidance. Chapter 51. Escape from the clutches within a lavish mansion. Chao Shi entered a room, laying Yin Geng upon the bed. At that moment, she exhaled gently, her face flushed, resembling a blooming peach blossom. Subsequently, she deactivated his speech function and inquired, "Are you a pure yang body?" Opening his mouth, Yin Geng realized he could speak again and pleaded, "Miss, please let me go. I have not offended you. I merely stumbled into the CND city." Chaoxi's tone was frigid. "Answer my question." After a brief moment of contemplation, Yin Geng replied, "Honestly, it contains the character for Yang." As expected, Chaoxi's heart leaped with joy, and she smiled alluringly. "Look at you, drenched in sweat. Allow me to change your clothes." With that, she produced a dagger, climbed onto the bed, and fixed her gaze intently upon Yin Geng. "Sister, please put that down. We can discuss this calmly without resorting to violence." Yin Geng chuckled nervously, while inwardly he screamed, "Sister, release the seal on me, or transport me away." Ding. Host is encountering life-threatening danger. The system will provide rescue. If you are cut, you may learn the art of vitality afterward. Just as he finished hearing this, Yin Geng saw the dagger descend and quickly shut his eyes, lamenting silently. "My life is over." 10 days later, Chao Shi's cultivation ascended to the 9th layer of Xian Huang, and she was filled with exhilaration, believing that it would not be long before she could break through to the realm of CND. She glanced at the person feigning sleep on the bed, but could not discern his cultivation level. He must have cultivated a high-level concealment technique, rendering him undetectable. "Hey, stop pretending to sleep. Where are you from? What is your name?" "I hail from Dongzhou, and my name is Yangding Tian," Yin Geng answered earnestly, weaving a web of lies with each word. "Dongyo, Yangding Tian," Chao Shi murmured, "truly a fitting name. In a few days, we shall return to the Holy Land, and you will accompany me. I assure you will not be mistreated." With that, she approached the bed and leaned down to kiss him deeply. After about a stick of incense had passed, Chao Shi descended from the bed and walked towards the door, her voice trailing behind, "Wait for me. I will go buy something to celebrate." Once she left, Yin Geng muttered softly, "Have I become someone else's captive? Or merely a canary?" "Sister, please release the seal. This woman intends to imprison me for her own cultivation. How utterly inhumane." Ding. Host has reached the 10th layer of Xianhuang. "You have reaped benefits while playing coy. Wait for 2 more days, and you shall be transported back." 10th layer of Xianhuang is trivial. Once I complete my task, consuming a 10th grade elixir will surely elevate me to the 10th layer of Xianzun with ease. Yin Geng then inquired, "Sister, why must we wait 2 more days instead of today?" Ding. "Because in 2 days, the 12 earthly branches will be perfectly aligned." He immediately retorted, 12 earthly branches? The 10 heavenly stems are already sufficient. Why did you not mention that, sister? Ding. "If the host finds this slow, I suggest purchasing an expedited teleportation array for 1 billion CN stones, or a teleportation array for 10 billion. 10 billion is rather extravagant. 1 billion feels reasonable. And it's merely an escape. Only a fool would spend so much on a teleportation array." With this thought, Yin Geng shouted, "Sister, purchase the teleportation array for 1 billion CN stones." Ding. "The teleportation array will activate automatically tonight. Please be patient." "Tonight? How can I wait?" Yin Geng sighed softly, contemplating, "Now, with only 10 days left for the task, I wonder how many disciples my apprentices have gathered. I shall check once I leave." Approximately 2 hours later, Chao Shi returned with a plethora of items, gazing at the sleeping figure on the bed. With a wave of her hand, Yin Geng was lifted into her embrace, and she seated herself at the table. Yin Geng realized he was perched on her lap and opened his eyes, shyly saying, "Sister, I'm not hungry yet. Could you please set me down? This feels rather unnatural." "Not a chance." Chao Shi immediately rejected. With a smile, she added, "Come now, I'll feed you. If you remain silent, I shall use my mouth to feed you." Yin Geng, feeling helpless, reluctantly complied and opened his mouth. Suddenly, he recalled a similar scenario when he was holding Jiang Si Ing the previous day. Could this be retribution? Indeed, just like that, Gao Si be met, using a cloth to wipe the grease from his lips. 10 minutes later, "Sister Shi, I am quite full now. Please enjoy your meal." Yin Geng forced a smile. Trapped in this predicament, he resolved to endure until nightfall. If he couldn't confront her, he would simply slip away. Chao Shi observed his false smile and shook her head. "All of this was purchased for you. Since you are full, let us rest." Without waiting for Yin Geng's response, she scooped him up and headed toward the bed. That night, the room was ablaze with light. Yin Geng opened his eyes to find Chao Shi sound asleep, yet her arms clung tightly to him, as if fearing he would escape. Gazing at her beautiful face below, he thought, though beautiful, I will never be your tool for cultivation. Sister, where is the teleportation array? Ding, initiating teleportation. Wait, first release my seal. But before Geng could finish his plea, he suddenly vanished. Just as he departed, Shi jolted awake, realizing that the person she had been holding was gone, and panic ensued as she dashed out. In the garden at the round pool, a woman was soaking in the water, surrounded by a multitude of flowers floating on the surface. The woman splashed the water, murmuring as the sect leader, I have been rejected for hundreds of matchmaking attempts. I beseech the heavens for a husband. No sooner had she finished speaking than she noticed a figure plummeting into the pool, creating a loud splash and sending water flying. The woman was momentarily stunned. Moments later, a head surfaced, adorned with flowers. Geng, realizing he had fallen into a bath, noticed a dazed woman nearby, and Miao Ling at the 10th layer of Xian Huang, a Xian body, and the sect leader of the Hua, Xian Zong. Damn it, another powerful figure, he thought, unable to admire her beauty and desperately seeking assistance. Miss, please help me. I've been sealed and thrown here. Oh, and Miao Ling replied, showing no signs of embarrassment or anger as she walked over. Swiftly, she placed Geng onto a patch of grass. Thank you, miss, Geng said, shutting his eyes and daring not to meet her gaze. If he angered this woman, he would have nowhere to weep. Young man, why do you not dare to open your eyes and look at me? She inquired curiously, squatting down. One must not gaze upon the unseemly, Geng muttered, internally shouting, Sister, what on earth are you doing? Hurry and release my seal and transport me back to Luo Xianzong. Ding. Host, I deeply apologize, but the system is currently experiencing numerous malfunctions, and I cannot release the seal. Please bear with me. The teleportation array is undergoing repairs. Kindly wait. And Miao Ling gazed at the figure before her for a moment, finding herself quite pleased with the sight. Could this be the auspicious gentleman that heaven has sent in response to her call? A gentle smile graced her lips as she spoke. Young master, your clothes are wet. Allow me to assist you in changing. Chapter 52. A swift escape, miss. Could you kindly help me remove the seal on my body? A good deed deserves a reward, and I shall repay you, he implored. And Miao Ling nodded slightly and replied, I can, but only if you agree to marry me. After all, you have already seen me. It would be unreasonable not to become my husband. Geng quickly denied her, miss. The light is too dim. I did not see anything. Besides, I already have many wives. If you do not mind. Upon hearing this, and Miao Ling furrowed her brow, but then relaxed as she softly said, It is of no consequence. Just provide them with what they need, and you and I shall live together. Everything else is trivial. As long as you genuinely love me, I can fulfill your desires. Geng inquired calmly, Can I refuse? Certainly, unless you can defeat me, she replied, her lips curling into a smile as she suddenly lifted him into her arms and turned to walk away. Realizing there was no room for negotiation, Geng cried out in his heart, System, hurry and teleport me back to Luo Xianzong. I do not wish to provoke this woman. I will spend 10 billion to buy a rapid transmission array. Just don't let me down. Ding! 10 billion Xian stones have been deducted. The transmission array will activate shortly. Desperate pleas were in vain. When it came to spirit stones, things moved swiftly. As Geng pondered, he found himself in another room. Suddenly, his clothes were torn apart, and he was placed on a bed, a kiss landing upon his lips. Miss, please calm down. Ding! Transmission commencing. Upon hearing this, Geng's heart soared with delight. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, and Miao Ling felt a sudden emptiness beneath her. He was gone. A look of bewilderment crossed her face, followed by a surge of panic. She extended her consciousness outward, but there was no trace of Geng. Not even a sound remained. It was impossible that he had used a teleportation technique. Wait, the transmission array. Could he be the legendary array master? But wasn't he sealed? How could he use an array? And Miao Ling thought, no matter where you escape, I will find you. In a mansion, Geng suddenly appeared on the grass, where he spotted a young man in white reading. System, are you toying with me? Return my 20 billion Xian stones. I'm done with this. Ding. The system has no intention of teasing the host. You have been specifically sent before a powerful individual to assist in breaking the seal. At that moment, the young man in white noticed Geng from a few meters away and was taken aback. Who are you to intrude upon my master's estate? My apologies, I was just wandering the night market when a mysterious person sealed my cultivation. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself here. I beg your forgiveness for any offense. Yin Geng spoke sincerely, realizing the other's voice was somewhat peculiar. Sealed your cultivation? The young man in white, intrigued, set down his book and leisurely approached. He swiftly produced a fan and waved it lightly, asking, "What is your name? Where do you reside? I shall send someone to investigate." Yin Geng looked intently at him, noticing his handsome features. Zhang Xian, 800 years old, level 8 Xian Huang, with a Qingmu Xian body. Wait, she's a woman. No wonder her voice sounded strange. He was slightly astonished. The system had placed him before a formidable female. Clearing his throat, Yin Geng introduced himself. I am Yin Geng, the sect master of Luo Xian Zone. You at the first level of the human Xian realm? Our sect master? Surely, you jest, Zhang Xian replied skeptically, as one Wu Ti attained such a position without considerable strength. Hearing her doubt, Yin Geng affirmed resolutely, indeed. It is true. If you do not believe me, release my seal, and we shall visit Luo Xian Zone together. To have me assist in breaking your seal is not unreasonable. Zhang Xian paused before continuing. As long as you can compose a poem or sing a song that pleases me. Compose poetry or sing. Yin Geng murmured to himself, unsure of what to create. After pondering for a moment, he turned to Zhang Xian. How about you provide the theme? Very well. Then consider this, the loneliness of a deep night. With unspoken thoughts seeking a kindred spirit, Zhang Xian exclaimed, closing her fan with grace. Loneliness and unspoken thoughts. Yin Geng frowned. This woman seemed intent on challenging him. His mind raced, and after scouring through dozens of poems, he finally settled on one that was somewhat fitting, albeit with a few unsuitable lines to be omitted. It's taking too long. How about I return tomorrow morning? Zhang Xian, growing impatient, turned to leave for her room. Noticing her departure, Yin Geng quickly called out, "Wait. I am ready." Zhang Xian turned around, urging, "Then what are you waiting for? Speak." Clearing his throat, Yin Geng began to recite. Last night, the cold cicadas did not cease their cries, stirring a 1,000-mile dream, now past the third watch. I rise alone, pacing the steps, as the moonlight softly glows outside the curtain, yearning to share my heart's secrets with the zither. Few are those who understand, who will listen when the strings snap. Beautiful, yet the heart's secrets remain unexpressed. Zhang Xian offered constructive criticism, pointing out the oversight. If it were expressed, it would not be a secret. Now release my seal. Yin Geng smiled broadly, thinking it is my poem to dictate. That will not suffice. Your words are flawed. Zhang Xian shook her head, a sly smile forming. Sing half a song, and I shall release you. There's a lotus pond nearby. Sing a song related to it. Very well, Yin Geng nodded in agreement, opening his mouth to sing, snipping a moment in time, flowing gently into the moonlit waves, plucking a soft lotus fragrance. The beautiful sound of the zither falls beside me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian was slightly astonished. The song was fresh and pleasing to the ear. She promptly helped Yin Geng sit upright, placing her palm against his back. Before long, she withdrew her hand, saying, "All right, but how did you know I could help you break the seal?" Pure instinct. Thank you. Yin Geng stood, stretching his limbs. The feeling of freedom was delightful. He turned to Zhang Xian. Brother, I must take my leave, but I shall return for a drink when time permits. Yun Lao Di, could you teach me that song? Zhang Xian looked at him earnestly, anticipation evident in her gaze. This song is not of my own creation. I cannot teach you. Perhaps another day, as it is late and I wouldn't want to disturb your dreams. Yin Geng replied honestly. While he was capable of singing, he truly had no knowledge of teaching music composition. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian seized his arm and led him away, saying, "Just teach me for a little while. Once I learn, you can leave." Yin Geng, feeling helpless, acquiesced to her request. It seemed she was unlike the previous two women, one who sought to exploit him, and the other who wished to dominate his freedom. In the room, the two lay side by side on a large bed. One would sing a line, while the other repeated it numerous times. After a few hours of this, Yin Geng, overwhelmed with irritation, simply closed his eyes to sleep, ignoring the musically novice Zhang Xian. Seeing this, Zhang Xian nudged him lightly. How about this? You teach me songs, and I teach you cultivation? Upon hearing this, Yin gently remarked, I have no need for it, as no matter how you teach, you cannot produce an immortal emperor. Teaching you songs seems rather daunting. I advise you to refrain from pursuing it. Zhang Xian, undeterred, pressed with 3 inquiries. What? Do you disdain me? Shall we step outside for a duel? Silence enveloped the air. The following morning, Yun awoke to find Zhang Xian sprawled upon him like a lifeless frog. Her disheveled hair suggested she had shed her outer garment at some point during the night. Drool hung from the corner of her mouth, creating a damp patch on his chest. Just then, the door creaked open slightly, revealing a maid who peeked inside. Upon uttering a single word, she caught sight of the scene before her, which elicited a piercing scream. Ah, there's a lecher. Someone come quickly. Yun, visibly irritated, retorted, What are you shouting about? We have done nothing inappropriate. Yet the maid seemed impervious to his words, rushing off to summon assistance. The commotion stirred Zhang Xian from her slumber. Wiping the drool from her mouth, she noticed the wet spot on Yun's shirt, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, yet she was reluctant to vacate her position. Seeing her still lingering, Yun called out, You should get up quickly. Your maid is fetching someone with a stick? Zhang Xian, unfazed, replied with a hint of mischief in her eyes, Are we now considered good friends, or what? Yin responded slowly, That depends on your perspective. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Xian, the national master of the Kanglan dynasty. Henceforth, we shall be good friends. With that, Zhang Xian promptly dismounted from the bed and approached the vanity to tidy her hair. Just as she settled in, 2 older men and several young men burst in, wielding wooden sticks. They were greeted by the sight of a young man reclining on the bed while their lady was preparing her appearance. The 6 of them paused, bewildered by the scene unfolding before them. Leave us. That girl, Xiao Yin, is acting quite mad, Zhang Xian instructed without turning her head. Internally, she felt a warmth as the men disregarded their own safety, calling out and rushing to her side. Yes, miss, they replied in unison, relieved to have her command to leave. They exchanged knowing glances with Yun before hastily departing. Yin turned to the vanity and said softly, Brother, I must take my leave. I shall return when time permits to teach you songs and engage in long discussions. Zhang Xian stood, turning to him, Why the haste? Are you afraid I might devour you or something? Not at all. The sect is recruiting disciples, and I must return after a few days, Yin explained. He recognized her fondness for him, yet he understood that all gatherings must eventually come to an end. He needed to check on his 2 disciples. This task was of the utmost importance. Consuming the 10th Great Ascension Pill would enable him to break through to the 10th layer of immortal sovereignty, alleviating his fears of Chao Shi. Capturing him would only lead to being confined, akin to a mere tool, which was rather unsettling. Zhang Xian stepped closer to Yun, tightly embracing him for an extended moment. Friend, may I steal a kiss? She inquired. No, once we kiss, the term friend becomes tainted, Yin replied while gently patting her back. Embracing as friends is acceptable, but we must not cross any boundaries. Oh, very well. Zhang Xian nodded slightly. Then no kiss. Please visit often and make sure to provide a cozy quill for your friend. For what purpose? What if things escalate? Yin pondered, waving his hand dismissively. In an instant, he vanished from her sight. This teleportation technique is quite extraordinary. However, his true cultivation remains to be verified, Zhang Xian murmured, feeling somewhat disheartened as she stood alone. On the street, 9 young women were seated on benches, with a long table positioned before them. A large banner read, Fortune favors those who encounter the falling immortal sect. The path of immortality stretches endlessly like the long night. However, passers-by scoffed at the sight, some even spitting in disdain. At that moment, Yin arrived on the street, his eyes lighting up upon spotting several young women. Approaching with delight, he thought to himself, just one more, and I can complete my task. Upon reaching his destination, he observed 5 fairly attractive young women seated by the table, while 4 others sat behind them, using hats to cover their heads in slumber. Among them were his 2 disciples. Why is it all young women? Where are the male disciples? He pondered. Young sir, would you like to join our falling immortal sect? Inquired a seemingly 16-year-old girl with a pleasant demeanor. The other 4 women gazed at him with a mix of surprise and shyness. Yun chuckled and stepped closer. The 4 women snapped back to reality and shouted, Halt! What are you doing? If you do not wish to join the falling immortal sect, please step aside. The 2 who had been dozing lifted their hats, looking bewildered by the commotion. Fear not. I too am a member of the falling immortal sect. Yin replied with a smile before gently addressing the 2 girls who had been pretending to sleep. How long do you intend to feign slumber? Shall I carry you both? Master? The 7 girls exclaimed in astonishment, realizing they could no longer maintain their ruse. The two girls slowly removed their hats. Zhong Lingxiu, looking guilty, softly called out, "Master." While Jiang Minjing blinked in disbelief, rubbing her eyes, she exclaimed, "Oh, it truly is Master. I thought I was dreaming." Without hesitation, Yin delivered a playful smack to her head, chiding, "Are you trying to be clever in front of your master?" "Ouch, that hurt," Jiang Minjing complained, rubbing her head with a pout. "Let this be a lesson." Yin then turned to the apprehensive Zhong Lingxiu, gently assuring her, "Little Lingxiu, there is no need to be afraid. It is acceptable to relax during this gathering, but for other tasks, we must prioritize accordingly." "Yes, Master," the two disciples replied eagerly, their faces lighting up with radiant smiles. Jiang Minjing stood and pointed to the other girls, introducing them. "Master, these are quintuplet sisters." After we accepted one, the other four followed suit. "The remaining two are my good friends, and I brought them into the sect as soon as they arrived." She then turned to the 7 girls, instructing, "This is our master, Yin Geng. Please introduce yourselves." The 6 girls responded in unison, "Bai Qing, Bai Qi, Bai Shi, Bai Su, Bai Hu, Luo Xiao Ti, Zizan Giting, Matsta." Indeed, Yin nodded approvingly. Qin, chess, poetry, calligraphy, painting, and above all, Xiao Qi is accompanied by the clouds and mist. Splendid names. As soon as he finished speaking, he produced a large table laden with an array of food and beverages. With a smile, he beckoned, "Come, let us all partake together. Do not hesitate to treat me as your master." Before long, the 9 of them were seated around the table, indulging in a delightful feast. Observing the enthusiastic enjoyment of the 9, Yun felt a surge of satisfaction. If he could recruit one more disciple to fulfill his task, his joy would be complete. He scrutinized the 4 sisters closely, noting their similarities. Indeed, the women of the immortal realm were predominantly beautiful, likely a result of their climatic environment. Taking a sip of his drink, Yin turned to Jiang Minjing and inquired, "Little Minjing, do you not accept male disciples?" "Master, you may not be aware, but during the first few days of our arrival, several men attempted to abduct us. But I chased them away," she replied. Several pairs of eyes were lecherously fixated, hands roving. It was better to cut ties altogether, and henceforth, no male disciples were accepted. Jiang Minjing exclaimed with indignation, her tone laced with anger. Upon hearing this, Yin Geng cast her a glance. With a strikingly upright and graceful stature, complemented by her exquisite beauty, it was no wonder she attracted a multitude of admirers. "Master, what are you staring at?" Jiang Minjing crossed her arms, her tone rife with dissatisfaction. "I am merely seeking the root of male transgressions," Yin Geng replied candidly, gently swirling the water in his cup. "The root of male transgressions?" The 8 women murmured, their hearts enlightened, and they turned their gazes toward Jiang Minjing. Upon noticing their stares, Jiang Minjing flared up instantly. "What are you looking at? Don't you have any?" Her loud voice caused several to obediently lower their heads and stuff their mouths with food. Seeing her reaction, Yin Geng was slightly taken aback, not expecting such a fiery side from someone who appeared whimsical. At that moment, a group of soldiers wielding long swords approached menacingly. One shouted, "Who are you? How dare you occupy the street?" Noticing this, Yin Geng stood up, turned around, and smiled. "We are friends of Zhang Guoshi. I hope you can be accommodating." "Guoshi's residence?" The soldier muttered softly. Observing Yin Geng's striking appearance and noble demeanor, he was convinced to a great extent. He then produced a portrait. After comparing it with Yin Geng and finding no resemblance, he waved his hand and moved on, a squad of soldiers following suit to continue their patrol. After their departure, a woman with a white veil passed by. Upon seeing the large characters on the signboard, she promptly halted. She glanced at the 10 individuals with surprise, then approached them. Noticing someone coming, the 9 women turned to look in unison. Jiang Minjing immediately spoke. "Miss, do you wish to join the Luoxian sect?" Yin Geng ceased his actions, his gaze fixed intently on her. Shui Qingxian, aged 500, at the 6th level of Xianjun, and possessing a divine physique. Whether to join or not. Shui Qingxian did not respond immediately. She pondered for a moment and then asked, "Does your Luoxian sect have ample resources?" "Resources?" Jiang Minjing mused, extending her hand towards Yin Geng. "You should ask my master." Upon hearing this, Shui Qingxian was perplexed. How could a distinguished Xianjun expert take a mere human as a master? With a mind full of questions, she scrutinized Yin Geng. He was indeed handsome and charming. but still merely at the human Xian level. After admiring him for a moment, Yin Geng spoke softly, "My dear, we do possess resources. How many do you desire? Just name a number. However, once you choose the Xian stones, I shall not provide you with anything else." Shui Qingxian immediately raised a finger. "I want 100 Xian stones per day. As long as there are tasks, I will complete them. What do you think?" "Agreed. Then you shall take me as your master." Yin Geng nodded, readily acquiescing. It was merely Xian stones. He had spent 20 billion the previous day. He simply wished to complete tasks quickly, unaware of the reward's true worth. Seeing his casual demeanor, Shui Qingxian understood that she was asking for too little. She hesitantly said, "Disciple Shui Qingxian pays respects to master." At this moment, the 9 women regarded her as if she were a fool. "Ding! Host has completed the task. Rewards: 10 grade 10 Xian advancement pills x10, 10 grade 10 physique pills x10. Added to storage." Yin Geng was overjoyed, waving his hand, "Collect the items and return." "Yes, Master," Jiang Minjing replied, swiftly gathering the items. Subsequently, the 11 individuals vanished. Just as they departed, a few horsemen arrived at the scene. Upon realizing no one was present, an elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s, stamped his foot. "Luo Xian's Sect, I shall remember you. The grudge of slaying my son shall not be forgotten." Simultaneously, 2 mysterious individuals at the Task Guild issued a mission to locate the same man, nearly coming to blows. At the Luo Xian Sect, the group gathered by the lakeside. The 8 women surveyed their surroundings with expressions of delight, thinking, living here in the future will undoubtedly be a pleasure. Soon, the 8 women completed their registration. Yin Geng promptly instructed, "Shui Qingxian stays. The rest of you shall go to another peak to select your dwelling." After speaking, he called out, "Fu Bo, take them to tour the various peaks." No sooner had he finished speaking than Fu Bo appeared beside them, startling the 10 sisters. Shui Qingxian, unable to discern his cultivation, was taken aback, realizing he was far superior to her, and not just by a small margin. Her master was also quite mysterious, undoubtedly practicing advanced concealment techniques. Fu Bo respectfully greeted, "Greetings, master." Yin Geng nodded. "Fu Bo, there's no need for formality. Just call me young master. They're my disciples. Please take them to explore." "Yes, young master," Fu Bo responded, then soared into the sky, his voice resounding, "Follow me." The 9 women, realizing they could not stay here, reluctantly followed Fu Bo. After their departure, Yin Geng's gaze fell upon Shui Qingxian. "You are to visit the Feng Tian dynasty and seek out Gu Zai Xiang at the Gu residence. Inform them that the sect has been established and request your 2 senior sisters to come. Here are 3,000 Xian stones. Take them and return swiftly." "Thank you, master." Shui Qingxian joyfully accepted and hurried away. Yin Geng then settled down, crossing his legs and consuming medicinal pills. After a while, the 9 disciples landed on the lawn, spotting a certain individual lying on the ground, with a white object protruding from his mouth, emitting smoke. Jiang Minjing approached him, squatting down and tugging at his clothing with her small hand, pouting, "Master, I wish to live here." Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Geng decisively rejected, "No, this place is reserved for my wives. You may stay here, but only if you become my little wife." Upon hearing this, Jiang Minjing's face instantly flushed crimson. She then stood up, huffing, "Forget I said anything. That's more like it." Yin Geng chuckled, producing 16 medicinal pills. In an instant, he divided them into 8 groups of 2, gently floating them before the 8 disciples. "Swallow one that lacks radiance first. Once you awaken your physique, then consume the other. Return to your residences and cultivate. As for the techniques, it depends on your performance." "Thank you, master." The group expressed their gratitude before joyfully accepting the pills and bidding farewell. After they left, Yin Geng's figure also vanished. In Xian Yuan City, Yin Geng materialized in the inner courtyard. He made his way outside, only to discover that the tofu shop was closed for the day. A table held several jars of wine, presumably brought by guests. Shortly thereafter, he approached the front door, gently opened it, and stepped inside. He found Jiang Xing covered with a blanket, her black hair peeking out. Beneath the bed lay a pair of unfamiliar new shoes, evidently just purchased. As he drew closer, Yin Geng softly called out, "Inger Xing." After a lengthy silence, he mused, "This girl is so shy, even when sleeping." Yin Geng grinned, removing his shoes and clothing, slipping beneath the blanket. After some time, Yin Geng sensed something was amiss and intended to make a swift exit. However, just as he moved, an octopus-like creature ensnared him. As the voice resonated, it declared, "If you leave, I shall inform Ing Jie. Yu Gunyang, I did not mean to. I merely exposed my hair." Thinking it was seeing, Yin Geng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, pondering the uncanny similarity in their figures. It was quite normal to mistake identities while inebriated and sprawled out here. "I don't care." Yu Ziwei pouted, her expression devoid of joy or sorrow. "How about I give you a 7th grade elixir, and we can let this matter rest?" Yin Geng chuckled softly, his tone imbued with warmth. Regardless of the circumstances, he acknowledged his fault and deemed it appropriate to extend an apology. A 7th grade elixir? Yu Ziwei's desire surged within her. After a moment's contemplation, she shook her head, insisting, "No, you must marry me." "Very well, I shall marry you. Once Si Ing returns, we shall consummate our union tonight." Yin Geng readily acquiesced, recalling that he still owed the esteemed ladies a wedding. "We'll discuss that later. Once the teleportation array is constructed, we can have a grand celebration." Yu Ziwei's excitement was palpable. After all, she relished the idea, and mistakes were merely part of life. Shyly, she suggested, "Let us rest." Meanwhile, at the Mission Guild, 10 large characters emerged. Eliminate the disciples of Liao Luo Xianzong. Reward, 10 million Xianshi. Before long, the central continent erupted in excitement. Numerous powerful individuals began to emerge, inquiring about the whereabouts of Liao Luo Xianzong. Consequently, throngs of people converged upon the central continent. As the sun set, Yin Geng stretched languidly, feeling invigorated as he stepped out of his room. After inquiring from Yu Ziwei, he learned that Jiang Xiying had gone to pay respects to her parents. Ding! Pregnancy value increased by 1. Reward, 10 8th grade promotion elixirs, 100 million Xianshi. And a Tunshin Hulu at the price of a 10th grade Xianqi. Tunshin Hulu? If the system hadn't mentioned it, he might have almost forgotten. This elixir was quite commendable, though it held no utility for him at the 10th level of Xianzun. To break through, one needed 1,000 pregnancy values. His companions still had to exert themselves. As he set out a chair and lay down, he sensed Jiang Xiying's return, her hands carrying a basket. Soon, a figure descended from above the courtyard, gradually alighting. She approached the chair, her eyes reddened as she stared at Yin Geng, speechless. "Ing Bao, what is the matter?" Yin Geng gently rose and embraced her. "Why did you leave without a word? Do you know how long I searched for you?" Jiang Xiying's voice trembled with emotion, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had scoured Xian Yuan City day and night, yet found no trace of him. In her desolation, she sought solace in the company of friends over drinks, only to succumb to intoxication. In her sorrow, she had gone to the mountains to converse with her parents about her troubles. Yet upon returning home, she inadvertently found herself in the courtyard. Yin Geng softly patted her back, noticing her emotional state stabilize. He began, "Ing Er, do you know? I was captured by 2 formidable women and barely managed to escape with my life. One sought to seize my freedom, while the other intended to use me as a tool. Thinking of you both, I risked everything to flee, and fortunately I succeeded. Remembering the harrowing experiences of the past weeks felt like an eternity. It was not my intention to depart without notice. I was truly compelled." As he spoke with fervor, he squeezed out a few tears. Jiang Xiying was momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't she be the one feeling sorrowful? Why had the roles reversed? Observing his demeanor, she sensed he was being sincere and realized she had misjudged him. Thus, Jiang Xiying gently patted Yin Geng's back in comfort. Once Yin Geng regained his composure, he promptly recounted the situation with Yu Ziwei. "What? You could mistake someone for another?" Jiang Xiying's eyes widened in disbelief. Recalling that prior to her departure, someone had only exposed their hair, she took a deep breath. "What did Ziwei say? Is she still in the room?" "She is still asleep in bed. I was thinking we could perform a simple ceremony tonight, and then both marry me." After uttering this, Yin Geng fixed his gaze on Jiang Xiying, inquiring tentatively, "What do you think? If not, I can offer her an elixir to send her on her way." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiying immediately turned to leave, only to remark, "You stay here." Once she entered the room, Yin Geng lay back down, closing his eyes and murmuring softly, "Life is but a play, entirely reliant on performance. Half truth, half deception, the most enchanting." That night, the house was adorned festively. 10 men, having concluded their tasks, approached Yin Geng. A middle-aged man, Smiling broadly, said, "Young Master Yin, it is all taken care of." Yin Geng nodded in approval. "Efficient work? I am quite satisfied. Here, take double." As soon as the words left his lips, 100 gold coins appeared before the middle-aged man. "Thank you, young master," he replied, bowing deeply, his smile wide as he retrieved a cloth bag to store the coins. After bidding farewell to Yin Geng, the group departed merrily. Once they left, Yu Ziwei and Jiang Si-ing emerged from the room, both clad in red garments, their heads adorned with red cloth. Observing this, Yin Geng quickly donned a red outfit of his own, presenting offerings and lighting several incense sticks. Then, he took the hands of both ladies and led them to the center of the courtyard, smiling gently. "Ladies, we shall first pay our respects to heaven and earth, then honor the spirits of our parents, and finally perform our vows." Came the synchronized responses. Before long, the trio completed their homage to heaven and earth. Arriving before the offerings, 6 empty chairs stood there, to which they presented 18 cups of tea. After the tribute, Yin Geng fixated his gaze on the chairs. To his astonishment, 6 figures appeared, their faces beaming with smiles, 2 of whom were his parents. Overwhelmed, Yin Geng's tears flowed freely as he called out, "Father, Mother, after so many years apart, I am finally reunited with you." The 2 figures, momentarily startled, stood and approached Yin Geng, gently patting his head, their expressions filled with profound emotion. Soon, they returned to their seats. Yin Geng then addressed the 4 figures at the table respectfully. "I am Yin Geng, your son-in-law, and I bow before you, my 4 esteemed parents-in-law." The 4 figures nodded with smiles. Ding! Time's up, souls transported back to their original places. As the system's voice faded, the 6 figures vanished in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Jiang Si-ing and Yu Ziwei, having listened for a while, could no longer contain their curiosity and removed the red cloth from their heads to gaze at Yin Geng. Concerned, Jiang Si-ing asked, "Husband, what has happened?" Sensing their worry, Yin Geng candidly replied, "My father and mother, along with my 4 parents-in-law, were just seated on those chairs. Now, they have departed." Fearing that the 2 ladies might not believe him, he promptly described the 4 figures' features. "You truly saw them?" Jiang Si-ing and Yu Ziwei's eyes widened in astonishment. "Let us not dwell on this. We must continue with the ceremony," Yin Geng remarked, though internally he was filled with skepticism. However, the priority was the ceremony. Once it concluded, he could inquire further with the system. Before long, the couples completed their vows. Subsequently, Yin Geng embraced 1 lady in each arm, leading them to the room and placing them on the bed. With a broad grin, he pushed the 2 silent ladies down. Chapter 56. I am the Tao Lord. All speak of the Tao. On the 3rd morning, Yin Geng was peacefully sleeping in bed when he suddenly noticed a woman approaching from several dozen meters away. Assuming it was merely a passerby, he paid no mind. To his surprise, the woman quietly descended into the courtyard. He kept his eyes closed, curious to see what she intended. Before long, a woman stealthily opened the door and entered the room. As she caught sight of 3 heads protruding from the bed, she immediately shouted, "Yu Ziwei, get up this instant." The sound of her voice startled the 2 sleeping women awake. Upon noticing a strikingly beautiful lady by the bedside, Yu Ziwei and her companion weakly inquired, "Aunt, what brings you here?" The lady, visibly irked, retorted, "What brings me here? Just look at yourselves. Before even being wed, you are consorting with rogue men. What have I taught you since childhood? Either adhere to the virtues of a proper wife and bear children, or diligently pursue cultivation for eternal life. Now you disregard my words, having not returned home for several days. I was worried something had happened to you." Yu Ziwei murmured apologetically, "Aunt, I failed to inform you, but I got married a few days ago. Look here. The wedding characters on the wall have yet to be taken down." The lady paid her no heed and turned her gaze towards Yin Geng, saying angrily, "You filthy man. You possess considerable skill. Regardless of your methods, leave Xianyuan City at once, or I shall see to it that you are apprehended and punished." Yin Geng opened his eyes and gazed at the lovely visage before him. Yu Yao Yao, 63 years old, a 5th-tier Xuanxian, the ruler of Xianyuan City. He replied nonchalantly, "If I have no desire to leave, no one can stop me. Besides, she carries my child. If I go, she shall accompany me. You would do well not to act rashly, or even Yu Ziwei will be unable to save you," she warned. Hearing this, Yu Ziwei anxiously interjected, "Aunt, he is concealing his true power. You are no match for him. Do not act recklessly." Yin Geng, overhearing this, secretly thought, My wife has just entered my home and is already selling me out. Concealing his power? Yi Yao scoffed. If he truly possesses skill, I would like to witness it firsthand. Should he defeat me, I shall no longer interfere with your affairs. But should I capture him, he will know his fate. Very well, let be so. Yun Geng threw off the covers and quickly donned his garments. You rogue! Yu Yao screamed, her cheeks flushed as she dashed outside. What rogue? I am merely clothed, Yun Geng muttered under his breath as he prepared to exit. Husband, I implore you, win the match, but do not make things difficult for her. She is all bark and no bite. She is merely upset. With that, Yu Ziwei looked at him with a pitiful expression. Enough. I know what to do, Yun Geng replied, producing 2 pills and instructing her before heading out. In a secluded forest above a vast lake, Yu Yao brandished a pair of scissors, snipping a few times before declaring, I do not possess the skills for punishment, so this is more convenient. I will not permit Yu Ziwei to associate with outsiders. If she is indeed with child, she shall bear the surname Yu, and I will care for her well. If she insists on not parting, she may serve as the steward of my city lord's mansion. Are you certain of this? Yun Geng inquired, furrowing his brow, his expression darkening. He had initially assumed she merely wished to expel him, to teach him a lesson. Yet now she seemed determined, likely having planned this from the start. Yu Yao ceased her chatter, raising her arms to unleash a flurry of white light from the water surface, shooting swiftly towards Yun Geng. As the icy arrows rained down, Yun Geng realized she intended to kill him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he conjured a white shield. The barrage of arrows struck the shield with a resounding cacophony, some veering off while others shattered into glistening fragments of ice. Despite the ferocity of the attack, none pierced through the shield. In no time, the onslaught subsided, leaving Yu Yao dumbfounded. This attack would deter even a celestial lord, yet it felt as ineffective as cotton against Yun Geng. Observing her shock, he lowered his shield and scoffed. Is this the extent of your prowess? What an international joke. If you have more tricks, do reveal them, or you may find yourself in dire straits. Fuming, Yu Yao yelled, ice sealing technique. As her command echoed, Yun Geng found himself immobilized in place, encased within a towering block of ice. Yu Yao regarded the ice mountain with a cold huff. I shall teach you to be arrogant. No sooner had she spoken than the massive ice suddenly cracked. With a thunderous boom, countless shards of white light burst forth in all directions. Yu Yao quickly conjured a shield and retreated, but she was a moment too slow, and a piece of ice struck her backside. The shield faltered and vanished, prompting her to cry out in pain. However, upon inspection, she found the injury was minor. Yun Geng, witnessing her plight, could not help but chuckle. In an instant, he vanished from sight. At this moment, Yu Yao was alarmed, fearing for her safety as she fled. Yet, just as she thought she had escaped, she sensed someone approaching. Before she could react, a hand pressed firmly against her back. With a startled gasp, she realized her cultivation had been sealed, rendering her completely immobile. Yun Geng, observing the fear in her eyes, spoke with a low voice. Where has your courage to kill me gone? I did not intend to kill you, merely to cut you down a peg. The ice arrows were aimed at non-lethal areas. I sought to frighten you, Yu Yao stammered, her voice trembling as she closed her eyes in resignation. Yun Geng grasped her neck, noting her desperate demeanor. Struck by her resemblance to his wife and recalling her parting words, he ultimately refrained from striking her down. Feeling a sudden impulse, he roared, I will kill you. Yu Yao screamed in terror, her spirit shattered. Yun Geng, finding her reaction amusing, burst into laughter. I thought you were so brave. Who knew your courage was as pitiful as a mouse's? Since you merely intended to incapacitate me, I am a reasonable man. I shall render you incapacitated and then return you home. Please, I was wrong. I will never interfere in your affairs with Ziwei again. Yu Yao quickly admitted her fault. To acknowledge one's mistakes and amend them is commendable, but to err without consequence is to invite recurrence, Yun Geng remarked, shaking his head as he led her toward the city lord's mansion. Within the city lord's mansion, following Yu Yao's obedient directions, they appeared in a room. After tossing her onto the bed, Yun Geng feigned a lecherous demeanor. Do not act recklessly. I am but a Taoist lord, always advocating reason. I shall not act recklessly. Allow me to explain, Yun Geng replied earnestly, removing his shoes and climbing onto the bed. Chapter 57. The Ring of the Old Lady? In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Ding. Pregnancy value increased by 1. Reward. Immortal level Chinquan Wanli, 8 grade awakening pill X10. 100 billion gold coins. Geng lay on the bed, his expression unchanged upon hearing the announcement. During this time, he had received 5 rewards, yet only this time did he obtain a technique. He then glanced into his spatial realm. Chinquan Wanli, draw a circle and step inside to access any location within 100,000 miles, allowing for distant captures and attacks. Quite impressive. Geng smiled faintly. Suddenly aware of the stillness behind him, he expressed his dissatisfaction. Are you not eating? It feels like a scratch. What is the matter? Yu Yao Yao increased her force slightly, wiping her tears away. I have been at this for several days. Can you not stop bullying me? Yao Yao has acknowledged her mistake and assures that she will not repeat it. Hearing these words, Geng retorted directly. When have I ever bullied you? Assisting you with your back is entirely voluntary on your part. Observing Yao Yao's struggle over the past few days, he suggested, perhaps we should take a break? No. She replied, I genuinely enjoy helping you. Yao Yao shook her head vigorously, feeling a mix of love and resentment for this boorish man. She often frightened herself, thinking that if she did not comply, he would resort to reasoning with her. Moreover, she found it impossible to counter his arguments, as he occasionally quoted famous sayings. After a while, Yao Yao hesitantly inquired, Brother Yun, which faction do you belong to? Me? I am the leader of the Luo Xianzong. Why do you ask? Are you planning to seek out that Chao Shi to teach me a lesson once I leave? Geng responded with his eyes closed, as if speaking in his sleep. The Holy Master Chao? How could a mere city lord like me summon her? Yao Yao exclaimed. After a few moments of contemplation, she suddenly recalled, Luo Xianzong. That name seems to be displayed in the Task Guild Hall. If there is no duplicate, then you might be in trouble. Little city lord, where's the Task Guild located? Geng casually asked, then remembered the young master he had seen on the street. Upon hearing this, Yao Yao quietly explained, there are guilds across the 5 continents, and all the experts are gathering in the central continent. It is said that even the immortal kings have mobilized, as 1 million immortal stones is indeed a substantial sum. If you're concerned, you should quickly hide the sect or change its name. After listening, Geng instructed, no need to continue your massage. You may rise now. Oh, all right. Yao Yao obediently stood up and quickly stepped down from the bed, wary that this troublesome fellow might pull some antics again, maintaining a safe distance from him. Observing her demeanor, Geng chuckled. Why the haste? This young master treats you with such affection. Do you think you could escape if I intended to do something to you? To be honest, if I'm merely called out, I assure you would be unable to move. Lowering her head, Yao Yao softly said, Brother Yun, I will step out now. Go ahead. I must take my leave as well. No sooner had Geng finished speaking than he vanished from sight. Watching him depart, Yao Yao let out a quiet sigh of relief. At Luo Xianzong, 4 individuals had just arrived. An elderly man appeared mysteriously beside them, startling them. They realized they could not discern his cultivation level, but he was likely more powerful than they. Gentlemen, you must leave the sect's forbidden area at once, or else face the consequences, Fu Bo stated flatly as he regarded the unfamiliar middle-aged men. Elder, which sect do you belong to? One middle-aged man with a square face inquired respectfully, cupping his fists. Luo Xianzong, if you wish to stir trouble, feel free to call upon stronger individuals to compete here, Fu Bo replied disdainfully, eyeing the group of inexperienced men. If you do not wish to leave, then you shall remain here forever. Elder, we will depart immediately. Another man with thick eyebrows quickly responded, fearing that lingering might provoke a response from the elder. Momins latte. The group hastily took their leave. The next day, many in the central continent learned of the location of Luo Xianzong. Consequently, a bounty of 100 million immortal stones was placed on the sect by the Task Guild. The news caused a frenzy among the immortal cultivators. At this moment, Geng returned to Luo Xianzong with Jiang, Xiying, and Yuzi Wei. As soon as they landed, Fu Bo's figure appeared before them. Young master, today several groups have been flying above Luo Xianzong, but I have driven them away, although many still remain hidden nearby. I understand. It must be the Task Guild that has drawn them here. Next time, we should eliminate them immediately, Geng instructed. He then waved his hand and introduced Fu Bo. These 2 are my wives, Jiang Xiying and Yuzi Wei. It is an honor to meet you. Ladies, Fu Bo said respectfully. The 2 women nodded slightly in acknowledgement. After some contemplation, Geng took out a 10th grade elixir and handed it to Fu Bo. You should go ahead and consume this for your cultivation. Leave the other matters to me. Off you go. Yes, thank you, young master. Fu Bo accepted the elixir with delight and departed. After he left, Yin Geng turned to the two women and instructed, "Please feel free to explore. I have some matters to attend to." "All right," Jiang Xiying replied, taking Yuzi Wei along as they left. Noticing the absence of his disciples at Luo Xianzong, Yin Geng guessed they were likely out shopping. He then bellowed, "Those who harbor ill intentions toward Luo Xianzong, come forth and end your lives." The task guild in the immortal realm was soon met with destruction as stones rained down upon its buildings. His voice echoed through the air. In that moment, those with malicious intent surrounding Luo Xianzong were struck by terror. They screamed in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief. However, their weapons turned upon themselves, and after a cacophony of despairing cries, they fell to the ground in a tragic conclusion. Shortly thereafter, a filthy woman approached, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of the bodies on the ground, unable to close in death. In disbelief, she raised her ring to her mouth. "Master, what is happening here?" Suddenly, a crisp and astonished voice emanated from the ring. "Disciple, this is the ancient principle of words manifesting reality, with a single command. These individuals have all taken their own lives. There should be a sect called Luo Xianzong nearby, and the owner of that voice is surely a formidable being. Quickly, collect the deceased ring and seek out Luo Xianzong. I suspect it is an ancient sect. This is to provide you with protection wherever you go. If you encounter trouble, you can return to this sect for refuge." "Master, is this not a bit wicked?" the woman asked, displaying a thirst for knowledge. "Trust in your master. Do not doubt me. Hurry and gather the resources, or you shall face dire consequences when others arrive," the voice in the ring urged urgently. "Oh, all right," the woman replied, nonchalantly gathering the belongings of the dead. In Chapter 58, the Task Guild's headquarters in Kanglan City was suddenly bombarded by numerous large stones. The stones fell like rain, crashing down with lightning speed. Several figures burst forth from the guild. Moments later, a tumultuous sound echoed, shaking the entire Kanglan City, causing children to wail. The chaos drowned out all cries, and buildings were instantly obliterated. Dust and debris filled the air. After a long while, the dust began to settle. Meanwhile, similar events unfolded throughout the immortal realm. In the skies above Kanglan City, an enraged middle-aged man shouted at several elders, "Did you accept some grand task recklessly?" An elder dressed in green whispered, "Patriarch, we accepted a task offering 100 million immortal stones to eliminate a Luo Xianzong. It is said that there are immortal emperor-level cultivators within, which is why the price has risen. It is unlikely that Luo Xianzong initiated this, otherwise no one would dare issue such a bounty." The middle-aged patriarch slapped him across the face in exasperation. "Unlikely? My guild has never offended any strong cultivators. Hurry and save the people. What are you all standing around for?" "Yes, Patriarch," the group replied, hastily making their escape. At this moment, a large contingent of soldiers also rushed to the scene. In the National Master's mansion, Zhang Shi calculated with his fingers for a moment before coldly snorting. How dare they place a bounty of 100 million immortal stones on the destruction of Luo Xianzong? This time, Yin has been provoked. Let's see if they dare to issue such a bounty again. Continuing, she murmured softly, "This friend is so capable. It seems he has profited. I shall visit him another day." "Miss, the palace master has summoned you to discuss matters." A young maid quietly conveyed the message at the door. Understood." Luo Xianzong. Yin Geng accompanied the two ladies as they wandered throughout the sect. "Husband, I must return now. I already know the address. I shall come back when I think of you." Jiang Xing did not wait for Yin Geng's response and whisked away with Yuzi Wei. As she departed, Yin Geng parted his lips to speak, but ultimately refrained. He muttered, "This seller of tofu, going home, doesn't he plan to stay for a few days?" "Tongzi, if I were to establish a divine position within the sect, could I bring my parents' souls here?" "Ding, not at the moment. The host may wait until the teleportation array is completed, and then a memorial tablet can be erected at Luo Xianzong in Xianyuan realm." Subsequently, Yin Geng arrived at the lakeshore, peering curiously into the water. Numerous scenes flashed before his eyes. A woman bathing in the lake, someone capturing a dragon, a group of men fighting. This place was once a fairy sect. No wonder it resembled the remnants of another's domain. It was the site of an ancient sect. As he pondered this, he noticed a group of women returning. Before long, 12 figures gracefully descended before him. Among them were Ning Xian and Su Yusen. The two elder disciples. Master, the 12 called out in unison. Go about your own affairs. Yin Geng nodded, not inquiring where they had been. Upon hearing this, the 9 women dispersed, leaving only Shui Qingqian, Ning Xian, and Su Yusen. Ning Xian approached Yin Geng, gently tugging at his robe, and whispered, Master, my elixirs. In response, Yin Geng handed her 2 pills. Thank you, Master, Ning Xian exclaimed excitedly as she took them and dashed away. After her departure, Su Yusen approached, gazing at him with a smile, extending her palm. Yin Geng swiftly slapped her hand, producing a resounding clap. In the future, if you extend your hand to beg, be cautious lest I strike your bottom. After saying this, he passed her 2 elixirs and inquired, Where are Yi and Feng Yao? Upon seeing the pills, Su Yusen's expression shifted from one of grievance to delight as she replied with a smile. They returned after arriving. Just as she finished speaking, a wisp of smoke vanished. That girl, why did she flee so quickly when I hadn't finished my question? Yin Geng mused, his gaze landing on Shui Qingqian. In the blink of an eye, several thousand spirit stones hovered before her. Go ahead. Shui Qingqian opened her mouth but found herself speechless. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed at her master, contemplating for a moment before stepping forward and embracing him. Without a second thought, she pressed her lips against his. After a long while, Yin Geng picked her up and headed toward the room. A little sprite delivered to my door. I must teach her a lesson. Master, please don't. Shui Qingqian shook her head, refusing. Yin Geng set her down and gestured. You may leave. My beautiful wives are everywhere. I do not lack for one. Upon hearing this, Shui Qingqian shook her head, remaining rooted in place, unwilling to depart. Yin Geng ignored her and continued forward, but wherever he went, she followed closely. He simply returned to his chamber, climbed onto the bed, and covered himself with a quilt, rendering himself invisible. At that moment, Shui Qingqian felt the urge to leave, but was unwilling. After a moment of determination, she bit her lip, shed her clothing, and slipped beneath the covers. The following day, a piece of news spread throughout the celestial realm, causing an uproar as all task guilds were smashed to pieces by powerful beings, resulting in countless casualties and significant losses. In the Kanglan Palace, within a garden, sat a man and 2 women. The women were incredibly beautiful, and the man was a quintessential handsome elder. At that moment, the middle-aged man suddenly inquired, National Master, do you truly believe it was Luo Xianzong's doing? Your Majesty, I too harbor some doubts. Allow me to visit Luo Xianzong and gather some information before I report back to you, Zhang Xian replied calmly. His curiosity piqued about the technique that could simultaneously annihilate a structure. A nearby woman suddenly spoke. National Master, I wish to accompany you. Little princess, I shall only be gone for a short while, not for leisure. Moreover, the outside world is perilous, and I fear I cannot ensure your safety. Zhang subtly declined, finding it troublesome to bring along a liability. Should any untoward incident occur, she would be unable to bear the responsibility. Despite considering herself a skilled individual, the celestial realm was filled with formidable beings. One could easily encounter an adversary who proved difficult to handle. The girl known as the Little Princess pouted and looked at the middle-aged man with reddened cheeks, nearly in tears. Ultimately, the middle-aged man pleaded, National Master, fear not. I will send someone to accompany her. It would be beneficial for Xiao Yu to experience the world outside, lest she fall ill from boredom within the palace. If there are accommodations for female disciples at Luo Xianzong, she may also join. With no other option, Zhang Xian reluctantly nodded in agreement. The next day, Yin Geng lay early on a chair by the lake shore, with items placed on the adjacent stool. He observed the fish swimming in the lake while calmly munching on food. At that moment, Shui Qingqian approached and, seeing him in such a relaxed state, spoke, Master, where are my elixirs? Yin Geng glanced at her, inquiring in a neutral tone. Do you merely desire elixirs, or do you wish to become my wife? If your only ambition is longevity, I can provide you with resources. However, choosing to become my wife entails the responsibility of bearing children. Contemplate your answer carefully. I am open to altering my intentions. After pondering for a moment, Shui Qingqian replied candidly, I do not wish to bear children. I will always be your disciple. We can still have long conversations, but this must remain unknown to the senior sisters. Henceforth, whatever they acquire must also be granted to me. Yin Geng directly produced 2 elixirs and a small ring. Handing them over, upon receiving them, Shui Qingxian glanced inside the ring and found a mountain of white treasures, estimated to be around 100 million spirit stones. Elated, she accepted it, planted a kiss on Yun Geng's cheek, and soared into the sky, leaving behind a radiant smile. Yun Geng shook his head slightly, amused that she worried so much. He wasn't concerned about the numerous children of Yu Yao Yao. Thinking of this made him grin. At that moment, Fu Bo descended with a dirty girl in tow. Young master, this person wishes to join Luo Xianzong. I have driven her away 10 times, yet she remains persistent. So I captured her. Hearing this, Yun Geng scrutinized her closely. Xiao Yu, 16 years old, first layer of human immortality, mortal body, and the spirit of the ring. Chapter 59, Reunion. The soul of the ring. Yun Geng was slightly astonished. It seems that in the future, one must eradicate threats entirely. Otherwise, the troubles of reincarnation could arise. With this thought, he promptly commanded, Fu Bo, release her. Upon hearing the master's command, Fu Bo placed a hand on her shoulder and then let go. Once Xiao Yuer realized she could move, she immediately clasped her fists. Xiao Yuer pays her respects to the young master. I wish to join Luo Xianzong. Once I do, I will surely promote its glory. Well spoken. You are now my 13th disciple. Yun Geng applauded, his expression revealing satisfaction. Regarding the promotion of grandeur, he dismissed it entirely as unnecessary. In the distant future, be it 10,000 or 100,000 descendants, they shall naturally illuminate the realm of immortals. With ample wealth and abundant elixirs, dominating the world poses no challenge. Xiao Yuer remained in a daze for a moment before suddenly kneeling on the ground, palms together in reverence, proclaiming, Disciple Xiao Yuer pays homage to master. However, in her heart, she consoled herself, thinking of it as a tribute to her ancestors. Yun Geng also noticed that this gesture was somewhat peculiar. He squinted, remaining silent as he reclined in his chair, observing her. Her grimy face bore a pair of bright, twinkling eyes. This girl was undoubtedly clever. Yet those who were cunning often harbor deceit. Her figure was straight, yet somewhat flat, clearly still in the process of maturing. Cough, cough. Xiao Yuer cleared her throat as a hint. Yet, after a while, her seemingly indifferent master remained unmoving. At this moment, a crisp voice from within the ring reminded her. Disciple, respect is paramount when paying homage. Do not engage in clever tricks. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuer immediately clasped her hands and raised her voice once more. Disciple Xiao Yuer pays homage to master. Disciple, please rise quickly. Yun Geng extended his hand, gesturing for her to stand. Fu Bo, take Xiao Yuer to meet her 12 senior sisters. Yes, young master, Fu Bo replied, leading her away from the area. After escorting her, Fu Bo returned to find someone else arriving, and with a swift movement, he vanished from sight. A few hundred meters outside of Luo Xianzong, 2 women were conversing as they floated gracefully. Suddenly, an elder, appearing to be around 60, emerged before them. The ghostly figure startled Shui Zhongyue, while Zhang Xian was slightly taken aback, unable to discern the elder's cultivation level. It was likely that this elder was stronger than herself. Luo Xianzong was indeed formidable. Ladies, this is the territory of Luo Xianzong. Please take your leave, or else your 8th level immortal emperor may find themselves in peril. Upon being called out regarding her cultivation, Zhang Xian confirmed the elder's superiority. Thus, she spoke respectfully. Senior, I am a good friend of the Sect Master Yin. I have come to pay a visit. Good friend? Fu Bo murmured, scrutinizing them both. Fu Bo, please bring them over. A male voice echoed. Hearing this, Fu Bo promptly said, Ladies, please follow me. He then led the way ahead. Soon, the 3 arrived before Yun Geng, and after completing his task, Fu Bo departed. Zhang Xian smiled at Yun Geng and then feigned a sorrowful demeanor, teasingly stating, Sect Master Yun, your silence indicates I am unwelcome. I was merely contemplating whether to send you away to avoid your singing. Yun Geng jested, inviting them to sit. After they settled, Zhang Xian introduced Sect Master Yun. This is the little princess of the Kanglan dynasty, Shui Zhongyue. I heard you are handsome and charming, so she insisted on coming to see you. Reluctantly, I had to bring her to broaden her horizons. Aunt Xian, you mustn't speak such nonsense. I never said that. Shui Zhongyue blushed furiously, glaring at her, accusing her of fabricating stories. Yun Geng chuckled, extending a thumbs up in praise. Shui Zhongyue, a splendid name indeed. Fishing for the moon in the water. May your dreams come true. Cool me. Let's enjoy some tea. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Xian inquired curiously, Sect Master Yun, where are your disciples? I have yet to see a single one. Are they all in seclusion? Yin Geng set down his teacup and replied earnestly, they have all ventured outside to cultivate. As the saying goes, reading thousands of books is not as beneficial as traveling thousands of miles. If they do not reach the immortal Emperor realm, they cannot return. Currently, only the newly accepted 13 disciples remain in the sect, cannot return until reaching the immortal Emperor realm. The two women were momentarily taken aback, their gazes fixed upon him, as if he were a curious creature. They pondered what sort of bizarre sect this was, with such absurd rules. Regaining her composure, Zhang Xian pressed on, Sect Master Yin, how did you manage the Task Guild? The Task Guild? Yin Geng replied, his expression one of confusion. National Master, could you clarify? You are making me feel rather perplexed. Observing his reaction, Zhang Xian furrowed her brow. If he was not the one, how could she explain it? It was supposed that the fortune-telling was a consequence of the tasks. How could it not involve him? She was utterly bewildered, for a good friend would never resort to deception. Considering this, Zhang Xian softly remarked, it's nothing. I was merely rambling. Sect Master Yun, may we tour Luo Xianzong? Certainly. Go ahead. Yin Geng nodded, gesturing for them to explore. After a brief while, the two departed. Once they were gone, Yin Geng closed his eyes, preparing to rest. Guests had come. It seemed he could not even escape for a moment. At the foot of the mountain, a group of young women had caught numerous fish in the stream. At this moment, they were cleaning the fish by the water's edge, while two individuals observed intently from behind them. One swallowed hard, while the other appeared quite intrigued. Suddenly, Zhang Minjing waved her hand, commanding, let us go find our master. With her declaration, the group hurriedly soared towards the peak. Shortly, they landed on the grass. Yin Geng looked at the group, each carrying several baskets of fish, their faces alight with smiles. Master, how shall we prepare this? Zhang Minjing inquired as she approached. No sooner had she spoken than a large barbecue grill, a long table, and various utensils appeared before them. Yin Geng promptly stood, walking toward the grill, and slowly began, come over, I shall teach you how to use this. Before long, after a series of deft maneuvers, he finished grilling a fish and took it away, the sound of his voice wafting through the air. I have taught you all I need to. You may proceed as you wish. The group surged forth, mimicking his fluid motions as they learned. Zhang Xian approached, softly stating, I must take my leave now. I shall return in a few days. With that, she ascended into the sky, calling out, you still have one person left behind. Let her stay here for a few days. I will come back to retrieve her. By the time her voice echoed, she had already vanished from sight. After her departure, Yin Geng instructed his disciples, and then, drawing a circle on the ground, he stepped inside, disappearing completely. The remaining crowd was left bewildered, uncertain of what kind of sorcery this was. In Xianyuan City, Yin Geng arrived above the 7 immortal sacred grounds and discovered Chao sitting in a pavilion. How dare you imprison me as a tool? It is unworthy of a gentleman to not repay a grudge. This time, I shall at least send you 6. He grinned widely, and in the next moment, he had landed within the pavilion. Chao Shi was taken aback by the sudden appearance, followed by overwhelming joy. Younger brother Ding Tian, I have searched for you for ages. I never expected you would personally come to the sacred grounds to find me. Have you missed me? Her demeanor was sweet, so obedient. I shall not seal your cultivation this time. Yin Geng smiled, albeit without genuine warmth. Indeed, indeed. It has been a while, and I have greatly missed you, hence my visit. Let's chat for 10 days or half a month, sharing our heartfelt sentiments. She pondered further, feeling increasingly convinced of its feasibility, and before she realized it, her mouth nearly stretched from ear to ear. Thus, the two of them exchanged laughter, appearing quite amiable to an unsuspecting observer. After finishing her mirth, Yin Geng approached her, placing a hand on her shoulder as he sat down beside her. Suddenly, Chao Shi felt her body stiffen, her heart racing in alarm as she immediately attempted to break free, but her efforts proved futile time and again. She steadied her emotions and softly said, Ding Tian, dear brother, I acknowledge that I was wrong before, but it was out of deep affection, fearing you would leave me. Please let me go, and you can take on the role of the Lord. I shall be responsible for beauty, and together we will create a glorious future. Yin Geng clapped enthusiastically, exclaiming, well said. However, my dear brother, I have no desire for the position of Lord. I simply wish to live freely. With that, he lifted her into his arms, inquiring about her room so they might converse quietly about future endeavors. Chaoshi playfully responded, "First, untie me, then I will take you there, all right? Since that is the case, I shall make do. After all, the surroundings here are quite pleasant." Yin Geng remarked with a mischievous grin, feigning an intention to place her on the stone table. Upon hearing this, Chaoshi pointed eagerly to a spot and urged, "Let us go to my room. This place is frequently visited by others, making it unsuitable for intimate discussions." "Very well," Yin Geng agreed, nodding as he followed her direction. Soon, they arrived at her room. After placing her on the bed, Yin Geng chuckled. "Didn't he expect this day would come? Chao Shengzhu, were you fallen at my hands? Should I twist your neck or break your waist first?" As he spoke, one hand gripped her neck, applying slight pressure. Seeing that he was serious, Chaoshi panicked, exclaiming, "No, that hurts. Please let go. I won't dare again. I'll give you all the immortal stones and beauties. Just spare me." At that moment, she was genuinely terrified, feeling as if her neck might snap. Yin Geng noticed her breaking into a cold sweat, clearly frightened. He couldn't believe that such a powerful figure was so afraid of death. Yet recalling his own similar experiences, he awkwardly chuckled. "Come now, let us discuss the origins of humanity. Did humans exist before eggs, or were eggs the precursors to humanity?" No sooner had he spoken than a pig-like snout nudged forward. In a grand mansion nearby, a gathering of distinguished individuals had assembled, numbering at least 50 to 60. A woman's clear voice resonated. "Share your findings with me." One by one. With that, an elder promptly stepped forward, respectfully stating, reporting to the ancestor, the informant claims this was done for revenge on his son. After a conflict in Kanglan City, he was taken by members of the Luo-Xian Sect. His body was later discovered intact several dozen miles away. Subsequently, he posted a task with our guild for millions of immortal stones. I have since dispatched someone to instigate conflict and eliminate him. The woman nodded slightly. "Well done. Such individuals pose a threat to our guild's interests and deserve severe punishment. However, next time it must be done discreetly. Do you have any other information regarding the Luo-Xian sect? Share everything." At that moment, a young man clasped his fists and addressed the woman. "Ancestor, we discovered that many skilled individuals near the Luo-Xian sect have died, their eyes wide open, as if they committed suicide. Their rings are missing, suggesting they encountered something dreadful while alive." The woman murmured softly, "Suicide, rings taken, eyes wide open." They themselves could hardly believe it. I deduced that the perpetrator either employed a curse from the elven race or an unknown form of mind control. This individual must be at least an immortal emperor, and we are unaware of how many other strong figures reside within the sect. Revenge will be challenging. After a moment of silence, she commanded, "You shall. Find a way to infiltrate the Luo-Xian sect to gather intelligence. If direct confrontation is possible, proceed. If not, apologize at their doorstep." "Ancestor, I cannot go. If discovered, it will be disastrous. Are you pushing me into the fire? Can't I just apologize?" A young girl shook her head vigorously, regretting her decision to join the fray. "Not going is fine. I'll arrange for you to marry old Wang. He has been eyeing you for quite some time, and I've never consented to it." The woman replied nonchalantly, her words laden with threat. Yu Xiao glanced at old Wang, who grinned widely, revealing his large front teeth. His wrinkled face and beady eyes quite unappealing. Feeling a bit frightened, she stammered, "Fine, I'll go. Old Wang can stay with you." A perfect match of the old and the ugly. Before the woman could react, she dashed away. 15 minutes later, a notification chimed. Pregnancy value increased by 8. The host has worked diligently. Reward: 100 level 9 ascension pills, 100 level 9 awakening pills, and trillions of immortal stones. Wow, so much? Yin Geng exclaimed joyously, yet apprehensively feared another system crash. After waiting a while, without hearing from the system, he finally felt relieved. The scale of trillions was beyond his comprehension. Having never mastered such vast calculations in elementary school, the prospect of becoming the wealthiest in the immortal realm seemed daunting. Chaoshi's voice trembled. "Ding Tian. Now that your great revenge has been avenged, please release my seal." Yin Geng immediately complied, and she vanished from sight. "You scoundrel. Once I break through to the 10th level of the immortal emperor, I will capture you again and bind you, hanging you in the air." Gao Si Sautet Indit Satifong. Lamenting the wasted time over the past days when she could not cultivate. In Xian Yuan City, Yin Geng strolled along the street, having not returned to the tofu shop. He followed the direction previously indicated by the informant. As he walked, he suddenly heard a whispering voice. "Grandpa, lie still on the ground. We'll have food soon." Curiosity piqued. He glanced ahead to see a filthy girl, around 13 years old, whispering into an elderly man's ear while holding a tattered mat. Intrigued, he paused to observe. The old man laid down on the ground, and the girl draped the mat over him, revealing his pale hair and feet. In an instant, her tears gushed forth like a broken dam, and she began to cry sorrowfully, a scene so tragic it would move any onlooker to tears. Geng was left speechless, captivated by her remarkable acting. Moments later, a passerby, unable to bear the sight, placed some money in front of her and left, shaking his head in resignation. Soon after, the girl gathered dozens of copper coins, beaming with delight at her newfound fortune. Contemplating the unfortunate plight of such talent on the streets, Geng approached and declared loudly, "In broad daylight, you dare to deceive people for money? Come with me to the city lord's manor, or face further consequences." Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd turned to stare. The old man, having just risen, was taken aback by the official tone and quickly replied, "Young sir, we are truly starving, and out of desperation, we resorted to this. Please understand." With that, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. The girl bowed her head, frozen in place. Geng nodded, "Come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them vanished. Only the crowd remained, their faces filled with confusion. Chapter 61. The triangular plot within the city lord's mansion. Geng instantaneously transported the two individuals into a room. They found themselves gazing at Yu Yao Yao, who was cultivating on the bed with celestial stones. At that moment, the elder looked around in astonishment at the unfamiliar surroundings. When he turned his gaze back to Geng, it was filled with respect. Meanwhile, the little girl looked around with curiosity, unable to comprehend how she had suddenly arrived here. Yu Yao Yao abruptly opened her eyes, startled to see Geng. She also noticed the elder and the child, her mind swirling with questions. "Geng, what brings you here?" "Nothing much. These two, a grandfather and granddaughter, were conning people on the street, and I caught them red-handed. Please help them find some proper work," Geng said softly, tossing out a ring. He then turned to the duo and introduced. "This is the city lord of Xian Yuan Cheng. You shall follow her from now on." "City lord?" The elder was overjoyed, having expected to be imprisoned, but instead receiving an opportunity for work. Without hesitation, he pulled the girl down to kneel, saying, "Thank you, my lord. I am eternally grateful for your kindness." Yu Yao Yao looked at the celestial stones within the ring and readily replied, "You may stay here at the mansion for now. I will call you when there is suitable work." "Thank you, city lord." The two bowed again. Seeing that the matter was settled, Geng silently departed. When the three glanced back, no one remained. At Yuhualu, Geng stood before the grand entrance, where two middle-aged men at the first layer of Tianxianjing stood guard. Their imposing presence instantly elevated the establishment's grandeur. He took out a fan, swiftly opened it with one hand, and sauntered forward, embodying the persona of a charming, brooding scholar. As a guest approached, one of the men extended his hands, stating, "Young master, entry requires the payment of 10 celestial stones." Without hesitation, Geng handed over the stones and entered with anticipation. Upon entering the hall, he found around 10 individuals clapping and cheering, unsure if it was the wrong time or if the celestial stones were simply too expensive. He made his way forward when a young girl approached him. "Young master, will you be going upstairs or sitting in the hall?" Geng glanced at the second and third floors and noticed a few patrons. "Let us go to the second floor." "Very well, please follow me," the girl said sweetly, leading the way. Soon, they ascended to the second floor. Geng settled down directly across from the dancers below. "Young master, please feel free to browse the menu," the girl said, presenting the list of dishes. Upon a cursory glance, he realized he did not particularly enjoy the flavors of the celestial realm. He looked at the girl and asked, "May I bring my own dishes?" As soon as he finished speaking, a plate of food appeared on the table. "Allow me to inquire," the girl said, promptly turning away to approach a young gentleman seated several meters away. "Third young master, there is a gentleman here who wishes to bring his own food. Can he conjure dishes?" The young master turned his gaze to someone in the distance. He then stood and approached Geng's table, sitting down with a thud. "My good fellow, I am the owner here. I heard you wish to bring your own food. It must surely be better than my son as offerings. If it truly surpasses that of Yuhualu, you may do so. Otherwise, you might as well order from the menu." Han Yen, Female, 36, sixth layer of Tian Xian, mortal body, Yu Hung Merchants Association. Anyang. Yin Geng pondered, recalling a certain scene. He shook his head and promptly produced a beggar's chicken. The young master, upon seeing this, immediately became enraged. Young sir, are you jesting with me using clay? Do you look down upon Yu Hua Lu or me? Yin Geng regarded him, amused at how attractive this pretender appeared when angry. He gently flicked away the clay, revealing a layer of tin foil. Unwrapping it, a succulent chicken soon emerged. He sliced a piece and invited my good fellow. Do get a taste. Han Yin was momentarily stunned by the beggar's chicken. Is there such a way to prepare it? Filled with curiosity, she accepted the mysterious gloves and elegantly picked up a chicken leg, taking a bite. The first mouthful was exceptionally tender, and the second was delightful. My good fellow, this chicken is exquisite. How did you prepare it? May I purchase the recipe? Purchase? That is not out of the question, Yin Geng mused, nodding slightly. However, I must clarify that I lack neither gold nor celestial stones. Han Yin was taken aback. If he lacked gold, celestial stones, and even techniques, what could she offer that would entice him? It was her first encounter with such an eccentric, who conducts business in this manner. He flipped the negotiation table and suggested they discuss matters more amicably. Taking a deep breath, Han Yin attempted to maintain her composure. Young sir, since you lack everything, it is evident you do not wish to sell to me. Why do you still say it is possible? Yin Geng took a large bite of meat, his words muffled. I may lack all these things, but I have never claimed to lack women. Perhaps you could provide a few courtesans, and I would gladly oblige. Courtesans? Several? Han Yin glared at him, dismissing the thought. If I give you those, how would I conduct business? Then so be it. Business will thrive regardless of this dish. With that, she snatched the plate and savored its contents. Yin Geng paid her no mind, his gaze drifting to the women dancing on stage. Each one appeared expressionless, as if bereft of soul. He reminisced fondly about the past, when the charming young ladies donned short skirts and displayed their long legs, twisting their waists and flaunting their figures, a sight far more appealing than the drab, oversized garments of the present dancers. Such is the dance of the celestial realm. Yin Geng sighed, choosing to look away. Just then, a handsome young man approached, his gaze settling on Yin Geng with evident approval. Third brother, you have discerning taste. This gentleman possesses a striking appearance. Although merely a mortal, he must be a man of considerable wealth. I would highly encourage you to develop a friendship with him. My good fellow, while you commend my third brother's taste, I find it rather lacking. You have spoken well, Yin Geng remarked, producing a jug of wine and a bottle of fruit juice. You seem agreeable. Come, sit and share a drink. Splendid, the young man said, seating himself without hesitation. Before long, the two engaged in lively conversation, occasionally clinking their cups joyfully, as if they had known each other for ages. Caught up in their excitement, they momentarily overlooked Han Yin, who was too engrossed in her meal to pay attention to the two men. The hall buzzed with patrons coming and going, accompanied by intermittent cheers and applause. At that moment, four men ascended to the second floor. After a brief glance, they approached the trio. A rather handsome man greeted them with a smile. Tai brother, third young master, so you're all here drinking? After exchanging pleasantries, the four men seated themselves uninvited. Han Tai nodded, pouring several cups of wine and offering them cheers. Excellent, they chorused, raising their cups and downing them in unison. As Han Yin encountered several individuals, it was as if she did not see them at all. She held a bottle of juice and carefully poured a cup for Yin Geng. Thank you. Yin Geng replied politely. Third young master, who is he? The young gentleman inquired loudly, his eyes blazing with fury. Li Fei, what business is it of yours? Han Yin retorted, her eyes wide and her voice brimming with explosive energy akin to a ticking time bomb ready to detonate. Upon hearing this, Yin Geng's mind flashed with the phrase, love triangle. He watched with keen interest, his gaze shifting between the two faces. Li Fei ceased his banter with Han Yin, directing a venomous stare at Yin Geng. Kid, meddling in others' affections is an utterly immoral act. Third young master is indeed correct. You may need a divine physician to remedy your situation. Yin Geng pointed at his own head, feigning deep agreement. You're courting death, Li Fei shouted angrily. Preparing to strike. Chapter 62. The brothel keeper Li Fei. What do you intend to do? Young Master Yun is merely sharing a drink with me. He has no connection to my younger brother, Han Tai bellowed, providing an explanation. Yet, Li Fei was not convinced. His predatory, gaze unwavering, as if he wished nothing more than to eliminate his adversary. A foolish jester. Yin Geng thought disdainfully as he rose and clasped his fists towards the two siblings. Brother Tai, I bid you farewell. Third young master, I appreciate your assistance last night. I will cherish this friendship. Let us converse under the candlelight next time. With that, he playfully nudged Li Fei. Why so impulsive, Xiao Fei? It was merely a brief slumber. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Geng sauntered away leisurely. A slumber? Han Yan's face flushed crimson, seeing her flustered demeanor. Li Fei's fiery gaze seemed ready to ignite. He swiftly waved his hand, and the four rushed after him. Observing this, Han Yin quickly stood. Sit down. Why the haste? Han Tai halted. Are you worried about Li Fei and the others? I suspect they won't see the sunrise tomorrow. Yin Geng had been sitting there as if watching a performance, entirely dismissive of Li Fei and his companions. You ought to observe others' actions more closely and refrain from emulating those four dimwits who lack critical thinking. I truly cannot fathom how you ever took a liking to that fool. Upon hearing this, Han Yin looked at her wise elder brother and nodded in acknowledgement. Yin Geng slowly exited the door, disregarding the four behind him. He was a man of reason. Should they dare to act, he would send them to the afterlife. While killing was not his penchant, when faced with aggression, who else would he strike down? Soon, Yin Geng entered an alleyway, his hands clasped behind his back, turning his back to the group. The four, seeing him halt, seemed to consider him as waiting for them, and a sense of confusion washed over them. Seeking death should not be so casual. Gentlemen, Yin Geng's voice rang out. You should find a crowded area, engage in a 2-on-2 match, and ensure that you all perish in a stalemate. Go forth. Should genuine sentiment arise, remember to avoid innocent lives. As the four contemplated speaking, wondering if the man was mad, suddenly an unseen force compelled them to move, guiding them to a specific location. Alarmed, they could not comprehend the nature of this sorcery. Yet words failed them. It was evident that their opponent was a formidable force. Alas, it was too late. With trepidation and astonishment, they gradually vanished from sight. After their departure, Yin Geng continued his search for amusement. On a bustling street, the four soared into the air, conversing briefly before, unexpectedly, a disagreement erupted into a fierce battle. In an instant, the air was filled with flashes of blades and the sounds of conflict, drawing the attention of numerous cultivators who paused to spectate and murmur among themselves. In the sky, the four chased one another, ultimately unable to evade their fates. And thus they fought to the death. In the end, all four fell, swiftly plummeting to the ground. Many spectators thought, is that it? When the guards arrived, the skirmish had already concluded. At the entrance of the flute pavilion, Yin Geng could not help but commend. What a splendid name. The 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night. Where can one find the exquisite person to play the flute? He recited a couplet and sauntered inside. Young master, please come in, called two charming women, their enthusiasm palpable. Yet, as they smiled, their makeup cracked, and they cast flirtatious glances at Yin Geng. He let out a soft his shoulders trembling slightly as he hastened indoors. Inside the hall, it was packed with patrons, each one swaying and closing their eyes, likely oblivious to their surroundings as they seemed to drift in a dreamlike state. On stage, 10 women grasped flutes, playing in unison. The melody was rather lackluster, and upon witnessing this, Yin Geng gently shook his head. Just as he stepped further inside, an old brothel keeper approached, waving a handkerchief. Oh, what a rare guest. Please, follow me, she said in a sing-song tone. The brothel keeper, brimming with smiles, turned her hips and led the way, her movements brisk, as if to avoid prolonged conversation with the guests. Yin Geng was slightly taken aback. The brothel keeper was quite attractive, though her heavy makeup obscured her delicate features. He followed behind, unable to resist sneaking glances at her graceful gait. Suddenly, the brothel keeper turned and, blushing, scolded, Young master, why do you keep staring at me? Am I truly that beautiful? Shall we converse by candlelight for just 10,000 Xian stones? Mu Shi, aged 40, a layer of celestial beauty, mortal form, member of the Sun Fong sect. Upon hearing this, Yin Geng smirked. Just 10,000 Xian stones? What if I offer you 100,000 to spend an enchanting evening with me, reveling in the splendor of this world? Really? Mu Shi's eyes sparkled, but she quickly adopted a serious expression. Young master, let us go upstairs to discuss further. Though I may be past my prime, I'm still worth many Xian stones, she added as she ascended the stairs. On the third floor, the surroundings were desolate. It must have been far from below, resulting in a lack of sound. Geng took a seat at the edge and glanced down. "Young master, what would you like? I can summon someone shortly for your selection." Mushi said this and began to turn away. "Wait," Geng called out hastily, approaching her and slipping 10 Xian stones into her bosom. "This is a gift for you. I would like to inquire whether there is a flower queen here. If possible, I would like to purchase a few to take home as wives." At this moment, Mushi gazed at her now bulging chest, took a deep breath, and nodded. "It is possible, but if I summon them, I must charge 100 Xian stones. Whether they agree is another matter. As for the price, let us negotiate once both parties consent." As soon as she finished speaking, a pile of Xian stones appeared on the table. "Take this. If you can bring them here and it results in a favorable outcome, there will be generous rewards." Geng presented an air of affluence, exuding confidence and grandeur. "Very well." Mushi joyfully accepted the Xian stones and swayed her hips as she departed. In such a place, maintaining composure as an old brothel keeper is no easy feat. Geng murmured to himself, contemplating that if the right words came to him, he should purchase a few. If they did not meet his expectations, it was no matter. Fulfilling his task must also align with his desires. Perhaps he could travel to various continents to recruit beautiful disciples, promising them rewards of medicinal pills for each child they bore while striving to enhance their cultivation. As soon as the idea emerged, his heart could not help but surge with excitement. Chapter 63. Yu Xiao Xiao, the Little Scout? Shortly after, the madam arrived with a group of people. Geng's keen eyes scrutinized them. Most appeared rather ordinary, lacking any notable features. A few were somewhat decent, yet they could not compare to his own disciple. Where was the promised courtesan? This was utterly disappointing. Mushi approached with a radiant smile and said, "Young master, if you fancy someone, feel free to express it. Let us communicate." Without hesitation, Geng produced a large pile of gold coins and declared, "Come here. Each of you may take some home." Upon hearing this, Mushi instantly recognized that the others were deemed unworthy by him. She promptly instructed, "Gather around and share. You must thank the young master." The women responded eagerly, advancing to the table, their eyes gleaming. Before long, each excitedly departed with their coins, murmuring to themselves, "Where did this fool come from?" A few lingered, casting glances at Geng before reluctantly leaving, silently lamenting, "What a shame, such wealth, yet not my type." After they had gone, Mushi cheerfully remarked, "Young master, today you may feast at your leisure. Everything is complimentary. I shall make arrangements, and soon the food and drink will be served." Just as she finished speaking, a sudden exclamation echoed, and someone fell into Geng's embrace. Before she could respond, his voice floated softly, "Let us retire to a room. We must have a proper discussion. Having given you so many celestial stones, you must grant me this courtesy." Seeing she could not resist, Mushi nodded, "Very well, just do not be forceful." "I assure you, I won't," Geng replied confidently, though a sly smile graced his face. Before long, Mushi washed off her makeup, revealing her flawless beauty. She then lay on the bed, engaging in casual conversation with Geng. Amidst his humor, her smile blossomed. As they chatted, Geng suddenly lunged toward her. "Did you not say you wouldn't be forceful?" Mushi tossed her head aside to evade his inquiry. "I only said I wouldn't be forceful. I made no promises about my words." In a grand hall, a dozen individuals were gathered, all enveloped in silence. A middle-aged man finally spoke up, for disciples from different sects have perished outside. Many witnessed them brawl atop Xinyuan City. Upon investigation, it was found that they had visited Yu Hua Lu and dined with Han Tai, during which an unpleasant incident occurred with an unknown individual. Subsequently, the four pursued this person with intentions to kill, leading to their demise. Let's discuss whether their deaths are related to that stranger. At this juncture, a woman in red analyzed. The four must have come into possession of some extraordinary treasure. The conflict likely arose from an unfair distribution. No sooner had she finished speaking than an elder rose, stating, "Indeed, it must have originated from that unknown individual." After their deaths, it is likely that the guards collected the remains. We must send someone to inquire. Furthermore, we must investigate the stranger to determine if he is still alive. If he is not, we shall have to reconsider our theory. Everyone present nodded in agreement. The middle-aged man waited patiently, and upon seeing no further comments, he nodded. "Very well, let us proceed with these arrangements." Dismissed. In the room, a notification chimed. Pregnancy value increased by 1. Rewards: 10 fourth-grade ascension pills, one book on transformation technique, and 10,000 celestial stones. Transformation technique? Geng expressed mild surprise and glanced into his spatial realm. The technique, capable of countless transformations, was even more impressive than the 72 transformations of the great sage Sun Wukong. The 4-grade pills and 10,000 celestial stones might be somewhat modest, yet he thought nothing of it. At that moment, he noticed Mushi drawing small circles on his chest. Xiaoxi, would you care to accompany me back to Luo Xianzong? Mushi shook her head. Not at the moment. When I find myself missing you, I shall visit. If you have an abundance of celestial stones, do share. If not, it's of no matter. Hearing this, Geng handed her a ring, saying, inside, there are 10,000 celestial stones and 10 4th-grade ascension pills. If you do not accompany me back, then I shall not give you anything else. Mushi hesitantly accepted it and peered inside, discovering the 4 pills and a pile of celestial stones. She was immediately taken aback, realizing she had encountered a wealthy individual. What might he offer if she were to return with him? The thought was simply unimaginable. It seemed time to withdraw from Xu Fang's zone. After calming her emotions, she softly replied, once I withdraw from Xu Fang's zone, I will accompany you back to Luo Xianzong, all right? After all, there are still many matters to handle. And if I do not withdraw, the sect members will come looking for me. Geng nodded, then do as you see fit. If you truly wish to avoid the sect, you could purchase a residence in Xinyuan City. However, you must ensure your name is registered in the family tree. Should I happen to be absent, an elder named Fu Bo will stop you. Simply explain our relationship to him. Oh, Mushi responded softly. I shall make the necessary arrangements. You may proceed. With that, she rose from the bed and headed for the door, her voice trailing off. After guarding my virtue for so many years, I was ultimately turned over by you, you pig. Geng inwardly scoffed, pig? One wonders who's been so proactive. All manner of endearing titles have been thrown my way. I shall return home for a spell before checking on them again. He slowly descended from the bed, vanishing from the room in an instant. At Luo Xianzong, in the sky, an elder and a young girl faced each other, exchanging words. The girl, with a gentle demeanor, inquired, Grandfather, the sect leader should have returned by now. Please take me to meet him. The leader has yet to return. Perhaps you might return in a month, Fu Bo replied, his voice laced with impatience. She had come to visit numerous times, at least a dozen, and despite being tossed aside repeatedly, she still arrived punctually. Moreover, she did not resist, merely closing her eyes as he carried her away. As a nameless celestial emperor, he had never felt such irritation. He wished to express his displeasure, yet the girl remained courteous and gentle, making his frustration feel futile. The girl displayed a face full of disbelief, her voice still soft and melodious. He has not returned for such a long time. That cannot be true. How can you be so certain without checking? Fu Bo flew before her, ready to hoist her away once more. Just then, a voice rang out, Fu Bo, bring her here. Upon hearing this, Fu Bo let out a quiet sigh of relief, and, after a long time without smiling, he finally did. He then slowly descended with the troublesome girl in tow. Before long, they stood before Geng. Before Fu Bo could speak, the girl clasped her hands in greeting. Yu Xiao Xiao pays respect to the sect leader of Luo Xianzong. Geng reclined his chair, gazing at the girl, who resembled a delicate porcelain doll, exceedingly beautiful and charming. Yu Xiao Xiao, 16 years old, at the 10th level of Tianxian, a sacred body from the Task Guild. So, she has come to probe, for information. I shall see if you can escape. Yu Xiao Xiao, however, appears far from small. He mused silently before suddenly calling out. What is your intention in coming to Luo Xianzong? Speak honestly. The abruptness of his voice startled Yu Xiao Xiao. Chapter 64. A bold move, accepting another disciple Zhongzhu. I have come to seek your guidance, harboring no ulterior motives. I hope you will grant me this wish. With that, she bowed once more. Geng, perceiving her theatrical display, could not help but chuckle coldly to himself. He then commanded, Fu Bo, you may leave for now. Yes, young master. Fu Bo responded promptly and vanished in an instant. Once he departed, Geng rose and approached Yu Xiao Xiao, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. Yu Xiao Xiao shrieked, only to realize she was unable to move. Terrified, she pleaded, no, please spare me. I promise not to set foot in the Luo Xian sect again. Geng set her down on a chair and pressed his lips against hers. How dare she infiltrate the Luo Xian sect to gather information without facing consequences? Days later, in the garden, Yin Geng sat at a table enjoying a meal and waved at the girl before him. You may leave now. You have earned your freedom. Do not meddle in affairs beyond your reach next time, or you shall not find it so easy. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiao did not depart. Instead, she approached the table and began to eat, soon finding her face smeared with grease, even licking the residue from her fingers, a classic display of childish abandon. Observing her, Yin Geng took a tissue and wiped her face. This girl, seemingly innocent and adorable, was in truth quite audacious. Recalling the previous days when he had merely kissed her and ended up ensnared, Yu Xiaoxiao muttered, I don't want to leave. Please don't push me away. How about I promise to bear you a few robust children? After appraising her for a moment, Yin Geng agreed, very well. You shall become my disciple, and then you can play with them. However, do not associate with the Task Guild, nor engage in anything detrimental to the Luoxian sect. If I discover any such actions, I will expel you from the sect and take further measures. Yu Xiaoxiao was bewildered, musing that she had nearly become a child herself, and yet was now to become a disciple. What kind of operation was this? Confused, she softly declared, Disciple Yu Xiaoxiao pays her respects to the master. Is there a gift for our first meeting? Upon hearing this, Yin Geng produced a 7th grade Jin Xiandan and handed it to her. Here, take this and go play with your senior sisters. I must take my leave. Oh, Yu Xiaoxiao marveled at the pill, which shimmered with a white aura. This was undoubtedly a high-grade elixir, and she gazed at Yin Geng in astonishment. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor as if it were of little consequence, she quickly tucked the pill away and, with a joyful expression, kissed his cheek. Master, shall we rest for a while? Yin Geng gently patted her head, whispering, find a spot to consume the pill and break through. I must depart now. With that, he vanished without a trace. Why hurry? Are you afraid I'll cling to you? Yu Xiaoxiao muttered to herself before heading off. Inside the Gu residence, Yin Geng materialized unexpectedly in the garden, where he observed a young woman crouched down, plucking flowers and inhaling their fragrance. Sensing his presence, she abruptly turned, locking eyes with a strikingly handsome man whose gaze was fixed upon her. Although he was merely at the 2nd layer of Ren Xian, his audacity was commendable. Who are you? Gu Shanshan called out, her voice resonating with authority. How dare you trespass in the Gu residence? Gu Shanshan, 17 years old, at the 6th layer of Ren Xian, a mortal body belonging to Yunxia sect. Is this my sister-in-law? Did Gu Shan not mention that Yi was an only child? Yin Geng pondered, bewildered, though her appearance bore a striking resemblance to Yi, perhaps even more beautiful, yet her figure was rather exaggerated. The weight she carried was truly burdensome. He felt a twinge of sympathy. The more he looked, the more he felt an urge to engage in a passionate romance. Noticing that the man remained silent, Gu Shanshan approached cautiously, maintaining a distance of 3 meters, and, seeing him still unmoving, swiftly executed a palm strike aimed at sealing his cultivation. In an instant, her palm made contact, yet he remained unfazed. Gu Shanshan, perplexed, waved her hand in front of him. Are you blind or mute? Speak the truth to me at once. At that moment, Yin Geng, unable to suppress his amusement at her curiosity, smiled broadly. Little Shanshan, why not greet your brother-in-law? My brother-in-law? How dare you take advantage of me? Gu Shanshan retorted with indignation, drawing her sword and pointing it at Yin Geng's chest. Shanshan put the sword down. A commanding voice boomed as Gu Shan appeared beside her. Seeing Gu Shanshan sheathed her sword and exclaimed, Father, Uncle Gu. Yin Geng greeted politely. Yes, yes. Gu Shan responded with a beaming smile, instructing, Why do you not greet your brother-in-law? Indeed, he is truly my brother-in-law. I thought a thief had entered our home. Gu Shanshan exclaimed before adding, Gu Shanshan greets her brother-in-law. She then extended her hand. Brother-in-law, I desire some elixirs. Shanshan, to demand gifts upon first meeting shows a lack of manners. Gu Shan reprimanded her, clearly displeased with her rudeness. Uncle Gu, it is quite all right. Yin Geng promptly produced several lollipops and offered them to Gu Shanshan. Here, these are quite delicious. Where is Yi? Why is she not here? Yi has gone to the palace to play table tennis and has not returned all day. Should I send someone to fetch her? Gu Shan inquired. No need. Let her enjoy herself before coming back. Yin Geng replied with a slight shake of his head. You carry on. I shall rest for a while. Here are 2 7th grade Jin Xiandan, which took me a long time to procure. Wonderful. Gu Shan exclaimed, overjoyed as he accepted them. This son-in-law is quite impressive. I shall ensure that Shanshan does not settle for less in the future. Following this, he excitedly departed, leaving Geng to realize he was off to share the good news with his mother-in-law. Glancing at his sister-in-law, he found her gaze fixed intently upon him, aware that she longed for elixirs. However, as a member of Yunxia Sect, her sudden surge in cultivation would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. After much contemplation, Geng retrieved a tome on the sacred level instantaneous movement technique from his spatial storage. As a gift, brother-in-law presents you with this manual, but it is only for your eyes. Sharing it with outsiders would attract grave danger. I must take my leave now. Peruse it at your leisure. Oh, Gu Shanshan exclaimed, elated by the instantaneous movement technique in her hands. Yet, recalling the 7th grade elixirs her father held, she suddenly felt less enamored by the gift. No, I must behave well and then ask him for more. With this thought, her determination solidified, and she followed him. In the room, Geng reclined on the bed, closing his eyes to rest. Soon, the door creaked open, and Gu Shanshan tiptoed to the bedside. She gently grasped Geng's hand, playfully shaking it as she cooed, "Brother-in-law, could you please give me an elixir?" At the sound of her voice, Geng felt a rush of warmth, opening his eyes in shock at the sight of this dangerously alluring girl. Chapter 65. Journey to Yunxia Sect. The elixirs have all been used. We shall speak of it again when I acquire more. Gu Shanshan was unconvinced, thinking of her sister and now her parents. How could he claim to have none? She pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Brother-in-law, you're treating me differently. If you do not give me the elixir, I will strip naked and shout indecency." "Then go ahead," brother-in-law replied. "I shall take this opportunity to appreciate the art of the human form." Geng displayed an air of indifference, as if unperturbed by her threats. His responsibilities encompassed countless offspring, rendering him impervious to any intimidation from women. Observing this, Gu Shanshan chuckled. "Brother-in-law, I was just joking. Cool me. Let me give you a back massage. I'm quite skilled at it, as my parents often say." With that, she promptly climbed onto his back. Seeing this, Geng immediately interjected, "Get down. As for the elixir, we can discuss it once you leave the Yunxia Sect." "Leave the sect? Why?" Gu Shanshan appeared bewildered. The connection between the elixir and her departure from the sect seemed tenuous. No sooner had she spoken than a silhouette silently appeared in the room. Gu Yi, upon spotting the two on the bed, froze, pointing, "What are you two doing?" Upon realizing it was her, Geng felt a moment of panic, composed himself, and quietly explained, "Shanshan came up to offer me a back massage with the ulterior motive of acquiring the elixir. I told her to leave the Yunxia Sect before I would give it to her." Hearing this, Gu Yi did not question him, pondering for a moment before instructing, "Shanshan, step outside for a moment. I will inquire about the elixir for you." "Oh," Gu Shanshan replied, descending from the bed and heading for the door. After she left, Gu Yi approached the bed and asked, "Husband, why do you want Shanshan to leave the sect?" Geng sat on the edge of the bed, gently caressing her round belly, and responded, "If she does not leave the sect and I give her the elixir, her cultivation would surpass even that of the sect leader in no time. Imagine the consequences if word got out. While I am not afraid of attracting unwanted attention, an abundance of flies can be quite bothersome. Moreover, Shanshan might face life-threatening dangers, which is unacceptable." After hearing this, Gu Yi nodded. "Indeed, perhaps I should have her leave the sect and join the Luoxian sect instead. What do you think?" Junfen declined. "No, let her stay at home to accompany her parents. That is preferable. Just keep an eye on her." "Oh," Gu Yi complied, then added, "Husband, I miss you." With that, she removed her shoes. At that moment, Feng Yao entered, her face alight with smiles. Before long, the three were engaged in lively chatter, seemingly with endless trivialities. After a while, Gu Shanshan returned from her stroll outside, only to find the doors still closed. Feeling impatient, she approached to see if they had reached an agreement. However, as she neared, her face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly retreated. The following morning, in the garden, the family gathered around the table for breakfast, though one was notably absent. Gu Yi gently spoke, "Shanshan, if you wish to obtain the elixir, you must leave the Yunxia Sect. Your brother-in-law has said that a rapid increase in cultivation will attract many unwanted eyes. This will pose a danger to you and lead to numerous troubles. You must carefully consider whether to stay or leave." Gu Shan paused his actions and decisively stated, "You must leave. There is no longer any significance in staying there. A 7th grade elixir would elevate you to the golden immortal realm at the very least. Given your current mortal form, Remaining in the Yunxia sect is merely a waste of time. Once your brother-in-law awakens, I will have him escort you to the sect. Sun Yuxiang immediately concurred. Your father is right. Spending 100 or even 1,000 years in cultivation is less effective than simply consuming an elixir. After hearing this, Gu Shanshan nodded slightly. Soon after, Yin Geng lazily strolled over, greeting everyone. Good morning, everyone. He then plopped down onto a seat. Gu Shan chuckled. Hurry, bring out your delicacies. It has been ages since I last tasted them, and my mouth yearns for them. No sooner had he spoken than the table was piled high with dishes. Thus, the five eagerly dove into their meal. After a while, Gu Shan inquired, Xiao Gong, since Shan Shan is leaving the sect, could you accompany her to the Yinxia sect? Given that he is currently unable, and our own cultivation is low, we are rather uneasy. Thus, we must impose upon you. Yin Geng readily agreed. Of course. Just let me know when you wish to depart. Satisfied with his consent, Gu Shan urged, then you should set out immediately. The sooner you go, the sooner you return. If there are any surplus spirit stones, please give some to Shan Shan's master. All right, let's be off, Yin Geng declared, casting a glance at his sister-in-law. Oh, Gu Shanshan quietly replied, slowly rising to her feet. Moments latte. The two soared into the sky and vanished in the blink of an eye. Watching them depart, Sun Yuxiang murmured, this is quite good. They won't be away for years at a time. The two fathers and daughters merely exchanged slight smiles. Meanwhile, the pair gradually flew out of the Gu residence, heading towards a specific direction. Yin Geng glanced at Gu Shanshan beside him and asked, Shanshan, how far is the sect from here? In response, Gu Shanshan shook her head. I'm not sure how far it is. I only remember that we passed by here on our way back. Only remember? Yin Geng sighed in exasperation, pondering how they might stray off course. Alas, this girl is unreliable. It seems we must use a bit of teleportation to navigate. Thus, the two suddenly vanished from their original location. As the sun dipped below the horizon, within an inn, Yin Geng looked at Gu Shanshan, who had lowered her head, and said with irritation, Your many uncertainties have led us to Nanzhou. I seldom go out, so I'm not very good with directions, Gu Shanshan replied. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She had merely felt uncertain, unaware that they had strayed further and further away. Let's book 2 rooms, rest for the night, and continue our journey tomorrow. Just as Yin Geng finished speaking, he noticed several individuals approaching. He glanced over and saw a young man clad in fine garments leading 2 middle-aged men, 2 golden immortals and 1 mortal immortal, judging by their demeanor. Even without employing the heavenly eye, it was evident they were either affluent or noble. Miss, may I sit here? The young man inquired politely, presenting himself as a gentleman, though his gaze unabashedly roamed over Gu Shanshan's figure. Noticing his gaze, Gu Shanshan smiled and stood up. No one anticipated that she would suddenly strike, delivering a swift kick to the young man's groin. The young man cried out in prolonged agony, immediately bending over, hands clasped protectively over his groin, his face contorted in pain. Witnessing Gu Shanshan's audacity, Yin Geng was taken aback. The onlookers in the hall turned their attention toward the commotion, drawn by the sounds of distress. The 2 bodyguards, stunned for a moment, quickly regained their wits and shouted, You seek death. Simultaneously, Yin Geng slammed his hand on the table. In an instant, a flash of lightning surged through the air, striking the 3 men. The 2 burly men were rendered motionless, their bodies abruptly stiffening as they began to perform an impromptu dance. Meanwhile, the young gentleman momentarily forgot his pain, and within seconds, the 3 collapsed to the ground, exhausted. What is happening? Gu Shanshan was utterly bewildered. She stared at the smoking figures on the floor, then turned to her brother-in-law. After waiting for a while, seeing them remain silent, Yin Geng continued, I placed 100,000 gold coins here. Among you, there's a prince. I advise you to take the money and flee while you can. That is my counsel. Shan Shan, let us leave. Oh, Gu Shanshan responded immediately, rising to her feet and joining him. In the blink of an eye, the 2 vanished from sight. After their departure, the innkeeper wiped the sweat from his forehead and approached the table. Upon seeing the tabletop piled high with gold coins, some of which had fallen to the ground, he quickly gathered them into his ring, not even sparing the belongings of the deceased. At that moment, 10 waiters emerged, each receiving 3,000 gold coins before hurriedly fleeing for their lives. At the inn, when Yin Geng and Gu Shanshan arrived, the sky had already darkened. He booked 2 adjacent guest rooms, and the two ascended to the second floor. After ensuring that Gu Shanshan was settled in one room, he retreated to his own. Lying flat on the bed, he extinguished the light and succumbed to sleep. Uncertain of how long he had slept, he was suddenly awakened by a knock at his door. Shanshan, why are you here at this late hour? Gu Shanshan's voice reached him. Brother-in-law, open the door. I need to talk to you. Hearing this, Yin Geng waved his hand, and the light flickered back on, causing the door to open automatically. Gu Shanshan entered the room, promptly closing the door behind her. She approached the bedside, swiftly removed her shoes, and climbed onto the bed. Brother-in-law, I'm not accustomed to sleeping alone. Shall we chat for a bit? Yin Geng ignored her, turning away towards the door and attempting to return to sleep. Had she not been a familiar face, he would have been alarmed by her late-night visit. Realizing that he was not responding, Gu Shanshan reluctantly closed her eyes and began counting sheep. The following day, Yin Geng awoke to find Gu Shanshan resting on his arm, her limbs draped across him. This was a precarious situation. He inhaled deeply and called softly, Shanshan. It's time to rise. We must depart early and return home. Upon realizing her position, Gu Shanshan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly got out of bed. Before long, the two descended the stairs, settled their bill, and departed with a flourish. In a garden, a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe instructed a figure clad in black. Chi-E, go capture those two murderers. No matter where they flee, they must be found alive or dead. Additionally, gather descriptions from those present and send someone to investigate. Yes, my lord, the figure in black replied and swiftly left. At Yun Xiaozong, a woman stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing into the distance. Lost in thought, at that moment, two shadows silently appeared behind her. Upon seeing the woman, Gu Shanshan softly called, Master. Startled by the sound, the woman turned to see her cherished disciple and a handsome young man. Shanshan, you have returned. Did you enjoy your time away? The warmth of her master's concern caused Gu Shanshan's eyes to well with tears. At a loss for words, she remained silent. Emoli, aged 130, at the 9th level of the Golden Immortal Realm, a holy body. Observing this, Yin Geng addressed her directly. Master Emo, I am Yin Geng. I have brought Shanshan to inform you that she intends to withdraw from Yun Xiaozong. I am grateful for your care over the years. She wishes to marry and live in Zhongzhou, so I kindly ask for your understanding. Should you require more celestial stones, please inform me. I will accommodate your needs as long as they are reasonable. Withdrawing from Yun Xiaozong to marry and live in Zhongzhou, Montakli exclaimed, Astonisit. She had not anticipated that her disciple would be discussing marriage so soon after her return. Shanshan, everyone has their aspirations. I shall not stand in your way. However, no matter where you go, you will always be my disciple. Let me gather your senior sisters to celebrate this occasion. With that, she promptly walked away. Gu Shanshan opened her mouth, but found herself unable to speak. She then approached Yin Geng, throwing her arms around him tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yin Geng gently patted her back and comforted her softly. Why are you crying? Did not your master just say that you can visit whenever? This does not mean you must sever ties with your mentor. Moreover, if you wish to grow stronger, this is the path you must take. Consider how your master would feel if her disciple surpassed her. I know, it's just that I couldn't help myself, Gu Shanshan whispered, suddenly realizing how warm his embrace felt. Yet, in an instant, she withdrew, escaping his grasp. You are being inappropriate. Hearing this, Yin Geng shook his head in denial. I am not. As you aptly stated, it was beyond my control. Do not dwell on the details. It was unintentional. Junior sister Shanshan. 6 voices chimed in unison. Yin Geng turned to see 6 stunningly beautiful women approaching. This must be the beauty peak. How else could there be so many lovely faces? The 6 women drew closer, embracing Gu Shanshan warmly. After exchanging pleasantries, they turned their attention to the young man beside her. The 6 ladies politely greeted, We have met Yin Zhongzhu. Indeed, Yin Geng replied with a smile, casually waving his hand. In an instant, 6 piles of shimmering celestial stones appeared in the air. For our first meeting, please accept this small token of goodwill, and I hope you do not find it lacking. These are for us. They gazed in disbelief at the 10,000 celestial stones, astonished by his generosity. They had not expected such wealth to be so casually given away. At that moment, envy blossomed in their hearts for Gu Shanshan. Please accept it, senior sisters. He has plenty more. He even gifted my sister 100 million stones before. Gu Shanshan remarked. As if proclaiming that this man was indeed wealthy, and they should not hesitate to accept his gifts. 100 million stones? The women widened their eyes in disbelief, then, without hesitation, accepted the celestial stones into their rings. When they glanced back at Geng, they found him to be exceedingly approachable despite his immense wealth. If only they were in Gu Shanshan's position, they would never have to worry about spirit stones again. At that moment, Emily strolled over leisurely. Observing her disciples accept the gifts in silence, she spoke sternly, "You should thank young Master Yin." At her words, the 6 women chorused, "Thank you, young Master Yin, for your generous gift." "Ah, no need for formality," Geng replied with a slight nod, his gaze lingering on the enchanting figures before him. They were tall, elegantly proportioned ones, and others with striking features. Each one was captivating. If he were to marry them all, even without children, they would be a delight to behold. He realized he must carefully consider his plans, as it would be a shame not to have one as a partner. "Let's not linger here any longer. We should head inside," Emily stated plainly. With that, she turned and walked away, prompting the 8 to follow her in unison. By the small pond, the 9 gathered around a table. Emily stood up and instructed, "You 3, come with me. Assist me in preparing the meal." Upon hearing this, Geng interjected, "Master Mo, there is no need to trouble yourself." No sooner had he spoken than the table was laden with steaming dishes. The food from the ring remained warm, leaving the 7 women astounded. They were curious about the nature of this storage item, which even kept the food warm. The more they interacted with him, the more mysterious he seemed, leaving them puzzled as to why his cultivation was so lacking. Geng noticed several pairs of eyes fixated upon him. He touched his face with both hands and let out a self-satisfied sigh, lamenting, alas, being so handsome does indeed attract many admirers. How unfortunate! Upon hearing this, the 8 women blushed and turned their heads away, secretly muttering, "Shameless. Come, come, taste the dishes I prepared." Geng called out a couple of times before indulging in his meal. Before long, the others were singing his praises. "Yin Zongzhu, is your Luo Xinzong quite large?" Emily inquired casually, her gaze fixed on him. She was curious about how someone at the 2nd layer of the immortal realm could become the leader of a sect, wondering what kind of sect would be so hasty. As soon as she spoke, the crowd turned their attention back to him. "Our Luo Xinzong occupies a vast territory within the Kanglan Empire, and as for our strength, no one in the central continent dares to bully us," Geng replied confidently. Then extended an invitation, "Emo Fengzhu, would you be interested in joining my Luo Xinzong? We have ample resources. I can offer you a mountain to become the peak master. Once you join, I can assist in elevating your cultivation to that of an immortal lord. I only offer this opportunity once. The choice is yours, and I will not force you." Upon hearing this, the 7 women's eyes brightened, and they looked to their master. "Immortal lord?" Emily fixed her beautiful eyes on Geng, her disbelief evident as she asked, "Yin Zongzhu, do you speak the truth?" Geng affirmed, "Indeed. If I cannot help you in your disciples' breakthrough, you may leave at any time. There is no need for deception. I only made this offer out of respect for Shanshan." Gu Shanshan immediately supported him, saying, "Master, it is true, I can assure you." Observing her disciple's earnest expression, Emily contemplated, there is no room for advancement in Yun Xiazong, and the leader is constantly concerned about her disciples. While resources are dwindling, if this is true, it could be a good opportunity. But can someone at the immortal level truly help them break through to the immortal lord level? Perhaps it would be wise to explore the situation further before making a decision. With that thought, Emily nodded, "Very well, we shall depart tomorrow." Seeing her agree, the 7 disciples were overjoyed. That evening, Geng was assigned to a room. A notification chimed. Mission issued. Achieve a count of 100 wives and children in the immortal realm, upgrade the 5-colored pearl, and attain the position of Realm Lord. Upgrade? Realm Lord? He looked into space, puzzled. The 5-colored pearl's upgrade. Originally a 1st-tier world, upgrading to the 10th tier would equate it to the immortal realm, while the extent of elevation remained unknown. The Realm Lord, a deity of the Qian Yuan realm, regardless of the strength of those within. The Realm Lord would be the most powerful and could alter the world's laws. Upon reading this, Geng exclaimed, "System, accept the mission. Mission in progress." Came a response. At that moment, Gu Shanshan entered. Noticing Geng deep in thought, she climbed onto the bed. "Shanshan, why aren't you chatting with your sisters at night? What brings you here?" Geng said, then added seriously, also, I'm a normal man. Oof. If you dare to touch me, I will tell Gu Yi or my parents. Gu Shan retorted, then continued, who told you to claim to be my husband? It made them not let me in. As soon as she finished speaking, she removed her outer garments, closed her eyes, and turned her back to sleep. Seeing this, Yin Geng softly remarked, you like me, don't you? No, I don't dislike you, but I certainly don't like you, Gu Shan denied. Oh, well, that's a relief. Yin Geng murmured, feeling a sense of ease, only to be tightly embraced by strong arms in silence. Forget it, let her be. When we return tomorrow, I want to let her go to the central continent. She will eventually forget, otherwise I will have a hard time facing Gu Shan. The next morning, Gu Shan opened her eyes to find Yin Geng still asleep. She dressed and got out of bed, then leaned down to kiss him. What the heck? This girl claims she doesn't like me, but steals a kiss while I'm asleep. He slightly moved his body. Gu Shan, startled, quickly stood up straight. After observing that he had not awakened, she thought better of it and left the room. Once she departed, Yin Geng opened his eyes, muttering, this foolish girl, does she think I'm asleep like her? After a bit, Yin Geng rose and exited his room. Soon, he arrived at a small pool where a group was chatting. 8 women were engaged in lively conversation, discussing trivial matters. He ambled over and greeted them. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, they replied. Yin Geng turned to Mo Li and asked, Mo Fengzhu, have the arrangements been made? Upon hearing this, Mo Li nodded and responded, I have instructed someone. After we depart, he will convey a message to the sect leader. It is time for us to set off. I have never been to the central continent. All right, everyone gather here. Yin Geng gestured to a spot. The women exchanged puzzled glances, unsure why they would go there. However, upon seeing their master walk over, the 7 followed suit. Yin Geng drew a circle on the ground with his finger, and instantly, a true image of the territory appeared before their eyes. Before they could be astonished, Yin Geng's voice echoed, come, step into the circle with me. Before long, the women, still perplexed, stepped inside, and in the blink of an eye, all 9 vanished. At the Gu residence, Gu Shan's parents and Gu Yi were having breakfast when suddenly, a group appeared beside them. Upon recognizing Yin Geng and Gu Shan, the 3 sighed in relief. Following this, introductions were made. Subsequently, Yin Geng communicated the reason through a sound transmission and turned to Gu Shan, saying, Shan, I will arrange your master and the others. You stay here with your sister and I will take you next time. Here are 2 7th grade elixirs. Cultivate well. We'll take our leave now. 7th grade elixirs? The 7 disciples were taken aback. Gu Shan joyfully accepted them and quickly stored them in her ring. She then approached Gu Yi and immediately began to plead, Sister, I want to go to the central continent, but he won't let me. With that, tears welled in her eyes as she quietly sobbed. Gu Yi comforted her softly. It's all right. He will take you. Don't cry. Gu Shan also chimed in. Xiao Geng, take her along. Just have her return occasionally. Uncle Gu, she is quite mischievous. I truly cannot manage her, Yin Geng said, shrugging his shoulders with an air of helplessness. Gu Shan shook his head. It's fine. It's normal for children to be mischievous. Bear with it. Gu Yi looked at her sister with a puzzled gaze, wondering what she had done to displease Yin Geng. Noticing her sister's unusual behavior, Gu Shan hung her head like a child caught doing something wrong. The 7 disciples, hearing their conversation, were left in bewilderment, thinking, aren't they a couple? Why doesn't he want her to go? Also, why doesn't Shan ask her fiancé, but instead cries to her sister? Seeing this, Yin Geng chose to remain silent. After bidding farewell to the 3, he drew another circle in place and waved to the group. Chapter 68. Major forces Luo, Xianzong, the 9 of them quietly appeared in a grassy area. The 8 women began to observe their surroundings. Yin Geng softly introduced, This is where I reside. Come, I will show you around the territory of Luo Xianzong. They soon soared above the sect. Emily looked down to see dozens of towering peaks. Below, streams flowed gently, and magnificent pavilions were scattered about, showcasing a sense of grandeur and elegance. The group of women chattered animatedly, ultimately deciding to gather at the mountain before the waterfall. Master, you have returned, exclaimed Jiang Menjing as she led a troop of sisters soaring through the air. Emily observed this assembly of ladies, unable to discern their cultivation levels. It was evident that they surpassed her own prowess. Indeed, a master is often reflected in their disciples. Previously, she had assumed that Yun Zongzhu was merely at the second level of human immortality, but it was clear now that his cultivation was significantly superior to hers. Upon seeing his disciples, Yin Geng did not notice Shui Zhongyue, likely having returned to the royal palace. He smiled and introduced, you have arrived at the perfect moment. This is Mo Fengzhu, who has just joined our sect. Please take her to that mountain for a visit. Afterward, Yin Geng produced 14 medicinal pills, handing them to Mo Li with a few instructions. Thank you, Zhongzhu, Mo Li replied with a radiant smile, then turned to her fellow disciples, instructing, Why are you all standing there? Have you not greeted the Zhongzhu? Hearing this, the 6 women chorused, Disciples, we pay our respects to the Zhongzhu. Very well. Go and see if you're satisfied, then proceed with the registration process. Yin Geng responded with a slight nod before his figure vanished from sight. Thus, the women soared toward a mountain peak. The following day, Mo Li and her 8 disciples all broke through to the immortal monarch realm, their physiques advancing to the divine body level. In the morning, Yin Geng summoned the ladies to the summit of the Tianfeng. Once everyone had assembled, he began his address. Starting next month, each of you will receive 3,000 immortal stones for cultivation each month. Minjing, as the first disciple to join our sect, you will be responsible for distributing the immortal stones. Come to me when you need more. He then handed her a ring. Understood, Master, Jiang Minjing replied, glancing at the ring before storing it. This is undoubtedly a significant figure, casually distributing 7th-grade pills and so many spiritual stones. You must hold onto him tightly. A voice from the ring exclaimed excitedly. Once the matters were settled, Yin Geng waved his hand, instructing, You may disperse now. Attend to your own affairs. With that, the women scattered, leaving only Xiao Yuer and Gu Shanshan behind. Why are you 2 still here? Yin Geng inquired, observing them curiously as he reclined in a chair. Master, I do not have any pills, Xiao Yuer lamented, wiping her tears. Everyone else received some, yet I was left out. Oh, pills, you should have told me earlier. Yin Geng immediately produced 2 pills and offered them to her. Just as she reached out to accept them, her hand hesitated and withdrew. Seeing this, a voice from the ring exclaimed, What the heck? This is playing with emotions. Xiao Yuer was bewildered, wondering what was going on. Before I give them to you, I must ask, is your heart here or elsewhere? Yin Geng asked, his gaze fixed intently on her face. I am, of course, dedicated to the sect. Xiao Yuer replied earnestly, thinking that it was better to secure the pills first. As for the future, who could say? Noticing her indecision, Yin Geng decided not to prolong the conversation. He handed her the pills and waved, saying, You may go. Yes, Master, Xiao Yuer responded joyfully, quickly stowing the pills away before making her exit. Once she had left, Gu Shanshan addressed Yin Geng softly, Brother Geng, my senior sister won't let me sleep with them tonight, so I would like to stay here. Please agree. Nonsense. If this continues, I will inform your sister and explain the situation directly, Yin Geng declared sternly, thinking to himself, one more person, one team matter. If you have the ability, go negotiate with the I wouldn't mind sending you a few children. Then just tell her. Gu Shanshan retorted nonchalantly, a smug expression on her face. Since that is the case, let us consummate our union. Yin Geng immediately approached her, lifting her effortlessly as if to carry her off to a room, intending to tease her. However, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. What on earth? This girl is definitely a bit odd. Subsequently, Yin Geng set her down, instructing, Go play with your senior sisters. Otherwise, I will forcibly take you back to the Gu residence and inform them of everything. You will never return to the Luoxian sect, and will be out of the question. You have the desire but lack the courage. It won't work with me, Gu Shanshan replied, noticing his dark expression. And without further ado, she departed. Yin Geng murmured, It seems I must clarify matters, else it will lead to misunderstandings. In the next instant, he vanished from sight. In a spacious hall stood 7 or 8 individuals. A middle-aged man looked at the 2 siblings before him and said, Han Tai, please describe the appearance and characteristics of that person in detail. A woman added, Tyre, listen to the master and do as instructed. Han Tai shook his head. I only remember him as being very handsome and charming. I did not pay attention to his facial features, as I do not typically observe men. As for my impression, he wore white clothing and had a smile that made one feel approachable. Beyond that, I know nothing. The woman turned to Han Yin, inquiring, Yinner, as a woman, you should have noticed a bit more. His lips were slightly upturned, his nose was prominent, and his eyebrows were quite refined, with bright and spirited eyes. I did not notice anything else, Han Yin replied softly, reasoning that such individuals were quite abundant. The middle-aged man, referred to as the master, frowned at their vague descriptions. Pondering for a moment before instructing a nearby elder, Elder Fu, send someone to investigate, primarily focusing on individuals between the realms of a mortal sovereign and a mortal emperor. Bring back a selection for these two to examine. Understood, Master, replied a young man in green, who promptly departed. In Kanglan City, Yun Geng strolled leisurely down the street, casting glances at the women he encountered, but feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Perhaps I should visit the Guisha residence to see Zhang Xian before making further plans, he thought. And in the next moment, his figure flickered. When he reappeared, he found himself on the grass by the lotus pond, observing two women seated at a low table, one playing the guqin and the other singing. Playing a tune, the fragrance of the lotus wafts gently. The beautiful melody falls softly beside me. Yun Geng listened, slightly astonished. The two harmonized quite well. The women soon noticed his presence and paused their activities. We greet you. Yun Zhongzhu, Shui Zhongyue stood, calling out. No need for formality, princess. Yun Geng smiled, then turned to the delighted music disciple, praising, very well done. You have improved rapidly. What rewards might there be? Zhang Xian approached, blinking her eyes inquisitively. Yun Geng promptly produced a few lollipops and handed them to her. Zhang Xian curiously accepted them, unwrapped one, and licked it a few times, finding it quite pleasant. Seeing her expression, Yun Geng was filled with fond thoughts. By the way, Guisha, what major forces exist in Zhongzhou? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian quietly listed, there are many forces in Zhongzhou, among which the more powerful include the Anti-Heaven Holy Land, the Mission Guild, the Daughter Empire, the Fairy Sect, the Pill Refining Pavilion, the Artifact Refining Sect, the Auction Pavilion, the Jade Emperor Pavilion, the Ancient God Sect, the Xian Huang Holy Land, the Seven Fairies Holy Land, the Immortal Cultivation Alliance, the Immortal Demon Holy Land, and the Dual Cultivation Sect, among others. Yun Geng pondered a particular narrative, growing curious as he inquired, the Daughter Empire? Is it true that drinking a certain water can lead to childbirth? Zhang Xian nodded, indeed. I had intended to buy some to bring back. Yun Geng contemplated to himself whether he should seek out this water. Perhaps I should pay a visit. If it doesn't work out, I can always explore other options. With these thoughts in mind, he spoke, Guisha, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. I will visit again when time permits. As he prepared to depart, Shui Zhongyue eagerly expressed, Yun Zhongzhu, I wish to join the Luo Xianzong. Please speak with Menjing. If she consents, that will suffice. Upon hearing this, Yun Geng noticed Zhang Xian's slight displeasure and approached her for a friendly embrace before vanishing without a trace. Shui Zhongyue turned to the entranced Zhang Xian and implored, Sister Xian, could you take me to Luo Xianzong once more? The following day, after much inquiry, Yun Geng arrived at the imperial city of the daughter nation. Yunus City. The streets were bustling with women, and celestial beings of various ranks mingled freely. Wherever he went, he garnered a 95% rate of curious glances, with only a few failing to take notice amidst the vibrant throng. While wandering, he came across a vendor selling buns. The proprietor, a woman in her 30s, was accompanied by a shy young girl who peered at him from behind her mother. The vendor scrutinized him for a considerable time before warmly inquiring, Sir, would you like to purchase some buns? How much for the buns? Yun Geng asked amiably, not overly concerned about being a man in this peculiar land. After all, customs vary from place to place, especially in a nation of women. 1 copper coin for a plain bun, and 2 for a meat bun, the vendor explained, her gaze lingering on his face. I would like 4 meat buns, please, Yun Geng replied, extending 4 fingers while offering a gold coin. Keep the change. May I inquire about something? He asked. Of course, feel free to ask, sir. She responded with a broad smile. Yun Geng inquired, Are men not permitted here? The vendor answered, They are allowed, but it is quite rare. Most who enter are in danger. Merchants are safer, which is why few men come to the daughter nation. If you are not a merchant, I suggest you visit the palace to meet the queen as soon as possible. Otherwise, you may find yourself in trouble. Why are merchants safer? Yun Geng questioned, perplexed. The vendor explained, laws dictate that merchants cannot be harmed, though they may face consequences depending on the situation. Outside of that, it is quite unsafe for men at night. Skilled individuals may capture and mistreat them, and you seem to have drawn attention. After giving her a few more coins, Yin Geng proceeded towards the palace, soon noticing a group of over a dozen women trailing him. Sensing the palace's location, he vanished from sight. The women halted in astonishment, ultimately departing in disappointment after a brief pause. Inside the palace, Yin Geng navigated a series of checkpoints and arrived at a grand pond. There, he beheld a stunning woman gracefully swimming, while two maidservants on the shore enjoyed snacks. He momentarily froze before announcing, "Yin Geng pays his respects to your majesty." Lin Piaomiao, surprised by his presence, inquired melodiously, "What business do you bring to me, Yin Geng?" "That depends on what business you wish to conduct, your majesty," Yin Geng replied, his gaze fixed upon her. Lin Piaomiao, 3,000 years old and a celestial emperor at the 10th level, possessed a body of eternal life. Goodness, an eternal life body. Does that mean she cannot be killed? Indeed, responded a voice. As long as a single hair remains, her body will be reconstituted. There is no such thing as an unkillable being. At that moment, the empress approached the shore silently, preparing to exit the water. Observing this, Yin Geng promptly turned away, wishing to avoid any unnecessary complications. Once Lin Piaomiao reached the shore and donned a fresh outfit at a table, she commanded her maidservants, "Fetch some fruit." The two maidservants immediately ceased their munching and hurried off. "Young Master Yin, please have a seat," she invited. "Certainly," Yin Geng replied, positioning himself across from her. Lin Piaomiao frowned and softly remarked, "Young Master Yin, how can we discuss business from such a distance? Is this a custom of the daughter nation?" After some contemplation, Yin Geng moved to her right and sat down comfortably. "May I inquire what kind of business your majesty has in mind?" he asked. "As for business, I am not lacking in resources. How about a casual transaction involving an 8th grade cultivation pill? If you have one." Lin Piaomiao's gaze remained fixed on his face, her lips curling into a slight smile. "An 8th grade pill? It seems you are not inclined to negotiate," Yin Geng mused, then produced a pill, stating, "Your majesty, I happen to possess an 8th grade Jinxiandan. If you could procure 100 exceptionally beautiful women for me, our deal would be sealed." "Let me see it," Lin Piaomiao requested, examining the pill closely. It emitted a faint aura of 8 layers, confirming its quality. "This man possesses something of value," she thought, looking at Yin Geng with renewed interest. "Tell me, young Master Yin, are you not concerned I might seize your pill?" He shook his head lightly. "Hierbo no podrías. I firmly believe a ruler would never resort to robbery. Besides, if conflict were to arise, the outcome is uncertain. Although you are formidable at the 10th level, I am confident in my ability to defeat you." Realizing he was aware of her status, Lin Piaomiao scrutinized him anew, noting he appeared to be merely at the 2nd level of the human realm. He must have practiced some form of concealment. Otherwise, how could he discern her cultivation level? Though he appeared composed, there was an undercurrent of cunning. After returning the pill, she softly said, "I will arrange for the matter promptly. For now, you may stay in the palace for a while. While the daughter nation boasts countless beauties, consent must be obtained. After all, this is not mere trafficking." "No problem. I appreciate your assistance, your majesty," Yin Geng replied, casting a furtive glance at her commanding figure. Lin Piaomiao then stood tall and departed with an air of pride. "Goodness, she possesses quite the personality," Yin Geng murmured, shaking his head. "With her high cultivation, courting her might lead to tumultuous strife. Perhaps a more obedient and endearing companion would be preferable." However, he could not entirely quell the stirrings of his heart. Moments later, the two maidservants returned, bearing 4 platters of fruit, and quietly exited the room. Yin Geng positioned the platters before himself and relished the fruits. With the empress's assistance, he was confident that acquiring 100 women would be a trivial task. "If I accomplish this mission and ascend to the status of a deity in Qianyuanjia, I should be able to come and go freely, correct?" "Indeed, once you become a deity, you will have that freedom," came the affirmation. "If so, I may soon return home," Yin Geng thought, his spirits buoyed. Before long, Lin Piaomiao returned to her seat and, noticing Yin Geng's cheerful demeanor, inquired, "Young Master Yin, what do you intend to do with so many beauties?" Tossing a piece of fruit into the air and catching it, he replied, "Our sect has only one lineage left, and all the disciples and elders have vanished. After much contemplation, I deemed outsiders unreliable. Thus, I must bear children to strengthen the sect, which is why I have come here." Lin Piaomiao was taken aback, astonished by such ambitious aspirations, and could not help but give him a thumbs up. In no time, the two engaged in a lively conversation, discussing everything under the sun. As night fell, Geng was assigned to a guest room nestled within a garden. He extinguished the lamp, closed his eyes, and without the need for cultivation, succumbed to slumber. Before long, he noticed the Empress gently opening the door and approaching, wondering if she had learned this from Gu Shanshan. Young Master Yun, I feel our conversation today is far from sufficient. Let us continue until dawn. After all, it matters little whether we sleep or not. Lin Piao exclaimed with excitement as she climbed onto the bed. Observing that Yun was feigning sleep, she swiftly covered his mouth with one hand and pinched his nose with the other, restricting his airflow. Seeing this, Yun immediately embraced her, cradling her head and kissing her. Chapter 70. Attempting to seize, only to be outdone by others. 10 days later, a notification chimed. Pregnancy value increased by 2. Reward: 210 rank ascension pills, 210 rank awakening pills, and 10 billion Xian stones. Wow, incredible! He exclaimed. Alas, it is regrettable that I have yet to break through to the Xian Emperor stage. The system does not permit me to share with my ladies. Yun shouted in excitement, only to fall silent soon after. Host, do not sigh in despair. The system prohibits your women from surpassing you in strength, as it could pose a threat to your life. After all, a woman of any type could potentially conspire against her husband. The system was evidently troubled by this possibility. Yun, uninterested in the system's concerns, strolled over to the pond, where he observed 2 large fish swimming joyfully. One, unfamiliar to him, must surely be a friend of the Empress. Although not as beautiful as the Empress, she was nonetheless striking. Suddenly, upon noticing Yun, the 2 women swiftly flew ashore, donned their garments, and took their seats. Lin Piao waved her hand in introduction. Yun, this is my friend, Yi Tingyu. A beautiful name, reminiscent of the spring rain, Yun praised, extending his thumb in admiration. Really? Yi Tingyu touched it had face, beaming with joy at the compliment. Lin Piao, observing Yun, teased with such sweet words, have you taken a liking to my Tingyu? In response, Yun chuckled, Your Majesty. How did the matter proceed? Hearing this, Lin Piao shook her head. They returned with no agreements. The common folk, or those of lower cultivation, carry several children with them, while those of talent are solely focused on their practice. None wish to bear offspring. Upon receiving this news, Yun furrowed his brow, his hopes dashed. It appeared he would have to attend the auction himself. He then produced a pill and handed it to her, saying, Take this. I must take my leave, but I will visit when I can. Lin Piao pouted, inquiring, What is the name of your sect? Where is it located? Please be honest with me. Zhongzhou, Kanglin Huan Chao. Luoshan Zong. If you cannot find it, inquire with Zhang Guoshi, Yin replied, subsequently gifting her 3 7-rank ascension pills. With so much to offer, does your family run a pharmacy? Lin Piao jested as she quickly tucked the pills away. She waved her hand, now go. Remember to visit often. Indeed, Yin replied, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Yi Tingyu gazed at the Empress, who remained silent for a long time, perplexed. Piao, have you returned to your senses? Why do you seem so reluctant? Can't you just seize him? Seize him? Do I possess that capability? Lin Piao retorted, handing her a pill. Here, take this, and refrain from speaking nonsense. Thank you, Yi Tingyu said with a giggle, carefully holding the pill before planting a kiss on the Empress's cheek. In CNNV City, Yin asked several passers-by for directions to the auction house, but to no avail. Consequently, he entered a humble inn, where he found 10 tables occupied and several empty ones. The waiter and the owner were nowhere to be seen, leaving him in confusion. Casting his gaze around, he spotted someone at the level of Xian Huang. Thus, he approached the young man. Brother, seeing you here tells me we are fated. As the saying goes, all men under heaven are brothers. May I take a seat? Zhao Ke glanced up briefly before returning to his meal. Not deterred, Yin sat down, producing a roasted chicken to indulge in. The enticing aroma caught Zhao Ke's attention, prompting him to look up again, only to see Yin unwrap the chicken from a bundle of mud. Swallowing hard, Zhao Ke softly asked, Brother, may I buy one to taste? Yin, recognizing the opportunity, promptly offered the chicken. Brother, it is yours. I sense your exceptional nature and wish to inquire. Where might the auction house be located? I know where it is. After I finish eating, I will guide you, Zhao Ke replied, devouring his meal with vigor. Very well, Yin smiled, appreciating the sight of him enjoying his food. Aged 1,500 years, was at the third level of Xian Huang, the head of Xian Nu's sect. Wow, this is akin to the transformation technique of Feng Yao. Yin thought, momentarily wishing to transform into a beautiful woman, but reconsidered. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Zhao Ke finished his meal, rubbed his belly, and scrutinized Yun. Brother, do you have any more fine items? Please present them all. I shall purchase them. Upon hearing this, Yun's interest was piqued, and he produced a pill, shaking it. Would you care to buy this? No need for gold or Xian stones. An 8-rank pill? Zhao Ke's eyes widened as she scanned the vicinity, confirming no one was watching. She approached and sat beside him. Brother, conceal it for now. After we settle the bill, we can discuss in a quieter place. Agreed. Let us proceed, Yin said, rising to leave. Just as he stepped outside, Zhao Ke followed closely. On a grand mountain, Zhao Ke spoke first. Brother, please state your conditions directly. Yun's gaze fixed intently upon her as he slowly articulated, Brother, I propose an 8-rank ascension pill in exchange for 100 exceptionally beautiful women. Should you find this agreeable, we may collaborate again in the future. 100 women? Do you take me for a human trafficker? Zhao Ke, incensed, momentarily smiled and added, Wait until I capture you. Then that 8-rank pill shall be mine. You would do well to refrain from reckless actions. Otherwise, I shall retaliate in kind. Yin replied, nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by her threat. Huh, you think you can retaliate? Zhao Ke scoffed, but in an instant, she appeared behind Yun, sealing his cultivation. Do not worry, I shall not kill you. Just one 8-rank pill, and I will leave. Next time, do not display precious items so carelessly. Remember this well. With that, she began to remove her ring, stealing from others while instructing them to be cautious. How amusing, Yin thought. In a swift motion, he extended his hand and struck her chest. Zhao Ke gasped in shock, realizing too late that she had been sealed. You concealed your power. Did you intend to entice me with the pill? Ignoring her, Yin swiftly removed her ring, peering inside. He discovered dozens of pills, around 10 of which were of the 3rd rank, along with numerous common-level techniques, 2 volumes of sacred techniques, and several million Xian stones. As a powerful Xian Huang, how could her resources be so meager? I apologize, brother. Please do not take my belongings, Zhao Ke lamented on the verge of tears, having attempted to steal only to be outmaneuvered. Chapter 71. Auction Pavilion. Yun Geng expressed his dissatisfaction, stating that the compensation was insufficient for the losses incurred. He began to search for any valuable possessions on Zhao Ke. Just as he finished speaking, he immediately commenced his search. Ah, don't move, you scoundrel. So poor. Come back when you are wealthy next time. After making this remark, Yun Geng released her seal and promptly vanished. Zhao Ke, now freed, shouted, Ah, scoundrel, I will reclaim what is mine. After a fit of rage, she pondered to herself, No, I must quickly seek my master. At the city lord's mansion, Yu Yao Yao touched her belly, reflecting on how her companions were all at the Xianjun realm, while she was merely a novice. Her mood soured in an instant. No, when Yun Geng returns, he must provide me with some elixirs. At that moment, Yun Geng appeared quietly, noticing her seemingly in a trance, and inquired, City Lord Yu, what occupies your thoughts? Yin Ge, Yu Yao Yao exclaimed excitedly as she hurried over and embraced him tightly. Seeing her enthusiasm, Yun Geng was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't she the one who wished for him to leave promptly? What was this about? Such unusual behavior must have its reasons. Yao Yao, you missed me so soon after my departure. I'm quite flattered. I'm already carrying your child, of course. I worry about the father of my child. Yu Yao Yao whispered, feeling relieved after setting aside her grievances. Feigning surprise, Yun Geng responded, Is that so? Then you must take good care of yourself. Once the child is born, I shall reward you. By the way, Yao Yao, do you know where the auction pavilion is? The auction pavilion? Of course I know. Yu Yao Yao replied. In the imperial capital of the Xianqi dynasty, head west from here. What? Do you wish to purchase something? Indeed, Yun Geng acknowledged, gently pushing her away. I shall take my leave first. Wait, grant me an elixir. Ziwei and the others have already reached the Xianjun realm. Yu Yao Yao said, lowering her head slightly, unable to meet his gaze. So, it is the elixir you seek. No wonder you are so clingy, Yun Geng mused inwardly, considering that she was indeed the mother of his child. After some thought, he ultimately produced 2 7th-grade elixirs and handed them to her. One for you, my dear. As it is inconvenient for you to move during pregnancy, it will ensure an additional little expert allowing you to feel more at ease. Hum. Yu Yao nodded eagerly, then planted a kiss on Yin Geng's cheek. I am leaving, Yin Geng said, and with that, he vanished from sight. Once he departed, Yu Yao quickly exited the mansion with the elixirs in hand. Xianqi Dynasty after leaving Xianyuan City. Yin Geng inquired for directions and arrived at Xianqi City. Although it was already late, the streets remained bustling with activity. The crowd was even more numerous than in Songlan City, proving it to be a commercial hub of the central continent. At that moment, a woman approached, wielding a long sword, clad in a white garment. With an oval face and large eyes, she was strikingly beautiful. Yet, she exhibited no cultivation. Seeing her pretentious demeanor made Yin Geng smile. He promptly clasped his fists and addressed her. Esteemed lady, please hold your step. Your graceful presence suggests you are a formidable expert. Might you be aware of the location of the auction pavilion? Upon hearing this, the woman halted, gazing at Yin Geng with a smile. The auction pavilion? Of course I know. Come, follow me. With that, she turned and walked away, her movements remarkably swift and graceful. What a spirited individual, Yin Geng murmured, following closely behind. He also noticed a few burly men watching him intently. They were merely minor figures at the Xian realm. Thus he paid them little mind. Before long, the two walked side by side. Observing her kind-heartedness, Yin Geng felt inclined to forge a friendship. This lady, I am Yin Geng. I am immensely grateful for your guidance. Such heroism deserves recognition. May I inquire your esteemed name? The woman shook her head slightly, stating, Heroes do not inquire about origins. Names are unnecessary. In the martial world, I am known as the Wind Heroine. Wind Heroine? Yin Geng was momentarily taken aback, then scrutinized her closely. Feng Ling, 17 years old, no cultivation, no exceptional physique, princess of Xianqi. A princess? How intriguing. Thus, you must indeed be the Wind Heroine. Subsequently, the two walked in silence. After an indeterminate duration, they arrived at a grand palace, where the words Auction Pavilion were displayed prominently above the entrance. Two young receptionists stood at either side of the door, clad in minimal attire. Yin Geng turned to Feng Ling and smiled. Thank you for leading the way, Wind Heroine. He then produced a fourth-grade elixir and offered it to her, stating, This is for you. Afterward, he turned and headed toward the auction pavilion. Watching him depart, Feng Ling examined the elixir in her hand, unable to discern its quality. It must be a first-grade elixir. I shall show it to my father when I return. She tucked it away and headed back. Inside the auction pavilion, Yin Geng had just arrived beneath a large tree with a young girl. Two men sat at a table, engaged in conversation over tea. One appeared to be in his 20s, while the other was in his 30s. The younger had attained the 6th level of Xianjun, while the elder had reached the 9th level of Jin Xian. Upon seeing them, the young girl greeted, Greetings, pavilion master and steward. This young master wishes to conduct substantial business, so I brought him here. Hearing this, the middle-aged man waved his hand, saying, You may leave now. The young girl complied and exited. After her departure, the two men nodded at Yin Geng, then invited him with cordiality. Young master, please take a seat. Thank you. Yin Geng responded politely, sitting without hesitation. The middle-aged man immediately poured him a cup of tea and presented it with both hands. He then inquired, May I ask what you wish to purchase, young master? Yin Geng replied slowly, As my family has no sons yet married, I seek to acquire 100 exceptionally beautiful women to take back with me. Might you have such offerings in your auction house? And if so, what will be the price? We do have such offerings. The prices vary greatly. Please follow me, and I shall show you, the middle-aged man responded. Rising to lead the way, Zheng Wangfu in a pavilion, two young individuals sat across from each other at a table, conversing. The male was Feng Zhe, the prince of the Xianqi Zheng Wang dynasty, while the female was Yun Yuyu, the head of the Xiandan pavilion. Feng Zhe's voice broke the silence. Pavilion master, have the elixirs been successfully refined? Yin Yuyu shook her head. Your Highness, I regret to inform you that the refinement has failed. She felt somewhat embarrassed and helpless. Although failures were not uncommon, it was disheartening to have expended such significant resources only to yield nothing. If it were merely second or third-grade elixirs, the loss would be bearable. However, what had failed was a fourth-grade elixir, which far surpassed the others in value. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhe's heart sank suddenly. He took a deep breath and said, Never mind, this is Linger's fate. Pavilion Master Yun, failure is normal. You need not dwell on it. Let be. At that moment, Yin Yu was a loss for words. Just then, Feng Ling, brandishing her sword, bounced over. I greet my father and Aunt Yun. Hom. Both responded with smiles, finding her adorable and endearing. Chapter 72. A visit to Zheng Wangfu. Seeing his daughter's cheerful demeanor, Feng Zhe thought to himself, since I cannot assist her in her endeavors, I shall allow her to enjoy a joyful life. Father, look at this. Feng Ling retrieved a Danvi pill from her pocket and gently shook it. Linger, where did you acquire this? Feng Shi inquired. His curiosity piqued as he gazed at the pill in her hand. At that moment, Yin Yu swiftly rose to her feet and approached Feng Ling, snatching the pill for a closer inspection. After scrutinizing it, she inhaled its essence and exclaimed in astonishment, a fourth-grade Supreme Awakening Dan. It appears to be freshly forged. Xiao Ling, who bestowed this upon you? Feng Zhe promptly commanded, quickly tell Aunt Yun, be honest, and do not fabricate any tales. Oh, Feng Ling nodded. I was guiding someone, and they gifted it to me. Fearing disbelief from the two, she recounted the entire episode without omission. Yin Yu, without hesitation, grasped her hand and declared, come, take me to them. With that, the two soared into the sky. Feng Zhe pondered for a moment, realizing he ought to express his gratitude, and then followed suit. In the dungeon, Yin Geng accompanied the steward for quite some time before arriving at the vast chamber that could easily accommodate tens of thousands. As they traversed the area, everything within the iron cages stirred restlessly, revealing a menagerie of various creatures and beings, akin to an otherworldly zoo. The place was furnished with large beds, clearly indicating the auction's high standards. After another 10 minutes or so, they reached a large cell housing a group of women, all possessing peculiar ears. The steward introduced, Young Master Yun, there are a total of 120 individuals here, each exceedingly beautiful. They were rescued by a powerful figure during a conflict involving their clan, and he did not know how to house them, hence they were brought here. If you wish to take them all, I can offer them to you at a mere 200,000 each. Yin Geng slightly shook his head. Steward Liao, they seem a bit short. Do you have any others? Let's take a look. Young Master Yun, I do not wish to inflate the price. 1,500,000 immortal stones is the lowest I can go, Steward Liao said, extending 6 fingers to indicate his offer. In that case, I shall give you 10 million immortal stones, Yin Geng replied, producing a ring and handing it over before Liao could respond. After a moment's contemplation, Steward Liao begrudgingly agreed. Very well, I shall take a loss on this. He accepted the ring, extracted the immortal stones within, and returned the ring. Young Master Yun, I will summon the carriage. You may wait outside. No need for the trouble. Simply release them, and I shall escort them myself, Yin Geng replied, shaking his head with an indifferent tone. Steward Liao frowned. Young Master Yun, they possess cultivation abilities. Should they escape, I cannot bear the responsibility. Yin Geng reassured him, it matters not. The payment has been made, and any losses incurred are my concern, not that of the auction house. Just unlock the cell door, and I will take them. All right. Steward Liao hastily produced a set of keys and unlocked the cell door. He then called to the women inside, come out, return with your master, and be obedient. Before long, they emerged slowly, and after a stick of incense had burned, they finally exited. At the entrance, 3 individuals awaited, 1 man and 2 women. Upon recognizing them, Steward Liao immediately bowed. Greetings, Master Yun. Greetings, Prince Zheng. The two acknowledged with nods. Feng Ling turned to Yin Geng and whispered, that person. My father wishes to express his gratitude to you. Feng Zhe playfully smacked her on the head. Such a lack of manners. You should address him as Uncle Yun. Rubbing her head, Feng Ling felt aggrieved and exclaimed, Uncle Yun, my father wants to thank you. Chuckling, Feng Zhe bent slightly and clasped his fists, expressing, I'm deeply grateful to you, young Master Yin. Might I invite you to my residence for a drink as a token of appreciation? Yin Geng hesitated. I can, but it may be inconvenient with so many people. Perhaps we can arrange it for another time? In truth, I merely provided some guiding fees. She deserved it, and there is no need for formalities, Prince Zheng. Noting Yin Geng's casual demeanor, Feng Zhe immediately gestured for the invitation. Young Master Yun, my residence is spacious. Having more guests is no issue. Let us proceed. After a moment's thought, Yin Geng nodded slightly. Very well. As he spoke, he waved to the women behind him, and in the blink of an eye, over 100 individuals vanished from sight. The 4 stared, dumbfounded by the spectacle. Eventually, Steward Liao could not contain his curiosity. Young Master Yin, what was that? I have returned them home. It is merely a trivial level spell. Nothing extraordinary, Yin Geng replied, soaring into the air, his voice carrying. Let's depart. At that moment, the three regained their composure. Consequently, Yin Yu led Feng Ling and Feng Zhe into the sky, leaving behind a bewildered Steward Liao. At the Zheng Wangfu Pavilion, the four took their seats. Yin Yu bowed to Yin Geng. Xiandan Pavilion's Yin Yu greets young Master Yin. No need for such formalities. I am but the leader of a humble sect, Yin Geng replied politely, glancing at the two. Yin Yu, 3,600 years old, fourth layer of Xian Huang, possessing the physique of a fire god. Feng Zhe, 59 years old, fifth layer of Tian Xian, with an earthly mundane physique. So you're the leader of the Yin sect. May I inquire the name of your sect and its location? I would like to pay a visit someday. Feng Zhe said, offering a cup of tea. Upon hearing this, the other two perked up their ears. Kenglin Dynasty, leader of the Luo Xian sect, Yin Geng, he stated, taking a gentle sip of tea. With the presence of Uncle Fu, a 10th layer Xian Huang, sharing this information posed no risk. Luo Xian sect. The two recalled the 100 million Immortal Stones task previously issued by the Mission Guild. Suddenly, Yin Yu asked, Young Master Yin, are you an alchemist? No. I found the Dan in a cave. I had no use for the remaining one, so I decided to give it away. Yin Geng fabricated a story, his expression unwavering. Observing his serious demeanor, Yin Yu remained convinced that he was reluctant to divulge the truth. At that moment, 10 maidservants arrived with food and drinks. Noticing Feng Ling gazing at him intently, Yin Geng turned to her, Little girl, do I have something on my face? No, you look very handsome, Feng Ling blurted out. Suddenly realizing she had misspoken, her face flushed crimson, and she looked down, unable to meet his gaze. Feng Zhe, observing his daughter's reaction, contemplated finding her a suitor. The group continued to eat and discuss various topics. After a stick of incense had burned, Yin Geng clasped his fists. My friends, I have matters to attend to, so must take my leave. Very well. I shall visit the Luo Xian sect another day, Feng Zhe replied courteously. Yin Geng waved farewell and vanished from sight. Yin Yu had just risen to continue the conversation when he had already departed. It seemed she would need to visit the Luo Xian sect tomorrow. Young Master Yin, what do you think his cultivation level is? Feng Shi inquired. He conceals his cultivation. I cannot discern, but judging by the Mission Guild's circumstances, he is at least an 8th layer Xian Huang. She continued to casually gift away a 4th grade Dan. I suspect he may be a high-tier alchemist. Indeed, that makes sense. Feng Zhe nodded slightly, turning to the silent Feng Linger. If you harbor feelings for young Master Yun, your father will not oppose. I shall take you to the Luo Xian sect in due time. Father, please refrain from such talk. He is not interested in me. She huffed, refusing to engage further. After Feng Ling finished speaking, she sprinted away. In Chapter 73, titled Spirit, at the Luo Xian Zone, Yin Geng called upon Fu Bo, instructing him to ensure that no one interrupted them. After Fu Bo acknowledged and quietly departed, Yin Geng released everyone from the spatial confines. In the blink of an eye, over 100 individuals appeared on the grass. The group gazed around in bewilderment, utterly confused about how they had arrived in this unfamiliar place. Observing the individuals before her, it was clear they had reached their destination. With no options available to them, those with low cultivation levels realized that even if they managed to escape, they would either be recaptured or devoured by ferocious beasts. It was wiser to heed the human-s arrangements, hoping for a better life. After a moment of observation, Yin Geng discovered that they were indeed from the elven race. Their peculiar ears, distinct attire, and exquisite beauty made it difficult to distinguish one from another. Each figure was alluring, captivating in their curves. The younger ones were around 16 or 17, while the eldest appeared to be in their 30s. They spoke the human language, as it was said that the elves were once a branch of humanity in ancient times. Due to their fondness for fruit, their appearances had evolved somewhat. The highest cultivation level among them was the 9th layer of Xian Xian, while the lowest was either D Xian or negligible cultivation. It seemed this auction was set up merely for selling them, without any introductions, perhaps out of fear that potential buyers would hesitate upon learning they were elves. With this thought in mind, Yin Geng cleared his throat and announced to him, "This is the territory of my Luo Xian zone. From now on, you shall follow me. I assure you, none of you will be mistreated." Those whose powers had been sealed lined up orderly, approaching one by one as he promised to help them break their seals. They exchanged glances, but ultimately complied and formed a queue. After about half a stick of incense, Geng had unsealed everyone. Their joyful leaps were filled with the vigor of youth. He then produced a large pile of clothing and instructed them to wash themselves in the water before changing into these garments. Once he had given his instructions, Geng reclined on a chair. Hearing this, they quickly stripped off their clothes and leapt into the water with splashes. Soon, all but one had joined in. The last one approached Geng and asked in a clear voice, "Young Master Yin, do you wish for us to join your sect?" Young Master Yin? Geng was surprised by the title, impressed by how quickly they had learned. He softly responded, "Indeed, this will be your home from now on." Saying this, he embraced her and kissed her. After releasing her, he said, "Now go. We shall celebrate with a feast later." She nodded and jumped into the lake with a splash. With no names to recall and 120 individuals to name, Geng rubbed his temples, pondering for a moment. He thought it might be easier to let them choose their own names. Thus, he too jumped into the water. Soon, sounds of surprise and excitement filled the air. An hour later, everyone emerged from the water, and Geng promptly set out the feast. Many eyes turned towards him, faces flushed with effort. Before long, darkness enveloped the sky. Noticing that everyone had begun to burp, Geng stood and commanded, "Follow me. I will arrange accommodations for you." With that, he turned and walked towards the courtyard gate, prompting the women to follow suit. After much bustling, he had prepared beds and other necessities for them. He then headed to the room of the woman he was most familiar with. Inside, he found 3 individuals chatting animatedly on the bed. Upon seeing Geng, they sat up and exclaimed, "Master, there are no masters here. Henceforth, refer to me as husband." "If that feels strange, young master will suffice," Geng replied, removing his shoes and climbing onto the bed. Shortly thereafter, the luminous pearl extinguished, and the door closed automatically, leaving only the sound of a voice echoing, "Madam, we should rest early." 10 days later, Geng reclined in a chair, watching the women swim in the water, his smile radiating joy. A stark contrast to their initial arrival. A notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, 6 level 5 colored pearl, 1 deity core." For details, please refer to the introduction. Elated, Geng immediately glanced into the spatial realm. The deity core of the Qian Yuan realm. When integrated into the body, one could become the god of the Qian Yuan realm. The 6 level 5 colored pearl. The Qian Yuan realm can only advance to Immortal Monarch at level 10. Bringing anyone above Immortal Monarch inside would cause an explosion. Geng swiftly informed the women in the water before rushing back to his room. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and blinding white light filled the space, resembling a celestial paradise. Many cultivators witnessing this phenomenon exclaimed that the spiritual energy was awakening, and without hesitation, they sat down to meditate. Meanwhile, the ailing populace found themselves suddenly healed. This strange occurrence sparked much conversation. At the Luo Xian zone, the women on the shore heard the commotion and hastily climbed out. Zhuang Xiaoming, sensing the white light, exclaimed, "This is celestial energy. Sisters, let us see if we can cultivate." Soon, a group sat on the grass, engaging in their practice. The children, witnessing this, imitated their mothers and sat cross-legged as well. Days later, the white light gradually dissipated, returning to normalcy, with the sun shining brightly. Many cultivators in the Qian Yuan realm were puzzled as to why they could not break through their realms. On the grass, the women opened their eyes one after another. Filled with confusion, Zhuang Xiaoming frowned and murmured, "Clearly, it is celestial energy. Why can we not cultivate? Could it be false celestial energy? Husband, where are you? Why have you not returned?" At this, Yuning interjected with a scoff, "When that deadbeat returns, I shall exhaust him completely." Just then, a sarcastic voice chimed in. "I wonder who has been lounging in bed for months." Upon hearing this, Yuning exploded, shouting, "Suyu, do you wish to spar? Suju kuriri plaith. What could you possibly do if we spar? Once our husband returns from seeking immortality, I shall report your words to him. Perhaps he will reward me with an elixir while you face punishment." Zhuang Xiaoming shouted, "What are you arguing about? Whoever dares to take action will find themselves marked for retribution when he returns." With this declaration, both women fell silent. In Chapter 74, finally becoming a deity, in the room, Geng felt a profound change after the deity core merged with his being. System. If the Qian Yuan realm were to elevate to the level of the immortal realm, could it not become a deity in that realm? According to theory, yes. But the worlds differ. As it stands, the system cannot ascertain that. Then how do I enter the five-colored pearl? Just now, when the host refined the deity core, the five-colored pearl reverted to its original form. Wear it on your hand. With a mere thought, you and the Qian Yuan ring will vanish into thin air. Where the five-colored pearl? How can a round object be worn? Yin Geng pondered, looking into the system space. There, he found that the spot where the five-colored pearl once rested now held a colorful ring. System? You mean it transformed into a ring? Indeed, the Qian Yuan realm is also the Qian Yuan ring. Yin Geng quickly retrieved it, adorning his finger with a beautifully colored piece. He realized he needed to inform the women. Otherwise, they would worry about him. Upon contemplating this, he stepped outside. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the lakeside and called out to the group of women. Please cease your merriment for a moment and come here. I have some matters to discuss with you. As his voice echoed, the water was disturbed, and soon a damp figure stood before Yin Geng. He began his address. I must embark on a distant journey that may keep me away for several months. Leaving the sect is perilous, so I urge you to enjoy your time within it. After stating this, he produced a table and 2 boxes, saying, Step forward one by one to collect your Jiupin Dan, and once you have received it, proceed over there. Upon hearing of the Jiupin Dan distribution, the eyes of the gathered women sparkled with excitement. 20 minutes later, after distributing the pills and offering some final words of advice, he called out, Fu Bo, please allow them to enter. Soon, a group of women landed on the lawn. Observing such a multitude, a few gasped in surprise. Elves? What else? They're all my wives. You may refer to them as Shijor by their names. He casually remarked, having only named a few of them. Just get along well with them. But do not take them outside the sect. Yin Geng stated sternly before preparing to depart. Sister-in-law, I will inform my sister. Gu Shanshan pouted in irritation. I thought it was something significant. Yin Geng replied nonchalantly and continued, Shanshan, you have been here for quite some time. It is time to send you home. It is convenient for me to take you to inform Yi. So let us go. He smiled and waved at her. Brother-in-law, I do not wish to return yet. I can simply refrain from telling her. Gu Shanshan quickly changed her tune, fully aware that once she returned, she would not be permitted to come back, thus losing her share of the 3,000 yen sure per month. Moreover, she would also miss out on the Dan distribution. She would not fall for such tricks. At that moment, Jiang Minjing interjected, Master, what about the Dan for you shimmy? Yin Geng nodded, and 2 pills flew to Shui Zhongyue's hands. Regarding the Dan, do not disclose this to anyone outside the sect without my consent, or I will consider expelling you from the sect. Yes, Master, I will not tell anyone. But what if they figure it out? Shui Zhongyue inquired softly. You could say you encountered a white-bearded old man who placed his hand on your head, and your cultivation instantly soared. Then he passed away. Without a moment's thought, Yin Geng spun a tale. Upon hearing this, the disciples thought, what a childish ruse. Who would believe that? Shui Zhongyue nodded, secretly calculating. She would have to say that the white-bearded grandfather gifted her the 2 pills to lend credibility to her story. After a few more words, Yin Geng vanished without a trace. Once he departed, the group of disciples engaged in lively discussion for quite some time. Upon learning that they had been saved by their master, they were filled with emotion. Meanwhile, Fu Bo arrived with a man and 2 women, landing on the lawn. Jiang Minjing promptly inquired, Fu Bo, who are they? Young lady, we have come to visit Yin Zhongzhu, Fengze chuckled. I see. Unfortunately, you have arrived late. My master lit an incense stick and mentioned he would likely not return for several months. Jiang Minjing indicated Feng Ling, stating if you have brought her to seek apprenticeship. She may stay, but there is no food here. Fear not. Young lady, I will arrange for food to be brought, Fengze replied, then turned to his companion. Lingya, hurry and greet your senior sisters. Greetings, senior sisters, Feng Ling said with a slight bow. The women nodded in acknowledgement, but remained silent. Yin Yu suddenly spoke. Young lady, you appear quite youthful. May I ask if you're over 30? Upon hearing this, Jiang Minjing replied honestly. Only Shui Shimi is an exception. Our eldest is 19, and the youngest is 13. A 13-year-old Xianjun? Yin Yu exclaimed, glancing at the nearly invisible small figure, realizing that Yin Geng must have casually distributed 4th-grade Dan. Clearly, such young women could not have cultivated so swiftly on their own. They must have consumed 8th-grade Dan. An 8th-grade alchemist? No. If he is distributing 8th grade pills to disciples, he must be a 10th grade alchemist. Truly remarkable. Simultaneously, Fengze was also astonished by her exclamation, realizing why he could not discern their cultivation levels. He thought to himself, I must leave quickly. If they change their minds and ask me to take my daughter home, I will miss this golden opportunity. With this in mind, he respectfully stated, Fu Bo, young ladies, I have business to attend to. I will arrange for food. Having said this, he did not wait for his companions and swiftly departed. Observing this, Yin Yu also took her leave. Yin Geng quietly landed in a courtyard, where he saw 3 women reclining in chairs, engaged in conversation. Husband. 2 joyful voices chimed. They quickly rose from their seats. Yin Geng responded with a smile, embracing them warmly. Husband, what is going on? Yu Zy pointed an accusing finger at Yao Yao. Did Yao Yao not inform you that she was punished for wrongdoing? Yin Geng looked curiously at the one still reclining in a chair. She had turned her head away, remaining silent. In a fit of fury, Yu Zy began to poke him. Ouch, that hurts. Madam, spare me. I acknowledge my mistake. Yin Geng cried out dramatically, his expression a mask of fear. Seeing this, Yu Zy halted her actions, snorting dismissively. Such a poor act. I can hardly be bothered with you. I have come to inform you that I must venture far to seek resources and may not return for several months. After saying this, Yin Geng produced 4 pills. These are Jiupindan. As for how to use them, you should be aware. Upon hearing this, Yu Yao Yao sprang to her feet. Yin Geng, I want one too. Without further ado, the 2 women hastily stowed their pills in their rings, fearful he might snatch away their portions. Yin Geng spread his hands. The pills have all been distributed. We will discuss this further when I return. You should focus on your well-being and not worry excessively. Continue your conversation. I must take my leave. Jiang Xing grabbed his hand, pulling him towards the room with urgency. I must go, he protested. But Yu Zy was not to be outdone and followed suit, leaving Yu Yao Yao reclining in her chair, torn between desire and hesitation. Ultimately, she mustered her courage and made her way to the room. The following morning, Yin Geng opened his eyes to find the others sleeping soundly. Quietly, he slipped out of bed. Noticing several collapsed tables on the floor, he promptly retrieved a new one. He then approached the bedside, gently waking Yu Yao Yao and whispering instructions before departing. Chapter 75. A Life of No Interference. The flute pavilion Yin Geng entered and discovered that the old proprietor had been replaced. He glanced up at the 3rd floor, where Mu Shi and another woman were watching a performance on stage. Then, in an instant, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was seated on a stool on the 3rd floor. The 2 women were taken aback. Upon recognizing Yin Geng, Mu Shi sighed in relief, while the other woman felt a wave of fear. Had he chosen to attack, she would surely not have escaped such an assassination. Just as she was about to shout out, Mu Shi was faster, exclaiming, Yin Zhongzhu, are you here to frighten us today? Yin Zhongzhu? The woman pondered, realizing she had never heard that name before. Yin Geng cast a sidelong glance at the unfamiliar woman and said softly, I noticed you had not arrived at the Luo Xian sect, so I came to check on you. Have you encountered any difficulties? Do not hesitate to speak. Without any difficulty, Mu Shi shook her head and waved her hand to introduce, this is my sect leader, Lin Jiao of the Sun Fang Zone, a formidable Xianzun. I have promised not to leave the sect, so I will not be going to the Luo Xian Zone. She continued, here, the elixir is returned to you. We can become good friends. Please keep it, Yin Geng replied calmly as he pushed it back. I have never been in the habit of reclaiming gifts. Everyone has their own aspirations. I do not wish to impose. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared once more. After his departure, Mu Shi touched her belly, wondering if Feng Ge would marry her once he learned of her pregnancy. Whether staying in the sect was right or wrong was uncertain. It mattered little, for she could always choose not to keep the child, especially since Feng Ge was unaware. Sect leader, can you discern his cultivation level? He has mastered advanced concealment techniques. I cannot ascertain much, but he is likely at the level of Xianjun. Lin Jiao speculated. Do not overthink it. Qing Feng is now a Xian Wang and will return in half a month. There is no need to weigh the importance of things. Understood, Muyedanasha replied softly. In the imperial palace by the pond, Yin Geng arrived to find 2 women, both noticeably pregnant, playing billiards. The sound of the balls echoed loudly. Obri, he plays remarkably well. He applauded. Upon seeing him, the 2 women set aside their game and approached him slowly. Husband, Yin Geng responded, bending slightly to embrace them for a moment. I'm going to a faraway place, and will likely be gone for a year or so. I came to bid you farewell, so please do not worry about me. With that, he took out 2 elixirs and said, Here, 1 for each of you. Husband, be careful while seeking resources, the 2 women chimed in unison, their smiles blooming like spring flowers. All right, I understand. I shall take my leave now. Yin Geng smiled faintly. Wait a moment, husband. Shall we not retire to the room for a bit? Feng Yao gazed at him intently, filled with anticipation. Gu Yi also blinked her eyes, clearly tempted. Yin Geng examined both women. They had indeed become more voluptuous than before. He shook his head. No, you should consider your current state. My back cannot withstand any more strain. I must take my leave. As soon as he spoke, he was already gone. After his departure, the 2 women looked at each other, seemingly realizing they had gained weight. They resumed their game. Meanwhile, Yin Geng quietly entered the Gu residence. Ding, the host has lost a son, deducting 100 billion Xian stones. Hearing this, Yin Geng was startled. Could something have happened in the Qianyuan realm? He immediately inquired, System, clarify. Ding, someone terminated her pregnancy to marry her childhood sweetheart, hence the deduction of 100 billion Xian stones. The mention of the aborted child instantly brought Mu Shi to his mind. This woman was truly heartless. She acted so ruthlessly right after he left. Yin Geng felt an impulse to eliminate her, but took a deep breath instead. Alas, it is better to sever all ties and hope never to meet again. With that thought, he vanished from the room. In the Qianyuan realm, Yin Geng appeared high in the sky, with the entire continent spread out beneath him. He flickered and soon found himself at the summit of the Ding Tian Peak. Observing a group of children playing on the lawn and others swimming in the water, he mischievously transformed into a bluebird and fluttered down to a pavilion. The people in the water noticed and turned their gazes toward the pavilion. They were astonished to see a brilliantly colored little bird. Suddenly, the bird spoke. Husbands, have you missed me during my year-long absence? The words left the bird's beak, leaving the women dumbfounded. This sparrow could imitate her husband's voice with remarkable accuracy. Zhuang Xiaoming asked, Little bird, have you seen my husband? Meng Er, it is I, just in a bird's form. Come up. Xiao Man, go call everyone out. We shall start feasting soon. When Yin Geng saw her frozen in place, he lamented, Alas, I did not expect that after such a short time away, even Xiao Man would no longer heed my words. Young master, I will go at once. Xiao Man responded, disappearing immediately. Suddenly, Xiao Hong fluttered her wings and approached Yin Geng, tilting her head curiously. Having lived so long, she had never seen such a beautiful species. The more she looked, the more she liked it. Yin Geng playfully flicked a seed at her head, instantly returning to his original form, where he seized her and toyed with her. You rogue, let me go. Xiao only exclaimed, struggling in vain and pecking at his hand in frustration. In the water, the women joyfully shouted, Husband, it truly is you. Indeed, it is me. Yin Geng replied, releasing the little phoenix and making his way to the lake's edge. What are you doing in the water? Hurry up and come ashore. Thus, the women scrambled to the shore. Dozens of children spotted Yin Geng and rushed over, calling out, Daddy. Yin Geng grinned widely, seeing Yin run the fastest. He opened his arms and lifted her up. After a long separation, he showered her with kisses. Oh dear, father, I am a girl. You cannot kiss me so indiscriminately. Yin shook her head, protesting incessantly. The women who had come ashore smiled with delight at the scene. After a brief moment, Yin Geng had embraced all the children and distributed a large quantity of snacks to keep them occupied. Once the children dispersed, Zhuang Xiaoming approached and hugged Yin Geng, inhaling his long-missed scent, which eased her anxious heart. After a short while, she clasped his waist and spun him around. You thought you could return without mischief. Meng Er, be gentle. I merely returned from seeking the immortal. Try to relieve some tension. Yin Geng's mouth formed a surprised O, as if he were in pain. This time I will let you off, but next time I shall bite off a piece of flesh. At that moment, Suyu could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, Husband, have you found traces of immortals? You're so foolish, of course, since husband can turn into a bird. He surely found them. Yining scoffed. Seeing her expression, Suyu rushed over to embrace Yin Geng. Husband, when you were gone, she often spoke ill of you and called you a scoundrel. Call me a scoundrel? Is that truing? Yin Geng asked blandly, his gaze fixed intently on her face. Husband, punish me. Yining admitted readily, her eyes sparkling. All right, If I catch you two causing trouble again, you should be grounded for a year. After warning them, he continued, as for the immortal encounter, I have found it. I will share it with you all in due time. Now let's begin our feast. Thus, they commenced their grand banquet. That evening, upon hearing that Yun Geng had returned from seeking immortals, the Empress Yi Qingwu, the Demoness Yin Fei'er, and the 11 disciples of the Yu, Xian, Shangdi, all rushed over. In no time, they gathered joyfully together. After a celebratory feast, Zhuang Xiaoming instructed the 10 women to take all the children to the Ying Tian Peak. The crowd pulled Yun Geng toward the courtyard, claiming they wished to discuss the path of immortality. 2 months passed. During this period, Lu Qingyin's parents, grandfather, and Luo Xian'er's family all gathered together. Soon after, they joyfully departed with their belongings. In the early morning, Yun Geng walked barefoot on the dew-laden lawn. A notification sounded. Pregnancy value increased by 5. Rewards: 10,006 rank Ascension Pills, 10,007 rank Awakening Pills, 100 billion Xian Stones, and mastery of the sacred level techniques of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and teleportation. The Chao Yuan realm only capped at level 7, with rewards peaking at the 7th rank. Thus, adding dozens of pregnancy values seemed less appealing. As he strolled, he noticed Su Yan's master, Bai Rou, approaching. She wrapped her arms around Yun Geng and said, Zhongzhu Yun, do you dislike me? Upon hearing this, Yun Geng shook his head. I do not dislike you. Do not overthink it. I merely feel we are not that familiar, and I worry you might feel embarrassed. In response, Bai Rou stepped closer, embraced him, and kissed him. After about half a stick of incense, Yun Geng gazed at her face and slowly spoke. Let's talk until dawn tonight. Go wake them up. Tell them I will distribute pills that can help them become formidable immortals. Bai Rou replied joyfully before hurriedly calling for people. Before long, a crowd gathered on the lawn, awaiting instructions. Seeing everyone had arrived, Yun Geng took out 2 boxes and called out, Minga, you shall distribute the 7-rank pills. The glowing pills enhance cultivation, while the non-glowing ones awaken the body. After receiving them, take the body-awakening pill first, and only then the cultivation-enhancing pill. Otherwise, it will be ineffective. Thus, Zhuang Xiaoming approached the table and began her task while Yun Geng took a seat. Observing the eager expressions on the faces of those around him, he was reminded of adults distributing snacks to children, and he could not help but chuckle. Soon after, the women collected their pills and dispersed in excitement. Zhuang Xiaoming casually took 2 pills for herself and turned to leave. Menger, come here for a moment. Yun Geng called to her, producing a ring. Inside are 1 billion Xian Stones, 1,007 rank Awakening Pills, 10,004 rank Ascension Pills, and several technique manuals. The pills are for the children to awaken their bodies or enhance their cultivation. As for the techniques and Xian Stones, you may decide how to use them. Hearing this, Zhuang Xiaoming looked puzzled, pointing at the table. Husband, are there not many 7-rank Ascension Pills left? Yun Geng shook his head. The children's cultivation is akin to yours. It is difficult to manage. I intended to give them none of the 4-rank Ascension Pills. The items have been given to you. You may handle them as you see fit. I may need to depart again soon, so find a way to elevate your cultivation. Husband, I appreciate your efforts. If it truly proves impossible, then so be it. Zhuang Xiaoming gently patted his head, whispering softly. She thought to herself that having such a husband was her lifelong fortune. No worries, think of it as a vacation. Yun Geng replied nonchalantly. Menger, you go about your business. Oh, I shall take my leave then, Zhuang Xiaoming said, turning to hurry away. At that moment, Yun Geng suddenly remembered something important. Tongzi, since I am a deity, how can I resurrect my parents? A notification chimed. The host's divine words can allow the parents to reincarnate or borrow a body for rebirth. However, the ability to shape bodies is beyond the host's current capabilities. The primary requirement is for the Qian Yuan realm to reach level 10, then surpass the immortal emperor realm and comprehend the laws of all things, or obtain shaping techniques. How long can my parents' souls remain? Due to the bond between a child and their parents, as long as the host does not perish, their souls shall not dissipate. We shall discuss this later, Yun Geng thought, rising to retrieve food from the table, sitting down to eat leisurely. Before long, a red figure flashed into the scene. Yun Geng looked at Xiao Hong, who appeared to be pouting and on the verge of tears. He inquired, Little Phoenix, who has bullied you? Xiao Hong immediately grasped his hand, shaking it slightly. I want to marry you and be your wife. Quickly give me pills. Being a wife is one thing, but I have already given all the pills to Menger. You can find her tomorrow and say it is permitted by me." Yin Geng continued eating, disregarding the little phoenix. Hearing this, Xiao Hong burst into laughter and swiftly vanished without a trace. No sooner had she left than Lin Wanqing and 10 disciples, accompanied by a group of children, approached the table. "Daddy." Yin Geng looked at the little one, smiling and nodding him. "Sit and eat." Thus, each child began to grab snacks with their hands. "We have been away for quite some time. It is time to return," Lin Wanqing said softly. Yin Geng nodded slightly and handed her a ring. Inside are 100 million Xian stones and 22 pills for the children. A few technique manuals are with Xiaoming. You can learn them and return later. "All right," Lin Wanqing replied joyfully, accepting the ring. Shortly after, she kissed Yin Geng and departed with the children. Before long, Yin Feier and Feng Yao came to bid farewell, and Yin Geng distributed more resources. 10 days later, Yin Geng said goodbye to the women and vanished in an instant. By the pond, 6 individuals sat on the lawn, a large assortment of snacks before them. 2 toddlers nearby were tumbling and playing gleefully. The women chatted about the absence of a certain someone as they munched on their treats. Suddenly, that someone appeared, grinning. Zhao Xian exclaimed, "Sisters, I must be hallucinating. I see my husband." The others responded, "So do I." Thus, the 6 shook their heads and looked again, still seeing him. Su Shui gasped, "Look at the shadow." Upon seeing this, Yin Geng smiled. "Seeing you all so happy brings me joy. Husband." The 6 jumped up excitedly and instantly leaped into Yin Geng's embrace. After a lengthy kiss, 2 childish voices piped up, "You bad guy, quickly let go of my mother." Yin Geng turned to see the 2 little ones glaring at him. He chuckled softly and picked them up. "Let go of me, let go of me." At this, the women introduced themselves, which transformed the children's anger into curiosity. They stayed for another month, and amidst the reluctance of both adults and children, Yin Geng bid farewell and departed. Chapter 77. With one slap, Yin Geng's thoughts stirred, and he returned to the Xianjiagu residence. He found Gu Yi in the garden, holding a child, and walked out of the room. Soon, he arrived at the garden. The 3 noticed him, pondering why he had returned so quickly. Yin Geng smiled broadly, politely greeting his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Gu Yi softly said, "Husband, come over and see our child." Yin Geng stepped closer, playfully engaging with the little one, and remarked, "It is said that boys resemble their mothers. This is indeed true. The face shape is also like yours." Gu Yi beamed, smiling slightly. "Husband, you returned so soon. Was your journey smooth?" "Not particularly fruitful." Yin Geng shook his head. The highest reward was only at the 7-rank level. He then produced 2 8-rank ascension pills and handed them to Gu Shan and his wife. Good. The couple accepted them joyfully, knowing without a doubt they were superior to the 7-rank pills. After receiving them, Gu Shan declared, "You 2 chat. We will take our leave." As soon as he finished speaking, he and son Yuxiang hurried away. Witnessing this, Gu Yi's smile brightened significantly. "Husband, go visit Feng Yao." Yin Geng nodded, tapping her forehead with his finger, then vanished from sight. After he left, Gu Yi processed the information swirling in her mind. The unparalleled water technique and the art of teleportation. This husband deceives me, claiming that the harvest is meager. Are these merely trifles? After departing from Gu Fu, Yin Geng made another visit to the imperial palace. A few hours later, he bid farewell. As he strolled along the bustling streets, contemplating a return to his sect, he noticed several pairs of eyes fixated upon him. He feigned ignorance. Soon, he entered an alley and began to ascend slowly towards a particular location. Upon reaching the skies above a forest, the 3 pursuers launched their attack. A multitude of flying swords whizzed towards Yin Geng. In response, he turned and called out, "Return to me." At his command, all the flying swords pivoted and launched back towards their owners. The 3 men, taken aback, hastily regained control of their swords, stabilizing their positions. Just as they were about to engage again, Yin Geng's voice echoed, "Xian Gong, move objects." As the words left his lips, the 3 men were abruptly bisected. Their souls instantaneously detached from their bodies, nearly terrified beyond belief. They attempted to flee, but were soon engulfed in raging flames. "Is this the Wuxian dynasty?" Yin Geng murmured, as an image of the imperial palace materialized before him. He struck his palm forcefully towards the palace, then vanished. Simultaneously, A colossal hand appeared in the skies above the Wu Xian dynasty's palace. The sky dimmed abruptly, and as the townsfolk looked up in confusion, a deafening roar reverberated through the air, shaking the very earth. In an instant, calm returned, and the sky brightened once more. This commotion left the dignitaries within the imperial city in a state of panic, while children cried inconsolably, unaware of the chaos that had unfolded. Shortly thereafter, news spread that the entire palace had been reduced to rubble, with all structures and inhabitants turned to dust. This revelation was deemed an act of vengeance by the Xian cultivators. On the lawn of Luo Xianzong, Yun Geng reclined in a chair, observing the fairies frolicking in the water. After a while, a significant thought crossed his mind, adhering to the principle of inquiring when in doubt. He called out in his heart, Tong Zi, why do they lack pregnancy values? Ding, they have evolved for a considerable duration. Their bodies have undergone changes, differing significantly from current humans, requiring adaptation. At that moment, Feng Ling landed on the lawn, her joy palpable upon spotting Yun Geng. She approached him and stood by his side, her mouth opening as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Feng Nu Xia, have you come to uphold justice in my Luo Xianzong? Yun Geng inquired with a smile, noticing her still grasping a sword. I wish to become your disciple, Feng Ling stammered, her gaze fixed on him, brimming with anticipation. Feng Nu Xia, there is no need for such formality. Please, take a seat, and let us converse further. As Yun Geng finished speaking, he produced a stool and placed it in front of her. Seeing this, Feng Ling approached and sat down, observing him in silence. Ahem. Yun Geng cleared his throat. To become a disciple, one must answer correctly. If you, as a champion of justice, witnessed a middle-aged man attempting to kill a young man, what would you do in such a situation? Feng Ling replied without hesitation, of course. I would save the young man and eliminate the middle-aged man. One must not allow evil to prevail. This is the path of righteousness. Are you certain? Yun Geng pressed. Absolutely certain, she affirmed. Having received her answer, Yun Geng called out, Fu Bo, please come here. Shortly thereafter, Fu Bo appeared. Young master, what commands do you have? Yun Geng pointed towards Feng Ling and instructed, Fu Bo, escort her home. Yes, young master, Fu Bo replied, turning to Feng Ling, Miss, let us depart. Feng Ling, coming to her senses, asked in confusion, Zhong Zhu, did I say something incorrect? You were entirely correct, which is precisely why I am sending you home, Yun Geng praised, giving her a thumbs up. I do not wish to return. Yun De, I implore you. Feng Ling pleaded, tears welling in her eyes, on the verge of breaking into sobs. Unable to comprehend why she was being expelled from the sect despite being right, Yun Geng remained silent, casting his gaze towards Fu Bo. Observing this, Fu Bo swiftly seized her, and, with a whoosh, they disappeared. One should not involve themselves in others' disputes without understanding the circumstances. She should seek guidance from her father before attempting to join Luo Xianzong, Yun Geng muttered quietly. If he were to adopt an indifferent stance, he would not have expelled her from the sect. He stood up, shed his garments, and with a splash, jumped into the water. Meanwhile, in a pavilion, King Zheng and his wife were delighting in tales of spring. Since their daughter began her cultivation journey, their spirits had considerably improved. Suddenly, an elderly man accompanied by a young girl descended outside the pavilion. The elder then silently departed. Upon seeing her parents, Feng Ling could no longer contain her tears and began to sob uncontrollably. Witnessing their daughter's tears, the couple felt a pang of anxiety. They feared that Yun Zhong Zhu had wronged her and cast her out. Consequently, they hurried outside, asking Ling Er, what troubles you? Feng Ling buried her face in the princess's embrace and cried, Mother, Yun Geng does not want me. I spoke the truth, yet he inconsiderately expelled me from the sect. Upon hearing this, the couple sighed in relief. The princess gently patted her back, comforting her. As long as you are safe, being expelled is not a catastrophe. After all, there is no loss. You can still cultivate at home. Once her emotions stabilized, Feng Zhe softly inquired, Ling Er, what do you mean when you say Yun Zhong Zhu is inconsistent? Feng Ling recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing her tale, Feng Si sighed, Ling Er, you are mistaken. Without understanding the circumstances, one could easily become a murderer. Consider, what if that young man were a notorious criminal? In that case, it would be saving the wicked while harming the innocent, which does not align with the path of righteousness. but he did not specify who that person was. Feng Ling retorted defiantly. This clearly demonstrates your impulsiveness. You acted without rational thought. Feng Zhe explained, continuing. Yun Zhongzhu's decision to have Fu Bo escort you indicates that he is still offering you another chance. Tomorrow, I will find a teacher for you. Once you are qualified, I will take you to Luo Xianzong. After an hour of swimming, Yun Geng returned to the shore. A group of disciples gathered on the lawn, noticing Yun Geng clad only in trousers. They covered their mouths in playful reproach. Master, how shameless of you. As Yun Geng reached for his garments, he turned to face them. I can see your eyes. Could you not keep your hands more tightly closed? At that moment, Yu Xiao, unabashed, approached and exclaimed, Master, where has Feng Ling disappeared to? She hasn't been locked in a small dark room by you, has she? Without hesitation, Yun Geng swiftly delivered a sharp reprimand. Nonsense. She has already returned home. If you continue to spread such rumors, you will face severe consequences. Now go play. And do not disturb me while I bask in the sun. Rubbing her head, Yu Xiao murmured, Master, what about the techniques? A sect this large should have at least a couple of proper ones. Technique? Yun Geng mused softly, scrutinizing them before nodding in agreement. Decide what kind of techniques you desire before responding. Master, we want that teleportation technique of yours. The girls chimed in unison, evidently having conspired beforehand. You cannot master mine, but I do possess the holy level teleportation technique. Yun Geng, having uttered these words, gestured with his hand. Form a line in the shape of a one after another, and approach me. Upon hearing this instruction, the disciples arranged themselves accordingly. Subsequently, Jiang Minjing was the first to step forward. Yun Geng lightly touched her forehead with his finger, indicating next. Before long, over a dozen disciples had taken their turn. Suddenly recalling an important matter, Yun Geng cautioned, among the techniques I teach, there are those that, if passed on to others, could lead to their demise. Do not dismiss this as mere hyperbole. Failure to heed this warning may result in expulsion from the sect. You may disperse now. The disciples, regaining their composure from the shock, began to depart. After their exit, the water spirits gracefully emerged from the water. Observing this, Yun Geng did not show favoritism and imparted several techniques to them as well. Consequently, he was showered with affection from 120 eager mouths, leaving him quite drenched. After bidding farewell to the gathering, Yun Geng utilized his techniques to wash his face, not out of disdain, but simply due to the discomfort of the moisture. Just as he contemplated leaving the sect, he noticed Shui Qingqian stealthily approaching him from behind. Gij, I wish to become your consort, but I do not want them to find out. I fear it would ruin my enjoyment, she confessed. Her gaze cast downwards as she counted the blades of grass beneath her feet, too timid to meet his eyes. Consider this carefully. While I shall not abandon you, betrayal would result in the nullification of your cultivation and expulsion from Luoxian sect. The same applies to the disciples. Treachery against the sect is punishable by the same fate. I have nurtured you without expectation of return, but further transgressions would be grave. You still have time to withdraw. Otherwise, according to sect regulations, no matter where you hide, you will be found. Yun Geng's tone remained calm, his gaze fixed firmly upon her. Shui Qingqian offered no reply. Instead, she stepped forward, embracing Yun Geng and kissing him, making her choice unmistakably clear. After a long moment, her voice broke the silence. Gij, carry me inside. Yun Geng responded, lifting her in his arms as they vanished in an instant, within the span of a fragrant incense stick after saying her farewells. Shui Qingqian swiftly slipped out of bed and made her escape. Yun Geng muttered himself, we were just getting to the good part, and she ran off. That Qian. Next time in the evening, I shall tell her ghost stories to frighten her. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a middle-aged man approaching. He chose to ignore him and took out a pen and paper to draft the rules of Luoxian sect. Meanwhile, Yu Qinshi soared through the air before arriving above Luoxian sect. Abruptly, Fu Bo appeared before him, his voice resonating, halt, or bear the consequences. Senior, my granddaughter has joined Luoxian sect, and I have come to visit her. Yu Qinshi replied with a respectful smile. Just as Fu Bo was about to respond, he noticed Yu Xiao flying towards them, confirming that the man spoke truthfully and thus refrained from further discourse. Upon reaching them, Yu Xiao exclaimed, Grandfather, what brings you here? Hearing this, Fu Bo discreetly withdrew. Yu Qinshi transmitted a message. Xiao, have you gathered any news? What news? I have already joined Luosian's sect, Yu Xiaoxiao replied. And then added, Grandfather, do you see my cultivation level? 5th layer of Xianjun? Yu Qianqi gasped, repeating his observation multiple times, finding it consistently the same. Regaining his composure, he inquired, Xiaoxiao, how did you achieve this? Listening to his words, Yu Xiaoxiao candidly recounted, recently, while shopping, I encountered a white-bearded old man. He asked me if I wished to grow stronger and offered 2 7th-grade pills for just 5 copper coins. Seeing his tattered clothing, I felt pity and bought 2. Since they were in a box, I did not inspect them closely. Upon returning and discovering their brilliance, I decided to swallow one, and thus, I attained this level. When I sought him again, he was nowhere to be found. My dear, you have encountered a hidden master. I never expected you to have such fortune. Come back with me. With your current cultivation, our ancestors will no longer trouble you. Yu Qianqi's face beamed with joy, as if rejuvenated. Grandfather, I'm glad you came. But I do not wish to leave here, nor return to the constraints of the guild. Yu Xiaoxiao gently shook her head, her tone resolute. She would be foolish to abandon Luosian's sect. As long as she endeared herself to her formidable master, her cultivation would soar. The guild's restrictions and obligations paled in comparison to the joy of playing with her close friends here. Noticing that his granddaughter was not jesting, Yu Qianqi surmised her true feelings and pondered for a moment before softly stating, If you choose not to return, I do not insist. But what are the items our ancestors desire? Return and inform the ancestor that with a mere hand, she could be crushed, and honestly, I have already been discovered. As soon as her words fell, Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly ran off, her voice trailing behind. Grandfather, I will visit you again when I have the time. Yu Qianqi mused to himself, Xiandi, I have my doubts, yet I recall the heavy stone that fell, causing me to lose confidence. Sighing, he accepted that since his granddaughter was happy here, whether true or false, she was indeed Xiandi. Casting a glance at Luosian's sect, he swiftly departed. Chapter 79. Gathering after establishing the regulations, Geng summoned everyone to observe. Ultimately, no one expressed a desire to leave Luosian's sect, and they dispersed. Seeing that there was nothing further to attend to, Geng too vanished in an instant. In the courtyard, the 3 women gathered around a large pot, fueled by a fire beneath. Ever since their pregnancies, nourishing food had become a daily necessity. Ingjia, it should be ready by now, Yu Ziwei said, swallowing hard. Do not rush. Wait a moment longer, or else I shall consume it all myself, Jiangxing replied, finding amusement in Yu Ziwei's eager expression. She thought to herself that when her husband returned, she would feed her to the point of nausea. Just as this thought lingered, a young man suddenly appeared before them. Yu Ziwei and Jiangxing joyfully exclaimed, Husband! It seems I have arrived just in time for a feast, Geng remarked, sniffing the air and deducing that chicken was surely cooking within. You and your insatiable appetite, Jiangxing teased, casting him a sidelong glance with a chuckle. Hurry and bring out the delicacies. Let us eat while we wait, Yu Ziwei urged, her hands eagerly rubbing together in anticipation. Geng gently pinched her nose and produced a bounty of nourishing meat. Before long, the 4 of them were engaged in lively conversation as they feasted. Moments latte. 3 steaming hens were served. After a considerable time, Geng set down his dishes, stood, stretched lazily, and softly declared, Let us go for a stroll, my dear ones. Upon hearing this, the 3 women shook their heads vigorously. Husband, you go ahead. Very well. I shall take my leave then. Waving his hand, Geng turned and walked toward the exit, leaving the 3 women behind to labor diligently. On the bustling street, after a brief walk, Geng recalled the siblings from Yuhua Building. Thus, he leisurely strolled in their direction. As he walked, he suddenly noticed several beautiful women gazing at him. He touched his face, feeling rather pleased with himself, and then fanned himself with a handkerchief before continuing on his way. This display left the 3 women on the 2nd floor momentarily stunned. Shortly after, one of them whispered something, and the trio hurriedly departed. Uncertain how long it had been, Geng arrived at Yuhua Lu and stepped inside. The main hall was bustling with activity, far more lively than his previous visit. At that moment, a young girl approached him. No need for hospitality. I have someone upstairs. You may continue with your duties, she said. As her words fell, Geng made his way towards the staircase. Recognizing a familiar face, the girl did not call out to him again. In front of the stage, on the 2nd floor, Geng quietly approached Han Yin, who seemed lost in thought, oblivious to his arrival. "Brother, whom are you pondering?" he inquired. Han Yin was startled to see him seated beside her. "Yin Geng, what are you sneaking around for?" She retorted. "Nothing, I am perfectly above board. It is merely that you did not notice me," he replied, pouring himself a cup of tea. After savoring a sip, he asked, "Where is Tai?" "I wish to find him for a drink." At his words, Han Yin shot him a glance and replied with irritation. "After eliminating 3 from Yu Huangge, you still think of drinking? They have come to press us. Dare you reveal your address, so I may report back when they come again?" "Address?" "Kanglan Huangchao, Luo Xianzong, and I am the Sect Master," Yin Geng candidly divulged, lifting his cup to blow on it. "Brother, why not send someone to notify him? Truth be told, I have never had a satisfying fight in my life." "Sect Master of Luo Xianzong?" Han Yin pondered, finding it somewhat familiar, yet unable to recall. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, she thought it unlikely for a sect master to frequent Yu Hua Lu for drinks and admonished. "No sect master would come to my Yu Hua Lu for a drink. Do not deceive me. That is a poor virtue." Seeing her skepticism, Yin Geng did not argue further and requested again, "Brother, please summon your elder brother Han Tai." "Not going to happen. If you have the ability, find him yourself." "Who do you think you are to command me?" Han Yin huffed, immediately turning her attention to another cup of tea. "Is that foul mood due to some unsavory news?" Yin Geng pondered to himself, casting a casual glance downstairs. Suddenly, he recognized a familiar face and was momentarily taken aback as the person swiftly appeared beside him at the table. "Sect Master, and what a coincidence!" he greeted with a smile. Han Yin was startled again, observing this individual in disguise and recalling the name in Miao Ling. And Miao Ling gazed intently at the one she had sought for so long and declared, "This is no coincidence. Do you know how long I have been looking for you?" Hearing this, Yin Geng gently advised, "Sect Master, and matters of affection cannot be forced. There are many handsome men in the celestial realm who could meet your desires. We are not suited. Even if you possess my body, you cannot capture my heart. Besides, I managed to escape last time, and I can do so again no matter how hard you try." Han Yin, eavesdropping on their exchange, was dumbfounded. Such a beautiful woman pursuing a man who was unwilling. If it truly was a Miao Ling, the news would be quite explosive. After a long moment of contemplation, a Miao Ling asked helplessly, "What is your name? What is your power? Where are you located?" "Yin Geng, Sect Master of Luo Xianzong. Within the realm of Kanglan Huangchao," he stated plainly. "You would do well to refrain from foolish actions. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Though at the 9th level of Xian Huang, it is still not sufficient." 9th level of Xian Huang? Han Yin now had confirmation that this person was indeed the sect master of Hua Xianzong. How sensational! One sect master enamored with another, relentlessly pursuing. At this moment, and Miao Ling was astounded. How could he accurately discern her level? Could he be a hidden master? As for Yin Geng, his demeanor and actions confirmed his identity. Yet, why did he not retaliate last time? She was filled with confusion and doubt. "Young Master Yin, how may I repay you for saving me?" Without hesitation, Yin Geng produced an 8th grade Jin Xiandan. "This is an 8th grade pill, which can provide your Hua Xianzong with a powerful Xianzun." 8th grade? Han Yin was taken aback, and Miao Ling examined it closely, confirming its authenticity, then returned it. "I do not want the pill. I wish to visit your sect." "Why return it?" "I do not wish to go home." "Feel free," Yin Geng replied nonchalantly, rather than negotiate terms. He preferred not to take her on a chaotic tour of Luo Xianzong, and Miao Ling nodded. "Then I shall come to visit in due time. You two continue your conversation. I must take my leave," she added before vanishing without a trace. After her departure, Han Yin eagerly refilled Yin Geng's tea. "Since she does not want it, could you grant me one? It is a fake. Where'd I find 8th grade pills?" "If you join my sect, perhaps then," he replied, sipping tea before rising. "Since Tai is not here, I shall take my leave." Disappearing without a trace, he truly was a master, Han Yin murmured to herself. "I must visit Luo Xianzong when my sister returns." Days later, Yin Geng bid farewell to the 3 women and departed. In the daughter kingdom, within the palace garden, Lin Piaomiao caressed her burgeoning belly, her brow furrowing. The prophecy of a millennia had come true. The holy water had dried, and the daughter kingdom faced annihilation. Now, it had been precisely 1,000 years. Must they introduce men? If so, chaos would surely ensue in the daughter kingdom. It was better to keep things as they were. Perhaps she could devise some clever scheme. Suddenly, she noticed a figure materializing before her. Geng, you have returned so soon, she exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, Geng grinned broadly, embracing her for a moment. Piao, do you miss me so much? Is that why you are worried? Not at all. It is just that the holy water has encountered some issues lately. Piao shared her concerns, and after listening, Geng contemplated for a moment before agreeing. Introducing men would indeed lead to chaos. The nation would be lost. The holy water will recover in 1,000 years, unless we provide the populace with pills for cultivation. It would not be too late to reproduce after a millennium. Pills. Piao's gaze fixed intently on him. Do you have a solution? I have a method, but it is somewhat impractical. I would need willing and beautiful women to produce the pills, Geng stated earnestly. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. He possessed a system capable of producing pills, but he could not disclose this to anyone. Can you truly produce pills? Piao scrutinized him closely. Come clean. Do you have many pills in your ring? Geng shook his head. No, if you do not believe me, that is your choice. It matters not to me. How many can you produce for 100? Piao asked softly, having never heard such claims before. It sounded almost like a jest. It seemed more plausible for a man to replace a woman in childbirth than this. More or less, I cannot say, but I believe it should be sufficient. Geng's gaze remained fixed on her as he continued. You must decide how to handle it. After pondering for a while, Piao nodded. Very well. I will make arrangements. With that, she hurriedly departed. Best to do so. Otherwise, my task will be quite challenging. Geng mumbled softly as he reclined in a chair. Ding! Task replacement triggered. Provide a warm home for 10,000 daughters of the new Uruguay. Reward. Elevation of cultivation by 10 levels. Will the host replace the previous 2 tasks? Geng was overjoyed and contemplated. Previously, it was merely 1,000 children. Now it is 10,000 daughters. It seems more worthwhile. Tongzi, proceed with the change. Ding. Replacement successful. Task in progress. Piao must agree. Otherwise, the task cannot be completed. On the 10th day, in the garden, Geng surveyed the colorful crowd, nodding in satisfaction. Piao, I shall discuss the quantity of elixirs with you later. All right. I will take my leave first, Piao responded and departed. After her exit, Geng waved at the crowd. Follow me. With a command, a throng of people marched forth. 3 months later, in the garden, Geng summoned the women, instructing, each shall receive 2 7th-grade elixirs and 50,000 xianshi. Come one by one to collect your elixirs and stones here. Now let's begin. After a mere 10 minutes, the distributions were completed. They sat cross-legged, consuming the dim elixirs to cultivate, intending to awaken their physiques before taking the second. Numerous voices erupted, faces beaming with joy, evidently elated. After offering further instructions, Geng nodded and departed. Following his exit, the women promptly settled into meditation. Geng approached a small pond, observing Yitingyu swimming, while the empress snacked beside a table. He sat down, presenting a ring. Piao, this is all you have received. All are 4th-grade elixirs. I have also provided each of them with 2 7th-grade ones. Piao accepted it, peering inside to find a mountain of elixirs, easily numbering in the thousands. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Could such a quantity truly be produced? At this moment, she was utterly convinced, pondering for a moment before eagerly exclaiming, Geng, I shall procure even more for you. Without waiting for a response, Piao hurriedly departed. Why the rush? Geng murmured softly, noticing someone had already emerged from the water. He unabashedly admired her form. Quite remarkable indeed. Young Master Yin, do you find me attractive? Yitingyu grinned, sitting atop his lap. Not too shabby. Geng chuckled, leaning in to kiss her. Approximately an hour later, Piao returned and took a seat. She subtly twitched her nostrils, immediately glancing towards the water. She then turned to Geng, her expression peculiar. Piao, I shall return to the sect briefly and come back in a few days, Geng said casually, gazing at her. Go swiftly and return quickly. I will arrange for them, Piao gently instructed. Indeed, I shall take my leave. As soon as the words left his mouth, Geng had vanished. After his departure, Piao immediately addressed the water. Tingyu, what are you pretending for? Do you think I am unaware? Alas, Piao, why not just eliminate him? I have no objections, Yitingyu replied, promptly diving underwater to escape her incessant chatter. In the Shuan Fong Zone, that evening, the hall was adorned with red drapery, exuding a festive atmosphere. At that moment, a throng of people gathered, bustling with excitement. A woman's voice rang out. The couple shall bow and enter the bridal chamber. A handsome groom led his bride towards a designated area, followed by cheers and blessings from the crowd. Not long after, a man's furious roar echoed from within the room. "Tell me, who is it?" The woman, tears streaming down her face, pleaded, "Fingue, I was forced. Please forgive me." The man, consumed by rage, delivered a resounding slap, sending the woman crashing onto the bed, her sobs reverberating within the room. Yet this was not the end. The man struck her multiple times, shouting, "Answer me, who is it?" As the woman's fear escalated upon seeing his hand raised once more, she hastily confessed. Upon hearing her words, the man's face contorted in rage, grinding his teeth. "If I do not annihilate their entire clan, I shall not bear the surname due." Chapter 81. Self-introduction by the lakeside. Geng gazed at the small fish in the water while a woman behind him provided a massage. "Master, where are the elixirs? You come to me. Yet Yuhua Lo does not concern itself. Have you read the sect regulations?" Geng inquired, filled with skepticism. "Yuhua Lo has already been entrusted to my second sister. I have long since reviewed the regulations," Han Yin replied cheerfully. The sect leader had promised herself to Mingping, and now, joining the Luo Xianzong had granted her freedom. I intend to remain here. Let us see how you will capture me back," Geng retorted, turning to face her. "Since you are aware of the regulations, then it is time to become my disciple." With that, he stepped forward, retrieved the necessary items for the initiation, and sat down. After a moment of surprise, Han Yin approached, filling a cup with tea and kneeling. "Disciple Han Yin, please have some tea, master." Geng nodded slightly, accepting the tea with both hands and drinking it in one go. Subsequently, he pressed his finger to her forehead and produced 2 elixirs, handing them to her. "Rise. As for how to use the elixirs, ask your senior sisters." Just as Han Yin was about to inquire about the teleportation technique in her mind, she saw the 2 elixirs being offered and joyfully accepted them, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, master." Dismissed. Geng waved his hand. Before long, Han Yin had already departed from Ding Tianfeng. Just as Geng stood, he noticed another figure approaching swiftly. Moments later, Jiang Mingyin gracefully landed on the grass. "Master, is it true that the sect regulations state that the sect leader's wife receives 2 ninth-grade elixirs?" "Indeed, but what concern is it of yours?" Geng replied, perplexed by the thoughts of this disciple. "Master, what do you think of me?" Jiang Mingyin lowered her head, inquiring softly, her heart racing with anxiety. Fearing rejection would be utterly embarrassing. However, if he consented, she would leap 2 major realms. The thought of being a teenage Xian Wang was enticing. Geng lifted her chin, gazing into her charming face. Subsequently, the 2 vanished from sight. The next day, before dawn, a figure stealthily exited the room and made her way to the lakeside. She entered the water for a bath and soon departed quietly. In bed, Geng noticed her absence and could not help but exclaim, "What a good girl." Soon, as the sky brightened slightly, he lazily rose from bed, stepped outside, and jumped into the lake. So refreshing. After a while, Geng reached the grass, took out some food, and began to leisurely eat. At that moment, a figure emerged from the large door, swiftly flying over. She settled on Geng's lap, then opened her mouth, seeking to be fed. Hee. Geng chuckled, feeding her for a while before stopping. How is your teaching of them to speak progressing?" "Still not very fluent, but no rush. Take your time." He replied, planting a kiss on his lips. "Look at you, all greasy, and yet you wish to kiss me," Geng remarked, wiping his mouth with a napkin, clearly displeased with her actions. Giggling, Yi promptly stood, then straddled him, wrapping her arms tightly around him, closing her eyes in blissful enjoyment. Geng decisively lifted her into his arms, and within moments, they arrived in a room. "Shao Yi, let us rest," he said. Yi responded softly, her heart already brimming with anticipation. Observing her eagerness, Geng wasted no time and leaned in to kiss her. In a nearby courtyard, Fu Bo leisurely swept the fallen leaves, seemingly relishing this tranquil life. Many years have passed. I wonder how the Wu Jianzong is faring now, he mused. Suddenly, he noticed 2 figures approaching swiftly from a distance. Their aggressive demeanor suggested they were up to no good. As soon as he spoke, he vanished from his spot. At that moment, a middle-aged man and a young man hovered above the Luo Xianzong. They spotted an elder waiting in front of them, clearly having anticipated their arrival. The young man spoke sharply, "Elder Yuan, eliminate them, leave no one behind." The middle-aged man, taken aback, exclaimed, "Qing Feng, what are you doing?" As the young man appeared confused, he quickly donned a smile and addressed Fu Bo, saying, "Senior, we are merely passing through and meant no disturbance. We shall depart immediately." The young man looked perplexed. "Fu Bo, eliminate them," a voice thundered from the sky. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man was struck with panic, his mind racing with thoughts of escape. However, in the blink of an eye, Fu Bo materialized beside them, swiftly sealing their abilities. The middle-aged man desperately protested, "Senior, we truly are just passing through. This lad is insane, shouting about killing wherever we go. Allow me to escort you two away, lest we pollute the air here." After Fu Bo spoke, all three vanished without a trace. Within the sect, over 100 pairs of eyes watched as they departed. And 5 words suddenly echoed in their minds. Teleportation technique is remarkable. Simultaneously, a great city resonated with the deep tolling of 2 bells, startling everyone and prompting them to gather at one location. In the Qixin Shengdi, it was said that the Holy Lord, after returning from purchasing holy water, miraculously gave birth to 8 daughters, whose exquisite beauty inspired many in the sect to emulate her. At this moment, on a grassy patch, Chaoshi sat upon a blanket with her 8 daughters. Ever since giving birth, her smile had never faltered. Just then, Yin Geng suddenly revealed himself. Chaoshi was taken aback, recognizing him, and let out a sigh of relief, expressing her dissatisfaction. "You little rascal, must you always appear out of nowhere and frighten me? The esteemed Holy Lord would be frightened by me?" Yin Geng looked incredulous. He approached and knelt down to play with the 8 adorable girls, astonished to find that they were all girls, which was a rare occurrence in his history. "Xiao Shi, how about the children take my surname?" he proposed. "Don't even think about it," Xiao Shi firmly rejected. "Moreover, they are not your biological kin. I will tell you, I conceived them only after drinking holy water for 8 days. Oh, then forget it. If they don't take my surname, I shall not provide any 7th grade elixirs." Yin Geng replied nonchalantly, tossing a few 7th grade elixirs in the air. "Let me see." Chaoshi reached out, examining them closely. Indeed, she observed the 7 rings of light, confirming they were authentic 7th grade elixirs. Yet, as the proud leader of the Holy Land, how could she succumb to such intimidation? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she quickly pocketed the elixirs, declaring, "Consider this one as compensation for bullying me, and let our grievances end here. However, I absolutely refuse to let them take your surname. You may visit when they grow up." "Bullying you?" Yin Geng nearly leaped in disbelief, then loudly questioned, "What about when you bullied me? Why is it that I am the one at fault?" "You bullied me for a longer time." Chaoshi blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Yin Geng's tone turned serious. "I demand the children take my surname. Otherwise, I shall seize all your possessions." He added, "The Xiannu Zong's Zhao Ku once attempted to rob me, and in the end, I took her ring." The leader of Xiannu Zong, Zhao Ku, Gaoxi Mumu, then closed her eyes and tilted her head back, saying, "Before you rob me, you must kill me first." Chapter 82. Profiting handsomely, Yin Geng was rendered speechless, knowing he could never kill her, yet she insisted on putting on such a show. It was nothing short of childish behavior. Very well, the elixirs would likely be saved for the children. If they remain unchanged, so be it. After all, she would never be able to take anything from him again. Soon after he departed, Chaoshi opened her eyes, pondering for a moment, and murmured, "I wonder what kind of power this person wields, so shrouded in mystery. It seems there are no strong figures in the eastern continent. Could it be a ruse? Why didn't I inquire further? I shall address it the next time we meet." He did take Zhao Ku's ring. After all, if all else fails, I can ask about it. 2 days later, Yin Geng made a trip to the eastern continent, visiting Xianyuan City before returning to Ding Tian Peak. He saw several disciples and his wives frolicking in the water, and a smile crept across his face at the sight of their merriment. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of something and was momentarily surprised, then turned away without acknowledging it. Before long, a group of individuals gracefully descended onto the grass. As soon as they landed, 3 of them bowed respectfully. "Yin Yu, Feng Zhe, Feng Ling. Pay our respects to Zhongzhu Yun. No need for formality. Please have a seat," Yin Geng replied, gesturing for them to sit. Instantly, a table and chairs appeared, along with tea paraphernalia. The teapot floated in midair, pouring tea into their cups and presenting them before the guests. "Thank you," everyone responded. After a while, Feng Zhe spoke slowly. "Zhongzhi Yun, my daughter has been under my guidance for several months now and has grasped many principles. I humbly request you to accept her as your disciple." Upon hearing this, Yun Geng turned to Feng Ling and, without a moment's hesitation, posed a question. "Let me test you." A husband returns from a journey and finds his wife asleep in bed, her head covered. Without a second thought, he slips under the covers, only to discover it is his sister-in-law. You happen to be passing by and witness this. How would you handle the situation? Everyone was taken aback by the story, unable to help but ponder. Could such a thing happen? How would they respond? In the water, Gu Shanshan overheard the tale, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Meanwhile, Feng Ling suddenly grasped her head, casting a pleading glance at Feng Zhe for help. "Linger, think carefully. We cannot cheat," Feng Zhe whispered. Truthfully, he had no idea how to answer such a tricky question. It was impossible to predict Yun Geng's unconventional approach. At that moment, Feng Ling turned to Yun Yuyu and quietly asked for assistance. "I am unsure. Logically, it should be to report to the authorities or marry her as compensation." Yun Yuyu replied, knowing that Yun Geng's questions were never straightforward. After pondering for a moment, Feng Ling finally responded, "I would have him apologize and compensate his sister-in-law. Then marry her. If she refuses, I would have him taken away and sent to the magistrate for judgment." As soon as she finished speaking, all eyes turned toward Yun Geng. What if he had been plotting this for a long time? That would only serve to fulfill his desires. Alternatively, if it were unintentional, what if he lacked the means to compensate? Yun Geng shook his head and continued, "There are many possible outcomes. The woman also bears some responsibility. Why is she sleeping in someone else's bed? After all, they are family, so it is difficult for a fair judge to resolve familial disputes. In such cases, it is best to turn a blind eye. Because they will resolve the matter themselves, there is no need for anyone to act as a chivalrous defender." Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly realized the truth. What a wise saying. An impartial judge finds it difficult to resolve family disputes. Feng Shi praised, Ling. The leader of Yunzong is indeed correct. It is truly challenging to discern the truth in such matters. Ignoring it is the wisest course. He advised his daughter, "From now on, do not take it upon yourself to be a chivalrous defender. You are simply not suited for it. Quickly pay your respects to your master." Upon hearing this, Feng Ling immediately bowed and declared, "Disciple Feng Ling pays respects to my master." Yun Geng was slightly taken aback. This prince was indeed quite astute, grasping the nuances with ease. Engaging in conversation with intelligent individuals certainly saves time. "You are now my named disciple. We shall discuss further when I return next time. As for being a chivalrous defender, refrain from acting hastily when the truth is unclear." Hearing this, Feng Ling joyfully replied, "Yes, disciple will remember this." Leader of Yunzong, "I must take my leave." Feng Zhe rose and cupped his hands in farewell. Yun Geng nodded, "Very well. I shall not see you off further." After Feng Zhe departed, several individuals in the water called out, "Ling Shimmy, come down quickly." Feng Ling promptly excused herself and joined her companions in the water for some merriment. Yin Yu gazed at Yun Geng and spoke, "Leader of Yunzong, I wish to purchase an 8th grade elixir from you. May I inquire about your thoughts on this matter? First and foremost, I am not in need of celestial stones, spells, or celestial artifacts." Yun Geng replied as he slowly set down his teacup, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "I understand." Yin Yu nodded, tentatively asking, "What do you think of my 10 companions? If possible, I would like to acquire an 8th grade awakening elixir." Upon hearing this, Yun Geng observed the group for a moment, noting their lack of discontent, and sensed a hint of anticipation. It was evident that they had been well prepared before their arrival. 10 individuals are a secure investment. Soon, an elixir floated before Yun Yu. She examined it briefly, her eyes shining with delight as she stowed it away in her ring. Then, without waiting for Yun Geng's response, she hurriedly took her leave. "Follow me. I will arrange accommodation." Yun Geng called to the 10 women as he rose and walked outside. Consequently, the group followed closely behind him. At this moment, a few individuals soared towards Luo Xianzong. Uncle Fu furrowed his brow and quickly ascended to intercept them. Upon seeing this, they were momentarily taken aback. Then, a middle-aged man clad in green respectfully inquired, "Have you encountered 2 individuals passing by? One is a middle-aged man, and the other is a handsome young man." "No. Are you leaving or not?" If not, I can escort you, Uncle Fu replied, his impatience evident, knowing that eliminating these individuals would lead to endless complications. We shall depart immediately, the middle-aged man responded promptly. In no time, they had vacated the area. As for the Xianxiu alliance, I wonder if that old fellow has perished, Uncle Fu mused before returning to his previous location. A few days later, a notification rang. Pregnancy value increased by 10. Rewards: 10, 0, 0, 0, 8th, 9th, and 10th grade awakening elixirs. 10, 0, 0, 0, 8th, 9th, and 10th grade ascending elixirs. 1 book on alchemy. Billions of celestial stones. This is truly a windfall. Yin Geng grinned broadly. 3 days later, Yin Geng arrived in the Kingdom of Women, observing Lin Piaomiao and Yi Tingyu engaged in conversation in a pavilion. Piaomiao, is everything prepared? It is ready. I will take you shortly. I have already released the news. If I cannot produce results, I will have no face to see anyone. Lin Piaomiao replied, her gaze fixed on him. The entire Kingdom of Women boasts a population of 600 million, excluding those who can cultivate and children. There are approximately 200 million capable of reproduction. I am uncertain about the exact number. Yin Geng frowned, realizing the difficulty of the task ahead. No need to dwell on it. Let us focus on gaining cultivation first. Lin Piaomiao shook her head. I will only grant you 2 years for this matter. With that, she stood and walked away, her voice resonating. Let us go. Shortly, they arrived at a secluded courtyard. Lin Piaomiao then called out to the room. Come out and take young Master Yun to Baiyun Villa. Yes, came a clear voice from within. Before long, a young woman emerged from the room, floating 10 meters above the ground, and said, follow me. Without hesitation, Yin Geng ascended to join her. Watching them depart, Lin Piaomiao murmured, the continuation of the Kingdom of Women depends entirely on you. Otherwise, it will perish under my reign. Outside the imperial city, atop a mountain, the two landed in a courtyard. Yi seemed to be communicating with another woman in secret. Shortly thereafter, Yi gestured for Yin Geng to follow. Inside the room, Yi looked at Yin Geng with a radiant smile, then suddenly pushed him down and began kissing him. Yin Geng turned his head to evade her, saying, Miss, the Empress instructed you to bring me here for important matters. Let's not waste time. We are currently attending to important matters. Do not be anxious, just relax. It is merely a kiss, and it will only take a moment. Yi responded before sealing his lips. It was unclear how long passed, but when Yin Geng awoke, he looked at Yi and asked, can you take me now? You may go alone. I will rest for a while, Yi said, closing her eyes. Observing her drenched in sweat, Yin Geng nearly burst into laughter. He then stepped outside. Soon, he arrived back at the previous courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted the woman standing there, seemingly awaiting him. She entered the room with a smile, gesturing, young Master Yun, come with me. Thus, they proceeded to a fragrant chamber. Yin Geng glanced around before fixing his gaze upon her. Qian Xiao, a powerful Xianzun, is a 4th-grade alchemist, known as a divine doctor. Young Master Yun, please sit here. I will arrange for some personnel to come shortly, Qian Xiao said before quietly leaving. Alas, to complete this task, I must stay here for a year. Yin Geng lay on the bed, muttering to himself. System, is there any way to expedite this? Ding, due to the host's lack of confidence. Completing the hidden task grants a reward. 1 bottle of 1 Ziqian Sun Elixir, 1 book on 6th grade alchemy, and 1 book on the 10th grade dream entry technique, along with celestial stones. Is that possible? Yin Geng chuckled and promptly checked his space. 1 Ziqian Sun Elixir. Consuming a bottle is effective for 10,000 days, unlocking the potential within the body to achieve desired effects. Dream entry technique enables one to cultivate within dreams, kill within dreams, and control others. Remarkable, Yin Geng exclaimed internally. As for the alchemy technique, he was too lazy to examine it. Where would he find so many celestial herbs? His celestial stone and gold coins were in abundance and needed to be utilized. Before long, 10 stunning women quietly entered. Their gazes were fixed intently on Yin Geng, not blinking. Truly, a kaleidoscope of beauty. Yin Geng praised inwardly. He smiled and said, ladies, come closer. I will tell you a story titled A Monkey Leaps from the Stone Mountain. Sure. The group responded in unison, eagerly approaching with curiosity etched on their faces. A few days later, in the morning, above Luo Xianzong, Uncle Fu looked at the crowd disdainfully, saying, are you from the Xianxiu alliance, attempting to bully the few with your numbers? Is Qi Yuan dead? Why hasn't He shown up? You're seeking death. A young man shouted loudly. With a sharp sound, a resounding slap echoed through the air. The middle-aged man sternly reprimanded. Is this a place for you to speak? The young man, bewildered by the sudden strike, gazed at the elder in confusion. Ignoring the youth, the middle-aged man turned his attention back to Fu Bo, questioning, Elder, since you are acquainted with our ancestor, why then do you seek to eliminate members of my Xinqiu alliance? If you intend to kill me, do you not wish to spare the years? Fu Bo retorted with irritation. Were it not for our past acquaintance, you would have already met your demise. He continued, if you desire vengeance, summon Qi Yuan to confront me. You are not yet worthy. Should you linger here for another minute, do not expect me to show mercy. Hearing this, the middle-aged man recognized the gravity of the elder's words, knowing that the wisdom of the ancients was unwavering. He dared not tarry any longer and with a decisive wave of his hand commanded, leave. In a matter of moments, a multitude of figures vanished without a trace. Fu Bo reflected, fortuitously, the young master is absent. Consider yourselves lucky. Otherwise, he would show no leniency. A year swiftly passed. At this moment, Yin Geng lay on his bed, hands supporting his head, murmuring to himself, just over a year has passed, yet it feels as though centuries have elapsed. This is truly unbearable. He had amassed a considerable collection of pills, predominantly of the 7th grade and above, with only a meager 9 million of the lower grades. How much longer must he endure until he gathers the required amount? This situation is becoming increasingly complex. A notification chimed. All conditions met. Task completed. Reward: CND Level 10 Cultivation. The system added, should the host wish to acquire 200 million 4th grade awakening pills and 200 million 4th grade ascension pills. The system can deduct from the rewards you have accumulated over the past year in exchange. Yin Geng was torn between elation and sorrow. As he was reluctant to part with his precious high-grade pills, yet he was equally unwilling to remain trapped for another year. He had made promises to the Empress and could not go back on his word. Thus he inquired, System, I agree to the exchange, but I have already provided them with several thousand grade pills. It is unreasonable to expect them all to return, is it not? The system replied, expenditures do not count against you. The system has already deducted the rewards accumulated over the past year. 400 million 4th grade pills have been placed in storage. Finally freed from his confinement, the greatest gain was the completion of the task and the achievement of CND Level 10, a feat that would take countless years to reach otherwise. A smile crept across Yun Geng's face as he contemplated, I shall bid farewell to Qian Xiao before departing. He made his way to the courtyard, where he found Qian Xiao reclining in a chair, engrossed in a book. I am leaving, but I shall return when time permits. Upon hearing this, Qian Xiao closed her book and softly replied, go ahead. Yin Geng lightly tapped her forehead, transmitting the alchemical knowledge he had acquired. In an instant, he vanished from sight. After his departure, Qian Xiao gazed in her mind, filled with joy upon discovering the alchemical techniques. Chapter 84. Confession in a pavilion within the imperial palace. Yin Geng appeared silently, observing Lin Piaomiao nursing her child. You come here during such a leisurely time. Have you gathered enough pills? Lin Piaomiao asked softly without looking up. I have enough, Yin Geng replied, producing a ring and offering it to her. Having been away from the sect for so long, I intend to return and check in. He then affectionately caressed the face of his daughter. In the kingdom of women, all children born were girls, and his lineage was no exception. Inquiring about the reason from the system, he learned it was due to the local environment favoring female offspring. Lin Piaomiao accepted the ring, peering inside and smiling. Thank you for your hard work. Next time, I shall reward you properly. It has not been arduous. Yin Geng shook his head. If such labor arises again, do not summon me. Lin Piaomiao chuckled. You may leave. I will ensure your children are well cared for. Yin Geng waved goodbye and soon disappeared from view. After his departure, Lin Piaomiao mused, this little one seems genuinely frightened. I shall allow you a few years of rest. On a desolate mountain, Yin Geng stood in the void, internally calling system commence. Ding! CND Level 10 cultivation in use, the system responded. Just as the final word was uttered, the sky erupted with thunderous roars. Soon, the winds shifted, and in a brief moment, countless golden rays of light surged from above. Witnessing this spectacle, the denizens of the Xian realm were engulfed in fear and trepidation. Such a phenomenon was unprecedented in millennia, leaving many to ponder the dangers that might ensue. All the ancient sects hastily consulted their historical records, eager for answers. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber, an elder sat with closed eyes, fingers weaving intricate gestures as he chanted incantations. Sweat beaded upon his brow, seemingly battling some arcane force. Suddenly, a violent cough erupted, and a mouthful of old blood spewed forth. The backlash from the heavenly Tao was no ordinary matter. Through gritted teeth, the elder uttered, "The retribution from the heavens is formidable," yet it seemed insufficient as he coughed up more blood in rapid succession. Time passed, and the golden light in the sky gradually dissipated. At that moment, Geng, having undergone the golden radiance's baptism, swiftly ascended to CND level 10. Now, he was exponentially stronger than before. He felt invincible. Ding! Host, do not rejoice too soon. The system has detected that in this realm, CND level 10 is not truly invincible. There are likely further realms. Further realms? Is this true? System, do not deceive me. Geng questioned, skepticism lacing his voice. But he received no immediate response. System, you are an invincible entity. How could you not know? Ding! The system has yet to update. It is not unusual to be unaware. Stronger than myself? Could it be a deity of a CN realm? Geng shook his head, dismissing the trivialities, and quietly departed. In the Gu residence, 4 individuals gathered around a table. Gu Shan cradled a child, playfully teasing. After a moment, he ventured, what if the child takes the Gu surname instead? Let us discuss it when he returns, Gu replied, knowing she had little authority in matter. That works. I will personally speak with him. Gu Shan nodded. Gu Shan glanced around before suddenly exclaiming, my brother-in-law's disciples say I am easy to bear children. Claiming 7 or 8 would be no issue. Father, what if I have several, and 2 carry the Gu surname? How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Gu Shan and Sun Yuxiang's eyes brightened as they exchanged glances, realizing she was indeed well suited for childbirth. Gu Shan adopted a serious demeanor, saying, Shan, if you wish to marry, you must find someone as exceptional as your brother-in-law. Understood? Understood. In the future, I will seek a partner just like my brother-in-law. But what if you oppose it? I fear receiving scorn, Gu Shan replied, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. We would never oppose, the couple quickly assured her. Then it is settled. You two shall raise the children. Gu Shan beamed, clearly in high spirits. At that moment, Geng quietly revealed his true form. Observing the family at the table engaged in deep discussion, they quickly turned their attention to him. Sun Yuxiang waved, little Geng has returned. Come, sit down. Gu Shan also nodded in greeting. Soon, Geng settled in, turning to Gu Shan, noting her improved cultivation. Shan, spend more time at home with your parents. Do not return to the Luoxian sect. Without Xian stones, simply ask your sister for assistance. After all, cultivation is the same everywhere. There is no real difference. Heed your brother-in-law's words. In the future, any good items will be yours, especially since you are the only outsider in the sect. No, I'm going. There is a significant difference. At home, no one plays with me, but at Luoxian Zone, it will be much more interesting. Gu Shan vehemently shook her head in opposition, then continued, my master and senior sister are both at Luoxian Zone. How could it be possible for outsiders to be involved? Xiao Geng, it's all right. We don't need Shan to attend to us right now. Since she enjoys it, let her join the sect. If she does something wrong, you can just punish her with a whip, Gu Shan said with a serious tone, though his heart was filled with affection. Suddenly, Gu Yi softly inquired, husband, how was the harvest this time? Not bad. I made some progress in my cultivation. Geng replied, honestly, noticing the little one curiously gazing at him. He grinned widely and clapped his hands, saying, little star, don't you recognize your father? It was uncertain whether the little one understood, but he simply shook his head and smiled. A little progress? What is your current cultivation level? Gu Yi, like a curious child, relentlessly pursued the question. Knowing too much is of no use. Anyway, I am invincible in the immortal realm, Geng stated, then produced 4 8th-grade elixirs and handed them to Gu Shan. Great. Gu Shan cheerfully accepted them, then handed the child to Gu Yi. After bidding farewell, the couple joyfully departed side by side. Brother-in-law, I want to go too. Of course. If you don't go to Luoxian Zone, I'll let you, Geng replied readily. He truly did not wish for the mischievous girl to go. She often barged in during the night, claiming to seek conversation. You can't drive me away, Gu Shanshan pouted discontentedly as she walked away. Seeing this, Gu Yi asked in confusion, "Husband, why don't you want Shanshan to stay at Luoxian Zone?" Yin Geng candidly replied, "She is quite mischievous, using sleepless nights as an excuse to come find me for chats. Sometimes, while chatting, she even removes her outer clothes, wearing only a belly band to cuddle with me while sleeping. So, I fear that if this continues, it may lead to something inappropriate. After trying to persuade her to leave, I often have to move her outside. Yet, she still refuses to go, throwing tantrums and causing a scene. I suspect she has taken a liking to me. You can handle it as you see fit." Upon hearing this, Gu Yi furrowed her brows, contemplating for a moment before saying, "You go back first. I will think of solution with mother." "All right." Yin Geng took out 2 elixirs, handed them to her, and left. Days later, after delivering elixirs to several ladies, Yin Geng returned to Luoxian Zone, only to find the women feasting on another peak. At that moment, Fu Bo appeared and stated, "Young master, the Immortal Cultivation Alliance demands Luoxian Zone pay 10 billion immortal stones. It is said that their ancestor has returned a few days ago, giving us 1 month to comply, or they will flatten Luoxian Zone." "Flatten?" Yin Geng scoffed. "Let them come. If they cannot flatten Luoxian Zone, I shall dismantle the Immortal Cultivation Alliance entirely. Fu Bo, you go about your business. Even if there are 10 or so immortal emperors, they won't make much of a stir. I am not afraid of their arrival." Upon hearing this, Fu Bo secretly sighed in relief and departed. Just as he left, a group of individuals descended from sky, calling out, "Master, MM." Yin Geng nodded slightly and took out a chair to recline upon. "Is there anything else? If not, Minjing can stay. The others should disperse. Tomorrow, each will receive 10,000 spirit stones." "All right." The women cheered and soared into the sky, leaving behind about 100 people. Yin Geng took out 2 boxes of elixirs and instructed, "Minjing, you distribute them." "Yes, master," Jiang Minjing complied, taking the boxes with both hands. She then turned to the group of fairies and gently said, "Those receiving them, please go to the other side." One after another, they approached. Yin Geng watched the group of fairy ladies and could not help but smile. He initially intended to bring them back to fulfill a task of procreation, but the match was not suitable. Driving them away was impossible. He might as well provide them with a home. Before long, everyone joyfully completed their distribution of elixirs and swiftly dove into the lake, shedding their clothes with a splash. Seeing Jiang Minjing still holding the elixirs and not leaving, Yin Geng quietly asked, "Minjing, do you have any requests?" "Master, I would like 2 low-grade elixirs for my father," Jiang Minjing said, looking down at her feet, somewhat embarrassed. Yin Geng recalled her mentioning that her father had no cultivation. He had met her biological mother in his youth, and she had given birth to her after 9 months. Later, this biological mother found her father, handed over the newborn Jiang Minjing, and left without a word. To this day, her father did not even know the name of her biological mother, let alone where she lived or what kind of power she belonged to. After pondering for a moment, Yin Geng took out 2 7th-grade elixirs and handed them over, saying, "Here, take these. First, break through your cultivation here, then return." Jiang Minjing nodded with delight, then bent down to kiss him on the cheek before sitting down to consume the elixirs. 20 days later, Fu Bo glanced at a location before vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already high above the ground. Meanwhile, Yin Geng had long been aware of the situation. He contemplated, a smile gracing his lips, and immediately employed an invisibility technique to ascend to the heights. Shortly after, 8 men flew over, 2 youths and 6 elders, all focusing their gazes on Fu Bo. One of the taller elders spoke, "Wooming, the deadline has arrived. How is the preparation of that 10 billion immortal stones coming along?" "Qi Yuan, you all should think carefully. My young master said that if Luoxian Zone is not flattened, he will destroy the Immortal Cultivation Alliance." Fu Bo replied sternly, mentally preparing himself for action at any moment. "Destroy my Immortal Alliance? Such audacity," a lean young man retorted, his face darkening. "In that case, we will first flatten your Luoxian Zone and then discuss further." At that moment, Yin Geng waved his hands, and, as the 8 were about to take action, they suddenly felt a pressure on their backs, mistaking it as one of their companions. Yet in an instant their bodies stiffened. They could not move, not even open their mouths, and a deep sense of fear filled their hearts. Only then did they realize that their cultivation had been sealed. They could not comprehend how the opponent had approached them without their notice. Observing their frozen expressions, Fu Bo was filled with questions. Just then, Yin Geng revealed himself and commanded, Fu Bo, take them away to deal with elsewhere. And remember to use fire, don't spare their souls. After cleaning up, make a trip to the Immortal Alliance and return with everything, immortal stones and gold alike. Fu Bo regained his senses and respectfully replied, yes, young master. As soon as he finished speaking, the 8 individuals felt a chilling sensation in their hearts, 2 ominous words appearing in their minds. It's over. Following that, Fu Bo led the 8 away, and they vanished without a trace. After their departure, Yin Geng returned to his chair. The ladies of Luoxian Zone were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how Yin Geng had acted. They only saw him teleport there, and then those individuals were rendered immobile in an instant. On the other side, not long after Yin Geng reclined, he noticed Feng Ling arriving. Soon, Feng Ling landed beside Yin Geng and softly called, Master. Heroine, what is it? Yin Geng asked without opening his eyes. Am I now an authentic disciple? Feng Ling gazed intently at him. Yin Geng nodded and took out 2 elixirs, handing them to her. As for how to inquire with your senior sisters, one must bear in mind the sect rules. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, signaling her to depart from his place. Observing this, Feng Ling cautiously stored her belongings into her ring and then slipped away discreetly. Yin Geng had just intended to take a short nap, when suddenly he opened his eyes, furrowing his brows. Why has this little sister-in-law returned? What are E and the others up to? Could it be that this girl is throwing a tantrum, and they're indulging her to the point of bringing her to Luoxian Zone? He closed his eyes again, too apathetic to concern himself further. Soon, evening fell, and Fu Bo returned, announcing the dissolution of the Xianxiu Alliance. Simultaneously, they acquired a plethora of resources, yet Yin Geng deemed them unworthy and declined to accept. After Fu Bo departed, with nothing pressing on his mind, he closed his eyes once more to sleep. However, shortly after the lights went out, a figure quietly pushed open the door and entered, her voice soon following. Seeing no response from Yin Zhongzhu, Gu Shan tiptoed closer, gently removing her shoes, and climbed onto the bed. She then turned to the side and softly rubbed Yin Geng's face. Zhongzhu, please stop pretending. Let's have a chat. Yin Geng did not even flutter his eyelids, naturally ignoring her. Observing this, Gu Shan tilted her head and, somewhat clumsily, leaned in to kiss him. Noticing his indifference, she pinched Yin Geng's nose and said, stop pretending to sleep. Humor me with a little conversation. At this, Yin Geng nearly choked in exasperation, finally unable to restrain himself as he spoke. Shan, please go back. Do not disturb me, or I will truly be angered. You chat with me, and I shall return shortly, Gu Shan asserted confidently. In response, Yin Geng firmly rejected her. I am tired and do not wish to converse. If you desire company, seek your senior sisters. All right, I shall remain silent. You may sleep, Gu Shan said before planting another kiss on Yin Geng's cheek. The next day, before dawn, a figure gently opened the door and stealthily departed. After her exit, Yin Geng opened his eyes, quickly retrieving a tissue to wipe his face, internally grumbling. This little sister-in-law is exceedingly clingy, kissing me all night and exploring every inch of me with delight. If not for her slight fear, my purity would surely be compromised. It seems I can no longer sleep alone at night. It must be with a few fairies instead. Dunzi. Now that I am an immortal emperor, how can I resurrect my parents? Ding. When the Qin Yuan realm ascends to level 10, it merely requires the host command to reconstruct bodies or acquire resurrection or transformation techniques. I am not in a hurry to return, nor do I possess the means to bring them to the immortal realm, and should they all come to Luoxian Zone, there would be no one to manage them. Alas, the Qin Yuan realm and the immortal realm are not so different after all. Ding. Mission released. Branch out across the immortal realm. Reward. Qin Yuan ring upgraded to level 10. No time limit. Failure mid-course requires marrying 100,000 wives. Do you accept? Branch out? Yin Geng furrowed his brow, pondering, and inquired. Tongzi. The immortal realm is vast. How long will it take to complete this mission? Ding. The system does not know. If you wish to form a true body for your parents, this is the only viable method. The choice is yours. The thought of failure and the prospect of 100,000 wives is somewhat daunting. Yin Geng mused, feeling helpless as a son, ultimately gritting his teeth and declaring, Tongdijia, I accept. Ding. Mission in progress. Tongzi, I wish to wait a month before proceeding. Ding. No problem. If 10 years pass without action, the system will declare the mission failed. Please take the matter seriously. Upon hearing this, Yin Geng sighed in relief. In the morning, after consuming a light meal, Yin Geng strolled around the lake. He arrived at a small bridge, gazing at a group of fish frolicking in the shallow stream. The water reflected a hazy silhouette, prompting Yin Geng to recite, "The sorrowful bridge beneath spring waves of green, once illuminated by a startled swan shadow. Alas, I am not heartbroken, nor is it as it once was, such a mismatch." At that moment, Zhongling Xiu landed beside him, her mouth opening as if to speak yet hesitating. Noticing this, Yin Geng gently encouraged, "Xiu heir, if something is on your mind, please speak freely." "Master, they wish for something to eat, so they sent me to inquire if you have any." Zhongling Xiu buried her head into her chest, speaking softly. Yin Geng approached and lifted her chin. "You have been at Luo Xianzong for over 2 years. Why are you still so shy?" At this moment, Zhongling Xiu's face flushed crimson, her eyes cast downward, unable to meet his gaze. Observing her restless hands, Yin Geng shook his head slightly. He then extended a ring, saying, "Here, everything is inside. Go, practice your courage. Otherwise, you will surely be too bashful to speak with me." As soon as Zhongling Xiu's response fell, she vanished from sight. This girl, at the tender age of 15 or 16, has grown into a graceful beauty. Her shyness at this moment suggests an understanding of matters between men and women. Yin Geng contemplated this as he continued his stroll. Meanwhile, by the water's edge at the foot of the mountain, a gathering of over 100 individuals had assembled. Nearby, 10 barbecue grills were neatly arranged, each laden with large fish exuding an enticing aroma. Numerous women sat at tables, relishing the delectable feast. Occasionally, one could hear remarks about the food being too salty or too bland. Shortly thereafter, Zhongling Xiu returned, handing the ring over to Jiang Mengying. "Little Xiu heir, why is your face so flushed? Have you been kissed by master or perhaps embraced?" Jiang Mengying inquired, her eyes blinking as if she had discovered a new continent. Upon hearing this, a multitude of gazes turned toward Zhongling Xiu. "I haven't. Do not speak nonsense." Zhongling Xiu fervently defended herself, her face turning even redder in an instant. Beside her, Shi Xiao chimed in, "Indeed, we are aware. But why is your face so red, little Zhong? Is it not permissible for me to feel warm?" Zhongling Xiu retorted, standing her ground. "Furthermore, I am still young. Even if master chooses, it would be you first. 15 is not too young. You could bear children." Bai Hua covered her mouth, laughing lightly. "Do not say such things. You are older than me. Why have I not seen you bear a few for master?" Zhongling Xiu said indignantly, then added, "If you dare mock me again, I will report you to master." Seeing her anger, the women fell silent for a moment. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. During this time, apart from visiting his wives a few times, Yin Geng remained within the sect, not venturing outside. One morning, he summoned Shui Qin Qian to gather information and, after giving some instructions to everyone, quietly left the sect. The Huanyi dynasty, adjacent to the Songlan dynasty, boasts a vast territory and a population exceeding 100 billion. Renowned for producing brilliant commodities, it is hailed as the wealthiest dynasty. Formerly known as Xian Huan Shengdi, it was renamed Huan Yi following internal strife. At this moment, Yin Geng traversed the imperial city, noting the streets spanning 50 meters wide, a sight both grand and majestic. Even the ground was paved with stone, remarkably smooth. He contemplated constructing a building on the street, perhaps establishing a shop. As he wandered, night fell. Yet, it seemed he had only traversed a mere fraction of the streets near the imperial city. Truly, it is no wonder this is a dynasty of 100 billion souls. He had learned that the emperor here, named Ling Yun, possessed formidable strength, self-styled as the cosmic emperor, and treated the populace exceedingly well. It appears I must seek his assistance. Otherwise, I shall need to wander for many more days. Yin Geng continued his journey, first seeking a tavern to spend the night. The streets were aglow with shimmering lights, a kaleidoscope of colors that was truly enchanting. Soon, Yin Geng arrived at a grand establishment named Xianyan Grand Inn, and the very name compelled him to stay for the night. The audacity of the owner to incorporate the character for Cloud from the emperor's title suggested a remarkable background. He stepped inside. Upon entering the hall, Yin Geng observed that at least 1 or 2,000 patrons were gathered, seated at rectangular tables, facing a podium. They indulged in food while listening to a middle-aged man delivering speech. At that moment, a young attendant approached him with a bow. "Young master, please follow me." He gestured invitingly and led the way. Shortly, they arrived at a vacant seat, clearly recently vacated. Yin Geng took a seat and casually ordered a few dishes. The attendant hurriedly departed. Once alone, Yin Geng turned his attention to the podium, quietly listening to the middle-aged man's storytelling. Suddenly, a figure fell from above with a loud crash, landing on a woman's bed, eliciting a sharp scream. The storyteller animatedly recounted the tale of a great hero, with expressions and gestures perfectly executed. Observing this scene, Yin Geng could not help but smile slightly. The crowd erupted in cheers, their enthusiasm palpable. In Chapter 87, Yin Ding Tian versus Yin Ling Tian, Yin Geng glanced at the excited crowd and shook his head gently, reminded of the frenzied fanatics of his past. Soon, the attendant returned with drinks and cheerfully said, "Enjoy your meal, esteemed guest." Afterward, he turned to leave. Yin Geng called out to him, "Wait, do you have any rooms available?" The attendant paused, then replied earnestly, "I'm truly sorry, but we are fully booked at the moment. If you have nowhere else to go, there are surely rooms 2 streets to the east." Understood, Yin Geng nodded, dismissing the attendant with a wave. He glanced at the array of dishes before him, sampled a few bites, and found the taste rather mediocre. "Well, I might as well eat my own food." He then produced 3 plates of chicken, duck, and fish, accompanied by fine wine. After indulging for a while, he realized the stark contrast in quality. Nearby, a young man in white noticed his meal. After contemplating, he approached with a cup of wine and took a seat. "This humble one is Yin Ling Tian. A pleasure to meet you." "Yin Ling Tian? What a formidable name," Yin Geng mused, turning to see a fair-faced young gentleman before him. "Is there a reason you've come to speak with me? I noticed you enjoying your own dishes while your ordered food remains untouched. It's clear that your fare is far superior. As a connoisseur of fine cuisine, I would love to sample it." "What do you say? A connoisseur?" Yin Geng was taken aback by the novelty of the term, then warmly invited, "You are welcome to try." He smiled, recognizing the young man as a formidable Xian Huang of the first level. He thought to himself, is it so common to encounter Xian Huang so soon after arriving? "Thank you." Yin Ling Tian immediately filled a cup for himself, sampled the taste, and hurried back for chopsticks to try 3 dishes. He was astonished. He had never encountered such exquisite flavors. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" he asked. "Yin Ding Tian, a friend of the rivers and lakes. Often referred to as the cultivator of Tilling, residing atop Dong, Zhou's Ding Tian Peak," Yin Geng replied candidly. "Your title is but a word away from mine. It seems we are indeed fated to meet. Might I purchase your secret recipe?" Yin Geng shook his head slightly. "I lack for nothing in terms of xianshi techniques, elixirs, or weapons. Are you certain you wish to engage in trade with me?" At this, Yin Ling Tian shot him a skeptical glance, thinking, a mere second-level Xian claiming to lack elixirs? Who would believe that? He then poured himself another cup, indulging freely without concern for cost. At that moment, the storyteller struck the wooden block, announcing, "Time flies when one is joyous. Esteemed guests, the story shall pause here. To learn of what follows, listen for the next chapter." After a brief pause, the crowd began to disperse. Yin Ling Tian glanced at the empty plates before him, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He produced a pill and offered it to Yin Geng. "Please accept this." Yin Geng declined firmly. "It's unnecessary. I truly do not lack for elixirs. Should we meet again, the next meal will be on you." "Agreed." Yin Ling Tian beamed, appreciating this noble character. Witnessing the refusal of the elixir so resolutely, he admired the integrity of the man before him. Rising, Yin Geng waved, "Until we meet again, my friend." Without waiting for response, he turned and departed. As he watched Yin Geng leave, Yin Ling Tian found himself in a daze. He had never encountered such a handsome figure before. Previously, she often mused that good looks without ability were of little worth. Yet after meeting Yin Ding Tian, she found her views shifting. He captivated her more with each passing glance, rendering everything else trivial. At that moment, a woman approached respectfully, asking, "Young master, shall I inquire about his background?" Such a fleeting encounter is hardly worth investigation. Yin Ling Tian replied calmly, shaking her head. Meanwhile, after Yin Geng left, he wandered through several inns, all filled to capacity, until he arrived at Chunhua Lu. Upon entering the hall, he was greeted by continuous cheers. He turned to the stage, where a dozen women were performing an alluring dance. Their attire was minimal, yet they managed to maintain modesty, presenting a tasteful display that was both enticing and respectful of propriety. As Geng observed the performers, he inquired before the young waitress could speak. "Do you have any rooms available?" "Yes. Please follow me," she replied, leading him to the counter. A middle-aged woman was busy calculating with an abacus, presumably tallying accounts. The young waitress announced, "Mama, this gentleman wishes to stay." Upon hearing this, the matron looked up, glanced at Geng, and smiled. "For one night. It will cost you 20 gold coins. At Chunhualu, we require payment up front. Then I shall stay for the night." Geng promptly produced 20 gold coins and placed them on the counter. Though a bit steep, in such establishments, who else would they charge if not him? Very well. The matron accepted the coins and instructed the young waitress, "Shout Xin, take the guest to the third floor to view the rooms." "Yes." The young girl complied and immediately led Geng to the staircase. Before long, Geng selected a room that was clean and tidy, with a pleasant ambience. "Young master, I will fetch some blankets for you. Please wait a moment," the young girl said before turning to leave. Geng quickly declined. "No need, this is sufficient." As soon as he finished speaking, he handed her a gold coin. "Here, accept it. Attend to your duties without concern for me." "Thank you, esteemed guest," she said, joyfully accepting the coin before departing. At this moment, Geng finally comprehended the interest of the wealthy in bestowing gifts upon others. "Your joy brings me joy. As the saying goes, it is better to share happiness than to revel alone." Subsequently, he produced 2 blankets, placing one beneath him on the bed and using the other to cover himself. He then reclined upon the bed, closed his eyes, and drifted into slumber. In the dead of night, a sudden knock on the door interrupted his rest, accompanied by a delicate voice. "Young master, please open the door. I wish to discuss something important with you." Hearing such an inappropriate voice, Geng was disinclined to respond. The late-night disturbance was clearly unwelcome. However, the visitor outside exhibited remarkable patience, knocking for half an hour without retreating. Realizing that if he remained silent, the knocking would likely continue, Geng decided to adopt the voice of an elderly man. "Ami Dofu, fair maiden, please depart quickly. This humble monk shuns the company of women. Should you continue to disturb my meditation, I shall be compelled to transcend you." Upon hearing this, there was a brief silence before the footsteps retreated. "It is not so simple to obtain my wealth." With a scoff, Geng closed his eyes and returned to his dreamlike state of cultivation. The next day, Geng rose lazily and vanished in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he found himself on a bustling street. He was unaware of how long he had walked before arriving at the gates of the imperial palace. A guard promptly inquired, "Who are you? What business do you have here?" "I am Geng, the sect master of Luo Xianzong. I have a matter to discuss and wish to see the emperor." Geng replied, cupping his fist in a respectful gesture, eschewing any airs of arrogance. "Luo Xianzong?" the guard murmured quietly, glancing at him and noting that he was merely at the second tier of human immortality, which sparked a flicker of doubt in his heart. "Are you aware that Qi Jun may face execution? Consider your response carefully." Geng chuckled. "Please go and inform him. No one would foolishly deliver someone's head, especially not a sect master like myself." With that, 100 celestial stones floated before him. "This is a token of appreciation for your efforts in relaying my message. Whether I meet with the emperor or not is of little consequence." At that moment, another guard spoke up. "Xiao Lu will accept this. I shall go. After standing guard all day without a single spirit stone, what good is it to run around?" The other guards felt a surge of delight, though they kept their expressions neutral. Within the palace, in a pavilion surrounded by water, 2 men and 2 women were engaged in casual conversation. One woman remarked, "Yun, heir, if you do not take the lead, your 8 younger sisters will hold you accountable. You Haventy even found a partner. What does this have to do with me? I'm merely providing them with excuses." Ling Yun was quite perplexed. Dressed in male attire all day, she could not disclose her true gender, making it impossible to find a partner. She then cast a displeased glance at her giggling younger sister and retorted, "Ling Shuang, what are you laughing at?" The woman sitting to her right, unwilling to back down, responded, "I recalled something amusing from the past. It's not directed at you. Who would dare oppose my brother? The emperor? Is there impatience in your tone?" Just as Ling Yun was about to lose her temper, she noticed an elderly eunuch approaching from a distance. Upon arrival, The eunuch greeted the group before speaking. Your Majesty, the guard has come to report that Luo Xianzong's Sect master, Yin Geng, seeks an audience. Would you like to meet with him? Luo Xianzong? Ling Yun murmured, suddenly recalling a task previously issued by the Mission Guild. Li Gonggong, bring him here. Yes. The eunuch replied promptly before hurrying off. The former emperor, Ling Jiuxiao, also remembered this matter and inquired, Yin heir, is this the Luo Xianzong valued at 100 million celestial stones? Father, there should only be one Luo Xianzong in the celestial realm. If he is not an impostor, it must be the genuine article. Ling Yun answered softly, then turned to give orders. Mother, perhaps you and Ling Shuang should step aside for a moment. It matters not. I wish to see how extraordinary someone valued at 100 million is, the Empress replied, curiosity evident on her face. Ling Shuang, noticing her gaze, interjected, Brother, do not dismiss him. I too wish to meet this person of great worth. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun swallowed her prepared remarks. Her younger sisters were indeed too clever, leaving her, as the elder sister, at a loss. Suddenly, she looked into the distance and spotted a familiar figure. Thinking she must be mistaken, she rubbed her eyes, yet the sight remained unchanged. The three of them were also slightly astonished, surprised to see such a handsome young man. Before long, Yin Geng followed the eunuch into the pavilion, and upon seeing a familiar face, he froze momentarily. Then, with a gesture of respect towards a formidable-looking man, he said, Yin Geng pays his respects to the emperor. The eunuch was about to speak when Ling Jiuxiao cheerfully invited, Sect Master Yun, there is no need for formality. Please take a seat. Li Yi, you may leave, the emperor commanded, and the eunuch quickly complied without further ado. Thank you, your majesty, Yin Geng replied, unceremoniously taking a seat. Noticing the intense gazes directed at him, he candidly expressed, Your Majesty, I seek a large residence. As I am unfamiliar with the area, I thought of you for assistance. Ideally, I would prefer a lively location, and the price is negotiable as long as I am satisfied. Ling Jiuxiao nodded. Sect Master Yun, I possess a grand mansion, set in a beautiful environment, requiring only 3 fourth-tier awakening pills. He proposed boldly, testing the waters for Yin Geng's limits. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Geng produced 3 small boxes and offered them. Your Majesty, you may have a professional evaluate these. The others were astonished, unable to believe he genuinely possessed such items. Ling Jiuxiao immediately took the boxes, opening them one by one. Although he could not discern their nature, he was confident they were authentic. After all, no one would dare to play tricks on him with counterfeit pills in the city of Huanyi. He then called out, Li Yi, come here, soon. The eunuch hurried back. Before he could speak, Ling Jiuxiao instructed, arrange for the kitchen to prepare something special for our esteemed guest. Yes, your majesty, Li Gonggong replied smartly before departing. Once he left, Ling Jiuxiao introduced the 3 individuals to Yin Geng. Young Master Yin, this is my empress, and this is my illegitimate son, as well as my youngest daughter. Upon hearing illegitimate son, Ling Shuang could not help but let out a chuckle. When she noticed the glares directed at her, she quickly covered her mouth. Yin Geng smiled. Ah, so you're the empress, the prince, and the princess. My apologies. The 3 nodded in acknowledgement. Ling Jiuxiao then inquired, Sect Master Yin, if I had proposed 3 6-tier pills earlier, would you have refused outright? Not at all. I might have offered one, Yin Geng replied without hesitation, speaking the truth. Ling Jiuxiao expressed confusion. You are only at the 2nd tier of human immortality. Yet you are so forthright. Do you not fear I might scheme against you? Moreover, being in the palace, with a mere call, you could be apprehended. Hearing this, Yin Geng smiled enigmatically. What is seen is not always the truth. A year ago, the sect master of the fairy sect, Zhao Ku, attempted to seize my possessions. However, I bested her in combat, and to this day, her ring remains in my possession, yet she has not sought vengeance. Ling Jiuxiao scrutinized Yin Geng, drawing on his extensive experience to discern truth from deception, yet the matter warranted further investigation. Based on his demeanor and actions, it was highly likely that he was indeed speaking the truth. Moreover, it is unlikely that anyone would readily disclose their possession of high-grade elixirs. Once mentioned, the other party would undoubtedly be fully prepared to respond. With this thought in mind, he addressed Yin Geng. It has been quite some time without your arrival, Zhongzhu Yin. I shall take a look around and make arrangements for accommodations. Please wait here. Before Yin Geng could respond, he hurriedly departed. Observing this, Yin Geng realized that the other party was eager to summon someone to identify the elixirs. Chapter 89. Unyielding through storms, he turned to Ling Yun, a smile gracing his lips. Brother Ling Tian, it seems that we have only just parted ways last night, and already we find ourselves reunited today. Truly, the intricacies of fate are remarkable. Who could have anticipated that you are the crown prince? I arrive here and encounter someone of such significance. Yet, why do you claim the surname Yun? It is quite improper to deceive your elder brother in such a manner. Ling Yun rolled her eyes. You introduced yourself as Yun Ding Tian, did you not? Yin Geng quickly countered indeed. My name is Yun Geng, style Ding Tian. Do remember this. You still owe me a meal, so come and invite me once I settle in. The Empress Dowager observed the two with a keen gaze, a hint of amusement evident on her face. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang's attention remained fixated on Yun Geng's countenance, her thoughts unknown. Ling Yun nodded. Yes, I shall invite you next time. Just do not be picky. She then inquired, what brings you, with your considerable wealth, to my Huan Yi imperial dynasty? 100 million? Yin Geng was momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining his composure. I found cultivation rather dull, so I ventured out to experience life. Fear not. I harbor no intentions against your Huan Yi imperial dynasty. Zhongzhu Yun, does Luoxian's sect still accept disciples? The Empress Dowager could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired eagerly. Are you wishing for Brother Ling Tian to join my sect? Yin Geng shook his head. While the Xian Huang could technically join Luoxian's sect, my disciples do not favor males. If I were to accept him, I assure you he would be subject to daily beatings. At this statement, all three were left astounded. If even a disciple could beat a Xian Huang, what level of cultivation did he himself possess? The Empress Dowager initially contemplated allowing her daughters to join Luoxian's sect, but upon hearing of the disciples' violent tendencies, she quickly dismissed the idea. As a mother, she certainly did not wish to witness her daughters being beaten daily. After an indeterminate time, Ling Jiushao returned, accompanied by a group of palace maids, each bearing various items. Shortly thereafter, the maids delivered the food and departed. Once they were gone, Ling Jiushao remarked, Zhongzhu Yun, I have arranged for a plaque to be made. Once it is installed, I will take you to see it. Let us enjoy a few drinks in the meantime. Thus, the two observed while three partook in drinks, engaging in lively exchanges. As their revelry continued, midday approached. Ling Jiushao set down his cup and waved his hand. Alas, I am growing old. I cannot keep up with you young ones. Let us conclude here. Having spoken, he slowly stood up and beckoned to Yun Geng. Zhongzhu Yun, follow me. I will have someone guide you to view the residence. Very well, Yin Geng replied, bidding farewell to the three as he departed with Ling Jiushao. Once the two had left, the Empress Dowager Chu Zhao turned to her Ling Yun and said, Yunner, he is under 100 years old, possesses such high cultivation, and is exceptionally handsome. You should engage with him more, even if nothing comes of it. It is wise to befriend such an individual. Understood, Ling Yun replied, her tone drawn out. Before long, Ling Jiushao returned with a confident stride, plopping down onto a chair. He then produced 2 boxes and placed them before Ling Shuang. Shuanger, this is a 4th grade elixir. You should immediately go to your room and give it a try. Oh, Ling Shuang replied, taking the box and turning to leave. Ling Yu Xi o Kautionet, Yunia. I suspect Yun Geng is an alchemist. For the sake of the dynasty's future, it is prudent to cultivate a good relationship with him. I know, Ling Yun responded. Meanwhile, Yin Geng and a guard arrived at the residence. The guard clasped his fists. Young master, please take your time. I shall take my leave. Thank you for your trouble. Yin Geng replied courteously, watching him depart. He then began to explore the lavish residence. After a considerable time, he had surveyed the entire layout. Entering through the main gate, he found a front courtyard. Passing through another door, he discovered a lawn with a lotus pond at its center, featuring a pavilion. The area spanned approximately 100 meters by 200 meters, with front and back doors leading to 2 main streets, which was quite convenient overall. He stepped into the pavilion, and a refreshing fragrance immediately enveloped him. It feels a bit desolate. I would rather expedite the completion of my task through monetary means. Ding. The host has engaged in cheating behavior. This does not count as completing the task and must be taken seriously, avoiding any opportunistic shortcuts. The following morning, as dawn broke, Yin Geng opened the front courtyard gate to find the streets still sparsely populated. He conjured a low office desk and 2 chairs. Retrieving a sign prepared the previous night, securing it to the desk. Soon, the table was adorned with 7 or 8 dishes, emanating an enticing aroma. Thus, Yin Geng began to dine while facing the street. Before long, as the street became busier, passers-by glanced towards the entrance. After finishing his meal, he tidied up and reclined in a chair, donning a hat over his eyes. I shall remain here for a few days. If things do not pan out, I may wander elsewhere. 3 afternoons later, the sky darkened with thick clouds, thunder roared, and suddenly, a downpour commenced. Observing this, Yin Geng calmly stated, "Rain? Do not fall upon my vicinity." As soon as his words fell, the rain within a 3-meter radius of him seemed to have eyes, curving away and cascading down elsewhere. Half a fragrant period later, 2 striking young men and women passed by. Upon witnessing someone conducting business despite the rain, they exchanged curious glances. They soon beheld this miraculous scene, leaving them profoundly astonished. After a moment of astonishment, the woman decisively approached the fortune-telling stall. The man followed suit. Quickly, the woman reached the table and softly inquired, "Excuse me, sir, how much does it cost to have my fortune told?" Noticing her male companion, Yin Geng responded expressionlessly, "For these days, I charge 1 gold coin. Special circumstances may warrant otherwise." The woman promptly placed a gold coin on the table and gently said, "Sir, then please tell me about my future fortune." "Certainly." Yin Geng nodded, then turned his gaze towards the man. "Young sir, I must request that you leave. I cannot conduct my calculations with outsiders present. This is a secret pertaining to the lady, and I prefer it to remain undisclosed." The woman immediately turned to command. "Qin Xian, you may return for now. I will seek you out tomorrow morning for further discussion." The man named Qin Xian pondered briefly before agreeing, "Very well. Return home safely." He offered some final instructions, cast a glance at Yin Geng, and then strolled away. Yin Geng utilized his Tianji eye to scrutinize for a moment, then performed some calculations. He sighed, "Miss Dai, I foresee that in a few days you shall join the Yin Yang sacred land, and trouble shall surely follow you there. Upon entering the Yin Yang sacred land, you will be imprisoned by the elders, forced to serve as their furnace, and a woman named Ming Yu shall be drained of her essence. Such a tragic fate. Please keep your gold coin, for it is against the rules of the Jianghu to accept money from the deceased." Upon hearing this, the woman felt as if she had seen a ghost, cold sweat breaking out on her brow. Unable to believe that he had investigated her information so thoroughly, she immediately queried, "Sir, if I do not go, will I be safe?" In response, Yin Geng shook his head. "They will capture you, and it cannot be avoided. Ultimately, you shall meet a dire fate." Chapter 90. The virtue of kindness in a state of panic. The young woman produced a purse, spilling forth dozens of gold coins. "Sir, these are now yours. I implore you to guide me toward a clearer path." Dai Piampian expressed her gratitude fervently. "My dear, I am not in need of money." Yin Geng replied with a gentle shake of his head. "After all, to assist you in defying fate when we share no familial ties disrupts the natural order, which is rather improper. I have already divulged the current predicament. It would be wise for your family to flee far away. I believe there remains a glimmer of hope. Please, I beseech you. To save a life is more meritorious than constructing a 7-tiered pagoda," Dai Piampian exclaimed, her tears cascading like a sudden downpour. She attempted to kneel in supplication, yet found herself unable to do so. "My dear lady, I am not yet deceased. There is no need for you to prostrate yourself before me," Yin Geng stated, exuding a sense of helplessness. "How about this? Bring your family to stay at my residence for a few days. If they do not come to apprehend you, you may leave with ease. Should they come seeking you, marry me, and I shall ensure your family's safety. Contemplate this carefully. Decide whether to escape promptly or to come here. You must choose for yourself. I shall not force you into something against your will." "Marry you?" Dai Piampian wiped her tears and cast him a fleeting glance before lowering her head. "Do you possess elixirs to aid my cultivation? Otherwise, I would be bound to you for merely a few decades." Yin Geng nodded slightly. "I do have elixirs, but let us discuss this in a few days. You should return home and confer with your family. Otherwise, if they come for you in a couple of days, it will be too late." "Yes, yes," Di Pian replied. Inquiring further, "Where is your home?" Yin Geng gestured toward the sign. "Yunfu is my residence." Upon seeing the characters Yunfu emblazoned on the plaque, Dai Piampian turned to leave, only to realize she had forgotten her umbrella. She rushed back, opened it, and departed hurriedly. As Yin Geng watched her graceful silhouette vanish from sight, he murmured to himself, "Just one more hour, and I can return home." Yet, upon recalling that his home lay just behind him, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. At a nearby gate, a woman stood beneath an umbrella, anxiously gazing down the street. She was Dai Pianpian's mother, Dai Qianqian, on her wedding night, before consummating the marriage. Her husband had suffered a mishap and perished in bed. Subsequently, her father had reported the incident to the authorities, and the matter became widely known. Later, a skilled physician determined that it was indeed a cerebral issue that caused his demise in a moment of excitement. Although she was cleared of suspicion, the stigma remained, and in her fury, she sought out a vial of holy water from the kingdom of women. After carrying her for 10 months, she gave birth to Dai Pianpian. Now, with her parents long departed, she was left with only her daughter for companionship. With her daughter having been away for an entire day, her heart was heavy with worry. Suddenly, a figure appeared around the corner, holding an umbrella. Dai Qianqian exhaled a sigh of relief. Her prolonged anxiety was finally quelled. Soon after, Dai Pianpian approached. Her eyes reddened, softly calling out, "Mother, I have grown so much. Please do not worry too much. Pianpian, please do not venture to any sacred places. Wait until I have earned enough celestial stones to buy elixirs for you to cultivate," Dai Qianqian implored, genuinely fearing that her daughter might embark on an irreversible journey. "Mother, let us discuss this indoors," Dai Pianpian suggested, leading the way inside. In the room, Dai Pianpian sipped some hot tea and recounted her entire ordeal. Upon hearing her story, Dai Qianqian furrowed her brow and pondered for a moment before gently suggesting, "Pianpian, perhaps we should seek assistance from the Empress Dowager in the palace. That would be unwise. The Yin-Yang sacred land does not fear the royal family. Hiding for a few days is merely a temporary solution. What happens afterward? Die Pianpianzeit." Lamenting her entanglement in such troubles. If this were true, Dai Qianqian recognized that blaming would not resolve their issues. She contemplated and then posed a query. "Have you considered that perhaps the fortune-teller's abilities might not be as formidable as claimed?" Dai Pianpian immediately countered, "Mother, if he is so adept, would he dare make guarantees without sufficient power? Moreover, he mentioned elixirs. Why not take the chance? If he can help us embark on the path of cultivation, I would gladly marry him." Dai Qianqian glanced at her daughter, noticing her lack of resistance to the notion. With an indifferent demeanor, she pondered whether her daughter had developed feelings for the fortune-teller. "Mother, I'm going out for a moment." "Absolutely not. Stay at home. I will send someone to fetch Mingwei." Dai Qianqian promptly refused, not even considering the matter further. Afterward, Yin Geng waited outside for 2 hours. During this time, a young lady about to marry rode by in a carriage to consult him, showering him with compliments and generously rewarding him with 10 gold coins. The wealthiest individual in the celestial realm had been graciously rewarded by another. At that moment, he was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. It seemed he needed to change his approach tomorrow, perhaps incorporating music, literature, poetry, and painting. He then stood, tidied his tools, and made his way home. As night fell, having dined and found himself with nothing to do, Yin Geng stepped outside, hands clasped behind his back, sauntering down the street. Spotting attractive women, he feigned a lecherous demeanor to initiate conversation, inciting shrieks from passers-by. The bustling street was filled with women, a testament to the good order of the area. As Yin Geng scanned his surroundings, a carriage suddenly sped towards him. A panicked voice from within cried out, "Get out of the way, quickly!" Following this, screams and cries echoed through the street. In that instant, chaos engulfed the thoroughfare. A woman, startled, fell to the ground. Yin Geng, witnessing the carriage barreling towards him, shouted, "Stop!" Upon his command, the white carriage came to an abrupt halt. The onlookers stared in bewilderment, unable to comprehend how his single shout had commanded the horse to cease. Yin Geng approached and delivered a sharp rap on the horse's head. The white steed neighed in distress, rearing up, and then shook its head vigorously. He turned to the coachman, saying, "Be more cautious next time. Slow down your wild horse." With that, he stepped aside. The coachman, still in a daze, eventually guided the carriage forward obediently. As the carriage rolled away a few meters, a head popped out of the window, expressing, "Thank you so much, sir." Yin Geng watched the departing lovely face, remaining silent. He then approached the woman who was lamenting on the ground, softly asking, "Miss, do you require my assistance to heal you?" The woman lowered her head, remaining silent. A Observing this, Yin Geng knelt down, grasped her ankle, and employed his skills to treat her. Just as she was about to object, she felt warmth spreading through her foot, soothing her discomfort, realizing he was indeed aiding her. "You should be able to walk now. Allow me to help you up," Yin Geng said, supporting her upright. However, as soon as he released her, she collapsed again. He quickly caught her, beginning to suspect whether her knee had dislocated. "Miss, where's your home? Perhaps I should escort you back?" The woman, bewildered, could not comprehend why her legs were now strong, yet her entire body felt weak. Noticing her continued silence, Yin Geng adhered to his principle of completing good deeds. Scooping her up and inquiring again, "Miss, where do you reside?" The woman replied in a voice barely above a whisper, "Go right." Bystanders watched this scene unfold, wondering if the young man would lead her to a secluded area. Chapter 91. What on earth is this? Yin Geng, amidst the astonishment of the young lady, flickered several times before arriving at a grand entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, he pounded on the door with a resounding knock, the sound echoing incessantly. Before long, a melodious voice approached from afar, exclaiming, "Coming, young lady." Subsequently, the door cracked open, revealing a tender and charming face. Upon seeing the man outside, cradling her mistress, the girl swiftly slammed the door shut, and the sound of retreating footsteps faded away. Yin Geng, taken aback, found himself in disbelief. What was this maneuver? They had even refused to let their own mistress inside. He looked down at the person in his arms, who promptly shut her eyes. At that moment, hurried footsteps resonated from within the door. Noticing the situation inside, Yin Geng's brows furrowed in concern. The door swung open to reveal 3 women and 2 men. One of the men wielded a wooden stick, while the women each held a dagger discreetly at their backs, their gazes fierce and vigilant, a typical stance against intruders. Yin Geng gently set the girl down and addressed the group. "Her legs are a bit weak. Please come and assist her." Upon hearing the term weak legs, the expressions of the 5 grew increasingly indignant. One man could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Why do you treat my sister this way?" Yin Geng shook his head in explanation. "I have done nothing wrong. I merely returned her home. Please do not misunderstand. Why are you all standing there? Come help her. If you wish to strike, do so quickly." The young lady turned and embraced Yin Geng lightly, saying, "Thank you for bringing me back. Mother, please come help me." Upon hearing her sincere gratitude, the 5 began to sense that something was amiss. One woman sheathed her dagger and gently assisted her daughter inside. Yin Geng, without a word of farewell, quietly turned and left. When the girl looked back, there was no trace of Yin Geng to be found. She gazed longingly at the door, as if mourning a loss. Noticing her melancholy expression, the woman referred to as mother inquired, "Ronger, quickly tell me what happened." The girl recounted the events in detail, and upon hearing the story, the 5 exchanged awkward glances at the weapons in their hands. The following day, Yin Geng awoke early and opened the door, embarking on a new day of work. Perhaps due to rising late, the streets were bustling with pedestrians. He took out a guzheng and placed it on the table, though its length slightly exceeded the table's, detracting from its aesthetic appeal. Yin Geng retrieved a sheet of music titled The Sound of Waves, and in his heart, he called out, "Tongzi, quickly impart to me the knowledge of the guzheng." A notification chimed, knowledge transmission commencing. Soon, a wealth of information flooded his mind. As if he had played before, he plucked at the 21 strings, producing a series of crisp sounds. After several hesitant attempts, he gradually became familiar with the piece. Bystanders paused in curiosity, enchanted by the melody, even if they did not fully appreciate music. Once he memorized the score, he stored it in his ring and began to play formally. The beautiful notes resonated like flowing water, spreading through the surroundings. He immersed himself in the performance, as if the world around him had faded away. Suddenly, a vision of the sea materialized overhead, accompanied by the continuous sound of waves, creating an almost hallucinatory experience. At that moment, a flock of white birds soared through the scene, their cheerful calls echoing. Following that, hundreds of colorful butterflies danced gracefully above Yin Geng. In no time, more animals appeared in the sky. The spectators on the street were left in awe at this extraordinary spectacle. Not long after, the street became congested, teeming with people. After a few more serious performances, Yin Geng became aware of the commotion outside. He paused and addressed the crowd. "Everyone, please resume your activities." Upon hearing this, the onlookers snapped back to reality, realizing they had their own matters to attend to. They respectfully clasped their fists towards Yin Geng, before turning to leave. Gradually, most of the crowd dispersed, and the animals in the sky followed suit. A small group lingered, seemingly eager to befriend Yingeng. In the face of their enthusiasm, Yingeng humbly engaged with them for a while, assuring them that they were all friends, which prompted them to finally depart. Yingeng noticed a group of women approaching, four of whom possessed the strength of celestial beings. One of them, Dai Pianpian, waved and introduced her. "This is my mother, Dai Chanqian, along with my maidens and guardians." Dai Chanqian scrutinized the dashing Yingeng closely, pondering, even I'm taken by his charm. This girl has good taste. No wonder she was so determined to come here. Yingeng nodded slightly, standing up to gather his belongings as he moved towards the entrance. "Everyone, please follow me." Thus, the entourage trailed behind him. Inside the pavilion, Yingeng produced tables, stools, and tea, inviting, "Please make yourselves at home. Do not be shy." The women were momentarily taken aback by the abundance of provisions he had produced from his ring, silently exclaiming about the waste of resources. Dai Chanqian smiled and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, young sir. We are all family here, no need for formalities." With that, Yingeng winked at Dai Pianpian, who blushed and looked down, feigning ignorance. Dai Chanqian chuckled softly and inquired, "Young sir, what kind of instrument is that? I have never seen one like it before." Yingeng replied with a slight nod, "This is not merely an instrument. I merely crafted it for amusement. I call it a guzheng. Also, my name is Yingeng, courtesy name Ding Tian, and I am affectionately known as the Farmer of Cultivation." "Farmer of Cultivation?" Dai Chanqian murmured, scrutinizing him closely. He did not appear particularly robust. So did he truly merit such a title? "Well, I used to live in seclusion in the mountains, often tilling the fields, which is why my friends bestowed this nickname upon me." Yingeng spun an elaborate tale, then added softly, "I reside here. The two sides are independent courtyards, so feel free to make arrangements. Should you require any daily necessities, simply come to me without hesitation." Dai Chanqian nodded, drank a cup of tea, then stood up, instructing, "You all come with me. Let's arrange accommodations and acclimate to the environment here." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and walked away, prompting the others to follow suit. After they left, Yingeng took a sip of tea and smiled, realizing that with their arrival, the residence would become livelier. There was no rush to seek a wife. Instead, he needed to secure her willing approval for a second marriage. This approach would not only avoid forcing the issue, but also encourage her to express her desires voluntarily, a truly wise strategy. Chapter 92. A harmonious parting in the palace lawn. 3 women and 1 man were gathered around a table. The Empress Dowager spoke. "You two, mother and daughter, should stay here for a month. I shall have Yu Huang investigate some news. It won't be too late to return after they finish their business." The woman beside her looked at Yu Huang, confused, and asked, "Your Majesty, you have gifted the immortal dwelling to a fortune teller, but who is that person?" Ling Yin shook her head, replying, "It was my father who gifted it. If you wish to know, you must ask him. My father mentioned it in passing, and it seems he had some dealings with that person." "You say it's a fortune teller. They must have been consulting about the affairs of the dynasty. To engage in a transaction with the Taishang Huang, it seems he possesses considerable skills." The woman mused softly after a moment of contemplation. At that moment, 2 maidens gracefully descended beside Ling Yun. One of them immediately reported, "Your Majesty, we have confirmed that the strange occurrence was summoned by the gentleman residing at Dingxianju through his qin playing." "Playing the qin?" Ling Yun pondered for a moment and waved her hand to the 2. "You may withdraw." They complied and swiftly vanished from sight. Yu Feng, with a meaningful glance, remarked, "Yin'er, he is quite enigmatic. It would be prudent to engage with him more. I suspect he possesses more than just this talent, and cultivating a closer connection would be wise." "All right, I understand. I shall invite father to share a drink with him one day," Ling Yun replied with a nod, contemplating what to say to Yingeng. Moreover, interacting with him as a male would hardly spark any chemistry. Upon hearing this, Yu Feng, exasperated, retorted, "What good will inviting him for a drink do in fostering deep feelings?" Ling Yun said nothing, while the 2 empresses, overhearing their conversation, found it rather peculiar. 2 days later, news swept through Huanyexing. It was said that a Qin immortal resided on Huanqing Street. With a mere flick of his fingers, thousands of colorful butterflies danced through the air. Others claimed flocks of sparrows swirled overhead. Some recounted that the Qin immortal descended from the sky, playing his instrument. Accompanied by radiant rays of light, illuminating the entire street. The following morning, just as dawn broke, Geng strolled along the wooden bridge leading to the pavilion. Observing the sparse red and white lotus flowers blooming in the pond, he found the ambience rather pleasant. He shook the dewdrops off the pristine lotus leaves, tempted to taste one. Suddenly, he turned and caught sight of a woman approaching in a pink long gown. He paused, though he could not see clearly. He felt it inappropriate. Shortly after, Dai Qianqian arrived and greeted him. "Good morning." "Good morning," Geng responded, catching a whiff of a delicate fragrance, likely emanating from the lotus blossoms. "Gongzi, Pian has agreed to marry you, but she fears that as she ages, you may come to despise her or that another woman may emerge, leading to a separation. As her mother, I wish to inquire if you can guarantee to care for her until old age without abandoning her." Geng cast her a glance, noting the woman's attire was rather snug. The mention of aging seemed a subtle probe into whether he possessed any elixirs. Contemplating this, Geng shook his head. "Words of guarantee are inconsequential. Marrying me means there will be no separation. Not only will I care for her, but I shall also tend to you until your last breath. No. If you marry another midway, then it doesn't count." "Nonsense. Do I need your care?" Dai Qianqian blushed, turned, and hurriedly departed. As he watched her graceful silhouette fade, Geng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. How amusing, trying to play games before me. You were not even born when I was in my prime. Suddenly, a loud splash echoed from the pond as the lotus leaves trembled violently. "Dare to jump again? I shall roast you on the spot," Geng exclaimed before crossing the pavilion to the grassy area, where he retrieved a chair and reclined. Time passed, and soon 16 individuals gathered. Hearing a stomach rumble, Geng recalled the absence of a kitchen at Yun Manor. He opened his eyes, conjured 2 large round tables, chairs, and utensils. Following that, heaps of dumplings materialized. "Let us sit and eat. I will arrange a kitchen later." The maidens gazed at the steaming dumplings on the table before looking at Geng. Their curiosity piqued regarding how he achieved this. Dai Pian sat down and urged, "What are you waiting for? Eat." At her words, they snapped back to reality, but soon realized the dumplings were filled with meat and the taste was exquisite, prompting them to devour them eagerly. However, they soon choked, struggling to swallow. Observing this, Geng sprang to his feet, approached, and produced a box of water, demonstrating how to twist off the cap. He then handed the water to one of them. "Take your time eating, no need to rush. If you run out, I have plenty more." After a while, those who had choked regained their composure. At that moment, Geng noticed 2 figures approaching and instructed. "The people from the Inyang sacred land have arrived. Do not panic, continue eating. I shall handle these clowns." Before the maidens could react, 2 men landed on the grass, surveying the group. One, with a forced smile, addressed Dai Pian. "We have searched for you all day, only to find you here eating. Come, we shall summon Qin Mingyue at the palace and take you back to the sacred land." Geng cleared his throat cough. "You dare intrude upon my home and now wish to take my wife? This is utterly unforgivable. I offer you a chance for redemption. Depart now, and let this incident be forgotten or face grave consequences." The other man, feigning ignorance, asked sarcastically, "Oh, how grave can it be? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? Since you refuse to leave, I shall escort you personally." As soon as Geng finished speaking, all 3 vanished simultaneously. "Di Pian in Kvilet, Mota. Do you think Gongzi will be all right?" "Silly child, how could anything happen in this situation? If we had not encountered him, you and I would have faced eternal separation." Dai Qianqian expressed with relief, though fear lingered in her heart. She then advised Dai Pian, "You must think twice before acting. We were fortunate this time. Should there be a next, luck may not be on our side." "Mother, I understand. There will not be a next time," Dai Pian assured, recalling the close call with danger, sending shivers down her spine. At that moment, one of the maidens suggested, "Madam, what if he cannot defeat those 2? Should we not leave? After all, even if he won, the Inyang sacred land would retaliate." Upon hearing this, Dai Qianqian responded calmly, "It is indeed possible he may not prevail. Anyone wishing to leave may do so. I will provide her with some money or celestial stones." As soon as she finished speaking, the maiden who had spoken earlier chose to leave. Not wishing to remain and face death, others soon followed suit, one after the other. Before long, only 4 maidens remained. Dai Qianqian, noticing this, asked, "What about you? Why do you not leave?" "Madam, your kindness is like a mountain to me. Even if it means death, I will stay by your side, one maiden expressed sincerely. Aware of the danger, yet preferring to remain with Dai Qianqian rather than face the world alone, which could be deadly. Indeed, even in death, we shall remain with you. The other three chimed in. Very well. I shall not neglect you for in the future, Dai Qianqian boldly promised, understanding that they had no home and thus chose not to leave. Meanwhile, the other three, who similarly had no home, had already slipped away. Her willingness to stay despite the danger speaks volumes of their loyalty. At this moment, Geng quietly revealed himself, startling several individuals. Dai Qianqian patted her chest to calm her racing heart, and then reproached, "Young Master Yun, how can you sneak up on people like that? One gets used to it. There's no need to make a fuss," Geng replied casually. Glancing at the 6 women, he noticed that no one else remained in the Yun residence, which piqued his curiosity. However, he was too indifferent to inquire further about others' affairs. "Young Master Yin, what kind of magic is that?" Di Pian blinked, wondering how wonderful it would be if she could perform such feats herself. "It's merely a teleportation technique. I can teach you later if you wish," Geng smiled gently. "Pian, when do you intend to marry?" Upon hearing this, Dai Pian blushed and turned to Dai Qianqian, her expression seemingly pleading for her mother to decide. After a moment of contemplation, Dai Qianqian softly remarked, "Regardless, you will marry sooner or later. It's better to choose a day than to wait indefinitely. So let us keep the arrangements simple without inviting anyone. It's just a ceremony. There's no need for extravagance. As long as you two can live harmoniously and remain devoted to one another, that is sufficient." "Then it shall be so," Geng nodded, promptly producing a table along with a plethora of red paper and cloth. The women stared in astonishment, wondering why he was placing everything into a ring, feeling that something was amiss. Unable to contain her curiosity, Dai Qianqian inquired, "Young Master Yun, have you prepared all of this in advance?" "No." Geng shook his head. "I possess a certain technique that allows me to conjure many things, so don't be surprised in the future. I can even create garments identical to what you are wearing right now. Do you believe me? Identical garments?" Dai Qianqian thought he was trying to fool them, her tone turning sharp. "I don't believe it. If you're capable, show us, or else you're just a typical fraud." The other 5 women remained silent, but their expressions were rife with skepticism. Geng chuckled, and with a swift motion, conjured a beautiful pink garment that appeared in his hand, smooth and vibrant. Seeing this, Dai Qianqian was taken aback and quickly checked her own attire, relieved to find her undergarments intact. Blushing furiously, she scolded, "Young Master Yun, this is outrageous." Dai Pian shifted her gaze between the two, perplexed, while the other seemed to possess some understanding yet feigned ignorance. "Outrageous? I'm merely indulging your curiosity," Geng retorted with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Noticing her ire, he quickly redirected the conversation. "Enough of this. Let us get to the task of hanging decorations." Thus, the 7 of them busied themselves with their preparations. Time quickly passed, and noon arrived. Geng laid out a sumptuous feast and quietly asked, "Pian, the meal is ready, yet the Haven tea returned?" After a moment's thought, Dai Pian replied, "They were paid off and left. Only the 4 of us remained. So now it's just us 7. "I see. Well, no matter. If needed in the future, we can hire a few more," Geng said. Then turned to the maidens. "Since you are reluctant to leave, I offer you 2 choices. 1, work for a month for 100 gold coins, or 2, dedicate yourself diligently, and I may assist you on the path to immortality, though it is not guaranteed. Consider carefully before responding. Once spoken, your decision is final." Upon hearing this, the 4 women looked toward their mistress. "You may choose for yourselves. I will not interfere," Dai Qianqian said softly. Understanding that Geng's words indicated he possessed surplus elixirs, one of the taller women stood decisively and stated, "Young Master, I do not wish for gold." The other 3 immediately echoed, "Young Master, I feel the same." "Excellent. As long as I, Yin, am here, you shall not be wronged," Geng reiterated, then called to the 6 women, "Why are you all staring at me? Hurry and eat, or it will get cold." As soon as he finished speaking, he dove into his meal, and the 6 women followed suit. That evening, after a simple ceremony of 3 bows and 9 kowtows, Geng carried the bride to the bed. He then lifted the bridal veil and gazed at his delicate wife with a smirk. Dai Pian, feeling shy, lowered her head, suddenly anxious at his mischievous grin. "Husband, please be gentle. Don't be so reckless." Rest assured, I will know how to gauge my strength, Yin Geng replied confidently. In no time, he pushed her down. The next morning, Yin Geng placed a chicken on the bedside table and kissed her gently. Eat well and rest. I will take a stroll. Watching him leave, Dai Piampian gazed at the table, noting the chicken, a bottle of water, and some napkins. It was truly considerate of him. She sat up, tore a piece to taste, finding it tender and delicious. Feeling drowsy, she thought to catch up on sleep after eating. Meanwhile, Yin Geng approached the wooden bridge and spotted Dai Qianqian shaking a lotus stem, her movements reminiscent of swirling wine in a glass. He approached politely, greeting, "Mother, good morning." Dai Qianqian did not turn, her voice monotonous as she replied, "I'm not your good mother. You are forbidden to call me that henceforth." Yin Geng was taken aback. Perplexed as he asked, "Then how should I address you?" Dai Qianqian responded, "Just do not call me mother. Address me as you see fit." "Shall I call you Qianqian or little Qianqian?" Yin Geng inquired, stroking his chin. Dai Qianqian's face flushed instantly at his words. "You're not allowed to call me that either. Just refer to me as Qianjia." "Qianjia? But that makes you my niece." Yin Geng shook his head, feeling such a title was inappropriate. "Go to hell," Dai Qianqian exclaimed, throwing a punch. Chapter 94. A visitor. Yin Geng caught her delicate hand, softly soothing her. "Please calm down. No matter how you strike, you cannot defeat me. How about I call you Qian Yi instead? I think that would be more fitting." Without hesitation, Dai Qianqian threw another punch. Yin Geng caught her hand again, thinking to himself, "Now, let us see how you plan to hit me. Let go of me." Dai Qianqian struggled fiercely, causing the strap on her shoulder to snap, her clothing falling away. Seeing the precarious situation, Yin Geng quickly released her and made a hasty retreat. By the time Dai Qianqian realized what had happened, Yin Geng was nowhere to be seen. "Scoundrel, if you don't let me hit you a few times, this matter will not end." A few days later, in the palace, 4 women and 2 men sat chatting in a pavilion. "Your Majesty, several days have passed. Has there been any movement from the Yin-Yang sacred land?" Zhu Qingmei could no longer contain her curiosity. "May Aunt, I have received word from those I dispatched." Ling Yun replied. 2 disciples from the sacred land visited Yun's residence and have not been seen since. I suspect they have been killed. The sacred land will likely arrive at the palace shortly. Ling Jiuxiao snorted coldly. The Yin-Yang sacred land is truly an evil force. I shall inquire further to find a way to eradicate this scourge. At this moment, Li Gonggong hurriedly arrived to report, "Your Majesty, Elder Su from Yin-Yang sacred land is outside requesting an audience." Ling Yun furrowed her brows in contemplation and commanded, "Bring him in." Li Gonggong promptly departed. "Mingwei, let us step aside," Zhu Qingmei said as she beckoned her daughter. Qin Mingwei responded, and the 2 women walked side by side. Before long, Li Gonggong returned with a middle-aged man clad in green. Upon his arrival, the man immediately bowed and said, "Su Mao pays his respects to your Majesty." Ling Yun nodded, inquiring, "What business does Elder Su have with me?" In response, Su Mao's tone shifted. 2 disciples from our sacred land came to Huanyi City on a mission, yet they met their demise here. May I ask, Your Majesty, how do you explain their deaths? Your people have perished, yet you come here to demand an explanation. How novel, Ling Yun retorted with a cold laugh. She continued, "If your son's daughters-in-law pass through Huanyi City while pregnant, will they also come to me to question how they became so? Your Majesty, do not distort the concepts. I believe no one dares oppose our sacred land, aside from the royal family," Su Mao asserted with a grave countenance. Li Gonggong, escort our guest out. Ling Jiuxiao commanded directly, growing weary of the futile conversation. Li Gonggong, upon receiving the order, glanced at Ling Yun, who remained silent. He then gestured to Su Mao, saying, "Elder Su, please." Su Mao turned to Ling Yun, asking, "Do you wish to declare war on our sacred land? If you continue to prattle, you may not leave at all." Ling Yun threatened impatiently. Li Gonggong, "See him out." "Yes, Your Majesty," Li Gonggong replied, extending his hand once more. "Elder Su, please." Su Mao, no longer daring to speak harshly, decisively turned and departed. Observing this, Li Gonggong followed behind. As the 2 figures vanished, Ling Jiuxiao spoke softly, "Yunner, we have always been at odds with the Yin-Yang sacred land. Regardless of the truth, they will seek excuses to instigate trouble. Father will visit the Yun Manor to assess our chances in a potential conflict." With that, he turned and left. Inside the pavilion, Yin Geng tidied the kitchen and instructed 4 maidservants before making his way here. After filling a cup with tea, he downed it in one gulp. Just then, a maidservant approached with a cloth, beginning to wipe and clean. She was lively and charming, her appearance befitting the upper class. Watching her busy work, Yin Geng mused, "This Dai Qianqian is quite particular. I wonder where she finds so many beautiful maidservants." Suddenly, the maidservant turned her head and caught Yin Geng observing her. She paused her actions and blinked. "Young master, are you supervising my work?" "I do not supervise. I find such trivial matters boring," Yin Geng replied, shaking his head. "What is your name, and how old are you?" The maidservant introduced herself. "Young master, my name is Dai Xiaowu, and I am 16 this year." "Only 16? You appear somewhat different," Yin Geng remarked, using his Qianji eye to observe her for a moment, confirming her age. "Xiaowu, continue with your tasks." "Oh." Dai Xiaowu responded and resumed her work. Before long, she had finished wiping both sides of the railing and softly asked, "Young master, does the table need cleaning?" Yin Geng nodded, "Yes, please do." Dai Xiaowu diligently cleaned the surface of the table and underneath, exhibiting a competent demeanor. Soon, she completed her cleaning of the pavilion in less than 20 minutes. Afterward, Dai Xiaowu stood frozen in place, gazing at Yin Geng, hesitating to speak. "If you wish to say something, feel free. I will not scold you," Yin Geng said gently. "Moreover, I am not a tiger. I will not bite. So there is no need to be afraid. Should you have any needs, be it clothing or food, I have plenty." Upon hearing this, Dai Xiaowu placed the cloth into the bucket and wiped her hands on her clothes. She then approached Yin Geng from behind, resting her hands on his shoulders ingratiatingly. "Young master, will you truly lead me onto the path of celestial cultivation?" Yin Geng closed his eyes in comfort and leisurely replied, "Perhaps. It depends on your future performance. Otherwise, if I guide you into the path of celestial cultivation and then leave without a word, what will you do? Moreover, once you attain cultivation, will you still enjoy doing this kind of work?" "That is a fair point," Dai Xiaowu agreed. After pondering for a moment, she leaned in closer, whispering, "Young master, if you fear I might leave, you could take me as your own or have a child with me. That way, you would not have to worry." This bold girl, Yin Geng thought to himself, then instructed, "Xiaowu, come sit here. I will consider whether to assist you." "All right." Dai Xiaowu obediently moved to the front and sat down. Gazing at the maidservant before him, Yin Geng embraced her and kissed her. As the kiss deepened, Dai Xiaowu realized he intended to be serious and was startled. Quickly pulling away, "Young master, my work is not yet finished. I must leave for now. We shall meet again." As soon as she finished speaking, she stood up, grabbed the bucket, and ran off. "Huh, I thought you were braver than that." Yin Geng chuckled, shaking his head, as he had merely intended to tease her. Suddenly, he noticed another maidservant rushing toward him. Moments later, the maidservant entered the pavilion, panting, and said, "Young master, there is someone outside claiming to be the Yu Huang requesting to see you." Upon hearing this, Yin Geng glanced outside and commanded, "Invite him in. Do not run so fast, otherwise it will not end well if you fall." "Yes." The maidservant blushed, using her arm to support herself before running off. Yin Geng could not help but be astonished. This girl truly catches on quickly. Not long after, the maidservant brought Ling Jiuxiao into the pavilion and then hurried away. Yin Geng noticed his plain attire and smiled, offering wine and delicacies. "Your Majesty, please take a seat." "All right." Ling Jiuxiao sat down without hesitation and poured himself a cup of wine. "Yin Zhongzhu, I have heard that you possess the ability to divine. Thus, I have come to inquire and sample your exquisite wine." Upon hearing this, Yin Geng set down the wine jug and looked at him, stating directly, "Your Majesty, if you have matters to discuss, please do so. Otherwise, drinking will muddle your thoughts." Ling Jiuxiao nodded and began to inquire. 2 disciples of the Yin Yang sacred land died in Huanyi City, and today, the sacred land sent someone to the royal palace, insisting that it was our royal family's doing. "I have heard that you are proficient in Tianji techniques, so I came to ask, if we were to go to war with the sacred land, what are our chances of victory?" Yin Geng produced paper and pen, writing 7 large characters on it. After observing for a moment, countless images flashed before him. The war was set to commence in half a month, and the Shuangxiu sect was involved. Having conspired for quite some time, the royal family had no chance of victory. Shuangxiu sect? Truly a den of snakes and rats. Ling Jiuxiao exclaimed, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. It was fortunate that he had the wisdom to come here to inquire. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Yun Zongzhu, you possess great abilities. Might you have a solution? Yin Geng raised his cup, saying, Your Majesty, let us drink and discuss. Very well, Ling Jiuxiao replied, also raising his cup for a toast. The two engaged in back-and-forth conversation, and before long, they had consumed over a dozen cups. In the distance, Dai Qianqian peeked her head out, glancing before retreating once more. Yin Geng also noticed the furtive figures in the distance, but chose to ignore them. He cast a glance at his restless drinking companion, and finally spoke. If we were strangers to one another, then under these circumstances, the Huanyi dynasty would inevitably fall to them. After this incident, the Taigu Shenzong learned of the news and entangled with these two factions for a long time, ultimately leading to their demise. Ling Jiuxiao listened, initially startled, then relaxed, eagerly inquiring, Yun Zongzhu, I shall seek assistance from the Taigu Shenzong. That would be ill-advised. Yin Geng gently shook his head. Without evidence, who would believe you? Come, let us continue drinking. Yin Zongzhu, do not keep me in suspense. Speak of the solution first, and then we can drink. Ling Jiuxiao was anxious. He could not find peace until the crisis of the dynasty was resolved. Observing his demeanor, Yin Geng understood that if he did not speak, Ling Jiuxiao would likely lose sleep for several days. Thus, he slowly began. There are two solutions, and it depends on your choice. First, we could request external forces to help us through the crisis, but even if they agree, they will not offer their full support. Second, you may ask for my assistance. The matter is not too burdensome. I wonder what Yun Zongzhu desires. Please speak candidly. Ling Jiuxiao replied earnestly, well aware that assistance often comes with a price. Yet, recalling his abundance within the palace, he felt a twinge of insecurity. As for demands, we could discuss that later. It is quite possible that nothing is required. Yin Geng responded calmly, as the other party possessed nothing he needed. Asking for beauty was against the rules, which puzzled him greatly. Very well, Ling Jiuxiao exclaimed, personally pouring wine for him, and they chatted and drank together. They toasted each other countless times. Soon, Ling Jiuxiao set down his cup and looked at Yin Geng, saying with embarrassment, Yun Zongzhu, I cannot handle my liquor well. Perhaps another day I shall visit again, or you may come to my palace, and we can drink to our heart's content. Could you spare me a few jars of this fine wine? Yin Geng nodded, and with a wave of his hand, 10 jars of wine appeared before Ling Jiuxiao. Thank you. Ling Jiuxiao smiled as he collected them, his gaze towards Yin Geng completely transformed. Yun Zongzhu, I shall take my leave. There is no need to see me off, for this was once my home. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and departed. I shall visit soon. Yin Geng stood and watched him disappear. Shortly after, Dai Qianqian approached, sitting on a stool beside him. Yun Zongzhu, may I inquire about which faction you belong to? Luo Xianzong, a small sect that you may not have heard of, Yin Geng replied, producing a bottle of juice and a packet of seeds. He then glanced at her and noticed her gaze was filled with resentment. Oyanye, would you care for some seeds? Dai Qianqian glared at him, angrily retorting, You ought to give me a beating. Let us pretend this morning never happened. This morning? Yin Geng's expression suddenly froze, and then realization dawned upon him. Oh, the incident with the torn clothing. It seems you caused that yourself. Alas, I shall compensate you with 10 pieces later. After all, we are family. Not that. You've already seen it. Dai Qianqian blushed as she spoke. Hearing this, Yin Geng vigorously shook his head in denial. I did not pay attention to that. Even if I did see it, what of it? After all, you're not the only one. I do not wish to see my own, let alone others. Dai Qianqian, infuriated, immediately stood up, clenching her fists as she approached him. Men and women should not engage in close contact. Do not lay hands on me. Observing her seething expression, Yin Geng issued a warning, but it bore no fruit, and her fists flew toward him. The sound of punches echoed repeatedly. After waiting for a long while without her pausing, he frowned, gathered his belongings, and stood to leave. Watching the disappearing figure, Dai Qianqian glanced at her reddened fists. Consider yourself fortunate to escape. Otherwise, I would have given you a proper thrashing. Upon returning to his room, Yin Geng found Dai Pian sitting at the head of the bed, lost in thought. Pian, are you hungry? Would you care for a bite to eat? Hearing this, Dai Pian fixed her gaze upon him. Husband, why did mother strike you? Yin Geng pondered for a moment and then recounted the entire incident truthfully. Husband, be lenient. She is just like that. a bit willful. Dai Pian stood up and embraced him tightly. I see. Otherwise, how could she strike me? Yin Geng smiled gently. Then, he pushed Dai Pian away. In response to her evident dissatisfaction, he produced 2 top-tier elixirs. Thank you, husband. Di Pian exclaimed excitedly, pecking him several times before dashing out the door. After watching her leave, Yin Geng lay down on the bed. Just as Dai Pian reached the lawn. Di Qian landet beside hier. Pian, why aren't you resting properly on the bed? What brings you here? Mother, it is nearly noon. I have rested enough. Dai Pian replied, wishing to chase her away immediately. It was improper to disturb her pursuit of immortality in this manner. Hearing this, Dai Qian glanced around furtively, leaned close to her daughter's ear, and quietly asked, Pian, does it not hurt? How are you so lively? Is it that you have not experienced that? Dai Pian exploded with anger, pushing her away with both hands, almost shouting, You must leave at once. Do not disturb me here. How can you ask such things? If you are curious, find someone to experience it yourself. Very well, I shall leave. Dai Qian was taken aback, having merely asked a question. Yet, seeing her daughter so furious was a first for her. Until she disappeared, Dai Pian sat cross-legged facing the lotus flower, promptly swallowing an elixir. 10 days later, in the room, Yin Geng looked at the pitiful Dai Pian, expressing his dissatisfaction. You spent the entire night hiding at your mother's. You're not to go there again. Upon hearing this, Dai Pian made a sad face and weakly replied, Husband, if I do not go to my mother, you did not let me sleep at all. How about you marry a few more? Otherwise, I will seek her out to chat. Before she could finish, Die Pian dushet outside. Observing this, Yin Geng smiled widely. His plan had succeeded. Let her be. Ding. Pregnancy Value 1. Rewards. 8-tier Ascension Pills, x 100. 8-tier Awakening Pills, x 100, 9 trillion Xian Stones. What bad luck, Yin Geng murmured, stepping outside. Now that Pian had become a powerful Xian Huang, he felt it was time for him to take a stroll. Outside, he found 4 maidens chattering cheerfully on the lawn, surrounded by an unknown pile of items, enjoying their conversation and snacks. Young master, the 4 exclaimed sweetly upon seeing Yin Geng. Yin Geng nodded slightly. Would you like to accompany me for a stroll? We just returned from accompanying the young lady. 2 of them shook their heads in refusal. Very well then, Yin Geng muttered and vanished from sight. The 4 looked on, filled with envy. One maiden asked, Xiao Wu, did you not say you would ask the young master for pills? Why has there been no sign of you carrying out that plan? I have not yet had the chance to meet him alone. I shall wait a few days before asking. Dai Xiao Wu replied nonchalantly after a moment of thought. As they chatted, they suddenly witnessed the lady flying down from the heavens into the young master's room. Subsequently, in a fit of anger, she stormed out and approached the 4 maidens, inquiring, Have you foreseen Yin Geng? Upon hearing the question, one of the maidens promptly replied, Madam, the young master just left, saying he was going out for some shopping. Upon hearing this, Dai Qian felt tears welling up. She had just learned from Pian that he was a formidable figure, yet he had not even offered her a single pill. This rogue was treating her with such disparity. Was it merely because she had been struck a few times? With this thought, she wiped her eyes and hurried away. On the bustling street, Yin Geng strolled along, noticing several passers-by gazing at him in astonishment. They appeared to lack any cultivation, likely mere bystanders enjoying the sound of the guzheng. After wandering for an indeterminate amount of time, he arrived at the spot where the white horse had gone out of control that night. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure approaching. It was the young lady from that evening. How could she be here? Was it truly a mere coincidence? The girl approached shyly and asked, Are you that young master? Yin Geng shook his head and replied, Miss, you have mistaken me. Upon hearing his voice, the girl paused, then stepped closer to him, inhaling his scent. You are indeed that young master. I have been waiting here for many days. Waiting for me? Yin Geng expressed mild surprise, followed by a rather inappropriate smirk. He rubbed his palms together incessantly and said, Little girl, why not come back with your uncle and become a concubine? The girl looked into Yin Geng's pure and innocent eyes, then wrapped her arms around his right arm, remaining silent. Yin Geng was puzzled, pondering whether his acting skills had regressed. He considered this and asked, Miss, are you truly not afraid I might take you home? The girl shook her head, saying, I have been waiting here for over 10 days. Waiting for what? To repay a debt of gratitude? It seems you owe me nothing, Yin Geng indirectly acknowledged. Seeing her silent, he gently said, "Your parents must be worried about you out here. Come, let me take you home. I don't want to go back. They plan to sell me for money to marry my brother. Why should I sacrifice myself for someone else's happiness?" The girl wiped away her tears as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Geng frowned, feeling a strong aversion to the notion of selling daughters. "What is your name? Don't your parents miss you?" "My name is Su Rong." I slipped out while they weren't paying attention. The vastness of Huanyi City made it unlikely for them to find her easily. "If you don't pass through here again, I will run out of money after staying at the inn for a couple of days." Geng contemplated for a moment and said, "Let's go. I'll take you for a stroll." "Okay," Su Rong replied, and the two began to wander leisurely. Several hours later, Geng brought Su Rong back to Yin Mansion and arranged for her to stay next door to him. "You will reside here from now on. Do not worry about being sold for money. You can let go now. I will rest for a while, and you should also take a nap. When you wake up, I will introduce you to everyone in the mansion." Su Rong shook her head. "I'm not tired. If I can't see you, my heart feels uneasy." Seeing her on the verge of tears, Geng helplessly led her into his room and pried her arms away from him. Lying on the bed, he instructed, "Sit by the bed. I will rest for a bit." Soon, Dai Pian was stealthily eavesdropping outside the door. However, the room was eerily quiet, not at all as she had imagined. Suddenly, a voice called out from inside, "Pian, what are you sneaking around for? Hurry and come in." Hearing this, Dai Pian opened the door and walked in, only to see Geng lying on the bed with a naive girl seated beside him. "Husband, who is she?" Geng did not even open his eyes, but proceeded to explain their acquaintance in detail. "Su Rong, call her. Sister, Sununtai Rong Soptli Adresid de Pian." Dai Pian nodded, noticing Su Rong's fidgeting hands, and smiled. "There's no need to be so reserved. Just treat this place as your home. What are you sitting there for? Hurry and take off your shoes and rest on the bed." Encouraged by Dai Pian's concern, Su Rong bashfully climbed onto the bed. After quietly stepping outside, Dai Pian let out a sigh of relief. Now she had an additional shield and would no longer have to worry so much. She spotted Dai Qian approaching and immediately grabbed her hand to pull her along. In the pavilion, Dai Qian looked at her, exclaiming in exasperation, Pian, how could you allow that woman to follow your husband? It is my daughter who asked him to bring someone back. Do not meddle in our affairs." Di Pian candidly admitted. "You are infuriating. How could you give birth to such a foolish daughter?" Dai Qian sighed, lamenting, "Had I known, I would not have drunk the holy water." Upon hearing this, Dai Pian nearly leaped up in anger, shouting, "You can still cut ties now if you wish. If you feel wronged, I will have my husband compensate you for all losses." Enough. I accept having such a foolish daughter." After Dai Qian finished speaking, she turned and walked away. Once she had distanced herself, her voice echoed back. "Not only foolish, but also ungrateful. Dai Qian, if you possess any ability, do not walk away." Dai Pian yelled at her, exasperated. "How dare you say you regret giving birth to me? If you can, confront him on the lawn." The four maidens exchanged glances, perplexed by what had transpired. Chapter 97, Daily Life on the Bed. Geng opened his eyes and turned to look at Su Rong, who was gazing at him. "From now on, this will be your home. Although they intend to sell you, one must not forget the gratitude of being raised. One thing does not negate the other. Tonight, I will send a sum of money to test their sentiments. If they care only for wealth and show indifference towards you, there will be no need for further interactions." Su Rong nodded slightly, saying, "Do not give too much. They intend to sell me for 5,000 gold coins. This is already the highest price. Offering more would only lead to loss." "Understood. I will rest now." After Geng spoke, he closed his eyes. Su Rong quietly gazed at him, smiling sweetly, then nestled her head on his shoulder, closing her eyes beautifully. At that moment, Dai Pian stood on a lotus leaf in the pond, plucking a red flower, her face radiant with joy. She thought of her mother, a novice in the realm of earth immortals, and could not help but smile broadly. Just then, she spotted Dai Qian approaching with two women toward the pavilion. Thus, she stood up, flew to the wooden bridge, and gently landed. With delight, she called out, "Aunt Mei, Qin Mingwei." Zhu Qingmei nodded. "It has only been a short while since we last met, yet Pian's face is aglow. She must have been spending time with a man." Qin Mingwei also cast a curious glance her way, unable to restrain herself from asking, Pian, you can fly now? When did you gain such cultivation?" Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Dai Qianqian interjected, "Let us talk more inside." Before her words could settle, she headed towards the pavilion. Observing this, the three followed in her wake. Soon, the four were seated. Dai Qianqian softly remarked, "Pian Pian has already become a wife. As for her cultivation, it is a gift from her husband. Sigh, as a mother, I have cultivated for so long only to reach the realm of earth immortals. Yet she managed to soar with just a single pill." What? Married? The two women were astounded, having only been apart for 10 days. Zhu Qingmei sighed, "Alas, my Xing'er lacks such fortune. If I'm not mistaken, it should be that fabled Yin Gongzi, right?" "Indeed, Aunt May." Butterfly Piampian nodded gently, her heart brimming with affection. The two exquisite 10-grade elixirs could certainly buy several dynasties, a testament to her husband's profound love for her. Were she in his shoes, she could not guarantee her own indifference in gifting them away. Qin Mingwei gazed at her and inquired, "Piampian, what is your current cultivation level? And do not forget your good sisters when you prosper." "Alas, it is not just you. Even my mother has no share in this. She has reached the golden immortal realm and no longer listens to me." Dai Qianqian glanced aside, her voice laced with sorrow. Despite receiving the 10-grade elixirs, she had not even whispered to her mother about them. "Oomph. Who knows who lamented having given birth to me?" Butterfly Piampian immediately retorted, thinking to herself that it was foolish to ask such trivial questions. A teenager at the golden immortal level? Both Zhu Qingmei and Qin Mingwei wore expressions of shock. Thus, the mother and daughter refrained from further inquiries, fearing that she might claim to be at the 10th level of the golden immortal realm, a revelation they could hardly bear. Subsequently, the four engaged in light-hearted banter. In the room, Yin Geng slowly opened his eyes, observing Su Rong's restless hands and feet. He gently moved them aside and quietly slipped out of bed. Noticing that she was in deep slumber, he surmised that she had not rested well lately. Shaking his head with a smile, he retrieved a thin blanket and covered her. He then sauntered out of the door.